and it can fit in double Book of the Dead. That's 14 damage, plus the hero power, plus the weapon. That's just lethal. What?
I have no words, Derek. Wait, this came out of nowhere.
If he's just like, I'm gonna try and outrace an 8 health a turn, because what else can he do? Oh, wow.
Welcome everybody to finals day here at the Hearthstone Summer Championships. Today we're going to be finding out who's going to the World Championships. We're going to be crowning a champion, and all importantly, we're going to find out who goes out from Group B. With me for this is Derek. Derek, how has it been so far for you?
It's been fantastic so far, Lorinda. I think the level of play has been, for the most part, very, very high, with a couple of obvious exceptions. And the meta has facilitated that high level of play very, very well, even though it's a much more board-focused meta game than what we've seen in previous tournaments with the prevalence of quest decks. I think that it's led to some very skill-testing matchups and mirrors, especially where the best players are consistently rising up to the top.
Yeah, we have seen some terrible mistakes, but that's to be expected when it's hard, right? That's the downside. But I think every player here at some point has shown why they're here with their good play, with some innovative plays, with some very interesting lethals and well-spotted, well-calculated lethals, especially with some of these turns where you're running out of time and have to calculate like so much stuff. And I'm just going to ignore the graphic on screen. We've done some stuff. Top 4 go to World Championship, but Kevin talked about today, I think. We are going to finish off Group B, and then we will get into that top 8, which will be amazing because the winner of each of those matches will go to the World Championships later in the year.
That's right. We started off with 4 groups, went about it in a slightly weird order. So we have now 6 of our 8 players through to the quarterfinals. We just need to find the 2 more coming through from Group B. So we're going to have 3 matches before we head to the quarterfinal matches, which for me are going to be the most exciting games of the day, because that will show us our 4 players going through to the World Championships. And even though I'll be very excited to find out who the winner of the Summer Championships is for the glory and the extra prize money, of course, I think for our players today, those spotted champs, what it's all about. They are going to be playing Conquest again, which means that you have to play 4 unique classes. You get to ban 1 class from your opponent, and you have to win with all 3 of your remaining decks. And once you win with it, it's ticked off, which has led to some interesting implications, whereby if you can't win with a deck and you lose with it 3 times, you just lose the series. And so far, that has seemed like Rogue, interestingly enough, has been the weak spot for most of our competitors who've brought it.
Yeah, absolutely, and we are going to be seeing some rogues in Group B. I think every player has it, definitely the first 2 do. There's the all-important stuff. The money might look a lot, and it is a lot, but that crystal next to the top 4 players going to the World Championship gives you so much more money before you even start that it will pale into insignificance to some degree. Although I wouldn't mind an extra 2.5 large in my pocket, to be honest. But it will pale into insignificance compared to the large sums on offer at the World Championship, as Derek has described. But yeah, the Rogue deck, another feature of this tournament has been no one's been able to target anything. The decks are all in the sort of 50-50 bracket for most of their matchups, so it's been very difficult to bring a targeted lineup. Rogue kind of targets itself, but apart from that, we have seen just people bringing what they feel are the best decks to some degree.
Yeah, I think the one exception to that I've seen so far is Possessi, who has omitted Rogue from his lineup and gone for a somewhat target Rogue lineup, I think it's fair to say, or at least have a pretty good matchup against Rogue on all parts. Judgment, the other player who omitted Rogue from their lineup, but he going with the Druid, the Celestial Druid, unfortunately did not work out for him, and his chance at the World Championship did come to an end last night. And speaking of Possessi, here he was getting the reverse sweep against the Rogue, exactly as Gia predicted, during her cast, very wisely so, as I think that's going to be Possessi's real best shot at taking this whole tournament down, is just killing off those Rogues every series.
Yeah, and the world champion just doing what the world champion's supposed to do. It's not just winning every match, easily. It is finding ways to get through matches when you're 2-0 behind. And yeah, I think he was quite happy about this. I don't remember him celebrating like that when he won Worlds.
You got to learn to pick up on the unobvious tells. It's the slight smile, the look to the left. That's usually about all you get from Possessi. But yeah, finally showing us some real emotion at a victory there, which we love to see. Insane vs Disdemon here was an absolutely absurd series of Hearthstone as well, with Insane, making a mistake that he admitted to on social media afterwards. But I have to say, recovering from that in truly exceptional fashion. I think there's few players who could come back from not even an obvious blunder, but like something that ended up costing them the series in the end because of a very, very unique interaction and losing a boar in Boar Priest. But he came back and did play it very, very well, managing to qualify through, leading us down to Habu Gabu versus Youth at the end, with Habu Gabu just managing to close out the series in a Naga Mage mirror to qualify through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, watching the evolution of Habu Gabu has been quite interesting. He's playing Masters Tours because he qualified by accident originally. He sort of didn't really have the time for them as such with his life schedule and so on. So he'd show up, he'd like give us a show on camera, he'd be into every play, he'd be smiling or waving or whatever. Very different in this tournament, apart from the reaction you saw there on the pop-off. He has been mega focused. He is now truly seeing himself as a competitive player, and rightly so.
Very, very quick series, though, for Youth versus Judgment. Unfortunately for Judgment, his Druid just turned out to be the wrong pick in this tournament. It wasn't able to find enough good matchups given the prevalence of Rogue, of the Naga Mage as well. Even the Wig Priests turned out to be a pretty bad matchup, and it was just unable to get the job done. So moving over to having a look at our groups. Group A, we saw Deaddraw and Levick going through with Uchiha Sasuke, the one representative from the Americas region. Sadly for you, Lorinda, knocked out of the tournament as the first player to do so. And then Fury Hunter as well, obviously a real heartbreaker because he's a favorite of all the casters and has had a phenomenal year since the start of this year's Masters Tour system, having won a Masters Tour and then got top 16 in both subsequent Masters Tours as well. He was unable to get the win versus Levick, but one for the ladder grinders, I think we can all agree, as Levick is a worthy representative at Worlds. Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
absolutely.
at the quarterfinals, potentially at Worlds.
Yeah. Fury Hunter will have more chances as well. I mean, one of those top 16s he made by missing a round because he overslept in the first round of the day and still got there. He just won the Danish Nationals for the second year in a row. Yeah, he'll be back. He'll have more chances. We'll be looking at him again later in the year, I'm absolutely sure. And then the group you just talked about, Possessi, Insane. A few mistakes along the way, but also some incredible plays. He was the one who found the priest kill, which involved having to play around all kinds of secrets, all kinds of stuff, and win with exact lethal by taking all but one damage along the way. That was a truly great lethal early in the day. So showing us what he can do and looking very, very strong. But again, Possessi, just the world champion marching on. Just massacring everything in his path, just winning, and that's what he's done for years now. And I still feel he doesn't quite have the reputation he should have.
No, I agree. I mean, he's let himself down a couple times. He is no stranger to a very weird misplay, but the vast majority of the time at this point, I'm very happy to say that Possessi is the creme de la creme of APAC. He really does represent the best that the region has to offer, as we saw from his World Championship victory last year. But then Habu Gabu, who has been a real rising star as of late. Incredibly innovative deck builder, just a very, very smart Hearthstone player from his fundamentals all the way up to his tournament play as well. He just has the ability to break down and look at the game objectively in a way that few players do, calling back, the Jambray effect, where you're just able to look at a bunch of random cards and somehow throw together an actually good deck list alongside it. The difference being that Habu Gabu can actually win tournaments as well.
And Group B, the one we're going to be starting off the day with as our appetizer. And what a start it's going to be. Gabby and Joe Chan-Yu, 3 Masters Tour wins between them, Gabby having 2 of those. And he kind of needed to win to actually get into this event. He'd had a fairly mediocre start to the year by Gabby's standards. So then he just wins a Masters Tour and gets in anyway. It's fine. Just doing what Gabby does. But I think a lot of people think he has something to prove, having somehow, in a Hearthstone tournament, not winning the World Championships is somehow his legacy right now.
Yeah, exactly. It says a lot that, his lack of World Championship is his greatest, what he's most known for at this point, because he's so good that everyone just kind of assumed he was going to do it. It felt cursed when he was not able to get the win at the World Championships. But with just 2 more wins necessary, he could get himself a spot at the World Champs 2 years in a row. But he does not have an easy ride to get there by any means. Zhou Chengyu is another Masters Tour winner and just one of the highest Masters Tour win rate players overall. If you sort through Masters Tour win rates and rule out all the players who have just done very well in one single Masters Tour, he's like right in the top 5, I believe, overall.
Yeah, his win sort of caught us off guard a little bit, as the Chinese players often do, because we don't know as much about many of them, especially Zhou Chengyu, because he wasn't on a team at the time, so he really did come out of nowhere. Even for some of the Chinese viewers, I think. They knew who he was, but yeah, they weren't that familiar with him. But yeah, he just kept doing it, and here he is once again, 2 matches from entering the World Championships. We're going to say that a lot today, I'm afraid, because that's what today is all about. Actually, today's all about finding the summer champion, but we're not going to talk about that as much as World Champs, because World Champs are a big thing.
That's the exciting bit. As here for Zhou Chengyu versus Gabby, going to be a very, very exciting one, with both of our players having identical lineups in terms of the classes, the archetypes, subtle differences between them, mainly on the Naga Mage there, but with both the priests banned away, we're thankfully not going to see any Boar Priest meltdowns, as I feel like most of the mistakes from our players have been on the Boar Priest, be it through roping out, not thinking through their turns entirely. Not that I think either of these players would be too susceptible to that, but it's nice to just push that out of the way and go with the Naga Mage, which, while by no means an easy deck to play, I think at this point in our plays, it started to seep into the muscle memory of how you're supposed to pilot this effectively.
Unless you're Raven and you've got Sottle in your ear going, spell, spell, Naga, spell, Naga, Naga. He absolutely broke Raven. But yes, anybody of this standard who's playing this tournament today probably does have that muscle memory absolutely locked down. I, for one, wouldn't mind seeing a Boar Priest mirror, because the interaction of Northshire Clerics fascinates me. You basically just don't play them or you lose.
Right.
Unless you can kill them off straight away. But yeah, Boar Priest, my thing. Like you say, we just have some good old-fashioned minions clunking into each other along the way. And Gabby on his Control Warrior with the Galvagar in there. We're seeing that quite a lot. But it's not Charge Warrior. It is literally just a good card, turns out, when it's cheap, having a 9/9 charge minion. Who knew?
Yeah, I think it makes a good amount of sense. There's quite a few games where you just, I don't know, get an early Rakara, swing face for 10, get a couple hero powers in, and then a 9 damage charge minion is often not a million miles away from lethal, especially if you can stick a Raid Boss Elixir or get some Outriders Axe swings face as well. And I think overall, the extra removal will definitely help to bolster his mid-game game plan against the Naga Mage, because it's very important to find the shield chatter, obviously, around turn 5 in order to deal with a big Spitelash Siren board. But even just having double Onyxian Drake can make a huge difference in these mid-game turns, because it means when they don't hit the pop-off turns with the Siren and are just playing 1 or 2 mid-sized Nagas every turn, slamming that Drake down, clearing it off, getting a taunt in the way, just goes such a long way to stop that gradual chip damage coming through.
It's funny that since the addition of From the Depths, Warrior decks read like Druid decks. You just take all the expensive stuff you want to play, just jam it in your deck and play it for half price. It's what Druid does, so that's how the game has developed. And yeah, it's going to be a tough one here for Zhou Chengyu in the opener, though, with that matchup. If the Warrior gets enough removal to clear up a couple of boards, or if it just manages to win the race like you just described, then it can all be over very quickly. And when the whole thing is mirrored, every match is so important. Every game is so important, even.
That's true. But the one thing working in favor of Zhou Chengyu here is, I believe, the fact that he's going with the Ping Mage, as all of our Chinese representatives bringing Naga Mage are. And I got a message from Benage, who I think also then tagged us all in a tweet as well because I didn't give him the reaction he wanted. Let us know that it was MSBC apparently who inspired the rest of the Chinese region to play Ping Mage because of his victory in a Masters tour. He is apparently a very, very well-beloved community member, very charismatic, which, you know, unfortunately we don't get to see too much of with the language barrier. But it's very cool to see the specific inspirations that occur to make these decks popular. You know, you need certain people to actually push it out and inspire other players to go in a certain direction, which will be working out great for Zhou Chenyu here, because I think the Ping version specifically is going to have a much better shot against this Control Warrior than the Ignite version would, because if you can get a couple wildfires and an early Dawn Grasp, then, you know, you're very possibly looking at a 6-8 damage hero power that the warrior just can't stand up against.
Yeah, the MSBC thing, of course, coming from a meme as well, where he forgot to put Baku in his deck with Mage, so he didn't have the 2 damage available to him then, so he's just pinged people for 2 ever since. That's every opportunity, and of course, taking down a Masters Tour with that play. But yeah, he sort of fixed his moment in time. But we are into the match, and no Siren.
And already, Zhou Chenyu setting out his expected game plan here with just tempoing out, the Crush Claw Enforcer without the spell activation, meaning he's quite happy with just a tempo-based board game plan at the start. A 3-4 is a very nice stat line when you are expecting a Outrider's Axe to come down in the near future too.
Yeah, Gabby doesn't really have the removal available, has drawn the minion hand, so this early damage could be pretty relevant. Well, it's always relevant, but it could be very relevant because it might stick around for a little while.
Buckler as well, interesting. Rakara was obviously very tempting to go for there. But I guess actually given that he knew he had the Gorlock Ravager, he knew he would get Finley, so he knew on turn 5 he would be able to go Buckler, Finley, 4-mana Rakara as well.
Yep.
I would not have seen that.
Strangely enough, Gabby seeing the plays, who would have known?
Power is beyond your comprehension.
He'll be quite happy to get rid of this hand, actually. He's going to lose the Nelly, but he doesn't mind switching most of this away.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of hand that if you were to put it on the bottom of your deck and draw the other from the depths, you would be ecstatic, because they are premium minions to discount in the form of Mutinous Nelly and the Nixia as well.
Should pick up the Shield Shatter next turn as well, you would imagine. Obviously, it's not certain, but...
I mean, it's not even really... It's though, right? He can just go trade the Gorlock Ravager and then 5 damage weapon from the Rakara to take out the Crush Claw. You just leave a 2-3 in play, and you can even hold back on the Shield Shatter. The Flurry does complicate things a little bit more. This is a fair bit of chip damage he is tanking now. All thanks, of course, again, to Zhou Chenyu's tempo-based board game plan.
Curious look on Gabby's face there, picking up this school teacher. Not obvious immediately to me why that changes much, but...
Oh, just rather another card than the Buckler.
Interesting.
There we go. There's the Shield Shatter. The clear now very much available. There's the From the Depths as well with Forged in Flame. Oh my goodness. This is so much tempo available to Gabby.
No. Absolutely. I think he's just doing the thing where he's just taking his time to settle into the match, honestly. I think he knows what he's going to be doing here.
Yep, I do think it ends up being Rakara here, but I like that he's taking it nice and slow. You have the option for Buckler plus a Nixian Drake. You could have just gone From the Depths, I suppose, if you wanted to preemptively load the mana. But I do agree that getting Rakara down for the armor, the weapon, is far too important, especially with the Forged in Flames in hand.
And not a lot going on here for Zhou Chenyu. Obviously, it's not terrible, but kind of slowing down. And the Ping Mage does occasionally do this on turns sort of 5, 6, 7. Not as consistent as the regular Naga Mage in this situation.
Yeah. The cards like Magister Dawngrasp are definitely not helping you in that regard. And, you know, usually, maybe not even usually, but sometimes against Warrior, you would have time to get down the Dawngrasp and start getting those honorable kills on their hero power, juicing up the amount of damage you're dealing every turn. I just think, however, with the way that Gabby has piloted it, the very, very clever recognition that Gorlock Ravager gets you Finley, gets you the bottom of your deck, finding the other from the depths as well, very fortunately. He's just got too much tempo. There's a very good chance that Onyxia will come down in 2 turns' time. I don't think he can quite get it down next turn. Oh, well, definitely can't get it down next turn. But on turn 7, it could just be an Onyxia, which Zhou Chen Yu simply cannot really answer.
Yeah, he would need like the Reckless Apprentice and then do something the turn after, most likely, just to have any sort of go at it. Well, Gabby has a million options thanks to that from the depths. Yeah.
So fast we couldn't even see it. I'm going to say that's probably an Onyxia, right? Into 7 mana on the following turn. It's just way too clean to not take it.
You wish to match wits with me.
And there we go.
Yeah.
Magister Dawngrasp. Absolutely no thinking about this one at all. It's just the only play, really. You need to start beefing up that hero power if you want to take this game. Oh, getting another wildfire, though, off the Runed Orb. That's going to help.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of ping damage, but one thing this Warrior deck isn't short of is some armor.
Okay, it was School Teacher. Still good. Still very, very good with the Bran, of course.
So how he can survive is easy for now. What he has to do is find a quick way to actually tempo out the win.
Yeah, so I was kind of looking at expensive School Teacher on this turn. Then you can get yourself the Nageling in hand to go Bran, 1 mana School Teacher, and then 3 Nagelings potentially afterwards as well, all with double Battle Cry. But Gabby just wants to go with the 4/5 here on this turn, getting down a reasonable amount of tempo and then potentially greeding out both School Teachers alongside the Bran Bronzebeard as well.
I mean, he can just do the Bran, the School Teacher, Nageling in 1 turn and gain like a bajillion armor, most likely.
I think Zhou Chen Yu gets another wildfire here, right, off of the Sivara, which means he can very easily get this hero power up to 5. I think he could get it up to like 7 or something on this turn if he wanted to, even without the honorable kill. But there, now it means it's juiced up to 8 damage every ping, potentially 9 next turn as well, with the wildfire included. Whatever Gabby's going to do, he needs to start doing it fast because this ping mage is ramping up a lot quicker than I thought it would.
Yeah, it is going to be pinging. Absolutely.
Who here can spell?
Gabby's still taking his time.
Anybody?
Or Fires of Zinajari with both of your From the Depths gone, I think is a little bit of a meme. And I don't think he's in that desperate of a situation where he just needs to replace his entire deck with nonsense.
No, not quite. He's got all this Bran Teacher stuff going on for now. And next turn he can gain a lot of armor if he picked armor there.
I mean, so the one kind of problem here for Zhou Chen Yu is his hero power is just too big to actually get the honorable kill anymore. But that's fine. I think 8 or even 9 with the wildfire is the kind of point where it doesn't really need to grow anymore. It's almost a pyroblast every single turn.
Yeah, it's just a 9/9 that you can't kill. Great. Good luck with that. Absolute selection of horrors here.
I think it's just barrier. Like you could take deep breath. It does 4 right now. which kills off most of the board at least. But I do just think getting the extra armor is the delay mechanism you need for a little bit cheaper.
It's like a killing time kind of turn. Because when you're pinging for 9 every turn, killing time's fine. Oh, 8, sorry, my bad. Take it all back, it's garbage now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's holding on to the other Wildfire for the potential draw of Spite Lash Siren, so he still has enough cheap spells. But to be honest, I kind of wanted to just see the extra damage come down. Like, he has Cone, he has Flurry. I think he'll be fine on the spells for Spite Lash Siren.
Wildfire Honorable Kill Galvangar next turn, that'd be great.
Oh, that's true. Oh, man. All right, so Gabby does have access to, again, the Brand plus School Teacher play. But I wonder if he's waiting to see a board state on the other side so that he can actually know exactly how he has to respond to that with what Nagalings he is picking. But if not, then it just Galvangar on this turn.
He's a lot less scared than I am, which is why he's good and I'm not, of course. But yeah, this health total does feel like it needs some looking after, but he's working out how to just win the Hearthstone game.
Yeah, I think he's appropriately scared because you need to play around just Reckless Apprentice, right? You can't be dead to just ping plus Apprentice on 16. So I do like that he's playing the Frozen Buckler here.
Excited to see what comes from the eventual brand that he's held onto for so long. Obviously, the School Teacher and the Nagalings, but I want to see how much more he gets out of it by holding on.
Really digging for something here off the Nagas. Gets a School Teacher. It's one of the better ones, but it feels disingenuous to even call this a Naga Mage because it's just Ping Mage at this point. Like, the fact that he's killing off Galvangar buffed up with Honorable Kill, juicing him up to 11 damage is just stupid.
It's terrifying as well. Like, the chance you can just do 22 at any point you want. Imagine if the Ping Mage had more ping synergy rather than just the bits and pieces it throws in. Oh my goodness, it would be so dumb. It's like it's one card away from being totally busted.
When you see it like this, it does look pretty busted, I've got to be honest, when it has time to get going. But here we go, Gabby finally doing his own broken thing here with double School Teacher plus double Nagaling, double activated. From the Depths is pretty spicy from a Nagaling, given how much value we know is hidden at the bottom of the deck now.
Oh.
That's insane, actually, with the Forged in Flame ready to go. Like, next turn... Oh no, wait, he took fires. Oh, he's double discounting his deck of 5-cost minions. No way.
How did he know what any of those cards did that quickly?
0 mana Deathwing.
What's happening, Derek? It's first game of a long day and we're already in crazy mode.
Oh my god, now it's just going to be 22 damage face with the ping and the Reckless Apprentice Zola being used just to double down on that again next turn. This is a ridiculous first game of the day.
Yep. All crazy has broken loose here. And Gabby's about to just draw a bunch of random cards.
Oh my god, what's in the box, Gabby? Take me home.
I know all these cards do. He's got rockets. He's got Deathwing. Oh my... How much...
Okay, so he's got the Trenchy Boy, whatever that one's called, in order to kill off the board.
There's a Sneedy Boy as well. Gabby's happy. Of course.
Did he think it was going to attack face 3 times?
Yeah. He did. I did too.
No, it says 3 different enemies. Oh, Gabby. Oh, he just concedes because it's...
Shame concede because he can't read. He knows the lethal was in the hand from anyway because of the Zola last turn. So
Yeah.
Gabby, game one, trying to find a fruity win. And that's what happens when you play with cards you've never seen before, right? You read them, you misread them. He thought he had got it, he hadn't. But Gabby being Gabby, the shame concede, good for him. 1-0 down, and a big win there, though, for the Mage against the Warrior, getting that out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was less I mean, from his reaction, I do think it worked in a different way. But basically, it was he probably knew it doesn't work in that way, and he just had to pray that somehow it did, because he was losing that game anyway. He didn't have enough armor anymore, and so that is going to be the Ping Mage taking the first win, an important one, of course. But this is the benefit. This is what you get for bringing Ping Mage instead of the Ignite version. Is you get a really nice matchup, or a better matchup at least, against the Control Warrior. And so Zhe Qianyu moves up 1-0. Now we're going to be going against the Warrior again, I believe, with either the Rogue or his own Control Warrior. He also does not have Charge Warrior, so we could be seeing a Control Warrior mirror healer in there.
Yeah, but they're not as bad as the old. It's the Paladin mirrors you have to watch out for these days as a caster. They're the ones that just take forever. The Control Warrior mirror can take a long time, but we saw it plays almost like Druid in the sort of mid-range matchups, which its opponent is. So it wouldn't be too terrible for the casters. Yeah, we can do this one, don't we? Got it.
We got it indeed. And it is going to be that Control Warrior mirror that both players have lined up. Looking at the differences in terms of the deck list, again, there's a Smothering Starfish available for Zhe Qianyu instead of the Captain Galvangar that Gabby has access to, which, you know, for the most part, I think does work in favor of Gabby because Galvangar is just a bigger minion. But it does mean at all points along the way that Nelly is a harder minion to play down for Gabby, because you really don't want to just throw that down, have the pirate ship silenced away. And so there's certainly counterplay available for Zhe Qianyu.
Yep, not a huge difference, like you say, on either side. So it's going to probably come down to who can just reduce their cards and abuse from the depths as much as possible. Obviously, there's plenty of other play, but I like to simplify things down to the basics, Darren, so my poor little brain can process it.
I mean, it's a huge part of it, right? If you look at the amount of removal in the deck, you know, we say the Control Warrior variant has more removal, right, is the benefit over the Charge Warrior. It's kind of true because you have the double Onyxian Drake, but not really. Like, you're losing a Shield Slam, you still only have one Brawl. The cards you're really making room for are like double Amalgam of the Deep, Gorlock Ravager, Mutinous. You have a little bit more threatage at the top end, but your actual removal in this Warrior is really not that high for what is called Control Warrior, which is why I think Sottle takes such umbrage with the moniker. And so I think, as you say, an early From the Depths into Raid Boss Onyxia, Kazakasan even if it's not activated, Mutinous, all of these high-value minions can, if not run away with the game, get you a really nice advantage at the start in terms of the health differential.
Yeah, and that's all that matters in a way. You put the pressure on, you force your opponent to do things they don't want to do, which means you're busy doing what you do want to do, which sort of snowballs into a much better spot for whoever gets that early damage in. If it's a relevant amount, obviously a couple of 8s to the face or something. No one cares about being tickled for 2. And we're going to get into the game. Zhe Qianyu looking in a great spot, honestly, right now, because it's not just somebody Gabby's going to steamroll over by outplaying them. He's a very solid player, as we know, so Gabby's going to have to really get back on it.
I love it. So having to see Gabby dressed as the Fonz in his picture there before every game, when we just found out he can't read, is a great way to intro us into game 2.
Amazing. We're so mean to Gabby, and that's because he's mean to everybody else, and he can take it back. Good for him.
I mean, honestly, it's because I'm jealous of a 14-year-old and I hate my life because of it.
Yep, that's basically it. Rank 1 legend for the first time at the age of 10. Because why not? Oh.
Ooh, okay. Again, Gabby is playing... well, isn't playing the Smothering Starfish, right? So Nelly becomes a much, much more playable card for Zhe Qianyu, and he does just pick it, I imagine, to be slammed down on turn 4.
There's plenty of other things to slam later, like he's got Gorlock on 5 already. Just jam things down. Blam, jammed it.
Indeed, and what's in the box here? Dredge is pretty valuable, actually, when you've just played a From the Depths. It looked like...
I like this middle one.
Yes, Mr. Smite, we're obviously insta-picking, and then I guess probably Stormwind Freebooter as well, is usually the way you go. But it looked like it went with the multicaster at the end, but honestly, just the Dredge effect was pretty spicy. I guess actually we went with the Obsidian Smith at the end there for an alternate Dredge effect, which makes sense. It's just an even better Dredge card.
Dredging his way to victory.
Yeah,
dredging the reserves of his skill to the top to win Hearthstone games. And other things, I don't know. I can't keep that going all day, I'm not with TJ.
What does that do? Draw 1 from the Frost spell? A Frozen Buckler? I assume that's a Frost spell, right? I've never actually had this come up before.
It sounds, yeah, it is actually, because
yeah, it is.
Somebody somewhere was trying to cast, working out all the different spell types.
Yeah,
Warrior, and the Buckler was the second one because they couldn't work out what to. Yes, long way of saying yes. You're right.
Okay, great. As Zhou Chenyu makes a very early push for the game with just Mr. Smite, a whole bunch of big minions, and a lot of damage coming through against Gabby, which means he is forcing Gabby to have some kind of armor generation plus the shield shatter. Because even Brawl here, while it's okay, it's not fantastic.
Yeah. This needs to be good.
I think, though, that's snowed in, yeah, on the Nargling, which is why he went for it this way around. He gets to destroy one minion, freeze the others, and potentially bait Zhou Chenyu into playing even more cards from his hand before he does end up going with the Heavy Plate plus the Shield Shatter on the following turn to sweep all of this up. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
But 4-mana Mutinous next turn. Oh, he's got everything.
It's huge, yeah. It's very, very good.
The stuff. Gabby can at least clear this lot up next turn, but he's going to be faced with a similar board the turn after, give or take.
Yeah, especially as there are some real heartbreakers that he could lose from his hand from that Mutinous. Obviously, Raid Boss Onyxia is the #1. But honestly, like Amalgam to get you a much, much easier activation of your Kazakhstan, the Gorlock Ravager, in order to thin your deck much quicker as well. These are all pretty hard to lose.
Yeah. And he can't deal with another big minion either right now, so it's just going to be a big thing depending what it eats. Well, it's going to be a pretty big thing no matter what it eats. And likely a very big thing.
Okay.
Very big thing.
One of the better outcomes, or probably the best outcome for Gabby, all things considered, given he still has the other Amalgam. He's fine with that outcome. The game is not over. That is until Amalgam gave Mutinous #2. That could be much, much worse for Gabby.
Oh my. So, no way for Gabby to do some sort of brand Mutinous of his own here. Loads of ways to nearly do it.
Yeah. I was looking at Bran plus School Teacher, but I think actually just like a Nixian Drake plus Amalgam makes sense, because generally I think you would rather discover a dragon more so than a Naga in this matchup, just to activate your Kazakhstan more consistently. But he does just go with the Bran, hoping to hit something good off the Nagalings, and he does, as I believe that was a shield slam. And double solar as well is just disgusting amounts of value.
Can he get a triple Bran so everything goes 3 times? Is that how this game works?
He already has Golden Bran. You need to get Diamond Bran.
Diamond Bran, oh my. Sounds like a particularly ridiculous breakfast cereal.
Yeah, the world's lamest rapper.
Really bad pub name. Okay, the game has stabilized. Gabby obviously has taken quite the beating. He obviously has got a lot more stuff to get through, but it has stabilized, bringing into possibilities of Kazakhstan games.
Mm-hmm.
What are we double Zolaing? I mean, it doesn't really matter because it's all great, but teachers and brands and goodness knows what.
Yeah, I mean, you say it doesn't matter, but the cards in play right now are much better to copy than the cards in hand. Like Onyxia, yes, that's fantastic, of course, but it's unlikely that you're going to be able to get Zola on the Onyxia, given that it would have to survive a turn. And like Gorlock Ravager, not really. Yeah, it just doesn't draw anything else, does it, with both the amalgams having been drawn. So, I don't know, maybe wait till turn 10 and go Mutinous Zola, Mutinous Zola, Mutinous. That's a huge amount of disruption.
It really is. It's a lot of dinner as well. Shan Yu has been holding his own Mutinous, I think, maybe in the hopes of getting it with the brand, but now he knows he's got to do something, although it might get eaten itself. This is actually really complicated now.
It is. He really wants to start dumping some cards in order to activate this Forged in Flame. First of all, just letting rip with the Mutinous gets a pretty gorgeous target in the other Mutinous, as disgusting as that is when you think about it. For Zhou Chenyu, it's actually just very, very strong here.
Yeah, it's wrecked a lot of plans here for Gabby. Still the back and forth continues, though, in terms of just hitting each other's stuff, and both players having Kazakhstan left over, so...
Yeah,
starting to notice that. I still don't think it will come to that, but it's getting that way now.
both players in a slightly strange position of wanting to play Finley to get to their cheapened cards after From the Depths, but also really wanting to play Raid Boss and Nixia first. So it's led to a slightly slow couple of turns before they do dredge up the bottom of their deck and start playing a little bit more so for tempo. But now that we are here at turn 10, I do think the players can start speeding up a little bit for both players.
Yeah, and the game hasn't been going that long, and they're both down to 11 cards already, such is the card draw available to them both as well.
Draw a card up to 10, and then you could just play the Cobalt, so it's still fine. Wow, or Finley.
He knows what he's going to draw, bar one card. He's drawing the other half of his deck.
Yeah, he does, but I did kind of think that would be setting up for the Onyxia before you go for that. But either way, like you say, he gets himself a reasonable selection of cards, and with the other From the Depths, maybe he can dredge that Onyxia or even the Kazakhstan potentially straight back up into his hand.
And just Finley it all again and just reduce everything. Yep, this weird, I can remove everything you've got, you can remove everything I've got game has now continued with the Mutinuses. Whilst they were great hits, they didn't actually destroy the game for Gabby. They're definitely given Zhou Chenyu an advantage, but...
Yeah, just onto slamming the school teacher as well, which I'm very much on board with. Not the best selection there, but both of these look a lot better.
How many From the Depths can he cast with this brand?
Yeah, I do think it's From the Depths. I mean, this could just be like an almost zero mana Alex Straza at this point, especially, or Onyxia again, sorry, as he's getting a 1-mana school teacher with the to the front as well. This is just getting ridiculous. Another From the Depths. Oh my lord.
To the front, followed by to the back.
The front now, yeah.
Oh my, what is even happening? I think it's going to cost anything, Darek. It's disgusting. Stop it, make it stop. Unlucky. Everything costs 0. You can't reduce it any further. No, it still costs 0. Still the same 3 cards.
I love how low-key the most broken mana cheat of all time is just in Warrior. Like, it's not Druid or Rogue or Mage or something.
Yeah.
It's just from the depths with Bran and Nargalings. Like, this is filthy.
Yeah. I mean, Guff would like to have a little chat with you, but I think Guff loses that chat. Yeah. Well. That's a lot of armor. That's a lot of things. That's a lot of mana reduction.
Who would have thought that your doom would come from a ginger dwarf and a bunch of lizards on a school trip? That's what's going to get you.
That was quite a lot like my old class, actually. Okay, he actually gets to do something, but he knows that whatever he does just gets annihilated. I think Gabby's play here is to try and get Kazakhstan active as soon as possible and just hope to cheese out the game.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know exactly how many more he has left, but I think it might just be the one. Because he's played a couple of Onyxian Drakes, right, and Amalgams. So I think Kazakhstan, if not active right now, will be easy to play next turn. As he is playing the Nelly, destroying the ship right away, again, as we talked about, in order to play around the Starfish. He gets himself a pretty horrible selection of cards here, honestly, given there was still Kazakhstan, Onyxia, a lot of the heavy hitters left in there. These are not what you wanted to see.
I guess Forged in Flame and just Kazakhstan.
But you don't want to give your opponent Forged in Flame, right?
No. But Desperation, I think.
All right, Kazakhstan available for 0 mana for Zhou Chenyu, but still not quite active. Given that, again, its effect, for those of you who have been away, it was changed. It's not that all the minions in your deck need to be dragons. You need to have played 4 dragons over the course of the game in order to activate that battle cry. And there it is. The Onyxian Drake was the 4th dragon that he needed. And so even though it's ready to go right now, it is overwriting a lot of pretty good cards. You're not going to get to play Onyxia, but Zhou Chenyu says, you know what, that's good enough. I think the treasures should be able to win me this game. And when he gets Embers, as one of the choices, it looks like that might just be the case.
I mean, he can draw 5 of these this turn as well, or as soon as he wants to.
True. Yeah, discount them all, draw them all. I do think it's pure cold and not wand. I want to just go for kill him. Book of the Dead. Oh, yeah. Absolute Damahe. Let's close this one out. He needs to move quickly, though. Oh, I took Assistant Book. Okay, so he's going with more of a board-focused approach. Fair enough. Gabby does not have much in the way of removal.
Needs to go.
He does need to get a move on.
That's so much stuff, damn it. It's so much
stuff. So it's 24 plus 14, so 38 if there were no minions on board available next turn. I think that was Book of the Dead that was picked for Gabby on the first one. Again, he's so blooming quick, it's impossible to tell half the time. Blade of Keldalar, it's a risky pick, but if you can get the hilt as well, is actually a pretty reasonable amount of damage. He does end up going for it. These are rubbish. These are not too great either. And with Embers to close it out, it's a decent, I think, but not quite as strong Kazakhstan for Gabby when compared to Zhou Chenyu.
And of course, the big part of that as well is he is going second.
Yes.
Like, Zhou Chenyu's got it all set up, ready to just start obliterating stuff. He also has twice the health of Gabby near us, damn it. So, gonna be tough.
And so this, as it currently stands, is just lethal, right? Because there's 30 health, double Book plus Embers. I think we'll just close it out in favor of Zhou Chenyu, and there's nothing Gabby can do.
Yeah, he's tried everything to get this set up. That's why he took the risk last turn. He knew full well what might happen, like you described. Well, you're giving your opponent a really strong card, but you got to do something.
Yeah, Gabby can hardly believe it, but there it is. You just got Kazakhstan, man. It's, you know, it kind of came with the hands of him giving his opponent the Forged in Flame off of the Scoundrel. I fully sympathize with him because all of the options were bad. Or the shield block, gave him some amount of card draw as well, and he really needed to propagate his own game plan. You can't just mess about not really doing anything. He needed to take the Forged in Flame for himself. However, it also gave Zhou Chenyu the ability to kill him just 2 turns later. In what was a very well-played game by Zhou Chenyu, I think he took these high-tempo options right from the start, and of course, that Brand plus School Teacher turn was incredibly lucky. That was just pure filth in terms of the options he got, like the to the front, the double from the depths as well, allowed him a ridiculous amount of mana cheat. But even having said that, I think he played very well to get to that point.
Yeah, and he didn't particularly high roll the Mutinous either. I know he hit some decent things, but the hand's always full of decent things, but he didn't actually ruin the game with it. Obviously, the advantage it gained, the incremental advantage from that early start from the Mutinuses, obviously was huge, but it's not like he just destroyed Kazakhstan at the end of the game, so he kept the tempo of the game going nicely once he got that start. And he's 2-0 up, but Darek, the undeck of the tournament, the Rogue, is still remaining.
Yeah, that could be a bit of a tough one. Taking a look at the lists from Gabby, Warrior, which he is queuing up for the 3rd time in a row, seems to be the flavor of the tournament, where players don't want to give themselves a break from their losing deck. They just want to bash it out until they can get a win with it. I do think he's in a really good spot against the Rogue, especially with the Onyxian Drakes slotted in there to give yourself a little bit extra removal in these early turns. The Rogue, in my opinion, really does struggle to stick a relevant enough set of minions. And then the burst damage, you know, we've seen these Brand plus School Teacher turns. It's very easy to gain 16, sometimes even 32 armor in a single turn. Rogue is just not equipped to deal with that. And given that there's none of this thief nonsense that's happening with the jackpot lists, the test lists, that I think have a little bit more staying power in while slotting out the burn damage. The more traditional version that we see here of Tempo Rogue with the burn package at the end, I think should struggle against the armor gain that Gabby has at his disposal.
Of course, the Rogue does always have a certain win percentage against kind of everything, just because it is capable of getting absurd, undealable with starts. So having the 2-0 lead, even in unfavored matchups, is big, because you might just get one of those starts in one of the other 2 games before you play the mirror. But yes, I agree with you. I would definitely rather have the Warrior in this game of Hearthstone. But a couple of nulls on turn 2 or something, or turn 3, yeah, can change it around pretty quick.
Oh yeah, you can get there. I mean, again, the removal for Warrior is strong, but it's specific. They have a lot of ways to dredge it up or to trade through their deck, draw a lot of cards. But if they don't hit it, it might not get there, as we have unfortunately had to skip the first 3 turns of the game. But the result is speaking for itself here with, as you predicted, double null on turn 3. Gabby's going to have to get moving.
Into what looks like a Rat King just somehow chilling in the hand, yeah.
He is not chilling. Rat King has absolutely 0 chill.
Okay, just the Rat King of... What's the opposite of chill? Come on, you're the...
Whatever Rat King is, that is the opposite of it.
Okay, yep.
Grinning at you like the blooming Green Goblin with a literal piece of cheese on a stick.
Is that like a trap to get Raven in there? Like, hey, Raven, cheese.
Is Raven like cheese?
He talks about it enough.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He's asking for a random word, he'll say cheese 99% of the time. I don't know what the 1% is before you ask. That's for Raven to know and us to find out.
Wow, something to look forward to throughout the subsequent cast of the day. Gabby prioritizing, I think, here in response the desperate option, as he was offered a Rakara off of the Dredge, but I believe he took Shield Block instead, as we see there, just trying to cycle through his deck as quick as possible, desperately scrapping for that Shield Shatter, which he needs at all costs to answer these nulls. Finley, of course, can go through a lot of the cards at the bottom of his deck. That's good. That's very good. Double Onyxian Drake is even better than the Shield Shatter. This is what you need to stop a Rogue in its tracks.
Yeah, this is why these are only 0 mana 4/5s, because they die horribly to these 1 mana 4/5s on the other side. What is this game, Derek?
It's a game that's not looking great for Zhou Qianyu. Rat King plus Wicked Stab can be used to take out both the Onyxian Drakes, I suppose, but it is very, very difficult to reactivate the Rat King, it's got to be said. It's one of the reasons why I was looking at him picking Rodent Nest, I think that 4-drop is called, in Hunter, because it was, I think, literally printed to synergize with the Rat King. In order to reactivate it with all the rats that come out of it as the death rattle. But picking the Light Shower Elemental instead does give him just a higher mana target. It's just bigger, which is not bad against Warrior in general. You do want to be greedy. But the upshot is that this Rat King is, I think, just going to be effectively dead once it dies.
Yep. Gabby's considering pushing the 1. This hasn't historically worked well in Hearthstone tournaments.
There's no shot you push the 1 in. Not even Gabby can do that. Like, you have to trade.
Look at the look of indignation on his face. Like, I can't believe I had to trade.
He didn't win
made me
Masters
not
Tours
push
by
the 1.
trading.
Okay, Gabby, nobody saw. We'll pretend you went face for you.
Okay, thankfully Zhou Qianyu is not in autopilot. Didn't see a wildfire, pick a wildfire, as you're supposed to do on the ping mage. I promise you it will not work out so well with the rogue hero power.
The eye roll there from Gabby now. It's like, how dare you have healing in your rogue deck?
Yeah, it's true, actually. He was just going to kill him if that wasn't there. I mean, he still kind of is just killing him. There's no answer to this Galvangar right now.
Should be fine.
Yeah,
He's safe from Scab's combos and so on, like Scab setups, so he should be okay for now.
Oh. It's a little scary for Zhou Qianyu. He only has 1 draw to be able to hit an answer to the Galvangar. No Knolls left in the deck, 1 Tooth already having been used. That is not an answer, which means he has to tank another 9 on the following turn.
Yep. Mutinous isn't going to have a good time, really. It's all right, though. Sets up lethal.
Yeah, it's just more stats. That's what you need right now.
You want to bounce it? I'll do it again. Taking that down before returning it to the hand seems sensible.
Yeah, exactly. That's just too powerful of a play available to Gabby, so I do really like that he's going about it this way before he goes with the Scabs. But funnily enough for Gabby, whether or not he knew that this was going to come up, which I want to say he probably did, the pick of Primordial Drake, a very rarely picked option off of the Amalgam, is fantastic here. The 2 damage AoE is perfectly slotted to answer these assassins.
Yep. Just knowing the matchup, knowing the thing that could possibly beat him, because he was so far in front that only a Scabs was going to slow him down at that time.
Oh, gorgeous play. Like, the other option was Malagos, I think. Like, it was a good alternative. It wasn't like he was offered some trash like Fairy Dragon and Azure Drake or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, they were real cards he was being offered, and he still picked what is, in most situations, a pretty weak Hearthstone card in this point in the game's life cycle. And it worked out great for him. Love to see it.
Somebody who hasn't watched for 3 or 4 years going, what? Why is this a weak Hearthstone card? It's Primordial Drake. It's one of the best cards in the game, Derek. Welcome back, Time Traveler.
It was never good, man. I can't believe that card over soft-play. But with the Kazakhstan now active, with all 4 dragons having been played, we get to start really ramping up the power level. I think Staff of Scales looks premium. Book of the Dead, I'll take that every day of the week. Vampiric Fangs, probably fine as well.
I think there was a crusty at the start, but I don't want to swear to that, just to get rid of any potential scary things.
That sounds good to me too.
Okay.
I think that was Puzzle Box.
I think it was.
Spicy.
And...
Not bad.
Well, yeah, okay.
Gets to dredge
The rest of it is bad.
Yeah. I mean, it depends what he gets as the next card down. Because if he gets another bad draw, then yeah, things are looking truly awful. But if he can get himself Krakatoa or Mr. Smite with the charge he could give these pirates as well. But he didn't pick the Vessel. He went with Shroud instead.
Yeah.
Really? Are you allowed to not pick Vessel? That's an illegal play, right?
I think he just realizes it doesn't get there and needed something even more absurd, honestly.
Yeah, but like, surely the better bet is to just pray that the next card down after you draw the Vessel and then draw another card is winning you the game.
Sure, I can go with that.
Yes, he has one extra shot at Krakatoa here, but again, I think he needs to hit the good cards in a very specific order for him to have any chance at all.
There's the cards.
Okay, Ratkin coming back is a pretty big deal as well.
Knight and Edwin. Gabby has decisions to make here. He's looking at a lot of damage.
He is. This is getting a little scary now.
Oh, just kill your opponent. It's fine. Book of the Dead off the top. Blam, blam, blabbity.
Oh, it's exact as well. That's so clean. He was doing his signature little boop, 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 boop to count up the damage. Figured out Book of the Dead would do it, and he finds the lethal. A decent setup by Zhou Chenyu to try and get a surprise lethal with Edwin and Mr. Smite. Shadow stepping it back, I think in that instance, was perfectly acceptable, but not good enough. Gabby taking the win with the Warrior as a story we have already seen. This tournament, a player goes up 2-0, they're left with only the Rogue behind, and even after just losing one game on it, things start to get a little tense. You know, you're not 2-0 anymore, where you're very, very favored to win. You're 2-1, you're still in a good spot, but things can start to go wrong if you lose this next game.
And that was a double null start. Like, the start I was saying
yeah.
that maybe gets you there, just didn't really look like it, did it? After the first couple of turns, at least. Just for a while, it looked like there might be some damage. Gabby reversed it, and the control just doesn't let up when it gets there. They're probably going to queue the mage next, I would guess, but you know, it doesn't matter which order he queues them in. But given that he queued the warrior first, I'm going to guess that he queues the mage second, just because that's kind of the most likely to win, as the rogue mirror is 50-50. Yeah, here we go. And this is good because mage makes stuff, rogue doesn't kill stuff. There you go. There's the Neil basic brain beta.
Yeah, I think this is card for card the list that I have been playing on ladder. I think I very possibly actually took it from Gabby when I decided to choose a list, and I think it makes a really good amount of sense. There were a lot of players when it first was being constructed as a deck that ran double ignite, but the more I've played it, the more I've realized I think one is actually in this instance the optimal number, because with the high amount of Discover and Commander Sivara, you have a lot of ways to get 2 ignites in the games where you need 2 or more ignites. Right. So in the late game, you can just go ignite, ignite, multicaster, ignite again, and just keep turboing through them. That's not all too often the case against Rogue, in which case the 1 ignite is still good, because then you have only 1 copy of a relatively weak tempo card. Whereas it's much more useful against the likes of Control Warrior, Druid, arguably, and Paladin as well.
And how much are you relying on the Siren combo in this? Obviously, you want to do that, or are you just going to just tempo out your cards? Like, just play stuff on curve to counter the early rogue and then get what you can from the Siren, or are you holding for a pop-off turn?
I mean, Siren is you know, in terms of the matchups where it's you can tempo versus how much you have to rely on Siren, I think this leans heavily towards Siren, because, you know, you can go Slither Spear into Amalgam, into Treasure Guard, whatever, but if you just play Slither Spear on 1, there's a decent chance you're just activating their Tooth of Nefarian, right? Especially if they're running Extortion as well, which Zhou Chenyu is running 2 copies of. All these early plays are very answerable for the Rogue. 3 health is exactly what they want to see on all of these minions. And so even though, you know, if you have a Slither Spear, you keep it and you play it because they might not have the answer to it. It's not winning you the game, right? It's not one of these matchups where they can't answer the Slither Spear and it's going to get in for like 15 damage before they finally have an answer to it. So, you know, you will play out some of your cards at the start, but you are very aggressively mulliganing for that Spitelash Siren or any way to find Spitelash Siren in your starting hand.
Yeah, the Rogue not able to deal with the board that it makes, which is kind of rare. Most things are just able to wipe this out, which is why Mage, it's not a contentious pick at all. It's definitely one of the better decks right now for this format, but it is why Mage isn't just dominating everything. Of course, most decks can just deal with a lineup of Sirens or kill you before you do it, or.
You ever notice that Spitelash Siren has a Fire, Frost, and Arcane in 3 of her hands?
It's quite cool, actually. I hadn't, but now I see it. Now you pointed it out. A lot of the artwork has stuff like that going on.
Yeah,
I'm appreciating Sottle's artwork discovery. Like, he's now got monitors or something that he can look at the cards with. Like, oh, cards have art. They mean things.
I mean, the art recently has just been nutty. Like, the Colossals are on another level, man.
Yes. Yeah, they absolutely are. And then there's Finley, of course.
We do love Sir Spinley.
Gabby, can he do it? 2 times Masters Tour winner, not the world champion. Like, we have to specify that because people just assume he is. And he has the Siren.
He's got himself a very juicy hand indeed. Slither Spear off the top. You know, if he had it on turn 1, I think he very possibly would have played it. But now it's a Spitelash activator. It allows you to go in on turn 4 if you really need to. Or, of course, more likely turn 5 if you feel like you can wait. As here, Gabby clapping himself as I think he realizes he has drawn the absolute cocoa nuts.
I actually think I could win with this hand.
You can't always
Like, it's just a good hand. It's just nice, easy to play hand.
Well, I was about to say, if you can read, you can win. You can't really lose
no.
this game. But as we know, that is Gabby's one weakness as a Hearthstone player. Obviously, jokes aside, as he is just going to start cleaning up this game. I would be staggered if Zhou Chenyu can come back from this one, because he goes Slither Spear, Gifts of Ajara, Amalgam, First Flame, Treasure Guard, or other Amalgam. He's got the AI as well. Then you can get up to Second Flame, School Teacher. Like, you just play stuff. You literally follow what Spitelash Siren says, right? Just keep doing stuff until they die.
Turn that Raven enjoys. Sottle's saying that he doesn't think I can win. That's because Sottle would be saying spell, Naga.
East, Dragon, Weapon. Okay, the train has stopped here. Given that it was a spell that was the last one played. But that's fine. You know, this is still, for turn 4, an illegal board to have played. And unless the Spitelash Siren can be answered through a taunt, mind you, he can just carry on next turn with School Teacher, Crush Claw, you know, whatever. This Savara, if that's active as well, would be the perfect way to kick things off.
Yeah, the train stopped here, but it's at its destination, so that's fine.
The train stopped here, but it's already on top of Zhou Chenyu, so I think it's fine.
All right, how do you even try to go about this? Don't. Yeah.
Yep, setting up for Kravatoa plus Wild Poor Null to try and win the game. Again, you know, like, I still don't think Zhou Chenyu is winning this game, obviously, but the Naga Mage can board lock itself, right? Is the critical mass that they have to stop at. And if their board is a 1-attack, 2-attack, 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 like, the Slither Spear is scary, but it's not like it's a board full of School Teachers and Crush Claws. Like, it's mostly 1- and 2-attack minions here. So Zhou Chenyu can maybe buy himself the time to get up to Scabs. The hero card is the one avenue I think he has to potentially claw his way back into this game.
How many times do you think Gabby has been before bored of School Teachers?
Asking him why he hasn't done his maths homework.
Yeah, exactly. Why hasn't done his reading homework?
Okay, so he'd have to go freeze, which is fine because it's a good flurry here, and then ping, and then Nargling if he wants to keep the train going. But instead it looks like he's just cashing in the mana on AI instead, which is, I think, absolutely valid. It looks like it's going to set up lethal for next turn still.
Yeah, it's still getting 4 damage out the Slither Spear, setting up the lethal as well along the way, so... 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, lethal on board, so you've got to kill something, and if you kill something, stuff happens to you.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's probably an instance where you leave up Spite Lash Siren just because all of your damage effects deal 4 exactly with Krakatoa, the claws, the weapon, and Wild Paw Null. So I would imagine you rush into the Treasure Guard with the Wild Paw Null and then go trade a claw into the School Teacher, kill one of the amalgams with the weapon, and then the other claw goes into the Vicious Slither Spear. And just accept that the Spite Lash Siren is being left up. Because, you know, again, you are losing this game anyway. I think the most important thing is to stop the damage, because otherwise you're just going to die from hand.
Yep. Better to not be obviously dead than obviously dead. That's all you've got, then you take it.
It's just about buying time until Scabs now. That's the only slimmest glimpse of hope that Zhou Chenyu has. But he disagrees, just going with killing off the Siren, hoping that there's no second one to follow up, which, as we can see, there is, with plenty of Nagas to go alongside it. Spells are actually the tough point here for Gabby, but with a Spell Coiler and a Gift, I think he should be fine.
Yeah. Just looking to see whether he actually gets it done this turn or not. That's a lot of stuff now.
Yeah, if he can get Fireball, I think it was lethal. Pyroblast, obviously, not so.
None of these actually immediate lethal. Yeah, it just takes the Pyroblast because he can't be... Yeah, probably because he just doesn't want to even consider anything. It's like, okay, get it down to 8.
Yeah, it's nice that he's attacking into Krakatoa still as well, because it's still buffing the Claw in hand, so even though it's frozen, killing it off does stop some of the damage. Explosive Runes is fantastic as well, actually.
Yeah.
It stops any kind of nonsense with, like, Mr. Smite plus... like, if you had Mr. Smite plus the Dredge effect, plus, like, I don't know, some kind of Shadow Step on a Fillet Fighter. I don't know. I think the mana, it just doesn't quite work. But now, basically, with the Explosive Runes, there is just absolutely no out for Zhou Chenyu.
Yeah, I'm trying to see something and just cannot, mainly because, like you say, there isn't anything there. Yep, 2-all. It's going to be a Rogue Mirror, Derek.
It's all coming down to it. Again, the Rogue is the Achilles heel. What is it about this deck that looked so strong on ladder, in testing, everything leading up to the tournament? But when it actually comes down to it here, it struggles to win even a single game. Now it's going to be forced to win a game because, as you said, it's the mirror. Someone's got to get a win with the Rogue here. And both players, again, fighting for that spot in the quarterfinals. They are 2 series away from the World Championships. Obviously a first for Zhou Chenyu, and 2 years in a row for Gabby, as he is fighting for his birthright, as I'm sure he sees it, of that World Championship trophy.
I guess that one of the things with the Rogue deck being on ladder, etc., is it means you're aware of it going into the tournament. Obviously, on the basic level, you're aware of everything. But it's not that hard to bring perfectly good decks that beat Rogue. So that's what people seem to have done in this tournament. Bring good decks, make sure your decks beat Rogue along the way, because it's probably going to be in every lineup. And it pretty much is, apart from Possesses, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's Judgment and Possessi, I think, who didn't bring the Rogue. The list here for Gabby is pretty much as standard as you can get. The Rustrot Viper as the one sort of tech card slotted in there, but I think it makes a good amount of sense because even if you draw it while you're still disguised as another class, even though it doesn't reduce the null, you can just trade it away in order to hopefully get another Rogue card that does reduce the null, which is going to be a big part of this matchup, because hitting those early nulls, as it always is very, very important. But in this matchup that is so much more volatile, with very, very little to no life gain available, a couple early nulls at the start of the game that can hit face allows you to just transition into a purely burn-focused game plan, so that even if your opponent does hit some kind of a Vessel Krakatoa clear in the mid game, you can just kill them off before that even matters.
Yeah, we have seen that switch around sometimes where someone gets the nulls down and, you know, a giant's turn on the other side. But like you say, you're up against it if your opponent starts just getting that early tempo. And it is a Viper on both decks in that one slot that seems to be the one slot you have in Rogue to be creative, unless you want to play double Peasant, which we have seen to be particularly terrible during this tournament, I think. But both going with a Viper here. What are some other situations? What are some other cards you can put in there?
You can run, what's it called? Blade Master Okani. We've seen a few times from different players, which again, I appreciate the idea of, because what we've seen from Rogue, the problem is that they get off to this early start with the nulls, and it's very impressive, you know, especially if you get two of them. That should be the state that wins you games, but they don't have the umbrella to cover it, right? To protect these minions from the removal effects. So for Warrior, when they just go for Buckler plus Shield Shatter, that immediately disappears. Whereas if you can go for a Akani, it allows you to get off to these fast starts and then potentially also protect them as well and actually push more powerfully into the mid-game. But again, if you are behind, Akani just does absolutely nothing, and it feels like a really, really terrible card. So I do favor both of these players' deck lists, as Zhou Chenyu gets himself off to a monstrous start here. Shroud plus Null, very likely available on the next turn, as long as he doesn't draw Viper from the Shroud, is just a nightmarish start for Gabby to see.
Yeah, and Gabby's own hand as well. Okay, he's got stuff he can do, but it's slow.
Gigafin, though. Gigafin Shadow Step?
Okay.
That's not legal.
Eats a lot of things.
And it doesn't spit them out. It's a good...
Oh!
Wild Paw Null, fantastic as well.
Yeah, just fills in that gap that he had.
Najak! No shot, dude. Oh, Najak's step. Did you just take the Null?
Yeah.
Oh, this is filth.
This is unfair.
Man, what started off like the dream hand for Zhou Chenyu has just flipped around entirely. Gabby like, okay, I got lucky here at the start. I'm off to a nice start. Let's close this out in style. Let's get the win through to the quarterfinals as Rage Against the Machine starts blasting full volume, and he's hoping to close this one out. Zhou Chenyu gets a very nice response, though, in the form of the Fell Rattler and the Phillip Fighter in order to clear off one of the nulls. And now things do start slowing down for a turn, at least for Gabby.
Yeah, but he just protects himself that turn, gets a bit more damage in. But yeah, he did go from incredibly amused, like we were, mode into, okay, better win the Hearthstone game. We saw what happened earlier when I made a mistake.
Really spicy looking hand coming together for Zhou Chenyu with Vessel plus Gone Fishing plus Mr. Smite. Very importantly, means that there's a huge amount of burst damage going to be available at some point soon. Plus Krakatoa even to bridge the gap before he goes turn 7, Smite plus Gone Fishing.
Yeah, Gabby only has single Gigafin now as well. Oh no. Zhou Chenyu can definitely go with what you were talking about here, and he's got time to do that, I think, and swing the board around. What about what Gabby can get going in the meantime?
Do you think it probably leads up into Coin Gigafin? Like, you could mess around with waiting them to play for more stuff, but it's just such a big play. Like, even ignoring the Battle Cry effect, the amount of stats you're getting here are ridiculous, as Zhou Chenyu, with Krakatoa, he can answer both halves of the Gigafin if he wanted to, right? But even then, he'd be facing down such a ridiculous amount of damage. He feels he needs to dig for something more impressive. With Prep, wicked stab though, off the Edwin. He's able to kill off the Gigafin, get himself back his 3-3s.
Gotta kill more than that though. He's still dead to smite right now.
And
amazing turn and all that, but it's not actually getting anywhere.
Will stay dead to smite, unless there's anything for 0 mana. 12 damage, plus the 6. That's lethal. Gabby's done it. The full reverse sweep against the Rogue means that Zhou Chenyu, after a blisteringly fast start, will be falling down 3-2 to Gabby, who has done it. Easy win through the winners bracket matches, through to the quarterfinals. 1 series away now from the World Championships 2 years in a row. My man.
That's 2 players with Possessi who can both do that as well at the moment. There's probably others as well along the way later in the year, but 2 people could get return trips to the Worlds. And Zhou Chenyu honestly looking good in that match despite losing 3-2. It's his Rogue being Rogue that was the problem, not his play. And he will have, as you say, very soon a chance to still go through from the group. But Gabby, he has to be in Group B, doesn't he? He has to be in the group that goes to the last day. So the last day is all about him, as always.
Oh man, such an exciting game of Hearthstone. Very happy for Gabby, and Zhou Chenyu will be fighting out in the decider match. He is obviously not out of the running quite yet, given that this is a double elimination bracket. So he will be facing up against either MSBC or Deads to be decided in our final 2 matches of Group B, as there is only 1 slot left in the quarterfinals. 3 players in with the potential to do so. But for Deads and MSBC, there are no more second chances. They have to win throughout here. 3 series in a row to get to the World Champs.
Yeah, I think the only saving grace with being in that spot in some ways is you don't have to finish on Friday and sleep for 2 days somehow knowing you're 1 match from Worlds. You can just get it all done on the same day. That's the only reason you'd ever want to be in this position right now. But they are going to have to play very, very soon, actually, get that match on going and see who gets to play Zhou Chenyu, who, again, is a formidable opponent in that decider match later on.
Indeed, yeah, cannot wait to see how that one's going to go, as I hope the best for all of our players. You know, it would be nice to see some more representation from China. I think their slightly different deck lists have been serving them well. The play, you know, aside from Lovestorm, I want to say, who did make a few unfortunate mistakes, I think has been very high from the Chinese representatives overall. And while I hope Deads can get the job done, at the very least, the Finnish community will still be happy with Habu Gabu's performance no matter what.
Absolutely. So less of us and more of getting on with it. We're going to take a short break, get them set up, and we'll see you in 5 minutes with the decider, the elimination match.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to get into the next match of the day, which is the elimination match for Group B between MSBC and Deads. I'm Raven, and joining me for this one is going to be Gia, and we're going to take you through the match. And it's already looking pretty spicy with not only the players' tournament life on the line, but with some of the deck lists and bans that we've actually seen already, Gia.
That is right, Raven. We are seeing what you have just called the Special Priest, not Boar, but Wigs available to Deads 17. And beyond that sort of unusual archetype, he also has Demon Hunter, a class that is, you know, not as represented, honestly, as I expected it to be coming into this weekend. He also has a notable exclusion of Warrior, which makes me think for the first time throughout this entire weekend that MSBC's Rogue is actually in a very good spot against the lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens here. Do you have a particular favorite overall? Because for me, I just see Demon Hunter on Deads' side, and because I just really like the deck at the moment, I feel like it's maybe even been underrepresented here in this tournament. I thought we were going to see more of it, but I do personally think that might be a bit of an edge over the options that MSBC have brought.
Could be, but I have to say I feel that MSBC slightly favored overall. The Demon Hunter does have a pretty decent matchup into the Control Warrior and can get there against the Boar Priest from MSBC. Not great though, I would say. Whereas that Rogue for MSBC, I feel it's got a good matchup into Demon Hunter. Also a good one into Wig Priest. It doesn't have to worry about many of the classes that have been preying upon it earlier on this weekend. And with the mutual mage bans, I feel that MSBC should be able to get a win on his Warrior as well. It's going to be queued up into the Wig Priest from Deads right away though, which I'm super happy to see because I am of the opinion that the Wig Priest is only slightly unfavored against Control Warrior and even favored against Charge version.
Yeah, there's always that X factor, right, with a deck like this is, well, there is late game. We have seen games go on a little bit longer, but just like the old, you know, Divine Spirit in a fire decks we were used to a while ago, there's a chance that they just do the thing early, right? And it's just too early. Again, you think, oh, Control, they can deal with 1 or 2 big minions. Yeah, but not on turn 3 or 4 necessarily, right? Like long gone are the days of Bladestorm being available for Warriors. So this is definitely could be a very big problem for MSBC. So I'm excited to see more of this list. It's one I've not really run into too much on ladder personally. Obviously we've tested it a little bit and been practicing a bit, but overall I'm happy to see players much better than me at piloting this list play in the tournament.
Yeah, and up against Warrior in particular, it's all about finding the Wig early because you're absolutely right. They can build big boards and multiple waves of them, but it really depends on how early the Wig is available because not only does it get relevant attack stats on the minions, it's really the scaling that's necessary to get a big bless off early. And that is why the one of Starfish, I feel, in MSBC's list is going to be a very precious resource. The timing of how he uses that could make or break the matchup. As for Deads' list, nothing too unusual here. Perhaps the only cut I'm seeing is one Queen's Guard in favor of a Restaurant Viper, which is not too usual. But for this tournament, it's been a very, very well-performing tech card, and it's going to be useful against Warrior still.
And just going back to this matchup specifically and speaking about Starfish, do you think it would actually be a keep if it was offered in the initial mulligan? Do you think it's something that MSBC would just say, you know what, I might not have to play it for 4 turns, 5 turns maybe even, to get the big impact, but I always want it in my hand?
Oh, that's a really tough question. I'm inclined to say probably still not a keep because it's not going to be useful for the first 3 turns. You'd want to play it on curve, and I feel that in this matchup, as with almost any as Warrior, you need From the Depths, but even more so here to get that big high roll. The turning point is really if you are able to get a clear board and stick an Onyxian Drake, for example, where the Priest gets in a position where not only do they have to build a huge minion, they have to contend with something on the other side, which can continuously take value trades. So Starfish, even though it's a great card, maybe not a priority in the mulligan, in my opinion, but we shall see.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see the keeps and everything, especially one in either decks or matchups we don't see too often. But it's going to be cool, right? Because if MSBC can land any early minions, that even makes what I would call like the middle tier of Priest minion that they can make much more killable, right? Because there's still the removal, there's still the shield slams, there's still stuff like that. So when you add an additional minion to that, it can actually you can actually hit pretty high levels of removal as warrior as long as they've built some kind of board early enough or gained enough armor one way or the other. So it's going to be pretty interesting overall to see how this one pans out. Again, just a reminder, this is an elimination match. The winner will go on to play in the decider next, and then we'll be done with Group B at last. I feel like this has been going on since Friday, which it has, and then we'll be getting into our top 8. So in case you're just wondering what the overall plan is for the day, later on there'll be top 8, and again, those matches are probably going to be the singular most important matches of the day. Of course, we will be crowning a winner at the end of the day and playing all the way through to first place, but those top 8 matches, the win and in for Worlds, I feel like it's a type of match we've not had in a while, at least in this kind of format.
Completely agree, Raven. It is make or break. Top 4 is all you need to make it through to Worlds. But once we get into that top 8 position, one match loss, and you're back to the drawing board. You have to go and qualify again through the Masters Tour system. It's a clean slate as we enter the second half of Masters Tours throughout the year. So your amount of wins has to once again be among the very best, or you need to win an entire Masters Tour, as we've seen from the likes of Gabby from MSBC and from Zhou Chen Yu. MSBC here on the elimination, obviously, I would say is probably a heartbreaker for a lot of the Chinese viewers, because we've just heard from Benage that he's such a beloved member of their community, and he unfortunately doesn't get to play his signature Naga Ping Mage, the deck that he sort of catapulted into prominence in the rest of the world and in China after taking that Masters Tour victory. Doesn't have the chance to rely on that for making it through this elimination match, but he's looked pretty pristine on his other decks as well. Boar Priest in particular, a deck that's very punishing to players that slip up even a slight bit. And in this matchup, I feel that the Boar Priest could potentially be weak as well if it were to run up into the Wig Priest from Deads. Let's say if MSBC gets the win on Warrior. That's a matchup that we haven't seen, the clash of the two different priests, but I tend to favor the Wig Priest here because they can put together more boards than just one wave of Zyrella and one wave of Pyro can deal with, and they also naturally run a Nachak Hexen.
Yeah, it's a big deal, right? And I think although there's silence on the Boar Priest side, one, they're normally using that a lot of the time to cycle. So if they do silence a board, then there's one less tradable card that keeps sort of cycling through to their key cards for the game. But also as well, it's not like we're at the level here where Deads would play everything he's got into a board without seeing any Shard of the Naru, right? Or anything like that. It's not like he's going to fully commit. So if you make one minion big and it gets silenced, okay, you just do it again, right? And then you do it again and keep on piling on the pressure. But I'm not sure what's taken us so long to get into the match. Maybe the players are just double checking connections and such. But while we wait, G, and now that we're very deep into this tournament, you know, obviously on the final day, are there any big surprises that have come out for you here so far, whether it's to do with player performance or even just decks themselves? We've seen a lot of questions about Rogue, maybe even some about certain warriors as well. Is there anything that's really stuck out as like a learning moment, I guess, from this weekend so far?
Yeah, surprise-wise, I'd have to say, honestly, I was a little bit disappointed at first when I looked at all of the lineups going into the weekend, because there were a couple of new cards included, like in Paladin and Demon Hunter as a new archetype, but there weren't any like huge risks taken, which is completely understandable with the tiny amount of prep time the players had between the new patch dropping and between the ban on bioluminescence and Snapdragon while the bugs were still active, and then essentially that being fixed. There was just no time really to make a huge risk if you felt like all you needed is a top 4 and not necessarily a win. But I have to say, I was hoping that there might be some deck that really didn't exist at all prior to the mini set, or something maybe in the realm of like Warlock, for example, which I feel would have been not a bad bring into this meta. I think it's got a good matchup into Warrior, the version that has Altar of Fire and Curse of Agony. That's good against Boar Priest. I think it's decent against Wig Priest as well. Only not quite too strong against Rogue. But yeah, the amount of Rogue also being brought surprised me a bit, because I kind of feel that in a Conquest format compared to Ladder, it falls off a little bit in power level. But in terms of pleasant surprises, absolutely that's happened too, because we've had so many spots, so many points in these 5-game series. Almost everything has gone all the distance, where we've seen so many interesting decisions. We've seen lethal puzzles. We've seen players getting punished for carelessness, and that's exactly the sort of high stakes Hearthstone that I want to see at a seasonal championship.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it even just across Twitter, right? I'm sure you've seen it as well, but we've seen a lot of people just talk about how the fact that there's so much on the line for these players, and you can see the pressure. You know, some players are taking to it really well. There's some slip-ups from even players we know are absolutely fantastic. So it just goes to show when there is that World Championship spot on the line, anyone is capable of being crushed a little bit under the weight of the amount of pressure they're feeling right now. But again, apologies about the delay. We do just want to make sure all the players are good to go and comfortable to play. And it looks like they are as we get into game 1G. MSBC on the top on the Warrior, and then Deads on the bottom on the Priest.
That's right. And Deads is already wigging out. Very happy to see it for him. This card is so crucial to your entire game plan against Warrior because that one card alone allows you to build multiple waves of threats. You can build boards of a shape where it's awkward for Brawl. You make it as awkward as possible for Shield Slam, and you can put on pressure early. However, he is missing Nagas at the moment. Only has Radiant Elemental and support spells. Because honestly, Wig Priest is very similar to Naga Mage, where you're thinking Naga spell, Naga spell, Naga spell, but the spell is only Serpent Wig.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit more simple when the spell is just always Serpent Wig. But here on MSBC's side at the top, does have From the Depths and Finley as well, just ready to go. So depending on what's revealed and how he wants to progress, he does have that option of just hyper accelerating his game plan. And right now, it's at least a positive for him that we don't see any of the real big hitters outside, arguably Rakara. But for this matchup, we don't see any of like the big minions or the chunky minions in his hand as of yet, which makes them, reasonably more likely to be at the bottom.
Absolutely. In this position as the Warrior, oftentimes if you were to say top deck heavy played, even on turn 1, if you had the option to trade it away and keep cycling, if you're already committed to going from the depths Finley, sometimes you just want to say keep this in hand because it's something that I don't want and I want to shuffle at the bottom. Don't give any risk of drawing minions that are more impactful. But for Deads here, what is this? All the spells. It's just like the Thrives are not really going to find targets at this point. No Naga. And for MSBC, wow, option for Brand School Teacher straight away in the next turn.
Absolutely huge. This could even be a use the heavy plate, play the heavy plate, and then do the Finley, right? Since it'll be just 0 mana, gain that armor, get the card just played, and then go from there. But that's absolutely huge. Finally, though, and as we could have seen just in time, Deads actually gets hold of a Naga to play and can start stacking now a reasonable 5-6 for this turn at a bare minimum right now.
Yeah, Murkwater Scribe, not ideal, but you'll take it at this point. MSBC, I don't expect him to play the heavy plate, even though it has the option with the Shield Slam, just to have one extra card in your hand by the time you shuffle with Finley. But looking at it again, if he doesn't get a guaranteed option to deal with the 5-6 off of Finley, then it might be worth giving up 2 extra cards. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I wouldn't mind it just because he still would draw the maximum amount of From the Depths cards, right? He would still draw the maximum amount of reduced cards because he's drawn 1, so there's 4. And then he plays this Shield Slam Finley. There's still, what, 5 cards left after that? So he'd still get all of the From the Depths hits, which I think is worthwhile to just get this off the board.
Very fair. I think if he hadn't seen a minion, perhaps he would have just held on to heavy plate and left it at the bottom of the deck. But because there is that 5-6 and he knows about the regenerated wigs, just make sure there's no chance to miss out on removal. MSBC can grab full control of the board here. Brand School Teacher and the Nagaling all playable this turn, but he is going to chill. Not sure if it's a decision because of him being on the rope, but I was very much tempted to just get ahead against Wake Priest.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because right now the hand very much does say Brand Teacher, but when you get a 0 mana Bran, you can do all sorts of crazy things with this deck. So maybe he just thinks he doesn't need it yet. He's got plenty of armor right now. Obviously, again, the Treasure Guard coming down for Deads. That's a minion that's going to be very scary because of its high health total, or starting health. But the Onyxian Drake going to be more than enough to clean this off. And already, MSBC has that sort of board presence that's going to be difficult for Deads to actually stick something with any confidence here.
That's right. Was tempting to go for the brand teacher because like Deads was going into 5 mana on that turn, which is not yet available for Samuro Bless, which is the big board clear potential for the Wig Priest. But MSBC did just see Deads pass 3 whole turns in a row, and so he could be thinking maybe the hand has like Najak Hexen, something that can deal with the brand pretty easily. So he is holding on to that resource to make sure he can just play the full control game plan, not risking anything too proactive against Deads.
It's like he's going to be going fairly all in. It's kind of weird to say all in because the Wigs replace themselves, so you're never really that all in. Still picked up this school teacher from the Amalgadon and has a decent chunk of removal, or at least security if he wants to play that Devour. But I can imagine him actually just stopping after this and just saying, you know what, that's another 2 reasonable sized minions.
Yeah, I completely agree. He should save these Wigs until after he plays School Teacher, like the regenerated ones, I mean. It's just a question of how he wanted to distribute the Wigs. He has seen 1 Shield Slam and 1 Onyxian Drake, so it is more tempting to put everything, or almost all of it, on just the Radiant Elemental. But if you do that and have, you know, just a Queen's Guard that gets value traded by the Onyxian Drake, then things get a bit scarier. Oh, Execute!
Execute's a big deal. I was going to say the first Discover wasn't really that great, but the Execute definitely very nice.
I didn't actually see what he picked off the first one, if it ended up being Shiver Their Timbers or something, but Dead's very upset to see that, and you can't blame him. Single target removal. Initially going into the matchup as Wig Priest, you're thinking, okay, there's 4 pieces of it. 2 Shield Slam, 2 Onyxian Drake. After that, you're home free. But not when Brand School Teacher has something to say about it.
And to even look at these options here. I mean, Deliverance is interesting just to try and line up a kill to actually get an additional minion, which is of course huge. Deads will just be trying to stick minions as much as he can.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, can he get a copy of Brand? Technically, he could with use of Shadow Word Devour to put it to 3 health.
Right.
But then he doesn't really have any battle cries to benefit off of it at the moment. But Condemn barely scratches this board. Whispers of the Deep isn't particularly good either.
It's kind of the opposite of what this deck wants to do, right? So yeah, I think it just is Deliverance, and maybe even just waits. Again, to be fair, if he waits, like what's his follow-up play? This is kind of the problem when this deck gets pushed out. It's kind of hard to fight back on board when generally you're playing like 1 big minion, maybe 2 decent-sized minions a turn.
It is going to be the Deliverance here. Not so much to gain a copy of Bran, but more so to remove it from MSBC's side. It's scarier than a 5-attack minion, I would say. I agree with the decision from Deads. He does get himself decent board presence, but this makes at least a decent brawl for MSBC at the very worst. Like, he has options to keep cycling before he ends up on brawl potentially.
Yeah, has the From the Depths, and then he can draw one of the cards, right, with Shield Block, depending on what it is, if that gives him any kind of better answer. If not, as you said, still has the Brawl. So MSBC looking good for now. Would probably like a weapon for Forged soon, just because he is running a little bit short on anything proactive to do.
And he should be aware of what's at the bottom of the deck because he already Finleyed. I confess I don't remember what were the rightmost 3 cards on his hand prior to Finley. But I don't think there was a weapon.
He had an Outrider Axe in hand somewhere. But if you're asking me what position, there you go. Yeah, if you're asking me what position, I would not be able to tell you.
All right, then that is completely my bad. Outrider's Axe is amazing here. Lets him keep cycling with a kill on the Bran, and he can Forge and Flame later. It obviously is very scary to leave up a 6-11, but he's at 52. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, he has enough health to survive this for a turn, right? And this does so much more. Like, unless he literally dies this turn somehow, this is just so much stronger, right? Gets the card draw options, gets another swing and another draw on the Nagaling, probably, but not necessarily. All looking good. Still got that emergency brawl locked and loaded, ready to go.
The trade on the Viper from Deads, I think, is very disciplined. Like, you're super tempted seeing a two charge Outriders Axe to just drop that there, but he realized that he needed another Naga to make sure that he could continue replenishing his wigs here. Handmaiden works out perfectly with the pre-equipped Bless. Makes sure he can keep cycling, and now the wigs are also going to keep regenerating. 17 health. Peels off almost all the armor from MSBC. It makes the shield chatter quite awkward indeed. But he can first cycle with a swing into the Handmaiden, see if he can get something a bit more useful here. Starfish is obviously ideal.
It also has the ability to just play the Nagaling and brawl, right? And then try and just help himself out in the brawl. But you said it just when he needed it. He can now just drop in, take down this 17-17, no problem at all.
Absolutely right you are about the brawl as a last resort, but MSBC much happier to see this outcome here, and he has a lot of value in hand as well. Just has to think about how he approaches the next couple turns. The Starfish is just a little bit awkward because he's 1 mana short of playing something else alongside it, School Teacher or Outriders Axe, but he has to.
Yep, this looks too good. I honestly think Armor Up's fine, right? He does have the Frozen Buckler plus Onyxian Drake for next turn to, you know, likely be able to deal with something at least, something big.
Yeah, he even has this to the front on the Nagaling, so if he wants, he can play, I think, Nelly and School Teacher next turn. While for Deads, double wig into School Teacher of his own. Pretty good. Kind of unfortunate that the Thrive, I think, only picks up Shard at this point.
Yeah, this is the power, where the power comes from with this deck as well, because the wigs actually replace themselves in hand instantly. The silence, although annoying, doesn't just lose you the game, right? It's not like these are like Librams or anything like that, right? Where if you silence them, they're just gone. It does allow Deads to just keep on pushing.
Yep. Takes Focus Dwell from the Nagaling, which is more useful than Shard of the Narrow in this instance, so makes sense. Just going to turn his School Teacher into a 5/7. And going to commit the Bless at the end of this too, I expect. Ooh, or maybe not. Didn't Thrive though.
Wondering if does he ever just want to hold, and just in case MSBC goes wide, he has the Bless for Samuro?
True. It is his one and only comeback mechanism, but I wasn't sure if there's any reason to not spend the mana on Thrive while it was available.
Yep, I can get behind that.
Anyway, we've seen high-stakes brawls earlier on throughout the weekend. Here we are again. Chance at the Radiant to wreck MSBC's day. What's gonna be? Sorry, not the Radiant, the Handmaiden. Yeah. Nelly?
That Nelly, yeah. Also just
And again,
Outrider Axe to draw. Looks like he's thinking of Gorluck to actually get hold of Mutinous as well. Like, he's got MSBC's got so many actual just good options. They're not even playable things he can do. They're all good.
Yeah.
Depends which one he actually favors more at the time.
yeah, looking at it again, I think Nelly is maybe the one way he loses if the ship just gets Najak Hexen on the other side.
Yeah.
I think it's fine for him to go for an alternate game plan here. Picks up Bash from the Nagaling, means that Deads doesn't even have a target on board for the Wigs. Picks up a Naga though, so he can at least make the Wigs regenerate.
That's a little bit tricky, isn't it? Shuffle for another Naga.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, it's not active. It's that awkward spot where if you want to activate the Serpent Wigs, you have to give up on a battle cry.
Tough as well, because none of the Wigs aren't active, so like I could have definitely seen like Blade Master Bless or something here, you know, just to deal with this and try and stick something, but when it's just Blade Master Bless, it feels a lot worse.
True. It's his last bless as well, so by playing this and clearing the board, Deads does get himself ahead for now, but that's his last piece of real reach out of the way. And MSBC, I think, will be relieved to see this because now he just has a very clean Buckler Drake, at least to get rid of the Samuro. There might be something even better. Because I'm looking at Buckler Drake Amalgam. That just looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, and I think the problem here for Deads, like, yes, of course he has the Serpent Wings in hand. There's always a chance. But when you actually look at what's left in the deck, outside of Najek, it's just stuff, right? It's just minions. There's nothing.
Not double Onyxia, not like this.
There's nothing really explosive in his deck anymore. So as long as MSBC just ensures he doesn't just randomly die, like maybe, you know, by playing, for example, the Nelly or something like that, I think he's going to struggle to actually even lose this game at this point.
Right. He's very much turned the corner, and with Onyxia, he even turns down second Onyxia. He says, sure, let's take Ysera for some variety. There is just no way that Deads can out-resource or outpace MSBC from here. It was a valiant effort, but the choices from the depths from MSBC into Finley just stole too much tempo away from Deads, on top of Deads missing out on a Naga on turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3.
Yeah, and I do like the Ysera actually because it gives him a guaranteed no button, right, with the Dream. So he can just dream, regardless of what minion it is and how big it is. Like sometimes an Onyxia might not be the best play for removal. Those times don't pop up often, but they can. And then if that's the case, then yeah, MSBC just has the Ysera to just say, nope, go back to hand and lose all your buffs. Another raid boss, yeah.
Oh, you could have had 3 of them in hand. That'd have been hilarious. But
that is a way to demoralize your opponent in game number 1, is just play Onyxia, Onyxia, Onyxia until you win the game.
3 raid bosses.
Yeah, the 3 phases of the boss.
And it looks quite clean here. MSBC doesn't even need to give up on one of his amalgams for the full board space if he just wants to push damage, but it's probably safer to just like trade one in the 6-8, in the 6-10, the other in the 3-5, play Onyxia, have Onyxia kill off the 6-8, and so on. But he's actually gonna go for Shield Shatter instead, and straight away Kazaka-san, he's wanting to end the game even sooner.
That's fair. I was actually looking at either this or Mutinous, because again, like if you just empty the minions out of the hand a little bit, then it's just going to be difficult for Deads to actually fight back at all from that point. But again, Kazaka-san, as you said, even if these treasures are mediocre, the actual just pure quality of MSBC's hand right now can make up for a bad treasure roll, right? And again, the odds on at least some of the treasures being strong are very high.
I think I did see Embers as a first possible pick, which is crazy good. Just to close out the game, but for MSBC, I expect that the next couple turns will still end up being Onyxia because Deads has finally used his Magic Hexen here, and MSBC will need that big dragon to take back his Kazaka-san. Yep.
Yeah, Dead's doing what he can to just try and make something happen here, but again, we can just see the hand, right? And then Deads is upset about that Onyxia, which I believe is the one from the deck. Not even seen the second one yet, or the Ysera. So it's, yeah, he probably is very quickly getting the feeling that this game is unwinnable. Because even now, what could he possibly play into this board that would even remotely contest it, right? Like even get close. I don't even know at this point.
I just don't think there's anything.
Yeah.
One like discover/generation effect left in the school teacher, but there's simply no pre-spell that costs 3 or less that can contend with that, and so MSBC takes a very convincing win. I think those last couple turns were very much a formality for him. The point where he turned the corner was actually just the Finley turn. He had so much stuff where it seemed like he had answers for no matter what type of board state Deads put together. That being said, the Starfish on the timely turn was also very crucial.
It was, yeah. It made MSBC's job just that bit easier, knowing he could just reduce that down, play a bit of a slower turn, and set up going forward. But again, we know this is the case, right? I think Deads did what he could. It's not like Deads, you know, threw somehow or missed some key things that I noticed, but it is just if your opponent gets from the depths straight into Finley, and that from the depths is good, which it was for MSBC, then you're going to struggle in most matchups, honestly. So tough one definitely for Deads. He did continue to try and fight back, but it simply just was not good enough. But it is only game one. There's plenty more where that came from, especially if this weekend's anything to go by. I feel like we're getting by far the majority being 3-2s, being the end scores in this series.
That's right. So many of our series have gone all the way to Game 5, not insignificant amount of them being reverse sweeps as well. So just because you're ahead 2-0 doesn't mean you can rest on your laurels just yet. MSBC takes a win with that Warrior, which was in a pretty good position overall against Dead's lineup after you factor in the Naga Mage ban. But now he is moving on to his Rogue, which I've often called out as the struggle bus deck in a lot of series, but I just don't think that's the case in this one. I think Rogue has a decent matchup into Wig Priest and a good matchup into Demon Hunter.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely looking okay. The problem is, and you can say this about a fair few decks, but the problem is sometimes when Rogue just misses, it really misses, right? When you look at those hands that we felt like we've seen all weekend of like Prep, Shadow Step, and then, I don't know, a Philip or something, you're just like, well, what do I do with this hand? Like, it's not going to achieve much. But we have seen the ability for it to really pop off, and I think a lot of it is the player needing a lot of foresight, right? And being able to set up, okay, in these next 3 turns, this, and this happens, and this will get me to lethal. Because I feel like if that's ever just missed, or you don't have the opportunity to try and set something like that up, then the deck just kind of fizzles out towards the mid and end game. So really tricky one to pilot. I will be very interested to see if this deck gets refined any further or just changed any more going forward, because this deck, it feels very strong. It feels like it's a very clean list, but it doesn't feel at its peak power. Although I'm no Rogue specialist, I'm not sure what could be added at this point, but I'm sure we'll see something the next week or so.
Yeah, I would agree. Lorinda and Derek already kind of went over the different builds of Rogue. This one, for both our players, is the standard one, I would say, with the one flex slot being different for each of them. MSBC running Viper and Deads on the Blade Master Akani. Neither of them running Vanessa, which is honestly my choice of the slot if you are playing a lineup that wants to run up into the mirror. I think Vanessa is the best in that situation. Just being able to pick up an additional null or shadow step that your mirrored opponent might end up on is huge. But the Akani can be useful if you get in that position where you're the first to play Vessel or the first to get the nulls down. You can protect that by going Akani for minion block. And if you think about it, a lot of Rogue's removal is actually dependent on null and shadow step. They have Tooth, they have Wicked Stab, but that's not enough reach to kill the 6 health on Akani. So the timing on that from Deads could be very important here.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I think Okani just sits in a great spot in this deck in the general meta as well, right? Because you've hopefully played some nulls by then, and then you back it up with Okani and try and protect the board, and then build from there. And that might get you a whole extra turn's worth of damage that you wouldn't have got otherwise, which again, I think Rogue cuts it close so often that a whole extra turn of even just 1 or 2 minions hitting face can make the absolute world of difference. But we are seeing now both players having a ton of resources available. Double Vessel here for Deads, and then the double Conceal or Shroud for MSBC as well is pretty huge. We're going to see a bit of a weird Rogue mirror. I feel like it's not as early fighting aggressive and more just, well, who has just the more stuff.
To a certain extent. I think Deads is definitely winning on both fronts, though, of the early aggression and having more convenient stuff to play. Because MSBC, even though he does have the double Shroud, he drew a Smite on turn 1, I think, and he drew a Viper off of the Shroud, so his nulls are not actually free here. As it happens, with the amount of mana available to him, it's not a big difference. But for Deads, his first two turns were just triple trade on Cutlass, so he gets so many spell discounts. You saw the grimace from MSBC there, knows that he could be facing down early Tooth, he could be facing early Vessel, which is the outcome here. But it's a pretty weird outcome because Deads honestly doesn't have much use for his prep here. I feel like prep Vessel is fine just to be able to fit in a tradable again or just the dagger.
Yeah, that's fair actually. At this point, prep kind of just falls off just a little bit. I guess an easy activator for some of the other cheap spells, even though they're maybe already too cheap, isn't terrible, but yeah, just not going to have to go wide with Vessel. Actually going to throw the Extortion out as well, not use it to cycle, since it's 0 mana, just going to push, and you can already see that Dead's setting up to be aggressive here. He has Okani Weapon next turn if he wants to equip it, and then Smite with Shadow Step as well, and can, of course, Shadow Step one of those 3/3s if he wants some kind of immediate damage.
Yeah, I really like the line from Deads here, essentially turning his Extortion into a Sinister Strike, because he's in the position where with double Vessel, you do get guaranteed 12 damage face. There's just no way for MSBC to interact with taunts outside of some weird Tooth or Recon generations. Scab's still a long way off. And then Deads can also just count up, oh, I have Smite Shadow Step. That's another 12 damage. And he has the Blackwater Cutlass. So at that point, he can just set up a very simple Hunter-esque lethal, counting the damage, which is very much permanent in the mirror. The Okani can also be slotted in there to maybe give him some insurance against a null answer from MSBC, or double null, which is the best thing available to him at this point. Right. It's going to be the counter Vessel with the null step to make sure that he removes all the damage that he can interact with. I think this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it just makes him just not as susceptible to setups if he can use that Shadow Step, which he did. Deads now does have a couple of options. He can swap this Cutlass for something else and hit and get a reduction on the Tooth there, but he could also just play Okani, make the next turn for MSBC a little bit trickier.
Just a little bit though. The reason why Okani and Mirror doesn't necessarily help too much is because against those two stealth 3/3s, it's literally dead on board without MSBC having to test anything else. You can make the argument that if the 3/3s are going to Okani, at least they're not going into your own 3/3s, which is why I think it's still going to be the play for Deads. He's just kind of posturing for a full aggro game plan, not going to win on value with this hand, but he can very much just race MSBC on the damage clock because he gets this 6 damage face. I guess the 2 damage from Cutlass kills the null. He has Smite Shadow Step and Prep Tooth over 2 turns, which is another 15 damage. Ooh, but Deads trades it away.
Yeah, I was even trying to, if he pushes 6, it's 15. Okay. Probably doesn't change too much. I was even looking at what the potential of a Shadow Step on the Pirate would be here going forward, instead of waiting the extra turns for Smite, Shadow Step, Smite, and see if there was any way you could get there just a little bit quicker.
Could be. It's less damage overall, but it's faster damage, and I think that could have made sense if he still had the Cutlass to represent extra damage. The play from MSBC just kind of makes his Okani unplayable for the rest of the game. I'm really not sure I'm on board with the line here, because now he's at real risk of Smite Shadow Step not being fast enough, even though he does have a 2-turn setup with Smite Shadow Step and double daggers across 2 turns. The null, however, is such a clutch pickup because now he can still do a setup and just isolate Krakatoa. It still leaves 10 damage on board, including the weapon, so maybe you'd rather like extort and null the Krakatoa and just leave the 2 3/3s.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was initially looking at.
It's probably safest. And that play sets up lethal against everything except a taunt or heal from Tooth/Recon. If you leave Krakatoa though, you are dead to Smite Fillet Fighter, which is a very common breakpoint on 7 mana. So I do think it's better to kill the Krakatoa than the 2 3/3s.
Makes a lot of sense, and most importantly as well, MSBC going into turn 7 after this play from Deads, which means he just doesn't have a way to actually get hold of Scabs and actually use it early enough for the armor to be even remotely relevant. So a bit of a shake of the head from MSBC there. He's got to pull something out of the bag right now. He might even have to tooth his own minion.
Shadow Step! Shadow Step! That's lethal! Because now he can play the Fillet Fighter twice. Plus 4 damage. Oh my goodness, that is clutch. Yeah. It's...
Yeah, there you go. That is a tough one. Dead set that up as well as he possibly could. All the decisions look good to me, but again, just the last second draw of the Shadow Step, getting the win for MSBC, and what a huge win as well, because suddenly games like that in Conquest make the biggest difference, because now MSBC doesn't have to queue his rogue again because it's won, and you can argue that, like, I don't want to say he should have lost. Nothing went wrong. He just drew a Shadow Step to win, which is fine. But from Deads' point of view, he had his rogue done and dusted, right? You can forget about it and focus on the other two. But now Deads has got to basically start from scratch again after being so close. And now he's got to win all 3 games against the Boar Priest from MSBC, which, at least for me, looking at these decks, might be a bit of an ask, Gia.
Yeah, it definitely is a tall ask, especially given that Dead still has his rogue available. I'd be willing to say that his Wig Priest is in a very good spot against the Boar Priest, so at least one good matchup in there. Demon Hunter, I honestly haven't played enough of in this meta against Boar Priest, but my instinct would be to say that the Priest is still in a very good spot there. Maybe a Keria on curve could change that outcome, but it's just that the big sources of damage from Demon Hunter from the Dread Prison Glaive really don't find any targets, because Boar Priest doesn't play high health minions to actually give tons of value to a multi-strike play. And then Rogue versus Boar Priest, we already know that that's a tough one for Rogue.
Yeah, from my experience playing a lot of Demon Hunter in the past few days or so, is that it feels even-ish, at least to me, because although you were completely right with the clears being enough on especially some of the smaller minions and the glaive never really getting the extra work done, you can still draw a lot of damage very, very quickly. And also, there's never great pyro clears or anything for the priest either, because yes, you play, you summon some 1/1s now and again, but overall, you're normally dropping a minion at a time, and that damage can really stack up, especially if you get a Sathano as well, because you're drawing so many cards on turn like 5, 6, you can just pop off and push like, upwards of 10, 15 damage out of nowhere. So any of that early damage might have helped, but I am not saying it's favored necessarily. I think it's been very much 50-50 from when I've played it, at least.
Well, we'll see if we're able to see that matchup. I kind of hope so, not just for Dead's sake, but just to sort of get more sample size in the Demon Hunter. It's not overly represented in this tournament, but he is starting off with the most difficult matchup first, in my opinion, the Rogue. And Scabs is very, very useless in the matchup. Usually, if it gets to turn 8, they've already bored you, or you've only got 1 mana left.
And as the Master of Mulligans, do you want to just rate MSBC's opening hand for me, Gia? Because to me, it looks pretty damn good.
It is very good, yeah. Not ideal without a switcheroo just yet, but he's even top deck Amulet, which is a great card to just trade away on turn 1. Make sure that mana is spent, because you need upgrades on those anyway. The question is whether he wants to Illuminate as early as now, because if he does pick up switcheroo and dredge it to the top, it's a great play on the next turn.
Yeah, for me, it's just staring at Handmaiden, obviously great, especially when you're on coin. It's just easier to proc. And then the fact that Zyrella's just sat there. So if Deads pushes forward early-ish, as long as MSBC can get hold of a relevant healing spell, the Zyrella's already in hand, right? He just doesn't have to worry about trying to draw it. He wipes the board away and then goes from there. But the switcheroo added on top of that with the Illuminate might just be the icing on the cake here.
Agreed. One thing I also can rate is the Maestra disguises throughout the tournament. It's a solid 1 out of 10. There have been so many warrior hero powers here. What the heck? That's like one of the worst ones. Like a couple Demon Hunters, to be fair. But I've seen only 1 Warlock throughout the weekend, I feel like, which is the best one to get. The one you're always looking for is Rogue.
Hey. Was that
Okay.
Pyro? Okay. Cleric Pyro, not bad.
Reasonable, but it didn't pick up a boar, and we did see from the dredge options that there is a boar at the bottom of MSBC's deck alongside a flash heal and one more card we don't know about. So if that boar continues to be at the bottom, if the switcheroo doesn't take it very soon, that could be problematic because it really slows down your game plan if you have to wait for the boars to die and you cannot play any amulets prior to that.
Yeah, at least for now for MSBC, especially with that second Maiden pickup, he has a lot of card draw. So maybe the plan in a worst case scenario is just say, you know what, I'm just going to draw my way through. Now though, Gia, are we talking a Fell Soul Jailer?
Oh, for sure. I feel like it's such a good pick against Boar Priest. Now, it's not quite as guaranteed as Najak Hexen's Shadow Step because you cannot control what you're discarding, but it is a shot at just straight up winning the game. It does need to be Shadow Step though, because MSBC at some point can probably kill this. But Deds has just seen a switcheroo, and in the meantime, 6 health is still kind of difficult to deal with on 3 mana. So just letting rip right now and then trading the Phillip into Handmaiden to protect Jailer from Holy Smite, I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I would even argue that Fell Soul is just better than Hexen, even though, as you said, like, not as reliable in one sense. But the fact that people keep leaving boars on the board just stresses me out. It's like, well, that should never happen. Like, what's going on? So yeah, good effort there with the Fell Soul. And I think I do like him just playing it now because, again, how does it die? I think it's a pretty big ask here for MSBC to be able to kill this. And then Deds actually just gets damage as well.
Right. But the question is whether he wants to commit to that damage, because as soon as he puts MSVC below 25, then Zyrella could potentially be enough to actually kill the Jailer. But then again, on 4 mana, even with Desperate Prayer, that's not enough. Would only kill the Null, so I think it's fine. Okay,
Another switcheroo, yeah.
I think this guaranteed gets Boar at this... No, sorry, Pyro Boar. So the question is this the boar that was at the bottom of the deck or the other one? Because...
Someone ask, hey, where did you come from, mate? Like, were you at the bottom?
Oink. Oink.
Yeah.
That's very helpful, thank you.
We just need Crunk. We'll be fine.
Well, the vessel's super tempting, but we are walking into Zyrella territory now. Of course, Deds doesn't know that MSBC actually doesn't have any of the big healing cards in hand right now.
Right.
So in this instance, Vessel looks really good. But oftentimes you are thinking about, do you need to go this all in as Rogue? And not necessarily. He's still pushing 8 a turn minimum. We could see some other angle, like an Edwin.
It could even just be... Oh, maybe it's kind of rough because exactly Smite's in hand, but I was even looking at like just Phillip hero power and just have that as the amount of damage threatening board.
Could be, but yeah, I think the point you brought up about Smite is just a little bit too good to give up, because when speaking of the Boar Priest matchup, I really don't think you can reasonably expect to have the time to set up like a Scabs and then get the Edwin Smite combo. Usually they have their own combo done before that. And so your reach from hand is usually in the form of Fillet Fighter Smite and Shadow Step, which can be 14, even more with second Shadow Step. So Deds here goes for no additional development. I think it's very disciplined of him, but MSBC will be happy about that because he just doesn't have the clear at the moment. He might.
It's tricky though, because he has to find something, right? He's on 16. He's going to take another minimum of 9 next turn, regardless of what Deds has in hand.
He might have the clear. Okay, if you go Pyro, Silence, Holy Smite, and the Shadow Word Devour, it's 4 AoE.
I'm also a bit of an idiot. What did the Jailer?
Cleric.
Oh, it was Cleric. Okay, it's just because there was a Cleric already in hand. I was like, I'm sure that was the first Cleric. I'm so confused. Okay, so there is a Cleric in there, no problem.
And because there is something in there, it feels really bad to silence. So MSBC just takes a partial clear here. Not ideal, but looks like Valish is going to get played as well to make the Handmaiden playable. And he could still get 2 0-cost spells to get the full clear. Doesn't though.
Oh, okay.
Prayer pre-committed. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, I thought he was going to save that. I guess he does have Thrive in hand now, so he could still Thrive for the other prayer, maybe, and then still have it for Zyrella next turn.
True, but I just kind of think that what breakpoint does he die to from 16? Deds has 5 on board and only 6 mana, which means that Smite Fillet isn't usable
Yeah,
yet.
it would be double stab tooth, right?
Ah, okay. Very specific, but
Oh, very specific, yeah, 100%. But I think
it is a thing.
that's what comes to mind quick enough anyway, so we'll see what happens. I do think the Thrive was really needed, though, from MSBC, because we've not seen so many spells. Obviously, he has played the double switcheroo, which makes the hand, like, naturally minion-heavy most of the time, but it's just barely any of the heals have been drawn, and MSBC's in a great need of them.
Right, because this is going to have to be a Zyrella clear.
Rip it off the top, why not?
That's right. The other flash heal we know is at the bottom alongside the boar, if that was the boar that didn't come from the switcheroo.
Well, MSBC can just trade now. Yeah, gonna go for the amulet and then just see what he gets, of course. But I think just flash heal Zyrella, clear this, get to a much safer health total, and just dig ever closer to the bottom of his deck.
Yeah, looks really good here. He has Pyro Cleric Gift for big card draw again next turn. And for Deads, he did end up expending his Fillet Fighter because there were 2 1-health minions left for MSBC. Very tempting. I don't fault him for using that, but if he doesn't pick up the other one, his burst from hand could be significantly limited. Win? It's reach, sort of. Fun fishing gets the other sunken vessel. Okay. He could think about leaving the vessel at the bottom if he feels confident he'll get the other gun fishing, because you can pair that with Smite for burst. But
True,
given he's
yeah.
just seen Pyro and Zyrella, I kind of prefer him just taking the vessel here.
So many options.
Oh, it's really close though. Because more minions also equals more draw for the cleric from MSBC.
Oh, it is tricky, isn't it?
Okay, takes it.
I think this is where I would have landed, purely because it's just get more stuff on the board, go again. Is my approach to this matchup. As the rogue anyway.
I mean, it's very reasonable. Maybe they don't have the third wave of board clears, and as it stands, MSBC, I mean, he can clear. He has to expend the silence, but I think that's worth... Oh, wait, he doesn't. My bad.
Is someone injured?
He can at the end of the turn. Just put the Zyrella in first for some reason. I honestly don't know if this was my first instinct of approaching the turn, because he doesn't get his maximum card draw, but maybe he already worked it out that if he put damage on everything, it's too much card draw.
Yeah, he also has, if he needs it, the Illuminate for the pig, right? So he can get that done if he doesn't naturally get to the bottom of his deck.
Another gift available is another 3 cycle. And between that and his natural draw and tradable, he will guaranteed see the bottom of his deck by next turn.
It's only 1, right? Am I being stupid? Oh no, sorry, of the clerics. I was looking at the card itself. I was like, wait a minute, how does that draw more? Obviously the clerics. This game's already just breaking my brain.
No worries.
That's what,
This is
10?
scary.
Yeah, 10 on board.
Have to leave that much. But yeah, with the draw of the boar, MSBC would be safe even if there were scabs here. He wouldn't overdraw anything crucial at this point. It's fair enough.
I'll quickly triple check MSBC's last 2 cards. Flash Heal and Shard, okay.
Yeah, nothing too necessary.
This Edwin being replayed with the step is a problem.
How much damage with Smite? Oh, he can keep going. Extortion on Cleric. If he gets another prep or a Shadow Step. Okay, train ends there. With Smite, it is 20 damage. But he's not going to Smite. Okay.
Has double Youth this turn if he really needs it. Oh,
Oh, okay.
that looks like a good one.
For minion, right? Because he knows the only minions left are Pyro and Boar, and he would need one of those to kill the... I mean, he needs the Pyro to kill the Boar.
Does he have... I mean, I don't think it'll matter at this point, but I was working out, like, does he have to, like, hero Zyrella at this point? But you just can't kill the Edwin, right?
He has the other shard, right? But yeah, it's not enough AoE. Oh, okay. With the minion counter, I don't know if he has enough to both silence this board and clear it.
I am almost out of cards.
Okay, that's the shard. Plays it. And he cannot play Boar, obviously. So he has to test the counter with Pyro.
And then just play Boar.
Yeah. And then he's kind of... Okay, is he dead? The question is, if he heals with Flash Heal and the hero power is back to 30, he is leaving 12 on board. Does Deads have 18 from hand?
Oh, wait, no, the silence, of course.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah, he had the shard to silence the Okani, therefore it does not block the minion. Therefore, MSBC can do this turn.
Yeah, absolutely right. However, it is not the Sword of 1,000 Truths yet. Not to mention, after he gets the other amulet, he has no way of killing the boars next turn. Deads can just kill the Pyro and, like, wait for his scabs, potentially? Because then he can bounce the boars. Alternatively, you just play Smite here and the Aegwin, and like MSBC cannot interact with it anymore.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you kill the Pyro, you can set up a lethal over 2 turns very easily.
Yeah, the only thing then would be he'd have to bail and go Zyrella, heal, and then use Amulet the turn after, and then hero power down the Smite.
I guess.
It's definitely scrappy and unfun for one of these players to try that, but if there's just going to be so much damage on board that you're dead if you play Boars, well, you either play Boars and lose, or try something else, right?
Right.
That is it. Oh, deal 5 damage, Tooth. It's...
Alter? That just seals it as well. Yeah, I mean, I think Duds was already 100% winning before that, but it's just funny.
Yeah, so Deads is going to fight back. He's not here to be swept 3-0. He gets a win with the Rogue and takes the first step in the comeback here. But still, definitely an uphill climb for him, but a good first go of it. And a very tricky match as well, or a very tricky game, because he... what was I saying? Yeah, because although it looked like he was ahead for a lot of it, there's still the fear with Priest, right? That you just can't, they just pop off with the ball. Because obviously he didn't know that the second pig was bottom of the deck. That pig could have dropped way earlier, and then suddenly the sword comes down, and then it's game.
Yep, that Boar being so far down was a huge detriment to MSBC, but very well played to Deads in how he distributed his threats. I think that the deliberate sort of patience on the extra 3/3s when he already had 2 4-attack minions on board was very wise, making sure he had at least 2 or 3 more waves of boards to put forth against MSBC. Making him use his resources very awkwardly was the secret to success here. The Edwin and not committing Smite on the same turn was also pretty heads up, realizing that after he had seen Zyrella, after he had seen 1 Pyro, and knowing exactly what spells were left for MSBC, you can calculate how easy it is for MSBC to actually get the clear, and it absolutely was not easy. Awkward every step of the way. And that Altar of Fire to seal it just for style points. Very fun.
Just to ensure. I do just want to ask at this point, I know it's difficult to just, let's look back and say how things should have happened, but seeing the ball at the bottom of the deck and going for switcheroo, that was still correct, right? Because switcheroo could easily have drawn ball. It's just the fact that if it misses and then you can't find the other illuminate fast enough, the ball gets stuck there for quite a long time. But that was still correct, you would say, from MSBC, right, in that early game decision making.
Yeah, 100%. Just like it was correct from Insane, I think, in the following games after the game where he left his board out, when he had already like 100% had no reason to take that risk. In the next couple games, he still did have to leave his boards out because he didn't have all that spare mana. So it's kind of the same thing for MSBC, where yes, this is the play that makes sure you avoid the disaster scenario, but it really reduces your win rate against just good rogue hands if you don't have that
against
early
just
switcheroo.
playing the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure there as we go into our game number 4. Of course, MSBC going to be on that priest once again. Dead's going to match up with his priest, but it is not the ball variant, of course. It is going to be that blessed priest, and we'll see if he can make this a bigger threat than when we saw it a little bit earlier on. And am I right in recalling you think this is a good matchup for Deads here?
Yeah, I definitely would say so. Problem is, he hasn't drawn Wig to the point where he gives up 1-drop on 1. You don't want to play a Naga when you don't have the Wig in hand, because you won't have another Naga to get more Wigs in hand if it's the top deck. Little bit awkward here, but he can, if he wants to, go for a Tempo Radiant. But I think Deads is on the game plan of making sure that when a minion hits the board, it is already a threat, not in the way of a Holy Smite. There you go.
Perfect. And over on MSBC's side as well, does get hold of a an on-curve switcheroo, which is pretty much what you're after, and most of the time as the board priest. So both players doing pretty okay right about now. It will just be I'm going to keep a very close eye, Gia, on if any boars are left alive on the board, because I will be having words if that's the case.
Right, and this is a much more like reasonable point to make that you shouldn't do in the matchup, because they actually have Najak in the deck. It's not needed to be generated or anything. Speaking of Illuminate on the other side, Juds could take it here, but I couldn't turn down. Oh wait, sorry. If you play Wig from Nagaling, you actually don't get another copy, even if you played a Naga while the Nagaling's in hand. So might be actually Illuminate.
Yeah, I was looking at Illuminate, and then because I'm me, I was actually looking at whether Devour ever makes an impact on like giving one minion much more health, right? Depending on how wide you can go, and then sort of working that in with Bless and other buffs as well, just to make one monster minion. But again, you know your opponent plays Silent, so maybe trying to go all in on specifically one minion and putting your hopes on that will be a little bit too much. And I think overall Illuminate, just the better card.
You see here, Dead's actively choosing not to damage MSBC. I think this is wise with a deck that is most heavily punished by Zyrella AoE. He can just like pre-develop minions and at any point suddenly give them plus 20 attack with the Wig in hand and a Radiant. Of course, he still needs to find the other Wig to make that super impactful, but I don't see any reason to like pre-develop damage when you can get it all done in 1 or 2 fell swoops later on anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, the sheer fact that you can actually make a minion that just withstands most Zyrella clears is just a big factor as well, right?
Exactly. All right, Wig into Teacher is available. Problem being that the Handmaiden itself threatens the Vicious Slither Spear. If you Wig, it does take a value trade, but I actually think the Slither Spear is the more valuable minion between it and the 5/4 right here, so perhaps it's the 5/4 that trades instead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that has the Slither Spear has scaling damage, right, which is huge because it scales with exactly what this deck wants to do. Looks pretty big. I was going to say, depending on how much Deads plays into this turn, even potentially just the heal going on a Slither Spear, I wouldn't mind just for a little bit of extra health.
Witcheroo is pretty nuts. Gift heals back his Slither Spear, but I just don't think it's worth it giving up on 2 additional minions in hand. Okay.
It gets rid of the Slither. Doesn't attack with the 6/6 again. If you're wondering why, just rewind the VOD a little bit and just see what we said last turn. But yes, makes sense. But yeah, Dead's just putting on enough threats to make MSBC have to think about this and see if it's worth trying to clear, because the thing to consider is there is one Pyro he's allowed to use very loosely, and this board is probably reaching the limits of how much he can Pyro a board away, maybe with the help of Devour.
Yeah. And bringing up that Pyro, that probably is the reasoning for trading the Slither Spear off, because Deads didn't really have a way of healing the Slither Spear back to its maximum 5 health, which means that it is way more valuable to Pyromancer, and health is the more valuable stat in this matchup if Deads really is fully committed to not going face until he can put together a Bless Lethal, because more health equals more attack when you have Bless. MSBC, no hand space to work with, but he can like throw away some of the gifts maybe just to activate Handmaiden. Doesn't feel good though.
Yeah, you see the benefit. I know you see people talk about, oh, well, just don't attack Priest, right? And it's fine. Well, a lot of decks can't just not attack, right? This is a very specific deck that has the ability to do that. But you see the kind of trouble it puts the Priest in. Or the Boar Priest in, should I say. Because MSBC does have that sort of hand space concern. Doesn't really have anything that's dumpable right now. So it does put them in a tricky spot. I think Deads is navigating this game very, very well so far.
Starts spreading the wigs though, which is pretty interesting, I gotta say, because I thought that given that your only real fear with this no attack game plan is a shard on the other side, why not put the buffs on one minion so that if there isn't shard, your bless is even scarier. But Dads has something up his sleeve that I'm not sure about yet. Ru, amazing pick from the Nagaling. It keeps him cycling. Even though what he's really most looking for is second wig, just having minions like a potential second handmaid and give him more chances at the serpent wig later on.
Yeah, also now plenty of Naga in hand to keep the wig going.
Still no shard for MSBC. He has Thrive, but it's not even a particularly good shard because Deads didn't put that many additional stats here, and the shard is a very valuable resource.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Even though these minions look big, they'd only lose 2 attack, right? Like, it's not actually that big a deal if these get the Shard of the Naru or not.
It's there though, and MSBC can take a full clear here with Pyro Shard into Shadow Word Ruin. Devour. I think that's enough. Oh, sorry, it's 1 off on the school teachers.
Did he pick Shard then? Okay.
He did. Wow, really, neither player refusing to blink here. MSBC says if he's taking the Pyro clear, he wants it to be clean. He has to toss a card here, otherwise he overdraws. Okay, 1 shard out the way. That's a hurdle cleared by Deads.
Bill, you said it right. The big thing missing right now is just the second wig in hand would be huge. Especially because there is that Radiant Elemental just sitting there ready to go when needed.
I mean, with second wig, if he had it, it could just be lethal from hand at any given point, given that Deads has 7 damage to work with on the rest of the minions, and I guess 1 teacher becomes the target for all of the wigs. Not gonna lie though, I am not the best at calculating wig damage from hand.
Words you never thought you would say until you became a Hearthstone caster.
Slither Spear, it's really just making hand space for Handmaiden this turn, I think, is the concern. So it is the Slither Spear that's being thrown out here. Probably trades the little Nagalings off at the end of this turn.
Yeah.
Or one of them, and plays a Devour because he needs to make hand space. Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah, it just looks clean, doesn't it? And again, although there are a couple of minions that would die to a Pyro, there's also a 6'5 and 6'11 teacher, and even the 5 is a reasonable ask for a Pyro to be clear off. So we'll see what MSBC does now in response. Does have a Devour or 2 actually in hand, which are the biggest factors when actually just basically making Pyro go twice with the 1 spell.
Doesn't start off with the second shard here, even though there was a 6'11. He is saying that it's fine to clear off everything except that. Going to fit in the Cleric there for 4 card draw. And it's starting to get scary for Deads. He hasn't seen a single boar hit the board yet, which is his saving grace at the moment. But MSBC is very close to developing just the sword. I think he's being very, very like stingy with the second shard, because what Deads can do if he's seen like the boars die and the full setup and he knows the sword is coming the next turn, if there's no shards left, Deads can just build a board there and put all the stats in. Without Pyro, without shard, MSBC can't interact with it even if he has the sword.
Right.
But we do see the silence being thrown out now, it looks like, just to kill off the boar. Or was it?
Yeah, and yeah, I think as well, it's just MSBC just realizes now after that pretty nice turn, actually. He's just at the bottom of the deck, right? He can just progress and just accelerate this game now. Deads now has to make the most threatening board he possibly can to make this as fun for MSBC as possible.
And get quite a bit done, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's got the cards to do it, right? Especially with Priestess.
Rush Claw, Wig again. He can play the Devour just to put more juice in the Valish.
And the Queen's Guard, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, MSVC has diligently held on to second chart for this long. And also, how does he kill the Pyro unless he's planning to trade, which feels very bad. But I guess he has to. He's been trading all along so far.
The funny thing here as well is there's actually nothing apart from hero power for this Xyrella to actually pop off with.
Potential problem for MSBC is that this boar in hand is 3 health, but you can still kill it off, right? With Silence and Devour. So I think he can get the sword this turn.
The Silence is only enemy, right?
Right, but it's going to deal 1 damage to the boar and then...
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yep. And with the discounted amulet, gets the sword down, and that's going to spell disaster for Deads.
Yeah, you can see Deads' response there, right? Like, it's the fact that all this got done. I think MSBC played this game very, very well, and he wins the series and stays alive in Group B. A great win for him there. Not the best winner shot, of course, but we work with what we've got. But I think he played that very, very well. Had a lot of complicated turns where he fit a lot in, turns where he decided not to do as much as we thought he would, but managed that very well and kept Deads just not quite in a strong enough position to really push the button, right, and say, okay, attack, go, and then pressure basically a 2-turn setup. So yeah, I think really well played from MSBC this series.
Yeah, very, very impressive on that last game. Honestly, kind of forcing me to reevaluate my stance on the matchup, because what I've seen Deads go for is what I think has led players to saying that, yeah, the Wig Priest is favored in the matchup. You just, like, build a board, you never give them a Xyrella, and they only have 2 silences. But MSVC stretched those silences for every last bit of value they were worth. He cycled to the bottom of his deck, even if he couldn't heal off of the base effect from the Gift of the Naru, set up hand space perfectly. It's just really, really clean board priest play, and I think that's what it takes to actually excel in a tournament of this level. However, he has one more opponent in the way, Zhou Qianyu. Which among them is going to be joining Gabby from Group B into the top 8?
Yeah, it's going to be a huge one, isn't it? And I think right at the beginning on Friday, early hours of the morning, when Sottle and myself opened the show, we were talking about the matchup specifically between Gabby and MSBC in that first initial match in Group B. And we were saying, like, oh, it's pretty crazy because both players are very, very strong. Of course, we've seen great things from both. And now we might be in the spot where MSBC and Gabby both make it out of the group, which I think would be very impressive overall. But yeah, that was just the second series of the day. We've got plenty more where that came from, so make sure to stay tuned and we'll be back with some more Summer Championship.
The beast has returned. You are in my realm now, serpent.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Summer Championship. And there is one group match left, and then we get into that top 8 to find out who's going to Worlds. And with me, on my other side to what I was expecting to see him on, is Sottle, who requested this pairing so that he could bully me relentlessly for an hour. Sottle, you looking forward to the match or the bullying?
Hold on. Very brave 50-50. You're over there. I was expecting you to be over there. Yay, we did it.
Wow.
Hey, hooray. Nice.
Just the opposite to what I expected, yeah.
You are correct. I did specifically request that we all have at least one series casting with Lorinda because it's always a special experience. And I'm very happy, actually, with the matchup that we got. Joe Chanyo versus MSBC. I've really grown fond of watching these China representatives over the last few years because of how successful that they have been recently, shutting down so many hopes and dreams and so many smug Sottle rants about how dominant Europe has been in Masters tours. Like, these are a sampling of the players who've been stopping that from happening in recent memory. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them go up against each other here. Two of the strongest performers, of course, in the Masters tours overall as we've gone through. Two of the players that, you know, Gabby would have been looking at in this group and wanting to get one over on, and he's managed to do that so far, so good. Gabby's made his way out of the group, but of course, no great surprise to me either that both of these players are still hanging on in there and fighting for that last spot on today, which is a weird thing to have to say since we are in our weirdly truncated schedule. Normally you'd say, oh, they're fighting for a spot on Sunday. Well, it is Sunday. They're fighting for a spot on today.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, it's just Gabby, isn't it? Making the last day all about Gabby. Like,
That's right.
it's probably just specially requested to be put in this group or something. It is a mirror match right across the board. I don't know if it's card for card, but it's certainly archetype for archetype. The priests are banned on both sides, and it's very much what we've seen with the ping mage from the Chinese players replacing the Naga mage that, say, Gabby brought. And obviously, with it being a mirror, there's not a lot to analyze apart from the players and the player styles.
Yeah, I think the way the decks are going to match up against each other obviously goes without saying at this point, because mirror matches are mirror matches. It can, of course, pan out in a way that different matchups happen, but that's just kind of Conquest throwing dice in the air. So we will have to wait to see how things pan out. MSBC is going to kick things off with the Thief Rogue, a deck that has wildly underperformed, perhaps to the surprise of many, somewhat to the surprise of myself as well. You can sort of see this if you really dig hard into the data, where Thief Rogue is a deck that loses matchup percentage as you climb in skill level. And if you really dig into it, there's enough matchups which start at like a 53% matchup for Thief Rogue, and then as you get up to a top 1000 legend, which is usually the best data point that you have, they've then fallen down to a 51% win rate. So you then extrapolate that further, right, and say, okay, well, if that's where the skill gap discrepancy, if that's how it trends, we're even higher than that. We're not even just one step beyond that. We're like 5 steps beyond that, because we've gone through top 1000 legend to top 100 legend to top 16 legend to Masters tours to Masters tour winners to seasonal championships, right? Like, that's how far we are above that point. So I will say, therefore, that it trends even further, and then Thief Rogue is having, you know, multiple bad matchups against those decks that are reporting as 51%. However, the players themselves, none of them have actually really fully embraced that, right? Because they're all actually bringing Rogue themselves, with a couple of notable exceptions. So it has been very interesting indeed to see that dynamic plan out.
I think that's another thing, though, with all the players basically bringing the deck. That means that everybody else was ready to be ready for the deck. So if you're building a lineup, you're going to bring a lineup with the Rogue in mind, even if you're not trying to directly counter it. And so tech choices will probably line up nicely against it and that sort of thing as well.
Kicking things off now, Arcane to the face, picking up a Fire Sail, which I do think will be a nice addition to this hand. No Siren in hand just yet. MSBC, meanwhile, kicking things off, getting the Transform, 1 mana Null in hand. So reasonable opening, I think, so far. And we're seeing again from these Mage players, whether it be the straight up Turbo Naga version or this Ping Mage version, these one-drop resources are not being used in this matchup, emphatically being held back in hand. And I really love this decision. I think it's very smart matchup recognition. There's no point just dropping a Slither Spear on the board because it's going to get rushed into by 4/5s. No matter what you do with it, at some point, it's going to create a value trade for the opponent. So hold on to it, look for that value later on. Look to, even if you don't line it up on a Spite Lash turn eventually, you can still look for better positions, such as, well, now, theoretically, that these rush minions have come down on the board, where it will do a lot more work for you without those value trades of the nulls happening.
MSBC taking a while on this turn, even though playing the 2 nulls was reasonably straightforward. I think he's probably looking at how do I get a really quick charge lethal in here. Edwin, Shadowstep, Mr. Smite, all lined up, ready to go. Krakatoa ready to back it up. 2 4/5s on the board. I think he's already counting, like, how do I do this on turn 7, maybe?
Yeah, turn 7 does seem very possible here indeed. Just with Smite, Philip Fighter, and Shadow Step, that's 14 damage total that you can throw out on turn 7 with no additional help. So if you can start to get some chip damage going through before then, that would be very much appreciated, of course. I am extremely upset, however, that you mentioned Edwin and Shadow Step in consecutive points in your list there. Those are 2 cards that do not go together at any point in any game of Rogue.
Sure, we shall see. No, just to allow him to set up the double charge on turn 7 is what I was thinking, not because it's a particularly good play normally, but... Okay.
Well, that doesn't work with Edwin, right? Or am I confused about what you're saying? That doesn't enable anything to happen on turn 7?
Okay, fair enough.
But you're still
Let's go for 8. Let's change
right, sure, but like in that case, you're kind of not getting that much extra damage over doing it on 7 with a Philip Fighter anyway, right? So I just feel like it's not really a big opportunity that you're missing out on by waiting that one extra turn.
It's hard to add 6 and 2 at my age. Let's giving you an open goal to start off with, Sottle. I'll tighten it up as we go along. Okay, decisions already for MSBC in terms of does he want to trade this away? He probably will, because that's kind of what you do, but with so much damage in hand, there's options available.
Double Philip now as well. Yeah. Now we might be in the turn 8 business. No, just kidding.
Just getting them.
Yeah, I think 3-1 stealth coming down here is very much to MSBC's interest. However, we're going to wait for several animations to go off here. There we go. Surprise! Explosive runes kicking in, meaning that is actually... It's a relevant amount of damage to MSBC's face here, of course, but it's also a relevant amount of damage that Joe Chanyo has saved in that position as well, right? With the 3-1 then not going face on the following turn, particularly with this Mr. Smite follow-up. But he does need to start doing something sooner rather than later because he is running out of health very, very rapidly.
Yeah, MSBC just going full aggression here. And the Ping Mage can be a little slow to get rolling. We've seen how good it can be against the Warrior decks. But if you're good against a slower deck, that usually means you've got a weakness somewhere else. And the weakness is being hit with 2 4/5s that cost 1 mana each. Who knew? Something I think we've seen from Joe Chanyu more and more as we've got to know him is how considered he can be in a lot of situations. Like, obviously, all of these players are planning a long way ahead in their games, but he has shown a lot of resilience and ways to find out of situations, like working out exactly where the key turns are going to be.
Oh, that Cutlass draw is looking pretty juicy from where I'm standing. So does MSBC want to just straight up set up the lethal? He's going to go with the Edwin, okay. Which, believe it or not, this is actually the no answer to that question.
It's a bit weird. Just make yourself an 8/8 and no, don't want that.
Yeah, it is the no answer though, right? Because the yes answer was just playing the weapon, throwing like Tooth at the face or something like that, right? Yeah. And then setting up enough damage so that you had the guaranteed, quote, guaranteed Smite Shadow Step lethal on the following turn with the Philip.
There
So
is
this is
only-
actually more of the hedging line where he's presenting problems for Zhou Chenyo to deal with, to play around, you know, counterspell, ice barrier, all of these generated answers that could be found to that kind of situation.
Only the one treasure guard in the deck as well for Zhou Chenyo. Just
True,
It
yeah,
should
yeah.
matter, but it's only the one taunt that gets in the way here.
Yeah, it's a good shout out as well, for sure.
This is so much continued damage with Krakatoa or Smite. That's after you've dealt with this board.
Flurry is a fantastic grab there.
For war.
Zhou Chenyo needs this to be Spite Lash, and has needed it to be Spite Lash for a number of turns from this point. That cost 4, and it's the right 4 as well. Okay. Oh, he has double Shadow Step. Well, I haven't been paying attention. Never mind. This is all over anyway. That's just going to be 18 with the second copy of the Shadow Step that I did not notice had been picked up before that point. Good stuff from MSBC.
Well then, just easy, right? This game, you just play your cards and hit the face with them.
Indeed.
Why haven't all the other Rogue players been doing this? And that's a huge win, right? Because we can talk about the Rogue. A lot of these Group B matches have come down to the Rogue mirror. And yeah, the Rogue's out of there.
Yeah, huge win, definitely. Particularly because it removes kind of the mirror flip that you could argue this series was destined to meander towards, right? Where the other decks would be able to pick up wins, like particularly the Warriors, right? The fact that now not only is the Rogue out for MSBC, but also the Rogue is now not a matchup for Zhou Chenyo's Warrior, which is a really big deal overall as well, because now suddenly that Warrior has a slightly harder time of being able to pick up a victory in the series as well. So it's sort of double contextual, I suppose, in that it's the worst deck getting out, but also it removes one of the good matchups from the other side. So it is a really strong victory in the context of a Conquest series for sure.
And again, with it being a mirror, the priest ban's pretty straightforward. Just going into those seems to be almost always the ban when you get this lineup. We did see it deviate once yesterday for some reason. Can't remember exactly why, but yeah, the whole thing just lines up very well for MSBC here. Where would be the reversal for you now with Zhou Chenyo? You need to find a win with this Rogue. What's he going to have to beat with it? The Mage? Do the same?
He has to do the same on the other side, or find some like ridiculous scam victory against the Warrior, which, you know, can happen. We're not, you know, it's not in the 10% vicinity, but it's a bad matchup. It's a hard matchup to win for sure, because it's one of those situations where, similar to against the Boar Priest, right, where you kind of make your one board at the start with Rogue, and then if that gets dealt with efficiently, you are then scrambling for win conditions. So as the same as Priest can just blow your early board up with Zyrella, Warrior can blow your early board up with Shield Shatter, not even allowing for them to do just one of the scammy Warrior things that they have access to, of which there are plenty. And then at that point, you are digging then for your randomly generated effects, and almost for your opponent to like make a mistake and not consider something random that you've generated. You know, we've seen various generated effects come into great power for these rogues so far, and that's kind of what you end up going with. So yeah, Rogue versus Mage, I think, is probably the best chance that Zhou Chenyo has to win now from this point. So MSBC is going to throw out that Mage, and we will see what is being queued into it from the other side.
How are you on how much better is this against Warrior than the regular, just the Naga Mage? Obviously it's better, but Derek thinks it's a lot better. I think it's a little bit better. Where do you stand on that?
I mean, can I go in the middle? I don't like going in the middle. It could like quantify those two, right? Can we have like a matchup percentage number for those two?
So normally I would say that Naga Mage is 45%. Let's say Ping Mage, I think, is 50%, and Derek thinks it's 70%. That's not what he said. That's just me giving you some numbers.
Okay, like closer to Derek in that case. Then, like, I think it's a really good matchup when you throw in the Ping package against Warrior. I think it's a very solid matchup. Like, we can argue over what like 60% means, 65% means, 70% means, right? I mean, we couldn't. They're very literal definitions. They mean things. But in terms of what I'm about to say, I think with the ping package against Warrior, this is a matchup that you feel like comfortable in designing a conquest lineup, if that makes sense, right? A matchup that you can rely on to do the thing you want to do.
So you give it a tick in the box if you're going tick
Yes.
cross half. Okay.
Exactly.
Right, well, we don't have that matchup now, so that was a good talk. We have the Mage Mirror, so...
Hey, you're in charge. I'm just following your questions. Don't blame me.
I wasn't blaming you.
Okay.
Where did I blame you? I just said it was a good talk.
All right, fine.
Schrodinger's good talk, right?
Yep.
Literally say I was joking if I need to. Story of my career.
And suddenly, the siren that was needed all the way through that first game has shown up right on time for Juchanyo. Means he is going to be the first to the well in this one. Has run out of card draw effects at this point, though, which is a little bit limiting. See what the draw is. Okay. Time to go.
That is the slight downside of playing this, of course, over the pure Naga version. Your pop-off turns can be a little bit restricted, but it's not that restricted watching this go off right now.
Beyond your comprehension.
Got a couple of cards in there you don't want to pick up in the middle of it, but if you don't pick them up, you're fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a little bit overstated as well how big the difference is, because, you know, for every Reckless Apprentice there is in this list, there is a multicaster in the other list, right? Which, yes, now, that's a better card, right? On a really good Spylash Siren pop-off turn, you can get the multicaster in there and actually use that to keep going on the really, really good ones, right? Whereas Reckless Apprentice doesn't really work out in the same way. If anything, Reckless Apprentice is like your last minion in this deck, right? The thing that you use to end the turn to clear up the remainder of your opponent's board. But, you know, most of the pieces that you want to use for a Spylash Siren turn are still all in the deck, right? It's just that the other cards are... The whiff cards, the blocker cards, are just different blocker cards in this version of the deck than they are in the Ignite version. So I think it's slightly overstated. It is true, but I think the difference between what a Naga Mage can do is really not that high, right? Like, that was a Siren turn. This is what every Siren turn ends up looking like, you know? They're all very, very similar.
Yeah, if you're capped at 7 minions instead of 9, who cares? You're only allowed 7 on the board anyway, I guess. So, oh no, only got 6 huge minions on the, or medium-sized minions on the board. Or small, I guess. Hearthstone's evolved. 5/4's now just a pudding.
What to do? What to do?
5/4 is a pudding. Like a dessert.
Yeah. Well, no.
Or like a cake.
Like an idiot.
Okay.
Just a small idiot 5/4.
Of course. The third established definition of pudding. My bad.
Why would I use real established definitions?
No. You did say reading homework earlier, as if that was a thing.
I still don't know what your problem is with reading homework. You obviously haven't done enough reading homework of your own.
Okay, now, so, like, in normal conversation, if you were just saying reading homework as a descriptive thing, then whatever, no big deal. It is descriptive. People know what you're talking about. It's fine. But the problem was you were doing it in the construction of a joke, right? You were saying, like, has Gabby ever been before a school teacher questioning him about his reading homework? And, like, in the construction of a joke, you have to use things that make sense and are actually things. You can't just make up things that no one would say just because it fits into the joke that you're about to make. That's not how it works.
Let facts get in the way of a good joke, Sottle. Exactly how jokes work. Talking of a joke, this board dealing with this is going to be a bit of a joke for MSBC. There's a lot to get rid of right now just to stay alive. See how that segue didn't work, but I made it work anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's how you do things.
A masterclass in Larindering.
Hey, I've got to be on my toes today. Everybody's got their shot at me today in the cards, so I have to use a variety of ways to tiptoe around anything useful.
Ooh, Volcanomancy. is a big, big deal, especially with the Zola on board. This is kind of a rare treat, actually, because very often this comes up in the Naga Mage mirror. You get offered the Volcanomancy, and you're like, okay, cool. Now, let's look at all the minions. Okay, they all have 3 health. Cool. Let's look at my removal spells. Okay, they all do 2 damage. Right, this is a problem. But with the Zola in play, that gives a massive amount of luxury to MSBC to be able to clear up a good chunk of that board. But bad news. We've covered the good news. Now it's time for the bad news. Spylash Siren still in play.
Yep. So in theory, it all gets to go again, and I think it is going to all go again. And all of the good work MSBC put in last turn, he's going to have to find another way to do it all once more.
Anybody?
Does have Savara in hand, which presumably is loaded up now.
Yeah, I made an utter mess of Savara twice in the last series that I cast, so I'm going to leave that one alone until I just actually see what's in it. I confess I have not been keeping track of it this game. That Reckless Apprentice might end up being a little more relevant here, though.
Still quite tight on mana. Still another Siren in Zhou Changyu's hand as well.
Yep.
This animation sort of tell them to do something about it.
This animation's great. What do you mean?
The rope's burning, turns over.
The only thing that matters, the only thing better than this animation is when you just do it with the Rogue Dagger instead. That's the only way, that's the only way you can improve on perfection.
That was the best thing ever. I'm not going to elaborate. Chat can explain to each other what that's about.
Yeah, that's fine. Was that your era, by the way, or was that Throwdown? I can't remember who was...
No, I cast that match, yeah.
Okay.
I was dying with just laughter. Nothing else. It was me and TJ. What do you expect?
Yeah, true. So, Pew Pew?
I've got an era all of my own.
You do, yeah. The Lorinda era.
Mordresh presumably is leveled up now as well on MSBC's side. So a chance to turn this around if he doesn't die over the next 2 turns. Which he probably is going to.
I feel I've missed the opportunity to say that the Lorinda era feels slap bang between the Perennial and the Devonian eras, but I'm going to put it in there anyway.
Yeah, I mean, shoehorning things in is what I do, so I think it fits with the conversation. Yoshan, putting MSBC down to 4, which of course is a 2-turn lethal starting next turn. But they've got the Ignite in hand as well. It's pretty much a lethal setup.
It is, and it was just a matter of how he wanted to do it that turn, because he had 8 damage over a number of turns, depending on how he wanted to split things up. There's various random generated nonsense that you can choose to play around in that scenario, be it counterspell, be it explosive runes, obviously Ice Barrier, which is normally one of the big anti-aggro stoppers for these setups against mage, isn't going to be relevant because none of the damage is really melee concerned. But I think doing it this way made a lot of sense, because even with the potential punish that comes out this way that was counterspell, he has a good 40% of his deck there, I think, which can then bail him out of it by just being a spell that he then draws off the top. As you see, the eventual outcome would have been the gifts, which he could have then used to bust open a counterspell. And even in that scenario anyway, it would have to be counterspell plus enough pressure to then 1-turn lethal, right? Because even if the counterspell doesn't end the game, he just has ping face into ping face again the next turn to be able to shut it down. So clean 2-turn setup there from Zhou Chanyu, very, very nicely done. I think played it out in the right way, but I think this was the story of the deck really is that it was a game without a Siren and then a game with 3 Sirens, and I don't think it takes a Hearthstone genius to work out which of those 2 games was won by the Naga Mage.
I can work it out. That's 1-1, but that's not necessarily the story of this match. We are still, to some degree, rogue game waiting room right now. Obviously, Mage winning the mirror, if he'd lost that, it would have been catastrophic for him, being 2 down and having his Rogue left, but still going to have to see how he gets the Rogue out of here. And now it can't beat the Mage. Yes, it can. If he'd lost that, it wouldn't have been able to beat the mage. That's where I'm going. I knew I was going somewhere with that. I've reached the destination, and I'm out of the vehicle. You can take over, Sottle. It's great.
I just sat patiently waiting for my brain to deliver the point, and it came in right on time. It just about got there before I had to stop thinking. Amazing. Yes. The rogue is still going to be the big crux of this series for sure, and that mage still being in, again, it's very hard to break this down when the matchups are mirrored, and it is kind of the only real way to analyze a series like this in Conquest is to wait to see what the matchups are and then analyze the implication of what that matchup means as it's happening. So the way this has panned out with the rogue getting out of the series for MSBC in an original mirror match, that mirror match then for between the mages was doubly important for Ju Chanyo, because not only do you never want to lose 2 mirror matches in Conquest, you very rarely, recover from winning 1 mirror match in Conquest. But the context of this series now means that mage still being in the series for MSBC is crucial for the remaining rogue on the other side.
Was the pause when you delivered the era joke because you had to check the eras, or do you just know the name of all the prehistoric eras?
So the pause was because I wasn't sure what the first one is called. It's something like Perennial. It might be Pernian or Permian. So the pause was I wasn't sure what it's called, and I didn't want to get it wrong on camera, which I think I might have done anyway. But then I just decided to throw it out there anyway. No, I don't know the name of all of them, but I could probably name a few.
Well, I don't remember them. I named several of them myself. I'm going to cheat. It is going to be the warrior versus the mage next up. And we are going to get to see if your tick in the box makes sense once again. So far this tournament, I do agree that the mage has been getting the better of this. So curious to see if once again it goes there. It's a matchup we don't get to see that often. Of course, most people are playing the Naga mage, especially on Western Ladder.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that matchup has proven to be a little bit tricky to navigate. I know the very best Naga Mage players do report that they have a pretty strong win rate in it overall. But I think, just that extra juice that comes out from the brand package that you have sometimes in the ping mage, or that extra value. We saw the pings get up to like 11 or 12 damage in one of the previous games as well. So the Reckless Apprentice and Zola was pushing like 22 a turn. Yeah, Warrior just doesn't really resist that, and quite often the game does progress to the point that you progress to the point where that is able to be done with particularly rapid succession of just massive pings, big board states, consistent value coming out. Ping Mage just kind of has all the tools that you need for this matchup.
Meanwhile, Warrior has all the tools you need for any matchup. It just has the effectiveness of what is basically ramp going on, the way to draw that ramp out of your deck, and the way to dump it on the board and hit you with it really hard, really early. It's almost like it's Druid, except it's called Warrior now.
Derek just confirming it is Silurian before Devonian, and I was in fact wrong in my assessment. In which case, is Permian the one where the mass extinction happened? Is that why I've remembered it? I'm assuming Derek has Google open and has looked this up, and that's why he knows, which is why I'm answering questions. He can now solve my curiosity for me. Meanwhile, back to Hearthstone.
I'm never sure with Derek. I feel that his selection of things that he knows versus things that he should know is a very strange ratio indeed. Sort of like me, except my ratio of either is pretty low.
Yeah, the thing that is strange is that the ratio of things that you don't know to people who pay you to not know those things is incredibly high.
I've done a very good job over the years sort of pretending to know things. It's been great. The veneer's slowly but surely been ripped away by my fellow co-workers, but apart from that...
I'm sorry. I'd like to formally apologize for the damage that I've done to your reputation over the years.
Yeah, I'm sure I've done plenty myself. We'll be okay. Okay, Wildfire in the hand for MSBC, which normally isn't something I'd comment on, but against the Warrior, obviously, we start that chain at some point very soon when he wants to, of just starting to hurt the Warrior each and every turn.
Imagine this is a hold for MSBC here. One mana Naga to go along with the Siren is looking pretty juicy. Is it a full hold, though, or is it worth dropping gifts for 1 on this turn? I don't think it is. Oh, okay. Wow.
Okay.
I was not expecting that in any way, shape, or form. So using this to activate the gifts and then going gifts on the following turn does mean he'll have to wait a little bit longer to pop off with the Siren, but I suppose breaking it down, justifiable, because there's no rush in this matchup, I suppose. So if he needs to pop off on 6 or 7 with the Siren instead, then so be it. This gives him the extra juice that he needs. It's just, for me, maybe through my needing to talk and not just silently sit there and map out the Naga, the Spitelash turn, which is what I would have done had I been playing, I'm miscalculating what happens on any given Siren turn there, because I thought there would be enough juice to just throw out the Siren, throw out the Slither Spear, and then have the mana to just start playing activated gifts after that point and pop off from there, but maybe it just doesn't work out quite that way.
Yeah, this way he does, of course, get the gifts with the buff from the Wildfire, so just getting the maximum damage with his chosen line. Meanwhile, kicking off on the other side. Warrior doing the thing from the depths. Which means that at any given moment, it can just go absolutely nutty.
Beyond your comprehension.
SBC's choice here presumably will be planning around his Siren turn.
Well, I actually don't think it is at this point. I think MSBC has decided that each turn here is about maximizing card draw, and that's all that he really cares about. He's not super interested in the Siren turn, because the Siren turn just gets shield shattered anyway a lot of the time, or brawled, or whatever it is. So I think he's just maximizing card draw in this spot. Played the Slither Spear early so that he could gifts as early as possible for 2 cards. And then again, if you were maximizing your Siren turn, you wouldn't play the Spellcoiler there, right? Because that was your cheapest Naga in hand to then go popping off with your Siren turn. Instead, he played the Spellcoiler to activate the other copy of gifts that he had in his hand, so he could then draw cards as efficiently as possible. So I think, honestly, he's just turbo drawing for the gross ping stuff, as opposed to actually focusing on being a Naga deck here, which, you know, it is a very reasonable way of going about it in this matchup. We talked at the beginning what a difference that whole brand ping package makes to the deck overall, so it certainly makes a lot of sense.
One thing I like about actually having the pop-off turn, though, is it sort of transforms the cards into your hand, into different cards in your hand.
Yes.
Makes space to load up. So even though it's likely to get removed, you do need to do it just to have the other stuff turn up. It just doesn't need to be a game-winning push.
More coilers. Just about everything in the hand is going to be able to be dumped here, I think. Needs to work out whether or not he's ending on a Reckless Apprentice, because I think that affects where these flames go. Okay, second flame goes at the opposing minion. I was just wondering whether he wants to use that to clear some board space for himself, because he does have so much juice this turn, but I think he's made the right decision here in terms of clearing the opposing minion. Zola being the Discover makes sense. That is probably the highest value card in this entire matchup.
And a horrible choice from this Discover. Just because everything cost a lot and did nothing.
Beyond your comprehension.
Yeah. And he does look like he's going to finish on the Reckless. What it looked like he queued.
He's using the Zola, he's not.
Because holding onto it makes a lot more sense to me, because it's so much damage later.
Yes, yeah, I agree. When compared with the Zola as well, it is just colossal amounts of damage. But yeah, when he's playing the Zola there, I don't think there was any way to get back to Reckless Apprentice. He could have gone 2 mana Naga, 1 mana spell Reckless Apprentice. That was possible, but as soon as he commits 3 mana to a Naga there, it wasn't possible. But yeah, I do agree with you. Like, Reckless Apprentice, just as we were talking about before, was being used as 22 damage in the series of with Joe Chenyu versus Gabby. So yeah, why not hold on?
That's what happens when you get your 9/9 pinged. Terrible mistake by Gabby getting his 9/9 on the board, I would say. Because 18 damage was totally avoidable, but 22, whew, no.
I know, disgusting. I still can't believe he thought the thing was going to attack face 3 times.
I did wonder, and
The part I can't process, right, is that he saw that card, and presumably he's seen that card before, right? Because he pays attention to Hearthstone, he knows what's going on. He thought the card did that, and he's not playing it in every deck, right?
Right.
If that card went face 3 times, it'd be so good.
I do wonder, and I'm going to give Gabby a little way out here, but he's had time to correct it and did not do so. So it's too late, Gabby. Sorry. At the time, is if he thought I've got no lethal anyway. Let's see if I don't understand this card. I'm just going to play it in case it does go face 3 times, because that's my only out.
No, you can follow his reactions so perfectly, where the cards get drawn, he looks at them, he goes, oh my god, this is lethal. And then he plays the Deathwing, is like, as long as this Deathwing doesn't discard the thing, this is lethal. Like, he really thinks he's won the game. He absolutely thinks he's won the game.
Yeah. Because there are times, right, where you do it the other way, but I do agree with you. He thought it was actual lethal and not giving him that out.
Meanwhile, in the series of Hearthstone, we're actually casting.
Oh, yeah. What about that?
We've gone very meta. It's layers within layers of nostalgia. It's it's the Summer Championships, which in itself is quite a nostalgic feeling event where we bring up all these previous things that happened in previous seasonal championships. That even within this Summer Championships itself, we're already being nostalgic about moments that happened mere hours ago.
You say he's missing out the entirety of the turn in the Hearthstone game we are casting.
Yeah. See, like it's the meta layers.
Yeah, it's teaching everybody really well how to cast Hearthstone.
Mm-hmm.
I said that to Gia once that I finally taught TJ, and she's like, "No, TJ's taught you." I'm like, damn, you're right."
All right, time to go fishing.
Immediate threat, but he doesn't know that. Like, we know that. We can see the hand is still just card draw and none of the stuff. But with only 13 cards left in MSBC's deck, that's going to change really fast in the next turn or two. So Joe Chan, who doesn't know what's in the texture of the hand, as it were, does know that his time is limited to get established here.
Agreed, and it's why I do like this decision. He'd already seen an Ixion Drake down there, so he knows he has at least one good tempo play buried down the bottom. And, you're right to talk in terms of immediate threat, but the immediate threat almost isn't that important because he knows eventually he dies in this matchup. He, weirdly, and this is again why I'm very against calling this deck Control Warrior, there are so many matchups where you have to be the aggro deck when you are playing this warrior deck. You have to find a way to do something weird and scammy. And this is for sure one of those matchups because you just absolutely cannot withstand what the opposing deck has to throw against you.
What would you like to call it? It's all right saying what the problem is, but come on, give us the solution.
I mean, Scam Warrior, Depths Warrior, Dredge Warrior. There's like pick one. There's like literally anything is better than a just straight up misnomer because it's not a control deck.
I want to call it Druid Warrior.
I mean, fine. Like that's better. You have improved it.
Okay. See, this is how you approach problems. You improve them, and then somebody says, "Nah, your improvement's not good enough," and it encourages them to improve it further.
I mean, it does have far more in common with Druid than it does with Control. So, yes, that makes sense.
Or we could change Druid to Control Druid.
Yeah, we could change Druid to Warrior Warrior.
Sure, let's do that. They change all the key cards now.
Okay.
Meanwhile, MSBC popping off again because he's drawn that half of the deck, but now he is starting to charge up those wildfires a little bit. And, okay, they're only up to 3, but when Dawn Grasp comes down, that will change pretty rapidly. And the health total is under constant threat here, which is slowing down Joe Chan Yu's scam abilities because he's got to actually not die whilst trying to scam people.
His scam abilities and his scamability.
Yeah.
Simultaneously.
Uh-huh. I understand that. That's why you only get a yeah. That's how I speak anyway.
Yeah.
Good.
I mean, it wasn't... I'm just trying to make you feel comfortable, I'm just speaking your language.
I'm feeling comfortable. Because you are...
I'm a very versatile caster. I do adapt quite heavily to who I'm casting with on any given broadcast. So, you know, just trying to make you feel at home.
You talk about ketchup sandwiches with Raven.
Yep.
And that's it. Cheese and noodles.
Yep, cheese, noodles, and ketchup sandwiches. Raven's only 3 approved conversation points.
I think you're going to say foodstuffs then.
Also true. Yep.
But how do you get there from here if you're Zhou Chanyu? This is the defensive aspect. This is going to buy him a turn or two to do whatever it is he needs to do to get a 2 or 3 turn kill set up somewhere along the line. Kazakhstan's one way because you can reduce the cards and just spam them all out. We've seen that done a couple of times. We saw Gabby try to do it in the mirror.
Ooh, double reckless now though. Is looking so juicy. We were talking before about how Reckless Apprentice is just so strong later in the game, particularly when you get into the Dawngrasp hero power, because Reckless Apprentice is what starts to juice it to absolutely ridiculous levels. But this is just such an efficient turn to use one of the Reckless Apprentices. I think it's very, very hard to turn this down.
Yeah, and he paused there just for a second whether to use the second one. Just had to count up, make sure it wasn't lethal. Obviously, saving it for later is better if it's not lethal, but yeah, just pause to have a quick count. It was sort of 7 short, but close enough to have a look.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily that straightforward either. Like, you could argue that if having the extra 3/5 on board, you'd push the same amount of damage immediately, right? In fact, you'd push a little bit less because you hero-powered and Runed Orb the face this way. But if having the extra 3/5 in play might just give you security of lethal against other things, then you might just be able to use it here. But that's just not really how Warrior works, right? Like, once you have more than 2 minions in play, they're either all getting cleared or none of them are usually, especially when you've seen the Onyxian Drakes coming out on the other side. I think the big breakpoints to look at in that regard are the Onyxia on the other side, and then how you deal with taunts, for example. Like, if Nelly comes down as like a last-ditch defensive option, for example, do you have enough damage to push through the taunt? But I think MSBC has both of those things nicely checked right now. Frozen Buckler Nelly, on the other hand, though. That's not Smite. That's not Smite.
7.
And that's not Smite.
Now, I'm not going to even give the number for how much attack this has because it doesn't matter. Because there's no Smite. But it is a lot because of the weapon with the Raider if a Smite is drawn naturally off the top here.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a mass polymorph in MSBC's hand, which, if there is not lethal through other methods, 3, 6, 8, 9, 12, 15, which I don't think there is, I would imagine that mass polymorph is very tempting right now.
I love the learning process we've all gone through in this meta over the last couple of days. It's like, well, they're on 21, better lethal check. Any deck, just better make sure they can't sort of casually 21 their opponent. There is, after all, 8 attack on the board.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, do you do it? Like, obviously, you're doing so much damage to your own board by doing that, but yet, genuinely, like, 24 is actually a scary number right now.
Yeah.
Like, that you might just have to respect this situation. Okay, Dawngrasp might have just changed things.
And 29's an even bigger number than 24.
Oh, this works too, actually. Yeah, this is really smart. This is actually very, very smart. I like this. Like, destroying the weapon, because obviously, like, 24, it's a scary number, but it's a very, very big number. It is something in the region of Bloodsail Raider with the big weapon that would be needed to charge at your face to have the efficiency to be able to do that. So I think this is a good hedge. Firstly, you freeze the ship so that the ship has limited options of being destroyed. That makes sense. Secondly, you destroy the weapon. So I think you are pinning your opponent into such a weird niche scenario where they're actually able to scam the game from you there. I think that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it took 10 potential attack off the board.
Yep.
And we are still living in a world where 24 is at least a number of health worth having.
I've heard of it.
But Zhou Chanyu still on a short-term okay leash with 17 health. Still got some potential left, but
You wish to match wits with me?
Go. Uh-huh. The hero power vanishing always scares the heck out of me when this happens.
Kind of overflow. Okay, sure.
There it is.
There it is. It's back.
6. So lethal setup with hero power reckless now.
Yep.
Before even looking at anything else.
Oh, Onsterbran off the top needs help from this school teacher. From the depths is usually the very best option you can find in this situation, but A, we're incredibly late in the game, so it's really not that impactful. B, Juchenyo just needs freaking armor and nothing else right now. He just needs huge chunks of armor.
Not chunks of 3, I take it then, from Bash.
It's 6. It is 6. There is a Bran in play, and this is a Nargaling.
But is that a chunk? I mean, it's better than the other 2 options, I think. Second from the depths is funny,
Yes.
but that's all.
It's infinitely more armor than the other 2 options provide.
Oh, no, but if 6 is a chunk, I'd hate to know what a lot is.
Frozen Buckler. That's a lot.
Okay. A metric lot. There we go.
Indeed.
Sticks.
It's a 12-point swing. Can't argue with that.
Okay, safe for one more turn, I think.
Oh, the Zola train!
Of course, clearing the board, making that 23 health safe as well. He's seen at least one of the minions from the ship. I think it's 2 that he's seen, so he's okay.
Yep.
Practice that one. Might need to practice that one.
Okay. I'm not sure what's going on here, but fine. I'm here for it.
Might need to practice that one.
Might need to practice that one.
I do love this silly sort of irony or whatever it is that MSBC forgot the Baku in his mage deck that time and has since just beaten everybody with huge mage pings for the last 6 months. Amusingly, and he takes a 2-1 lead. Go on.
Yeah, that is just Ping Mage 101 for sure. A very, very tough matchup for the Warrior to win. Even then, like, I think that was fairly slow for the Mage to get online. Well, maybe not slow, because MSBC actually turboed towards it very quickly. He went card draw on 2, went card draw on 3, card draw on 4 to push deeper through his deck. But I think based on the amount of cards he drew, he was entitled to be doing like the Gross, Bran, Mordresh, Reckless Apprentice, Hero, Ping, all that stuff. He was entitled to be doing that a lot quicker than he did. So, you know, Juchenyo had a little bit of extra time that perhaps we wouldn't even get in most iterations of the matchup to try and set something up, and you can still see just how difficult it was. Like, maybe the Bran school teacher offering better options, maybe that was the route out of there for Juchenyo, if he was able to find some way of generating massive amounts of armor, finds a heavy plate or something like that, something utterly ridiculous to be able to secure him for a couple of turns and then going into Kazakhstan or something from there. But even then, like, MSBC had that covered, holding onto the mass polymorph, not being as afraid of the boat as I was, finding a way that he was never going to die in that position anyway, which was very nicely done. So then even if, you know, some big Kazakhstan board comes down with the Annoyatrons or with just, you know, Ancient Reflections and Wax Rages or whatever, like, MSBC had the ability to keep fighting for quite a significant amount of time through that as well. So it's just a bad matchup, and it just is. Yep. It's just hard. It's just
as you highlighted twice at the start there, MSBC did play for that eventuality. If he'd had that, let's call it, bad draw, and not played to draw the cards at the start and instead gone for the Simon push, he may have ended up in trouble there, but he did just maximize the bad, or minimize the bad draw potential right from turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think it was a smart way of going about it. I think his experience advantage on that deck over me certainly shone through because I saw that opening hand and my brain, having played hundreds of games of Ignite Naga Mage and very limited numbers of Ping Naga Mage, framed it as an Ignite Naga Mage hand. And he went, no, I'm like, if anything, he is the king of that deck, right? Like we actually received the information that he is really the reason why we see this divide. You know, Benich sent us the info that part of the reason why so many people in China value the ping package higher than the version that we generally see in Europe and the Americas is because of MSBC and that he's so trusted and respected and people saw him doing incredibly well and dominating with the deck that it's kind of gone, well, if that's what MSBC is doing, that's right. So that's what we'll all do as well. And I think his position as kind of that innovator of the deck on his side is kind of shining through there because he totally understood how to play that matchup.
He's also one of those sort of very enthusiastic, infectious humour sort of people, so I can also see why that helps spread it as well. Like having had the honour of being able to talk to him briefly after the last tournament, he is just one of those very cheerful, excitable people as well. So if he says his deck's good, people are going to agree with him. Yeah.
I was about to say, I'm glad you followed that up with, you spoke to him in the interview, because I was going to say, I'm not sure where you actually have the authority to get that from, because it's not really shining through on his 120p webcam or his image that we're dealing with right now. So that makes more sense. I'm glad you clarified.
Yeah, just look at the infectiousness you can see through this webcam. Still shots of him winning the game.
Yep.
But he's trying.
He is.
All right, so now we have the Null and Void taking on the Warlock. The Warrior. You were asleep. You collapsed in a heap after your cast yesterday, didn't you? Warlocks do Void Walkers and Void Touchers, and the Null is Null, so it's Null and Void. When you get this with the Rogue. That's it. It's not that that's the bit where you burst out laughing.
Well, the problem is you already tried to shoehorn that in with the other Warlock that was actually naturally playing Nulls in the deck.
That was ages ago, though. People won't have watched that.
Right. Okay. I see.
It's not like I've ever recycled a joke, is it?
Sorry, yeah. Writing this down. Lorinda Guide to Comedy, Step 2. So Step 1 is just make up terms that no one uses if they fit the joke. That's fine. Step 2, recycle the same 3 jokes over and over again. Got it. Perfect.
I mean, have you watched Americas?
The irony here is that me saying that you recycle the same 3 jokes over and over again is a bit that's been recycled probably more times than you recycle most of your jokes. So
that's also true.
We're doing meta layers here. That's what we're doing.
Bits within bits. You see, you understand. Yeah. So this is the bit where at some point your wife's going to have to come to you today and say, you do realise if you've never seen you two cast before, that nobody knows what you're talking about.
Yep, true. Right in the sweet spot.
Right. This is pause for thought because all 3 options are so good, not because they're so bad, which is the usual reason to pause for so long.
Yeah, I think it's Axe, though. I think it's Axe because you have Finley. So you take the one that you can get the use out of immediately, which is Axe, and then you use the Axe for as long as you have the Axe for, and then when you need to Finley to get those other fantastic cards, then you can continue to do... I mean, Starfish is not a fantastic card, whereas the other fantastic card there is the other copy of From the Depths. But that this way, you can kind of engineer your perfect game plan from here, right? You get the Axe, you use the Axe, you fill up your hand with as many cards as you want to then be discounted. You send all of those cards that are in your original hand down to the bottom of the deck using the Finley, and then you're guaranteeing that you're then drawing from the depths to then discount the exact selection of cards that you've chosen to leave in your hand at that point. So I think this gives MSBC the most control in his control deck, so that makes perfect sense.
And with the Gorlock, that is the thing that he needs to fill up his hand with those cards. So the whole thing planned out nicely. Can definitely take some time if he wants to recover Mutinous in the meantime, or he can just go for it and switch everything around.
A lot of damage coming through in the meantime, though. That is the wrong card to be drawing off the top. He already has one of those. He wants an Activator.
It also makes it awkward to play into the Finley because obviously he won't redraw those and he kind of needs them.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
Yeah, that's really put a spoke in the wheel. A spoke in the wheel. God, that's how they work, Neil. That's what wheels do. A stick in the spokes. Anything but what I said.
Panel 1, Lorinda riding bike. Panel 2, Lorinda putting a spoke in his own wheel. Panel 3, damn English language, I hate it.
Imagine if that was my first language.
You know, that was a good joke.
It was. It made me giggle. It was a bit forced, but I tried.
It was a bit You said reading homework. You're not allowed to tell me jokes are forced.
I still don't understand what's wrong with it.
That's the problem.
I am the problem. Meanwhile, talking of problems, this is an awful lot of damage here with the double shadow step, Sottle. Yeah.
Monstrous amounts of damage, particularly with the 0 mana Sunken Vessel coming out. He does have the Shadow Steps, as you were mentioning, to go along with this. But in the meantime, the Rogue has now found its way out of this series. That looked like a game where everything was set up so beautifully for MSBC, but the start from Zhou Chenyo was just so aggressive that the time wasn't there, and that second shield shatter draw really was the final nail in the coffin overall, I would say, because if that was heavy plate or a buckler or a shield block even, just something that might have given him some kind of hope, some kind of plan of being able to activate that shatter, then we could have been in business. But finding that double shield shatter, like you said, he was setting up a plan, and then I think, as you rightly pointed out, that shield shatter being in his hand kind of removed any possible plan of making it there, because there was no way he could Finley swap, there was no way he could do anything. The only thing he could hope for at that point was some time, and that is the one thing that he absolutely did not have, just based on how utterly disgusting this opening was from Zhou Chenyo. Exactly the kind of game he needed on this Rogue. He has won probably the most unlikely matchup for him to win to get out of this one, and now the series is back to 2-2, and we are right back to the well once more, and the remaining matchup now is, of course, going to be that Warrior Mirror, and this is anyone's bet, not only because it's a mirror match, but because it is a Warrior Mirror match, and through Scam Warrior, all things are possible, Lorinda.
Yeah, we're going to have to be on our toes and lively and sharp for this one, so it's over to you, Soddle, because this matchup can go so many different ways. Like you say, it's who can scam the other person, but also it can just settle down into a pattern where everything just gets removed and you end up in Kazakhstan world. If the back gets into a normal, how you'd describe a normal control warrior mirror, an old control warrior mirror, whatever you want to call it, that is still a thing that can happen. But
sorry, why are we talking about
plans.
control warrior mirrors? That's a weird thing to talk about in this matchup that has nothing to do with control warriors.
I'm saying, like, the old control warrior mirror was like this when this settles down. Not that this is control. I'm being very careful not to, you know, get you started. I just don't want you to do the thing. I'm treading carefully. I'm tiptoeing around the issue at hand here.
Very good. Depths. Double depths now. Wow, okay. MSBC is away already. Okay. Responding in kind, though. The first one is a lot more important than the second. The second does add advantage. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't, but having one, I think, certainly gives you the options to make stuff happen.
I love that the best card in the format is one that just puts cards on the bottom of your deck.
I mean, you'd think, you know, with that being the major theme of the expansion, you would ideally have that be the case, right? You don't really want another Inspire, right, where just none of it really works. Although arguably the best card in that format was an Inspire card.
What was the Inspire card that was good?
The Shaman 3/6 thing that buffed your entire, like, it was just Bloodlust on a stick essentially, but it wasn't like, yeah. Can't remember what it was called. Someone will tell me. Eyes on Discord.
Worst named keyword ever as well. The least inspiring of all the keywords is called Inspire.
And then, funnily enough, in 2022, in the words of the great man Fino, we do now, in fact, wake up to hero power because Ping Mage is clearly the new hotness.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Definitely.
Forged in Flame picked up by MSBC. Thunderbluff Valiant, thank you, Derek. Forged in Flame picked up from MSBC to go along with the Outriders axe that he has in hand. There was a Bran down there, which is excellent news for MSBC, I think, knowing that there is a 0-mana Bran in his future. There is also a 4-mana Onyxia in his future. So we are just a Finley away from a very good time here for MSBC.
What if it's the 4th bottom card? You'll get there quick enough. Anyway, we've got Axe, Forged in the Flames. You'll be okay.
Exactly, yeah.
There's a Finley.
Finley on Finley action. Yeah, he did find it, of course, from the Gorlock Ravager that he picked up from his From the Depths. He now has access to the bottom of the deck. And this is kind of what I mean, right? Like, yeah, MSBC hit double depths, which is better. It just is. It's more discount, it's more scam, it's more cheat. That's what you want. But the first From the Depths is so important because you go from fumbling around in the dark, not knowing what your game plan is, to at least being able to form a plan based on what the bottom of your deck was. Joe Chan Yu saw the bottom of his deck. He took the Gorlock Ravager, which then gets him the Finley, and now he can cycle into some more scammy cards. So he at least has a plan, even though he is somewhat behind in terms of overall mana cheat here. Is his plan good enough to beat 4-mana Raid Boss Onyxia? Well, we shall see.
I mean, probably, right? It's not usual that the first piece of scam wins the mirror. You usually need multiple follow-ups.
Right.
Which you've got. I mean, you've got a deck full of it, but yeah, you do need a secondary thing to do.
Oh?
I think he wanted the Bran in his hand.
I think he did too, yeah. Of course, you can't just put the Bran on the board and then play the Finley to cycle to the cards at the bottom of your deck and retain the Bran. We've seen it tried. It almost made me die. I could not focus.
I enjoyed that thoroughly. Not as good as the 7 rogue weapon equips, though.
No. Agreed.
Back to that for a moment. It's so weird when somebody just plays a 4/5 on the board now.
Is it?
It is a 4/5.
I feel like the meta's full of 4/5s, isn't it?
Yeah, but they usually shoot you with them, or something happens afterwards, or you get it.
I see.
It just played a 4/5.
I see.
Even Azure Drake, which is a 4/4, just gets you a card. Come on. Right, Finley time. Card full of scam. Card full of scam. A handful of scam cards. There we go.
Card full of scam hands.
If I say enough words, some of them will be right.
Freeform word association with Neil Lorinda Bond.
Mm-hmm. Feel that
so
Chanye's
annoying.
hand is going to be better than MSBC's hand and board soon. It's not there now, but the cycle versus the amalgams and starfish and stuff.
Yeah. It is reasonable. But it's just such an awkward card, right? Like, Raid Boss Onyxia, yes, you are right in saying that Raid Boss Onyxia on 4, or a 4/4 mana does not just solo warrior. They're too resilient for that to happen, but it's still such a pain in the ass to clear. Like, look at it's so big. Shield Chatter being the only, like, the removal package in the deck being slimmed down so hard to Shield Chatter creates these kind of situations, right? Like, Brawl is down to a single copy. You know, Bladestorm isn't really a thing anymore. He tempoed one of his Drakes. It's such a hard card to deal with for that reason, because you do rely so heavily on Shield Chatter in so many spots to just be like, yep, this clears boards. Like, against Raid Boss Onyxia, not only is it not big enough to begin with, but you also have the immunity to contend with after that point. So, big problems here.
Straight up slam.
Oh, that's
The plate.
such a good draw.
All right. Dealt with. It did start to look
indeed.
a little bit sketchy there for a second, I will admit it.
Yep.
I like a Sierra here, but I would. Goes for the Mali.
Does have a little bit of natural synergy with that other from the depths, right? Based on which cards he can discount, how many of them down there are spells. He could then rip them back out with the Mali, get a handful of cheap spells. Obviously, the spells aren't really the things you're generally interested in being discounted. But even if he's going to hold on to that long term, he could even try and set up some sort of like Kazakhstan into Malagos plan, right? If that's kind of the dream.
Yep. And that the game does seem to be going that way. This is the equilibrium state I was trying to waffle on about at the start, where the initial threats have been sort of dealt with. Both players are going to have enough removal to deal with the next threat, you would imagine. And then we do get to the point where Kazakhstan becomes relevant.
No force on Azeroth can stop me.
Because these cards in hand and board right now are not killing the other player.
Absolutely
This one might.
not. That one is significantly more murdery than the other ones. Knows that there is Starfish to contend with, though. So may wait for a opportunity to proc it himself on the same turn.
Yeah, I just very quickly checked the list. I'm sure you'd already done so, but yes, they are the same.
Oh, it wasn't a bold call to make the Starfish to contend with when they are sat in both hands right now.
Uh-huh.
Not
You
the
know.
biggest risk I've taken in my broadcast career.
I mean, you asked for this cast. That's a far bigger risk.
It's true, yeah. The biggest risk I took in my broadcast career was recommended people hire Lorinda.
I bet you're so proud of yourself. Now we'll see the Malagos plan. Presumably it will be to do with Kazakhstan, as you have said. Oh, this boat is so scary now you don't know what's in it. You have to starfish it immediately.
Yeah, it's also just kind of what the card's for, right? Like, how long do you really want to sit around with that being a dead card in your hand? Like, yeah, again, if we get to Kazakhstan stage, same things I was talking about before with the mass polymorph, you know, a Noyo board or the Ancient Reflections kind of stuff, like, yeah, maybe that can come into effect then. But for the most part, it's one of the big reasons why the card's in the deck. Go ahead and jam it.
Have 5 cards. Kind of a good plan.
Love 5 cards.
It's the Finley you called for 6 turns ago.
Yeah.
Can't remember why now, but I know you wanted it.
Hasn't quite played well because his opening hand was from the depths, and there's a 0 mana Bran at the bottom of his deck, which is quite a big deal.
Looking at how much of this he wants to thin out before doing that.
Answer all of it.
Mm-hmm. 0 mana Bran, oh my goodness.
Who knew that was there? What a surprise! Gets the Mutinous as well. Oh no! This now potential. Oh! This spells so much disaster. Oh, but it's active! Oh. It's active, he can just jam it on curve. Okay, that's huge. That is a huge outcome now. Okay, let's not ignore the fact that this Bran Mutinous is going to be like a 40-40 at the end of this turn, but it doesn't get the Kazakhstan, and that's a big, big deal for sure.
Yeah, and Jochan, you're just jamming it with that in mind as well. Obviously, it's not the most complicated play in the world, but that would be part of the reason he was in such a hurry. The other part is that Warrior decks are full of cards that don't do anything, and he's got a Malagos in his hand that can kill his opponent in 1 turn.
Yeah, was offered Book of the Dead as well, which is one of the cards that really opens up those 1-turn kills, being able to weave in there with 0 mana. Because obviously this is not Druid. You don't have access to Solar Eclipse. You don't have access to 20 mana on 1 turn. Well, I mean, You arguably do sometimes, but only in terms of how much discount you have on individual cards. You can't just play multiple copies of Embers of Ragnaros unless you get into incredibly ridiculous scenarios with From the Depths. But Zhou Chanyu does have that potential still set up with one of those cards reserved. So we shall see how much damage he can potentially set up for OTK-style turns.
He also picked up so much removal in those. I don't know which ones he ended up taking, but there was a lot of single card removal in those choices, which means that a 40-40 Mutinous, no problem.
All right, let's go. From the Depths. Conditioning?
I'm going to admit that I didn't know that Execute was still in.
Yeah, it's 1 again now as well.
Yeah.
Hard.
All we need now is a Control Warrior deck to put them in.
Yeah, conditioning makes sense. He's actually going to dump that one first. Okay, interesting. I was wondering whether the amalgams get cycled before that, perhaps, but apparently not.
No Mali.
No Mali, no Onyxia. Massive Mutinance. Now the amalgams can come down. Yeah, I suppose the problem here is that which card were you going to dump before you started doing this, because you needed to make the 2 board spaces in your hand. I would have loved to have got the conditionings on these minions instead of on that 1 amalgam that's now on board, but yeah, the hand size just didn't really work out, I don't think.
This board. Oh.
0 mana Kazakhstan.
This is ridiculous, and it just doesn't matter. It's going to get brawled away. This looks like a Battlegrounds board, Sottle.
It does, yeah. You've just got, like, Golden Major Domo and just buffed the Mutinous. That's all you've done all game.
Well, you got the Bran as well, so you put a couple of jugs through.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. I've got more health than you, so take 18, idiot. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, actually. I like that a lot. Just trading 18 damage on both players in that spot. Big fan of that.
Oh, I thought he was going to live just for a second.
The Wax Ranger lives? Are you joking? All right, this Kazakhstan not active. I'll confess I don't know how far MSBC is away, but he does have the amalgam in hand.
We've seen other amalgams played. I think he played the Drakes early on. It might just be the amalgam.
Yeah, I hope for his sake he's not still 2 away, because that's a bit of a disaster if that's the case.
Anybody?
From the Depths, hold it this time, presumably, and then it's amalgam, Kazakhstan, Naga from the Depths to discount your Kazakhstan cards. I imagine that's what the situation is here. Yep, looks good.
Here we go again. But obviously, Zhou Chanyu is going to be able to search for a card to win the game next turn. No, don't want those.
Canopic's pretty good. Embers, you have the discount. Be silly not to take Embers there, I think, when you have the Depths discount to come in. Ooh, takes the Buckler, though. Interesting. Oh, we just moused over the Naga. Did you see if it was the From the Depths? Because I'm kind of curious about that now.
I didn't. I thought it was when he took it, but I didn't see it. I was busy staring at this Gnomish army knife and looking at what a wonderful piece of art it was.
Mm-hmm. It's very fair.
Definitely my job. Actually in trouble here, right? He's not in trouble. He's not in game-losing trouble, but an awkward spot.
The game is very finely balanced, I would say, right now. Like, we are on a razor's edge, or a Gnomish army knife's edge, more appropriately. Because that 18 damage is kind of the inspired moment here from Zhou Chanyu. I think without that, he would have 0 hope in this position, but cashing out that 18 damage has just given him so many huge opportunities.
Yes.
And just really smart recognition as well. Gets the 5 damage face, resummons the minion, and then is able to give it rush with the Gnomish Army Knife, because of course the new copy of the Wax Rager has then not already attacked that turn, which means it gets to attack with the Rush and the Wind Fury. Really, really nice stuff. Last 2 turns have been so strong from Zhou Chanyo, and they are every reason why he's still in this one.
There is the From the Depths.
Yeah. Embers.
Yes.
Took Reflections, I think. Because he trades into it right now.
Sure.
Yeah, this makes sense. He trades into it right now and he gets the Wax Rages. Yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was distracted by an animal on my desk.
Hello, Cookie.
Is Cookie, yep. I don't know how she got in, but here she is. Crucial moment of this important Group B finals match. There we go.
And then you shield shatter your whole board,
Yep.
so that you set up lethal this way, turn all your 1/1s into 5/1s, and then your opponent needs to kill you this turn.
I'm 16 through.
Your opponent has killed you this turn! Oh, Book of the Dead off the top means that Zhou Chanyo is going to be getting out of this series with the W. That was an incredibly tense back and forth for the last few turns. But first and foremost, the 18 extra damage that he used, sacrificing his own health to push 18 to the opponent with the Rakara effect from the weapon and the Giant Mutinous. Then the following turn with the sequencing, getting that damage to go face first from the Wax Rager, then being able to use it to trade off the other side of the board. That's 23 damage that he found over the last 2 turns that some players might have missed, setting up for a top deck lethal to get him outside of the series. Beautifully done from Zhou Chanyo, excellently navigated, and I'm sure, you know, based on what we are told about MSBC's, you know, current position of prestige in China and the amount of respect that he has, I'm sure that is a huge, huge win.
Absolutely, and Zhou Chanyo, amongst other players in this tournament, getting to show what they're made of with the amount of interactions you now have to constantly be aware of. Like each individual one, people in chat will be going, well, I knew that, that's no big deal. Yes, but you're not playing at 2-2 in the decider match of your group whilst balancing like hundreds of other factors in your mind at the same time. And he is constantly getting all of these things correct. And yeah, a very worthy quarterfinalist.
I forgot about the brawl as well. The Wax Rager winning the brawl. I don't think any of that stuff actually had an impact on the game, because obviously the Wax Rager was immortal. It's not like, well, if my opponent had more stuff, I wouldn't have this Wax Rager. No, obviously that's not true. It wasn't ever going to reach the respawn cap with the way things were going. I think MSBC did everything he could to try and set up the counter lethal. Very smartly done with the discount. The only question I would maybe have is how timid was the From the Depths play? Oh, sorry, the lack of the Naga From the Depths on the turn where he did it originally, because he went for the Frozen Buckler on that turn, I think, instead, which obviously played around various cards which could have come off the top from the Kazakhstan. Obviously, it makes sense to be scared of those situations in that spot. Would have been 1 turn faster, perhaps, with that Ancient Reflections, because theoretically, no, he still would have had to have paid 1 for the Ancient Reflections on that turn, right? Even if he goes 1 mana Nagaling From the Depths and then trades the heavy plate for the remaining 1 mana, he would have been out at that point, so he wouldn't have been able to do it. So I don't think he necessarily would have accelerated his clock by doing it that way. So now that I talk about it out loud, I think he's probably justified in the decisions he made. Just another good series in a tournament of really, really strong series overall. I think we've had, I've talked about this before, we've had such a great balance between really clean, clinical, scientific, precise Hearthstone play players finding inspired hidden lines, which is the second most exciting thing to watch in Hearthstone, right? When players do something extra, something that you hadn't thought about, something that's not just good Hearthstone play, it's inspired Hearthstone play, it's creative problem solving, it's that level above. And then we've also seen the most entertaining thing in Hearthstone, which is massive throws. Like that's what we're here for more than anything else. So I think overall, the tournament has been a fantastic watch so far, and long may it continue.
I think those two things go together as well. If you've got a situation where your brain's constantly looking for inspired plays and great things to do, sometimes it breaks and it just goes wrong. So I think that if the meta's just straightforward and autopilot and robotic, you're not going to be looking for those plays to make the stupid mistakes in the first place. So I think we have had a great tournament. And that is the group stage is done. And we are going to get into the top 8, the really exciting part of this tournament, find out who's going to go to the World Championships. So, as always, I'm not going to prattle on any longer. I'm going to throw to a break, and we'll see you in a few moments with the first quarterfinal.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Masters Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by Derek Brown. And Derek, we have the pleasure of kicking off the quarterfinals for the Summer Championship. But Derek, what does it mean?
What does any of it mean, TJ? Unless, of course, you're referring to
You're right.
what is at stake rather than having an existential crisis. The implication for every single one of these next 4 matches is that the winner will go through to the World Championships. Top 4 book their spot at Champs to be played out at the end of this year. And even though we're playing it in a slightly different order to give Zhou Chenyu a chance to rest up after his group stage matches, I think we're going to be jumping to Possessi Youth first. All of these matches are just so exciting. With Possessi versus Youth, obviously a chance for Possessi to go to the World Championships this year after winning it last year. Gabby, another potential spot at the World Championships for him. Habu Gabu has had a meteoric rise over the last year or two in competitive Hearthstone with his very, very unique styles of decks. And Dedraw, I think, has just been the player that people have been most upset that he hasn't had a big victory yet in the last couple of years, because he's been so incredibly consistent in his play, and I think is well worthy of that spot at the World Championships.
Well, we are going to kick things off with Possessi versus Youth. Pretty interesting lineups on both sides. Possessi going with the Rogueless lineup and sort of a soft target on Rogue, which actually seems like it lines up pretty well against Youth's lineup, who has seemed to struggle on the Rogue. That seems to be the deck that Youth has had the most trouble getting a win with in some of these series. You know, we've pretty much throughout the whole day, you and all the other casters have been talking about, oh man, how did Rogue make it through all these playtesting? Rogue just looks so terrible. So I feel like that bodes well for Possessi, because he doesn't have it.
I absolutely agree. I think Possessi has really hit the nail on the head on this one. As is often the case, his deck building is just very well thought through. It does mean he is bringing the Paladin, which overall I think its power level is maybe not quite there, in my opinion. It's decent against the likes of Rogue, I think is the main point, which is why I like that he has brought it for that target on the Rogue. But against the likes of Warrior, not so great. Maybe Mage, it can struggle just because of the consistency of boards that Naga Mage can throw down. But hey, the first game of the series is going to be the Holy Paladin against this Thief Rogue. I think it's a perfect start for Possessi to get a very important win every time he matches up against the Rogue this series. Favored though he may be, if he loses, he's in a much, much worse position.
Oh yeah, and it's one of those rare series where we see double Warrior ban. Most of the other players that are bringing Rogue plus Warrior end up banning like Mage or Priest, I think have been the two most popular bans throughout the event. But it makes sense for Possessi since he's trying to corner the Rogue, so his techs are maybe not so much in the vein of Warrior. He's also got Paladin, which is pretty weak to some of the control variants. Earmuffs, subtle. And Warrior's probably the deck that is least likely for his Rogue to beat, especially based on what Possessi has done with the list. So, unique, but the bans make sense.
And right out the gate, Youth with a start. The Wild Paw Null, a tradable, and the Reconnaissance means that I think it should just be 0 mana Null on turn 2. With the way the trade effects work, which is exactly what you want. You want a nice fast start to get some damage in before the Paladin can lock down the board, and you want this classic mid-rangey sized board where you have 1 or 2 decently sized minions, so that the Paladin doesn't want to use an equality pyro clear because that feels like a little bit of overkill, but at the same time they don't necessarily want to leave it on board because then they just tank a whole bunch of damage. So this kind of start is right on the money for Youth.
Possessi not a bad start as well. Righteous Defense to deal with the potential early Null. Double Bannerman, it just feels good, you know? No matter what Paladin deck you're playing, yeah, it does. It just feels like every time you do it, you think you're the greatest player that's ever touched Hearthstone. Oh my God, Bannerman, and the next turn I get to play an even bigger Bannerman. I'm so good.
Hey Karen, come check this out.
Good, come look how good I am.
All right, holding off on the
Null. Right now, she's probably freaking out like, what? 6:45 a.m. Gonna run in here in a panic. No, just talking about double Bannerman.
Little did she know she was subject to another one of your classic pranks.
Yeah. Ah, classic.
You woke up, you idiot.
About an hour ago, I went in there and put her hand in a cup of cold water.
Really? It's not too heavy.
But you can't wait to clean that up later.
Oh, that's level 2 of the prank. I'm not going to clean it.
Oh, man. All right. Well, for the moment, Youth has got himself a spicy selection here, actually. I was subject for the first time the other day to the power of Fell Soul Jailer in Rogue, because while usually you will chomp a minion from your opponent's hand and then give it back when it dies, you can Shadow Step it in order to deny that ever even happening. None in hand right now, of course. But as the game progresses, you could eat some pretty big value, actually, from your opponent's hand with a kind of pseudo-mutinous.
Yeah, which could be incredibly impactful.
Yeah, for real.
In the game. So no Shadow Step as of yet, but I don't hate the hand from Youth at the moment. Still a turn away from possible Krakatoa. Has board. Obviously, it's much weaker now with the Righteous Defense. Oh, no! No!
Uh-huh.
How could you?
Sorry, TJ. Not be happening today. But, you know, at the end of the day, not the worst result ever for Possess. He still has the Pyro Equality clear if necessary. And most importantly of all, Lightforged Carriel ready and waiting for turn 7 is just such a backbreaker for Youth, especially as I believe he's not even running a Viper in his list. So he has no response to the immovable object, which will make it incredibly difficult for him to round out the game.
Yeah, his tech slot is taken up by a Yoink. So a lot of times we see, like, you know, that one flexible slot. Sometimes it's Rushrock Viper, sometimes it's Yoink. We've seen Swashbuckler thrown in there from time to time.
How many cards do you think you could name like Yoink that have an exclamation mark in the name of the card?
I
don't have an answer for you. I'm wondering how many others there are.
Bees. Does Bees even have an exclamation point, or is it just all caps?
Oh no, I think I might do. Yeah, it does. It has 3, so that's 3 answers in one.
Patches, the card text had exclamation.
Okay, that's a good one. I'll take that.
It used to, right?
Yes. Now it has an ellipses.
Just says rush. Wait, am I wrong? Didn't they used to say charge, but like charge?
It had like 3 A's, yeah. I don't know if it had an exclamation mark.
Okay. Okay.
Subtle can think of one more. Oh, okay. Subtle's got 2 so far. I mean, yeah. I'll give you patches if that is true on the original card. I don't know if it was then.
No, it wasn't. It was actually it just said charge on it. The heck? I thought. What minion was it that said charge, but with a bunch of?
Oh, was it Skycap and Crag?
Oh, Skycap and Crag. Meanwhile, Carol's coming down. Normal Paladin things.
Yeah, I mean, this one is rapidly spiraling out of control for Youth. There was the Pyro Equality board clear, which gave back the Bannerman. Very nicely done by Possessi, obviously, to go Pyro, Equality Pyro, then the Flash of Light. Carriel makes it extremely difficult now for Youth to get any kind of a damage-based game plan going. So he's going to need to be looking pretty heavily at value, sticking a nice big board. But honestly, looking at Possessi's hand, I just do not see that happening.
Ooh. Well, Mounted Raptor fits the curve pretty well. I don't think Fell Rattler really has much use in the matchup. Might as well just keep the tempo going. Oh.
Well, it does set up for a nice big minion alongside Mr. Smite. Like, if he can get himself play the vessel, find the gone fishing. Like, with Mr. Smite, it's like 3 + 4 from the 2 pirates combined.
Yeah.
With the way the rounding works. Then maybe another 4 with the original vessel. Like, you're only really getting up to, like, 15 with Edwin included, maybe like 16, 17 if you're incredibly optimistic. But as we can see with Possessi literally at starting health total, that currently is not even scratching it.
No, and 1 Shadow Step used, 1 prep used, so there's not even like too many ways to get super massive on the Edwin. Still a bunch of cheap cards in the deck, but I wonder how, I guess, slow that Possessi wants to play this. I mean, he's got all the options. Has the ability to go Myrmidon plus Holy Mackerel to essentially draw the deck, especially now that the first Mackerel is going to be free. And get an extra, squeeze an extra card out of it or extra heal out of it. All right, here it is. Okay.
Okay.
Double a Sharon Vessel.
Yep.
And then you top deck, Edwin, top deck Gone Fishing.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Then you draw the second Gone Fishing.
Yep.
After you
off
pick
the
Vessel.
first. Yeah.
Off the first one. And then you draw Prep.
Off the Edwin.
That one. Off the Edwin. And you draw Wicked Stab off the draw from Edwin.
How much mana have we spent at this point? That's 10. That's still all 10.
That's still 10. That's exactly 10.
Okay.
And that would be, oh, geez. So Mr. Smite plus all 6 Vessel Pirates would be 18. And then divided by 2? Oh, it's just lethal, whatever. Cool, I guess. The answer to that tangent was absolutely not enough damage.
Not even closer.
Would have had to been like 60 damage because everything would have been... No, I guess not as much because the pirates are 3 and so they round up. So it would have had to been like, what, like 54 damage?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's just not even close. If you don't have Viper in your deck, you do not beat Cariel. It's just the way the deck goes, and it's the way it's supposed to go, and it's the way it did happen in this game, meaning Possessi getting the win with the Paladin. As we said, an expected win, but a nonetheless necessary one for Possessi because his strategy remains alive. The target on the Rogue that only he seemed to see out of all 16 players in the tournament has just put him in such a strong position. Even in his match yesterday, right, where against Face-Off, he got the full reverse sweep against the Rogue, and then in his match against Insane, he was also just targeting the Rogue as well. Eventually lost to it, but was able to clutch out a win in Paladin versus Mage. It's just such a clever realization of the way the metagame would go, and a spot-on meta read.
Yeah. So Priest and Mage remaining. Which one of these... okay, it's not going to be Rogue. Youth is going to switch it up and move over to the Fell Demon Hunter. Sure, you know. There's some Fell stuff in here. This is kind of a mixture of a lot of things. There's actually a surprising amount of Nagas. I think there's more Nagas in this deck than there are Fell Spells, if I'm not mistaken. Because, no, there's not.
Seven Nagas? Yeah, I don't think so. It's close though.
Yeah, there's Fossil Fanatic.
Fossil Fanatic
One of
is Naga.
Oh, Wayward Sage is a Naga. One of the two drops is a Naga. Wayward Sage, Lady Steno. Oh, technically School Teacher and Nagaling.
Oh, come on.
Are Nagas. And Slither Spear.
Well, I mean, then if you're running Jace, you have like 8 extra Fell Spells because they're inside the Jace.
Yeah. But I don't see a Jace.
I hate you so much.
Oh, wait.
Into your
no,
prank.
it should be Demon Hunter. Because all of the G-Log minions are demons, correct?
Yes.
And you get double the amount because Carrier plus G-Log, you get 1, 2, and then 4 each, so 10. So it should be Demon Hunter.
Demon Naga.
That's how naming conventions work. You pick whatever type of thing in the deck it has the most of.
I mean, kind of. Usually it's just like whichever card you most want to see, it ends up being called that.
Don't try to use logic.
Sorry, TJ. Well, I don't see any Nagas, and I don't see any demons. I do see a few Fell Spells, though.
You're right. You are right. Actually, is some thought as to whether or not you want to equip the Glaive here. Glaive gets barely any value in this matchup as it is. But the little bit of value that you do want to squeak out, like, would it come this early on in the game? Probably not. And with the way this hand is, you're probably going to be trying to squeeze in hero power, so you don't want to use your Glaive charges on just pushing like 1 or 2 damage.
Yeah, it's more just if there was any chance of getting Spectral Sight outcast for the following turn, but it would have to be exactly top deck Slither Spear, and then you have Slither Spear, Predation, Spectral, which you probably wouldn't even do, even if you did top deck it. So I think it's fine to hold off for a turn and then set up for Spectral Sight on turn 5, I guess, most likely now.
Yeah.
Tough choice here, actually, for Possessi in the Desperate Prayer activated the Handmaiden, I believe, after Coin Switcheroo was played last turn, which was very tempting. That is by far the most efficient use of his mana on this turn in terms of actually getting towards his game plan. But I do really like that he held off on it because with Zarella in hand, Desperate Prayer is too useful against this Demon Hunter. That Naga
School Teacher
mess
was,
around.
and a School Teacher itself was a great pickup.
Yeah. It's perfect.
Perfect. Beautiful.
Or any transform effects in Demon Hunter that could have come off the Nagaling? Any steal effects? I don't think so. Ooh.
Oh.
There's a transform effect. Okay, so you can go just hero power down the Handmaiden, I suppose, after, Spectral Sight, just to get it into the outcast position. It's a tad risky the turn before you play Courier, of course, because you really don't want to draw the Zillag. But I think it's more than worth it because, with this hand, it's unlikely that will happen in the first place. And just drawing Zillag, going Kurtrus into Zillag is still powerful. It wouldn't be that bad if you did top deck it.
Yeah. And you do need to get through your deck. And if, he had his next few turns spoken for, when was he going to draw with Spectral Sight if he wants to keep doing more powerful things? So
Being as efficient as possible, getting the damage in while he can, setting up for Zillag, setting up for for Kurtrus, whatever he may need, and setting up again these annoying boards. Is this worth the Zyrella? Kind of not.
He had a slow start, and you know that carries a possibility on 6.
Yeah. Ooh. How is he really holding off? He's just trading. I thought he was definitely going to lead up into the Zyrella, but I guess you would have gone with Desperate Prayer, not the Gift of the Naru, were you to do so.
Yeah. I like this. I like this. Still heals up, still clears off the Slither Spear, which is kind of the more threatening minion, but is still going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely spot on for Youth as well to go with the Karya. Like, you could argue that you are overextending into a Zyrella clear, but you know, this minion is so good that on its own, it's always overextending into a Zyrella clear. And if they don't have it, then you just win the game on the spot. So put them to the test, first of all. Possessi, however, with the pickup of the Northshire Cleric, might have something even better than the Zyrella, though. With another Gift of the Naru still in hand and a Shadow Word Devour, this is potentially ludicrous amounts of healing and card draw.
Or card draw at the very end of this. Could also just go for Priestess plus Zyrella. Or even... this is the fastest I've ever seen him play. He doesn't even need Zyrella in this instance. Could save it for the actual Shelag.
I love that everyone when they try and say that really sounds like they're doing a terrible Sean Connery.
It's wrong.
Yeah. I mean, what he's saying is maybe not broadcast appropriate, but it still makes me chuckle.
I feel like he could just cough and be closer to the actual pronunciation.
True. So he's going to toss down the of the abyss here.
What a find!
Oh, with the hero power, actually does get the honorable kill.
Yeah, it's pretty clean.
And draws a spell.
Draws 2 spells, right? With the
gets to attack again. You're right.
In as well. Very, very clean. Does it in the correct ordering as well, which I make the mistake of every single time of attacking into a minion, then playing multi-strike, and then realizing you're not allowed to attack face at that point. Which still doesn't make sense to me, even though I've had it explained to me multiple times. It just shouldn't be that way. So that's 2 more spells that need to be played to activate the Handmaiden.
He's gonna dump both shards, like just all hard cast
Love it.
them. Okay, cool. There's only 4 cards, or well, there were 7 cards. There's 4 cards. He'd already cast the Handmaiden, so our deck tracker had already up. Oh no, I was wrong. Where did he get the other 3 cards from? There was 7 at the beginning of the turn.
He drew 2 with the switcheroo and 1 naturally. Right?
Ah, okay, yeah, you're right.
I do like as well that Possessi is role-playing like an aggressive librarian with this fossil fanatic, just like silence, silence. Like, I'm being quiet, I promise. All right, how does this fix itself? You know, I think with the number of trades that have happened that you are getting sworded next turn, right?
Yeah.
And usually the best response to that is make the biggest board you can so that they cannot clear and get the sword down at the same time, which, to be fair, Possessi is locked on mana, right? He can only go Pyro, Amulet, Amulet, or Amulet, Pyro, Amulet, I suppose. He can't fit in the Shadow of Devour as well, if he wants to go with that combo. So he can only deal 2 damage AoE. Therefore, maybe making Kurtrus a good enough play is the point I'm moving up towards here, because you might be able to protect both your Demon Bats and then push for lethal next turn with Predation. I don't know. Basically, this is not getting there. This is going to get mopped up by the Pyro, and then Youth is going to lose.
Valiant effort.
Assuming the amulets are of the correct size, which I think they are. Yeah. Oh, one of them cost 0 anyway, so he had plenty of mana to work with. My mistake.
Yep. 2, and then 3, and then hit.
Nicely done. Yeah, even manages to get the heal in.
Maybe like a... I don't even know. Like a Lady Steno on that last turn would have changed things, because he had so many spells to be able to play. Ooh.
2 mana Steno. Like, it would have just been mega lethal if he'd been able to survive one more turn. But unable to do so, which means Possessi goes up 2 games to 0. Just an incredibly clean game of Boar Priest, I think, from start to finish. Like, his early turns kind of played themselves. He had the option, of course, as I said, to go with a more aggressive draw plan, go with Desperate Prayer plus the Handmaiden, cycle through his deck as quick as possible. But I think he very quickly realized that just wasn't necessary. He could take it slower, save the heal, sorry, for a big clear with Xyrella, and then realizing his hand was so good, he didn't even need the Xyrella, because he could just draw 4 cards at the same time by going Pyro Cleric in just a clinical display.
Yeah. Just a very clean game from Possessi. And it wasn't even like Youth had... I mean, it was relatively slow, but I feel like anytime you're able to have some semblance of early board and then carry out on 6 without having drawn Shelag by that point, like, you're in a good spot. Like, that's kind of what the deck does. And even though he couldn't find sort of the finishing damage at the end, was never particularly close, right? You know, even if you threw everything you could at the face on that last turn, it was still, you know, 7, 8 damage off. So we'll see if Youth can bounce back, but with the Rogue still up and Possessi having only 1 deck left remaining to win with, which is the Mage.
Yep.
It's gonna be tough, I feel.
It's just looking astronomically favored for Possessi, like, both in this series and honestly kind of in the tournament. Like, I think he's playing very, very solidly here. He's spotting all the hard lethals to see. He's playing his combo decks very, very consistently. He is allocating his removal beautifully on the Paladin and on the Mage as well, which is, again, you know, a deceptively difficult deck to play, because I think we've gotten a little used to seeing it so much at this point, and so you kind of lose sight of how complex and finicky it can be. Possessi has just been, again, absolutely on point, and so with this high level of play comboed with his very high level meta read, I think he's a real favorite, and with only 1 win left needed to go to the World Championship for the 2nd year in a row, our current world champ is looking potentially well on his way to get that back-to-back world champ title.
Yeah, and crazily enough, this would be the 2nd year in a row where the previous world champion has a chance to defend their title.
Yeah.
Which used to be kind of this, you know, crazy pipe dream that players would talk about. We got close a few times, I believe. But it was never fully realized. I mean, Glory got as close as you could possibly get to doing it, outside of actually doing it. So it would be a pretty big deal for Possessi to try to do it again. So, and right away, Youth, it's, I mean, a null off the top or a prep off the top could turn this hand into something pretty useful. Possessi already has some good stuff. Already has the Siren in hand. Doesn't have a cheap Naga to go along with it. No School Teacher to set up beforehand. No Slither Spear. Okay, Spell Coiler works.
Yeah, it does for turn 5, which is fine at the moment. I do love the idea that Youth could play Yoink to break out of the Hunter appearance and then just get the Hunter hero power right back again. Would be immensely pleasing to me.
You could do both, and you could do Hunter hero power twice.
Hero power, prep Yoink, another hero power. That is some aggro gameplay.
Oh yeah,
he did it! Oh!
Oh, I love damage.
Flurry in hand for Possessi, but given that it's only rank 1, and he's actually a little low on spells to pop off with the Spike Lash Siren turn next turn, I do think instead it should be some kind of a dump turn. But that's actually quite hard.
He has draws a card.
Literally every
everything.
other card draws a card. You never just play a Siren. Honestly, like, oh my god, he actually is just playing a Siren. I was going to say I'd rather overdraw than play a Siren, but this is how confident my man is in the rest of his pop-off turn. He just plays Tempo Siren, and it might be the play that sends him to Worlds.
Against Rogue, do you ever really need more than one? Like,
not usually.
If you can pop off enough with your singular Siren, is it ever needed to have another one? Because your board's going to be big enough. You'll have enough support from everything that you're going to draw from that point on. So,
yeah.
I don't know. Oh, he's already going. Before the turn even started, before we even saw the turn started, sat up.
Oh, man.
Pushed up the
first
glasses.
flame is huge as well. He just has everything you could possibly need. Flurry is huge. Another first flame. Or even better, actually, the shooting star makes it so that the first flame can take them out very cleanly at 2 damage apiece. We're looking for generations of another Spite Lash. A Zola would be good here. School Teacher, not bad. There's a School Teacher. That's fantastic.
Could be Murkwater Scribe as well. That's a lot of extra. Okay, School Teacher.
It wasn't absurd at all. Oh my god. I mean, these are just big Nagas as well. It's not like he's playing, Treasure Guard and the Nagalings that don't put any attack on board. These are like 2, 3, 4, 5 attack minions that really are going to start hitting Youth hard. So he needs to get a monstrous clear next turn, which he can kind of do in the form of Krakatoa, but it's not taking down all of this.
Wow. Oh, and on multicaster to refill the hand. Oh my gosh, that was insane. Near perfect. The only way it would be more perfect is if Possessi could somehow find a way to spend that last mana.
Yeah.
Just have full mana expenditure, but yeah, I think that's good enough. 18 damage on board.
And man, that Treasure Guard is so annoying here. Krakatoa needing to sink 2 claws into it to get through it. Or, of course, the weapon, and then using the other one to take out the School Teacher, I suppose. Youth needs to start looking for some even more outlandish ways to survive, probably in the form of Tooth gone fishing, probably, in order to get the stealths back. But again, there's a good chance they just get frozen on the other side. Your opponent's drawn so many cards.
I think he's got to try and, set up for...
Oh! Or just say that Mr. Smite is the next draw? And then...
It wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, it would still only be 12, wouldn't it?
Unless the Gone Fishing would pick up the prep if he had been able, if he had pushed 4 to face there.
Oh, yeah.
But a Treasure Guard would put a stop to that. Siren's just left up. There was a way for Youth to kill the Siren, but it would have been essentially the whole turn. He could have gone like Wicked Stab Tooth to kill Siren, and then gone fishing to pull the stealth, the vessel out of the bottom of the deck. But that would have felt like such a weak turn. And now Possessi just gets to do it all again. I suppose, you know, quite limited by board space, but with the Krakatoa there, he can make board space for himself.
It's just such a horrible breakpoint. Like 5 damage is so tough for Rogue to deal with Krakatoa and Wicked Stab combined. It's just always instances of 3 or 4, never 5, that make it so tough to get through. And now Possessi is just homing in on lethal. I don't think it's there this turn, but it's really not far off. Yeah, he does have to sacrifice off some of his own minions to make board space, but yeah, not even worth it at this point. Just sending it all to the dome and going to close it out next turn.
So Tooth can possibly find something here. Like a Chaos Nova to stay alive? I don't know.
Discover options? No! Oh, not like this.
He didn't insta-pick, so probably not that good.
Yeah. It's not Chaos Nova or the new Demon Hunter Chaos Nova that like dredges a card and then deals damage equal to its cost. Bash. Without exclamation mark. Bash.
Yeah, bash.
Bash.
As opposed to bash.
Bash.
Choose soon.
That's the vessel. But they're not charging with no Mr. Smite available. He has Wicked Stab to be able to clear off the School Teacher. Extortion just doesn't even kill anything. Like, he can use it to take out the Treasure Guard. He just doesn't even know what to do here. He's trying the best he can. I mean, takes out just the wrong minion, but it's not going to make a difference anyway, I don't think.
Yeah. He is just scrambling there at the end. So 17 health. There's already 13 on the board. The Ignite in hand is a 3.
It's just lethal.
It's just lethal, yeah, with Rune Door plus Ignite.
He's just toying with him, just playing with his
4.
food.
Okay, it was lethal just with the
mega lethal. He's just he's thinking to himself, just because it's lethal doesn't mean you can't go Naga spell, Naga spell, Naga spell, okay? He has standards.
Well played.
All right, well, just like that, Possessi 3-0 is heading back to the World Championship to try to defend his title. For the second time in a row, not Possessi, but for the second time in a row, a world champion is going back to try and defend. Possessi hoping to top glory and go one step further and actually win it twice in a row, which would be insane. First time ever in Hearthstone's history that would happen. And that was step 1, is getting there.
Truly breathtaking stuff. It's warms my heart to say that, yes, APAC only had 1 representative at the Hearthstone Summer Championship, but that's just because 1 is all we need. Possessi carrying the weight of the entire region on his shoulders and just playing perfect Hearthstone. There's just nothing I think I can pick him up on. Like, yes, he slightly BM'd his opponent at the end there for no reason. That's a positive. That's not a negative. He's just cool that he does stuff like that and is still really, really good at Hearthstone. I absolutely love to see it. And even though I must give commiserations to Youth, there is still a chance for a Chinese representative to make it through the Summer Championships to the World Championships, or still to win the Summer Championships, as Zhou Chenyu, I believe, is the last of the 4 players from China still in the tournament. But there it is, first player through to the semi-finals, and in my opinion, just the most convincing display so far this weekend from Possessi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we talked about it. The lineup seemed to be on point. Possessi one of the only players in the field to realize that Rogue could be a weak spot.
Yeah.
That many players were going to bring it and that it was going to struggle, and it has. The only other player that didn't bring Rogue was Judgment, if I'm not mistaken.
Agreed. Yeah.
And Judgment had some different decks along the way, but the idea was sort of the same. He just wasn't able to make it through. But Possessi, I mean, it's just so ingrained into his brain, like you said, Naga spell. Siren's on board. I gotta do it. And he did it. Ended the turn with 7 out of 7 mana crystals. So after getting the lethal, well done. And already a solid world championship, I would say.
Yeah, even ignoring the other players who have already made it earlier in the year from Grandmasters and Gold Series. Let's ignore them. It's just Possessi playing against himself 16 times.
Yep, that'd be good Hearthstone. Good Hearthstone to watch. But I mean, as exciting as that one was, we still have a lot more Hearthstone to play. 3 more quarterfinals, so we're going to send 3 more players to the World Championship. Plus, we got to finish out the Summer Championship and crown a champion for our first seasonal championship after many years, which is cool. It's one of my favorite events. But before we jump into quarterfinal number 2, we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. Plenty more Hearthstone to come right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. Quarterfinal number 2 and world spot number 2 is on the line as I am joined by Gia for this phenomenal-looking quarterfinal, and I am back with Zhou Chanyu as well after, it seems, only casting him a mere matter of minutes ago with how swiftly Possessi was able to dispatch his opponent to book his spot at Worlds. But we are going to be seeing Zhou Chanyu versus Dead Draw Gia, a player that we have not seen since all the way back on Friday afternoon.
True, he's had the longest break out of anyone, whereas the opposite is true for Zhou Chanyu just 2 series ago, and he really didn't get a long break, mind you, because Possessi made quick work of Youth there, and he is faced off against an opponent that has all the same classes on the other side. Dead Draw really only differing with Zhou Chanyu on the variant of Warrior. I know you don't want to call it Control, Sottle, but there is one without the facelesses in there, and you can call it what you want.
Though, yeah, the warrior with no facelesses in it. That's catchy enough. I think we'll go with that. That makes sense. But yeah, Dead Draw is going with the Charge Warrior variant. Of course, I think it's almost been a tale of 2 halves of this tournament, really, whereas towards the beginning, everyone was running Faceless and BGBM and so on, and we were seeing lots of choked up dead hands over time. And then in the second half of the tournament, there's been more of just the straight-up warriors who are just playing for the scams and just discounting hands, turboing through with the Finley, doing the more aggressive things, but without that ultimate win condition, which is very interesting in this one in particular, because it means that one is matching up against the other, and I don't think we've seen a great deal of that through the tournament so far.
Definitely not. Although if they were to come up head-to-head, I would put favors slightly on the Control Warrior variant, especially when they have Mutinous in here, which can disrupt the combo on the other side. There's also other ways to potentially make the combo inactive by just having too much armor for it to get through, putting taunts in the way, so on and so forth. And also having the Kazaka-san as your late game potential can very easily outvalue the Charge variant. But I am happy that there is just Charge Warrior running around, if anything, for the screenshot content we get, because it feels like every cool spot we've seen is due to a faceless type of combo on the opponent's side of the board.
That's true, actually. First off, don't think you can get away with just because you annoy me less than Lorinda does not mean I'm going to let you get away with this, okay? Secondly, yeah, you're absolutely right. Some of the coolest lethal puzzles, everyone, you know, flexing how smart they are with some of the lethals that have been missed throughout this tournament posted Twitter, and it is generally, for the most part, been lines with that faceless manipulator, as you mentioned. And I do think that's probably one of the best ways to increase your win rate with Charge Warrior, is finding ways to use faceless as an actual good card in spots where you're not going to win the game through conventional means. So yeah, interesting one to see pan out, of course, but we will be seeing the Charge Warrior go up against the Scam Warrior this time around. And I think this is a very interesting matchup overall, because obviously Zhou Chanyu's Warrior has the ability to gain enough armor to be resistant to all but the absolute complete combo from Dead Draw, and also at the same time has the ability to put on tons of pressure, also has the potential of brand mutinous and so on. Normally, when you would have one warrior go up against another warrior and one of them kind of has an OTK potential in there, like some kind of ultimate win condition thrown in, you would favor that warrior in the matchup. But do you think that's the case in this particular matchup as well?
Not necessarily. I actually do like Zhou Chanyu's odds better on the Kaz Warrior, because he has that brand mutinous combo you're talking about and overall higher ceiling value potential. But that's not necessarily the end-all be-all of the game. There are many, many pan-outs where the Charge Warrior can still do the normal high value plays from the Kaz Warrior in the early game, which is playing from the depths into early Nelly, so on and so forth. Both players have that from the depths available to them, and both players have chosen not to at least on turn 1, Zhou Chanyu didn't trade his heavy play, but he traded it away now. Oh my goodness. Finley available after second from the depths. That could be super early Onyxia and the Gorlock Ravager drawn back into the post-Finley hand.
So do you take the Finley now just because that's the one you don't care about discounting the second time, and then just draw it into your hand next turn, use the From the Depths to discount the other stuff?
Absolutely.
All right.
As for Dead Draw, first From the Depths playable here. If he wants, he could try for a more heavier tempo approach of coining the School Teacher, but I just think From the Depths is too good to pass up on curve. Fact of the matter is, in Warrior, the 4-cost slot is so heavily contested, School Teacher, the Outriders Axe, that if they were to potentially nerf from the depths, I think that's one of the cards being thrown around in the meta right now that needs some adjusting to it. I feel like just that 1 cost increase could make a huge difference in how the deck operates. But Dead Draw actually does go for the School Teacher. Shield Slam? Just draw it next turn.
Oh, interesting. So I think he's taken Raid Boss in that case, right? And then he's just put the Raid Boss on the top, so that's now the extra card that he draws at the start of next turn because it still remains on the top of his deck being the next draw. It's a cute way of going about it.
That wouldn't have been playable this turn anyway, but it's essentially the same thing as picking the Shield Slam, I feel. Maybe not. If he had gotten, like, say, Frozen Buckler off of the other discounts that we haven't seen yet from the depths, he could have potentially played Shield Slam on the School Teacher this turn right away.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There's the Axe for Dead Draw. Makes the curve really clean, picking that up after having coined the School Teacher. Oh.
There's that Raid Boss Elixir off the top.
And Dead Draw does have a decent answer for it. It's a lot of resources that need to be used, but have you played Shield Shatter and Shield Slam?
What?
Actually, he'd be a little bit of mana short, right?
Yes, still needing to pay 2. But the Shatter at that point is a bit of an issue.
And because of the way Onyxia works, there's no way to like leave the rest of the board and get rid of the Onyxia. So it looks like that draw's gonna draw first off of the Axe. Looking for Frozen Buckler would make this all a lot simpler. Outside of the Nelly, honestly, this is a hand that he would love to Finley back to the bottom in most instances. Again,
for sure, yeah,
it's all removal, other than the Fortune Flame.
Oh, would you look at that? He actually has 1 mana, gain 3 armor from the Nargling, which we weren't factoring in, so that allows him to cheat the extra piece of mana that he needs to get this Shield Slam out. Very nicely done. Great pick up there from Dead Draw with the bash off the Nargling. And that is problem 1 solved for now, but this game is going to accelerate so fast now because Onyxian Drake into the Amalgams now coming out for Joe Chan Yu with the discounted Kazakhstan in hand. This is just turbo mode.
It's
what a control deck, am I right?
Yeah.
I know, control deck. Look at it. Look at it being so controlling.
Now, so
yeah, Kaz Warrior is fine. I can get on with that. Literally anything.
Yeah. You could even play Twilight Drake instead if you wanted to.
True. Actually.
Oh, no, they're Kazakhstan! Does he ever take Malagos to draw the treasure? I mean, it's still quite a ways off, but okay.
Yeah, apparently so.
It means he will draw all the treasures by turn 9. I mean, outside of like the minion ones and weapons, but spells are definitely the priority.
Yeah, hand size probably small enough to make it work as well. And get done with this.
For Dead Draw now, goes Fortune and Flame. He does have the second one to use with Blacksmithing Hammer if necessary, but he's really just not bothered with From the Depths early on in the game. Chooses to see what the draws are before he goes From the Depths. And Faceless is interesting since he has Nelly in hand, but it's still 2 costs, very far away from playing both of those on the same turn to get 6 pirates. But boy, oh boy, is he going to be upset to see this.
Yes, he is. Take a look at these treasures now. Yeah, raise of the eyebrows from Dead Draw. He knows he's now up against it in this one. Very mediocre first pick, though.
went Looming Presence over Pure Cold, which I honestly thought was redundant with the Malagos in hand. But he has another shot at Pure Cold, which I think is better than the others. Embers.
Is it Embers over Book?
Close.
Yep.
I forgot Anexia had been played, so Book is actually quite cheap now.
Yeah, Book is cheap and playable. Embers, whoa, Embers will be a dead draw for the next 2 turns. I can't say things like that when this particular player is on the other side. Embers will be a dead draw for Zhou Chanyu for the next couple of turns, whereas Book will obviously be fantastic whenever it gets drawn, so I do think that one is quite close.
Yeah, I think I've been swayed over to Book, but that Onoyo Horn, definitely no argument there. Boombox as well to follow. Whether Zhou Chanyu took Book or Embers, he has quite a lot of damage on the other picks to support that. Because with the treasures in Kazakhstan, you don't necessarily want to waffle like a bit in either direction. If you get some damage rolling, you want to see all the damage together so you can get the early lethal.
Nice little touch at the end as well. Zhou Chanyu just throwing the Frozen Buckler out because with this Malagos setup, he wants to spend mana every single turn on just playing cards, right? Keep that hand size down as low as possible.
I do think every single pick was a spell, so Malagos will get him the damage he needs as long as he gets the time, and so far it looks like he will.
It's another good argument for the Book over the Embers, right? Is that on any given turn, you actually now have the potential to just go Malagos and then double Book in the same turn for just surprise lethal out of absolutely nowhere if you get it down cheap enough, whereas Embers would just be a little bit slow in that situation.
No Smite offered for dead draw, but he did get Anchorman Scamp and South Sea Scoundrel. The Scoundrel allows him to potentially get a treasure of his own. But yeah, it was Embers taken over the Book here for Zhou Chanyu. EGBM eaten.
Yeah, very deliberate ordering there as well. Chose to go for it that way around to try and hit some of the key combo pieces as opposed to hitting the pirates. You could argue that maybe you want to do it the other way around to try and snipe a smite, but that sounds very unlikely, very ambitious. I think going for some of the key combo pieces in your opponent's hand to begin with is a much better way around of doing it.
Yeah, speaking of Smite, even though Dead Draw didn't get one from the Nelly, he does have Harbor Scamp to pick up the natural copy in his deck, which is quite expensive, but feels like his way to counter-scam the Scam Warrior is to get some sort of lethal. He does have all of these cheap pirates and the Faceless. So for this turn, it's going to be Rakara plus Anchorman to get rid of the Mutinous, push 9 in the meantime. A lot of damage, honestly. Zhou Chanyu has no armor game, and that is exactly the dead draw. So Smite, Harbor Scamp, because he has to play Harbor Scamp to get. Oh, Gamma Guard! Oh, never mind.
I mean, that works.
I'm still doing math.
Dead draw out of nowhere with the 23 damage. Wouldn't have made a difference in the end, right? The hotly debated pick of the Book versus the Embers. Book would have been 14 extra damage maybe at that point, but that wouldn't have been relevant to the state of the game. Dead draw would have got there in either regard with the way that panned out. A Neuerhorn was really the card that would have been needed to be found earlier there for Zhou Chanyu to be able to resist all of that.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, this Nagaling pick, even before this super early Onyxia situation, was the first stroke of genius for Dead Draw. Having that 3 armor only for 1 mana made sure that he had the armor to work with, where he could safely just bash his Rakara weapon into a 9 health Mutinous, use it aggressively, and get the setup. Obviously, it was a bit scary to play Nelly into a turn where treasures are already available. If there is Wand or silence effects other than that, that would kind of spell disaster, but Dead Draw really realized there was no other real win condition for him in that point. You're just racing against the clock with all of these treasures available.
Yeah, and somewhat ironic, I suppose, of things coming full circle for Zhou Chanyu, because he got here in the first place. I don't know if you caught that game 5 of his against MSBC. Inspired couple of turns, one of which involved tanking 18 damage just so he could send 18 damage back into his opponent's face with a giant Mutinous and the Rakara weapon, and that then ends up being his undoing in the very next game he plays, with his own Mutinous being thrown back into his face by Deadraw's Rakara, and then the Galvangar off the top for lethal. So great start for Deadraw. Of course, if you are just tuning in, you join us at the quarter-final stage, which means the winner of this match, the winner of this series, will be going through to the top 4, and the top 4 for this tournament qualify for the World Championship. So this series is functionally a win and in to the World Championships towards the end of the year. So huge, huge stakes. I think Deadraw in particular has been a player that lots of people have been rooting for to put in this kind of performance, make this kind of run, get this level of recognition for quite some time. Really, I think since the beginning of the Grandmasters and Masters Tour system a few years ago.
That's right. I am definitely hoping that he finally makes it work this time, but he has 2 games ahead of him to do so. Zhou Chanyu, not an easy opponent by any means, and I'm very thankful for that slight replay we had at the end there, because I was able to confirm that even without the Galvangar top deck, it was still lethal. For Deadraw, he had 9 mana, could have gone Harbor Scamp, Smite, and the 2 mana Faceless for 14 damage plus the 5 attack weapon, so 19. Zhou Chanyu is at 18, so he did just play the top deck, which is technically less action, so I don't know which one of those is less BM, Sotto.
I mean, as we've just been told in the previous series, BM is a good thing in 2022. But I think what happened, I think you saw it on Deadraw's face as well, where he passed back on his turn and he saw his eyes lit up, and then he started counting the Harbor Scamp Smite thing. And then Galvangar comes off the top and he's like, oh, okay, imagine counting. Let's just do the easy one instead. Sure, it makes the most sense in that situation. But we move on to a deck, like, I'm so torn, I'm so conflicted with this deck, Gia, and like, maybe you can help me out. I feel like I have too much self-respect to play this version of the deck, right? Like, whenever I queue ladder, whenever I play Naga Mage, I'm just playing pure Naga Mage with the ignites and so on. It does seem like, you know, the purest version of the deck, although that is just kind of our bias in Europe outside of China, I suppose, as well. But then every time I watch a tournament with the Chinese players coming over and representing this version of the deck, which we have been told by Benage is heavily due to MSBC's influence on their meta, it just looks so good. It just looks like it has so many extra tools to deal with situations that come up that Naga Mage doesn't necessarily have. Like, I get convinced that this deck is good, but then immediately when I go back to ladder, I start playing Ignite Naga Mage again. I just don't, I'm so torn. I don't know what to do with myself, Gia.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to evaluate straight up against which one is better, straight up Naga Mage or Ping Mage, because the 2 decks have, you know, very distinct pros and cons. Obviously, the power ceiling of Ping Mage is so much higher. You include all these tools that can get way more damage, more efficient AoE, and perhaps an objectively much better matchup against Warrior, but you lose slight percentages here and there against, in my opinion, every other matchup in the meta, because every other matchup you play Naga Mage in the first place because you want maximum efficiency of being able to pop off on turn 5, turn 6, sometimes turn 4 if you're on the coin. So if Zhou Chanyu came into the tournament expecting a lot of Warrior, not planning to ban it, and so far that has been working out for him, then I think it is a very solid choice to bring this over regular Naga Mage. That being said, there are Naga Mage enthusiasts that insist that even the Ignite version is still straight up favored against Warrior. And when I watch the likes of Fury Hunter and Habugabu playing it, it does feel favored still.
Yeah, no, I certainly... It is that deck, right, in this particular metagame, though, right? It's that and Boar Priest, where the enthusiasts of the particular deck are just like, yeah, it's just the nuts in every matchup. Like, the deck has never lost. Only bad players have ever lost with this deck.
Well,
Meanwhile,
I guess you and I are bad players, Donald.
True.
Meanwhile, Deadraw with the turn 2 Vessel, not too bad, gets to follow it up with a Null and can out the gun fishing. This is exactly what you need to beat Naga Mage, the full suite of pressure outside of like the second Null, which wouldn't be playable anyway.
Disgusting.
However, Zhou Chen, you can pop off the turn right after this one, turn 5. Will he have the life to do so? Highly questionable. There's a smite in hand,
Yes.
and he's just straight up gonna take 16 next turn if he wants to take the setup, which he doesn't have to just set up with School Teacher because he already has a 1-cost Naga here. But the thing is, if you don't set up, it usually involves, well, clearing some of this pressure. But the clearing involves using a spell, which you need for the pop-off. A lot of first flames, though.
I just don't see it happening in terms of damage. I mean, Ice Barrier generation obviously is the out, and it always is in this kind of situation, but he just straight up dies on 6 to Dead Draw's hand right now because Dead Draw can just push the damage that he needs right now. Over the next turn or 2, he can Shadow Step a Pirate back into his hand, so it costs 0 for that turn 6 when it comes out for Mr. Smite, and that just should be enough damage at that point. So without an Ice Barrier, I think Zhou Chanyu is dead no matter what he does here. So it is going to come down to those Runed Orb, Spell Coiler kind of outs that Naga Mage very often does come down to.
Right, but we haven't even factored in Dead Draw with the gun fishing here. He has a chance to find Wicked Stab or Tooth, which could reduce Zhou Chenyu's clock by 1 more turn. If off of the Dredge he gets 1 and the natural draw he gets the other.
I believe we already saw one down there, actually, now that you mention it, off the first pick with the Vessel. I believe, if I remember rightly, the Wicked Stab was down there. Yes, indeed. So there is that Wicked Stab picked up.
Oh yeah, and by just stepping the Fillet Fighter, he actually has the lethal setup from hand next turn. Stab for 4 damage, Dagger for another, and Fillet Fighter for the last equals 6. So even if Zhou Chenyu builds this, builds his huge board and removes the other one on the other side, you're absolutely right. It requires something extra. Ice Barrier, Counterspell.
Well, I mean, the thing is now, with that extra Wicked Stab pickup, he actually beats Ice Barrier over 2 as well, because even with Ice Barrier, Zhou Chenyu's at 14 at that point, and Wicked Stab on 1 turn, followed by Mr. Smite Fillet Fighter on the next, is that 14 damage that he then needs over the course of 2 turns. So Zhou Chenyu actually needs multiple outs from this point to be able to recover from here.
Yep. Gets Explosive Runes, which is, you know, pseudo Ice Barrier if you're playing around exactly Smite or the Fillet Fighter, but the Fillet Fighter is relevant for Battle Cry right now. Hey, that's also Counterspell. Wait, doable? Winnable?
Winnable?
No way, man. He doesn't have the full clear on the board, though, at the moment. But the turn is far from over.
It's Spell. Okay, yeah, it looked like he was about to go Nogling. I'm like, hang on, this is Spell. Make sure we're doing this properly.
Uh-huh. But I don't think he has the mana to play both the Explosive Runes and the Reckless. He'd come up 1 short. And based on the way he's used his pings, it looked like a setup for Reckless at the end here. He did play a Secret, though, which is starting to mess with Dead Draw's head, no doubt. This is a very familiar situation, one that probably is still haunting this demon.
It doesn't actually matter though, right? The 3-1 being alive solves this, because as soon as the 3-1 is alive, you can just go face with it. If it's Ice Barrier, then your Smite Fillet Fighter just wins the game from there anyway. And then if it wasn't, if the Ice Barrier doesn't go off, then you know that you can just get there with just straight up damage after that point. So the 3-1 being alive was a huge, huge deal overall for allowing Dead Draw to test at the very beginning. And because of that, he now goes up to a very, very rapid 2-0. And again, I think this was our day 1 narrative, and we've kind of moved on from that since. But Charge Warrior and Rogue being the 2 decks, right? That through Group A and Group B, those seem to be the decks that were struggling to win. Charge Warrior in Group A, Rogue in Group B. Dead Draw with both of those decks, Game 1 and Game 2 of the crucial series where he needs to get a win to go to the World Championship. Easy as you like, 2 victories with those 2 decks.
True. Looking at it again, though, I kind of want to call attention to, if it were Barrier, it means that Dead Draw would have to wait 1 more turn to actually get the lethal, right? Because that was 5 mana, Smite not playable yet.
Oh, it was on 5? Okay, my bad.
I think so. So even though it was still a good spot for him, if there were Ice Barrier, I think there was a marginal chance for Zhou Chenyu to maybe get just a counter lethal because he had a board that included Vicious Slither Spear and a school teacher. Still, it's a huge ask, especially from Ping Mage that doesn't have Ignite in their base deck to kill from 27. But yeah, it is still a big relief for Dead Draw that it was not Ice Barrier, I think.
So now Zhou Chenyu is going to move on to that tempo rogue of his own. Very, very similar list overall. We see that it's generally the one tech card, in this case being Rustdrop Viper, that's coming in. We've seen Viper, we've seen Yoink, we've seen Vanessa, we've seen Swashbuckler, various cards taking in that place. How do you feel about Rustdrop Viper being the tech choice this time around for Zhou Chenyu?
It sort of fits in with the game plan of not banning Warrior, at least, but I'm just not been a fan of Rustdrop Viper in a vacuum in Rogue. I do realize that it helps both the Warrior matchup and the Paladin, but I was of the opinion that if you're bringing Rogue to this tournament, it's in a lineup that wants to prey on Druids, for example. My read was wrong, though. Most people just kind of viewed Rogue as a good all-arounder deck, and they instead included tech choices to help its worst matchups, and the Viper does come in clutch there. But the reason I don't like it in a vacuum is just because it's yet another neutral card where if you play Shroud of Concealment and get it, then it's not necessarily discounting your nulls as much as you'd like.
Dead Draw now with the mulligan, keeps hold of the Slither Spear. No Siren as just yet. And once again, I feel like the ratio of prep vessel that we've seen in this tournament has been absolutely absurd so far.
I mean, these are just the best players in the world, Sano.
That's true, yeah.
I got no other explanation for you. But still, it's an amazing opening hand for Dead Draw. Just having Slither Spear into gifts is a great way to start things off. Obviously, playing Slither Spear into a deck that can have a null on board as early as now is a little bit scary, but Dead Draw did get that crucial piece of information of no Cutlass on turn 1 at least, which is like the scariest tradable. He did see a Viper traded away though, right?
Long deliberation at the end of Dead Draw's turn there as well. Just don't know whether he was just assessing the situation, planning out the next couple of turns, but there was no actual functional play that he could make on his side of the board. So
I think it's just one of those instances where you go, okay, I don't have Siren. It's gonna be one of those games. How to approach from here. Zhou Chenyu starts with the Cutlass trade, which is playing with fire a little bit. There were a bunch of other spells that could have copped the discount, but he still gets it on the Vessel, so Prep Vessel still available this turn. Quite a fortunate outcome. Treasure Guard definitely seems better into this board state than a 2-3. Maybe even protects the Slither Spear for another turn.
is there ever an argument to a 3-4? Probably not, just because of the value it holds as tradable and actually finding you that Siren, right? Like the difference between Siren and no Siren is so devastating. But in terms of good old-fashioned vanilla arena Hearthstone, the best card in your hand to play this turn is the 3-4. I just don't necessarily think contextually it makes a whole lot of sense.
True. I mean, there is a line where you go for it and commit the Flurry, which achieves two things. You have another spell school, so the caster draws 2, and you get the Slither Spear to a 3-attack breakpoint where it actually challenges the other 3/3. So don't think it's the worst play in the world, but if you go for those 2 0-cost spells and then you hit the Siren, you're actually so far off from doing the thing your deck is meant to do.
Sorry, you're talking in terms of multicaster, right? I was considering Rustdrop Viper, just playing it 3-4. That turn, yeah.
Okay. My bad, my bad. Oh, Siren alert. Redundant. The Siren is the alert, but here we are.
Wait, the Siren sounds its own alarm when it turns up?
I mean, it's a siren. It's an alarm.
Oh, yeah, I see. I see what you've done there. Yeah, okay. Very good.
3-4. The one that you were talking about.
Yes.
Does he actually trade it though and then just end up playing Treasure Guard? I think that's fine.
I think that's fine too, yeah. I think if you play Treasure Guard last turn, you're playing Treasure Guard this turn, right? I think if you ever had on playing a 3/4 on your mind, you would have done it last turn. I think you're valuing this as card draw by keeping hold of it last turn, which I do think is right, by the way. So I think we are just going to see a very similar turn as to what we did before. However, Rune Orb is a very welcome pickup here.
Yeah, I like this. Just anything that can remove the damage you see face up, because putting a taunt in the way doesn't necessarily reduce damage. It doesn't only like take trades from the minions on board or Wicked Stab to deal with it. There's still the Null that you haven't seen yet. So making sure you take as little damage as possible is the name of the game as Naga Mage versus Rogue. And if he's still at 26 going into his pop-off turn, that is looking very, very good for Dead Draw. We might be on our way to yet another super fast 3-0 for a world spot.
Big call on the fire sale trade by the... Oh my goodness. I'll come back to that point in a second, but that Gigafin is absolutely massive. There is a freaking Shadow Step in his hand as well, Gia. Oh no, disaster for Dead Draw. I was about to say it was a big call on the fire sale trade because, you know, he knows that there is Sunken Vessel involved in this game. However, he did not see the Dredge on the previous turn, and it absolutely would have come out on the previous turn if it was in hand. So I think Dead Draw rightly valuing the card draw there. But it feels like whenever either of us wants to talk about a particular thing, something just appears on our screen that makes it entirely irrelevant.
I mean, it's a good point, Sottle. I'm so sorry, but it feels like we've seen, aside from a disproportionate amount of prep vessels, we've seen, what is this, like the third Gigafin in Rogue this weekend? And with the Shadow Step, Dead Draw can't know. Of course he's doing the pop-off. Of course he's going to commit everything. He will not commit the second Siren, I don't think.
No.
But other than that, wait, what happened? Did he go spell? Oh, what happened?
Did he go spell? I was
Something
politely
happened.
listening to you.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I thought it was just gonna happen this turn, but
Yeah.
my only explanation is he either went Naga or spell. But the way that works out, it's actually good for him. Less resources into the Mutinous.
Spellcoiler. Siphon Mana. No, he didn't. He went Spite Lash, Spellcoiler, Gifts of Ashara, Spellcoiler, Siphon Mana.
Oh, okay. So I think what he meant to do then is play a Flurry, so he actually had enough mana to go.
I see.
Keep going.
Yeah,
Like
okay, that
Crush
makes
Claw.
sense. Yep.
But you know what? He's still got resources into this Mutinous. However, what he doesn't have is a cheap Naga, so he cannot pop off right again this turn.
No. And the second Shadow Step is there as well for Chochenyo. He can just do it again.
This is crazy. What a ludicrous game of this matchup. All right, just going with a multicaster. Full 3 draws.
Magic? I've heard of it.
But Chochenyo now enters a crossroads where, like, yes, he has Gigafin for the next board and Shadow Step, but he also has Smite Shadow Step.
Time runs out on me.
And Edwin, for that matter. I feel like Edwin is the least likely of the Shadow Step targets, but it is going to be the play for this turn.
Yeah, I think card draw first and foremost is very much what he's interested in. There's the Gone Fishing. That is the perfect draw off the top. Not only for juicing the Edwin, but because of that Sunken Vessel that he put in his deck earlier.
Ooh. Oh, wait, sorry. That's not the Edwin draw. But Cutlass, still good.
Yep.
Still keeps the train rolling. Trade the Viper at the end.
That's good.
But here we go. Take 2 for Dead Draw. This time it works. Yes, Sivara as well.
It's just all dead again, no matter what he does. It's so futile. He lacks so much critical information right now.
Not just the critical information. So much critical information.
Yeah. Like, even Counterspell is checked, right? Because Chochenyo has enough mana to just spend 2 on whatever else.
Yep. Multicaster fits. He can flurry, keep everything going. My goodness, the hand is cheap right now.
Wait, explosive runes? Is that how you play around Gigafin?
Oh. I've not actually seen that, but it would be so funny to see it eat the board and then instantly spit it all back out again. Just ate something it didn't like, didn't sit well with its stomach. Ajara now active as well. I mean, Dedraw's got a very Xalatath-friendly hand at the moment, if it comes
That's
to
true.
that.
Yeah, that is true.
Again!
It's such a good turn from Dedraw as well. Really, really clean Nagamage turn, but also at the same time, he's held on to enough First Flames that he's able to deal with this situation if it comes up. Obviously, the Shadow Step makes it all irrelevant. But in the case where just the Gigafin was the emergency, had to be played by Zhou Chanyo, he would have had it nicely checked with the First Flames that he had in hand.
Yep. Now, Dedraw does have Flurry again, so he's not necessarily dead. He's also seen both Shadow Steps, so Smite Fillet Fighter with Step is not a concern. I think just natural Fillet Fighter and Wicked Stab is a bigger one, but he has seen one stab. If he does go for Xalatath, though, it's not a reliable lethal setup. It's just 10 damage. Zhou Chanyu still very, very healthy, so Dedraw has to come up with some alternative out, playing control against this deck. Is it like a Fire Sale clear?
Well, he is. So if you take the 10 damage from the weapon, you are also near the end of your deck with Ignites and Tradables still live in the game, right? Which could allow you to do a good chunk of damage on this point if you just rely on Flurry here.
I don't know.
Feels like the best chance.
Honestly, not sure. I don't think the numbers check out. Like, having to do 14 in one turn after the Xalatath doesn't feel realistic. So Dedraw is going for the Hail Mary option from Ajara. Gets Garden's Grace. I mean, it's something. Freezes the Maw.
Indeed something.
How much damage does Zhou Chanyu have? 11 from hand, 1 off at the moment. I don't think he has any vessels left at the bottom.
He has the
But
other
he had
two.
Fillet Fighter.
Oh, he has Fillet Fighter down the bottom. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
That's gonna close the game out for Exact Lethal. Off of the double Gigafin, a triple if needed. Zhou Chanyu hangs in there by a thread.
Yeah, disgusting. Like, it feels like that is generally what that card is for. It's scammy ways out of matchups where you're in trouble. The actual merit of picking up a Death Rattle and playing it on curve, we haven't seen be that impactful in the game so far, just in terms of actual stats. We've seen like a Mountain Bear here and there, but you know, nothing super impactful. But the amount of Najak Hexen, Gigafin, Fell Soul Jailer things that we've ended up talking about, it just ends up seeming so much more impactful to be doing things like this in various spots. Really, really unfortunate pan out for Dedraw, but super well navigated by Zhou Chanyo as well. I really agreed with most of the lines that he took. Great representation of resources, drew cards when he needed to draw cards. I think his deck was kind to him, of course, but I think he handled the game very, very nicely and brings himself back into the series, lights up his chances once again of being the one to take this World Championship spot.
I would agree. The only real question I had was whether the trade of the Cutlass going into his prep Vessel turn was really necessary, because I feel like he only had a 1 in 4 to be able to still Vessel that turn. But maybe he thought he needed the absolute high roll in a matchup like this, and he did get it in a different form from the Recon. I think your assessment of the card is very much accurate. There's very few Death Rattle cards that just playing it for whatever stats it provides, even if it's a high main for 4 mana or the Light Shower Elemental from Priest, it hardly ever is game-changing. Maybe against Warrior, maybe the only stats-based card that doesn't really have anything too impactful on Battlecry that you're happy to see is Mida as Rogue, because it has potential to keep coming back. But it really is all about Recon's potential to do things with Mutinous, Najak, and I guess there's 2 cards in there that cheapen your next beast as well. The Druid one, it has to be in hand, but sometimes you get a cheaper Krakatoa, things like that. But it so happens that there's enough of those outcomes that Recon still becomes a very powerful card in the deck.
Yeah, I think it seems like you can reliably count on finding one of those sorts of interactions. It's just irritating as the rogue player that normally the matchup you're playing demands a very specific one, right? And then you're just back into that 3 and 37 territory that Fury Hunter was talking about yesterday. But yeah, I think the turn 2 or turn 3, whatever it was, turn 3, right, was certainly questionable. If I had to guess where his perspective was, it was that if he traded it and then hit the Shroud instead, he would have just played Shroud that turn and then tried to play 0 mana Nulls instead. So he felt like there was maybe upside both ways. I'm not necessarily arguing that that's right, but I would imagine that's what he was thinking going into the turn. And then obviously if he continues to hit the boat, then he just plays the boat, and then we have the game that we ended up having there. But regardless, he did end up picking up the win, I think in no small part thanks to those Gigafins. And Dead Draw is going to have to be going back to the Mage once again, with Mage and Warrior remaining on the other side.
That is right. The Control War, sorry, Kaz Warrior is probably going to be the more difficult matchup there. I do think that it is slightly favored against Naga Mage, at least when I'm playing the Naga Mage. Maybe it's a bit different in Dead Draw's head. But Jo Chen-Yu is going to lead with the Ping Mage instead here, and we get to see these two variants clash head to head. Slither Spear on 1 available to both players.
Available, but not guaranteed for both players. Far from it. Jo Chen-Yu looks like he is going to lead out with it, though. He's very interested in being the tempo player, I think largely influenced by the fact that he picked up Amalgam on 2. Oh, and would you look at that? Very interesting opening now, indeed, particularly if this Slither Spear does come down here for Dead Draw. Jo Chen-Yu then has a really tricky decision about whether to cast the spells to take the value trade and be in charge of the game, or just continue with the plan with the Amalgam.
Okay, Dead Draw doesn't want to give a potential value trade, though. I was honestly thinking that it would be okay for him, because if Jo Chen-Yu were to take a value trade, oh, that's a Siren. Huge. Insta. I will hear no arguments. Yes, okay. If Dead Draw had played his Slither Spear and it got killed by the other Slither Spear, it would at least put the opposing one at 2 health, so it still gets hit by First Flame on the next turn. But I think the main reasoning for Dead Draw using First Flame is that it activates his Spell Coiler, so he actually gets options of how he wants to approach the next turn. Still awkward, though, because I feel like Coiler now gets traded up into. It could just be Ping.
I just really wanted to hear the part where you heard no arguments, but my hand has 3 spells in it. Savara's so good. They're both can't. No, shut up. Shut up. Take the Siren. I'm not listening. Take the Siren.
That is exactly what would have gone on in my head, but you know, I'm far too polite to say that in a cast.
At least in public, yeah, that's fair.
Don't expose me like this, Otto. That's a pretty good pickup, though, because if he does get in the spot where Jo Chen-Yu pops off and Dead Draw cannot do the counter pop off, he can at least delay for a bit. Blizzard is expensive, but okay, I was going to say he had no Siren of his own, so he needed some contingency plans, but this is going to be a true mirror, Sottle.
It is, and it actually now, because Dead Draw was on coin, because he's preserved the Slither Spear, it now means he gets to jump the queue, right? And he is going first on the Spite Lash turn coming next turn. Juiced up with the second flame as well. He should have plenty of mana to get up to those 2 drops with plenty to spare. Loads of card draw coming as well. Card draw and card generation, I should say. So this is looking like an incredibly strong potential turn here for Dead Draw.
There's the question of, is it actually better to be the first Siren player? Like, if you expect your opponent to have the counter Siren, you can get into those situations where, like in the old Garrote Rogue mirrors, do you want to have the first field contact? Because if you do, it means you have to target your own stuff with your battle cries to keep the train going. In this case, you have to target your own minions with the spells to keep the train going. Whereas Jo Chen-Yu, if he responds in kind, he actually gets real value from playing First Flames on the other side. But Dead Draw cannot really know whether or not Jo Chen-Yu has the Siren, so in every case other than the big pop-off being there on the other side right away, it is correct to go in. Forcer into Runed Orb face, most likely. Ooh, into into minion. Okay, so he's gonna use this as a siphon target at the end.
Looks that way, yes.
Picks up Jar. Honestly, I keep underestimating how cheap Naga Giant is by this point, but if you
Yeah,
one
that's true.
pop off, sometimes
Yeah.
it's like, oh, it's 0 already. Cool.
Yep. That is very fair.
But here we go. Oh! No wildfires played, so the apprentice isn't too amazing here yet. Got no clue what's in the Sivara. I'm so sorry. This is like the one situation where I would have looked at Lady Najar, because you go hot streak and then the Najar is playable and it deals with a lot of this board, right?
Oh yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, the ramp that would be provided by playing either of the fire spells there would have actually enabled you to play it. Yeah, that's a good shout. Definitely a potential line that could have been taken. Yeah. And answer the question, I think the Savara is majority card draw right now for Zhou Chanyu, so I don't think it necessarily answers the board immediately. Oh, he does have the other first flame in there as well. Okay, that's a big, big deal.
Lola on the amalgam because he needs Naga to keep the train going more than anything. Yep. I like this. Worth being said though that the Lady Najar and First Flame all sort of had the same problem of the breakpoints being quite awkward, but the Rainbow Glow Scale makes the 3 damage perfect to deal with the majority of this board state. All of it, in fact, if he got everything done. Rune Orb phase on the 3-4. Nope. Oh yeah, sorry. He was on Naga to refresh at that point, so he couldn't have picked himself.
Yeah, end of the turn was spell. Dead draw now just going to take the easy Blizzard, trade away the Siren on the other side. Fairly comfortably now reset the game state. He does have the Shooting Star as well that can continue to clear this up on the following turn, which I think he will now hold on to in case he can weave that into the next turn, whether he needs it as like a Naga activator for, and if you've cast a spell Naga, whether he draws another Siren, that kind of thing. Very little punish for doing it this way, so I think smart decision to hold on to it.
I agree. It also has the upside of if Zhou Chanyu wants to pop off again this turn with Second Spire, there's so much space that's accounted for already with all of these frozen minions left. So I think it really was only upsides for Dead Draw to hold on to the Shooting Star for later. Zhou Chanyu posturing for response here. He expects this board to get cleared up and takes deep breath. So he has some measure of response to a board on the other side. Still no idea what's in the Sivara.
This one I do know. Orb Siphon, I believe, is this one.
Pretty good ones. Ruined Orb. Yeah, over Siphon on this turn for sure. He just has no other spells than Shooting Star to discount. But it could also be Shooting Star, then take your 1 turn of Breathing Room, maybe, to play a Jara. It was super clean clear though, so Dead Draw looking for more resources. Second Siren is of huge importance here. Hits Flurry and First Flame though.
Yeah, both really, really good options this turn.
Yeah, it means he just doesn't need to take any damage from this board if he doesn't want to. Each Flame going on the flanking minions and Flurry at the end. But it might not be worth the Flurry just to preserve 5 health here. Because if he were to use all of those and then top deck Siren, that's all his spells. No fuel.
Yes. Yeah, very true. So he chooses to go about it the other way. He just uses the ping to take out 1 minion instead of the first flame to take out 2. Does use the flurry, but this way he holds onto the first flame, which actually makes a lot of sense. If he draws the Siren, it's actually providing the same amount of ramp as the flurry would, right? Gaining 1 mana twice as against instead of gaining 2 mana once. Very smart.
Arcane Intellect, I think, needs to be the pick here. The counterspell is tempting, and so is the Wildfire, but Zhou Chanyu's hand is just not getting there as it is. I think he needs to find his heavy hitters.
It's so tempting. You just have Reckless Apprentice in your hand, and you're a ping mage player. How do you not take Wildfire in this position?
Oh, he the counter spell. Wow.
Wow. Okay, I think that was the one that neither of us were going to make an argument for.
Right. I mean, as it happens, Dead Draw only has one spell, but it's, I mean, it's relevant to counter this because you won't get the second flame either. Joshin Yu, I think, was just making the read, the executive decision that this is a no Siren hand on the other side. How do I make it as awkward as possible for Dead Draw to answer this board state? And Counterspell is that option.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Does have the option, does Dead Draw, to try and respond with Nargling of his own, which will, of course, resist the potential counterspell.
But man, that's 5 mana accounted for. That doesn't deal too much here outside of Volcanomancy. That would be the ideal.
Yes.
So if you're looking at that as the best out, is there anything more likely to get you a board clear? You don't have mana to play Ajara, let alone test for counterspell before it, so it is going to be the School Teacher. Cone of Cold, not bad.
Cone of Cold's really good, yeah.
Can now afford to also test the secret just to get it out of the way with first flame, but it looks like that draw is skipping.
Oh, finds the hot streak, in fact, which means he can now throw in the first flame, clear up everything perfectly, and freeze the remainder with this Cone of Cold, and he's actually taken charge of this board state. Multiple flurries on the other side for Zhou Chanyu, so he's not going to be too worried about taking any damage anytime soon. But for now, at least, Dead Draw is starting to release the valve on the pressure just a little bit, give himself a bit more freedom. And only 8 cards remaining, one of them being Siren here as well.
However, that's the Wildfire finally drawn for Zhou Chanyu, and he has second Reckless, which across 2 turns will activate the Mordresh that's still waiting somewhere in his deck. It's also just a lot of damage going face. Doesn't play the Reckless on this turn, but with this setup, he does have Reckless, both on the same turn, which clears everything except the 5 health minions, which, as it happens, there's a lot of them in Dead Draw's hand.
So if my remembrance of the Savara spells is correct, he can get the Honorable Kill Siphon mana here, which would then allow him to clear the board with the remainder of the spells, the 2 Runed Orbs and the second flame in whatever combination he wants to go for.
Yeah,
Seems
that's huge.
fairly strong.
You like it, but Dead Draw, I guess he's also just worried about Reckless on the other side. Is any board presence that he develops going to be futile at this point? I'm super curious as to what he's planning for the Queen Ajara, because it looks like Zhou Chanyu is still quite far out of reach of a Xalatath game plan, but that could change over the course of 1 turn if there's just one board that draw can stick. Wow, doesn't clear the School Teacher. I mean, yeah, on the other side. But the Treasure Guard has perfectly enough health to protect against double Reckless.
True.
Not great options.
Just Fire Sale, like, you just want to dig to the Mordresh.
I think
hero, right? I think that's your win condition now at this point. It's just straight up Face Hunter style, just weaving in those pings, getting to the damage. No, he decides to take the Showering Blast. He's going to fight far more aggressively for the board stake.
Okay. It does fit with his game plan so far. He puts Dead Draw down to Mordresh range. I don't think it's active yet, though, without any apprentices played. But surely he'll have 2 turns, right? At 29, surely!
Oh, go time!
Orb Siphon. Very good pool to get from Savara. However, we are looking at double Reckless preserved by Zhou Chanyu. He was not going to be baited into playing them for just mediocre board clears.
Jelly? Yeah. Yeah, plan is forming. A plan is forming, Gia. Spell damage +2.
Love it. Like, the only concern for Deaddraw here is how to get the Ajara down safely. And yes, by having a flurry, that's not really a problem. It's very simple. But what does he actually take? Galatath? Nope, it's Ring.
It's Ring, right? And then you... Wait, no way! No way! It's not even close, is it?
It's not.
I was gonna say this is the plan, because you take that and then you can use it to double up for extra damage on the following turn and maybe set up a lethal on the next turn. I'm surprised that he went so deep into just doing it straight away on that turn. But just doesn't have enough Naga even to continue to cheat out the remainder of the mana here, to be perfectly honest.
So the copy was just on an additional Rune Orb, which is still decent, right? He puts Zhou Chenyu all the way down to 50.
Hey!
Ay.
Not active, though.
Game.
It's not active.
Over 2 turns, though, because Zhou Chenyu just plays double. Reckless here, he will know the secret as soon as one of them is played. He can flurry whatever remains, and the Mordresh will set up a very clean lethal on the next turn.
And so, remaining cards from Deaddraw, is there any niche world where this happens? There is a multicaster. I mean, it is all card draw and ignites, but yeah, just without the without a third Spitelash Siren being able to cheat a bunch of mana while he does this, I just don't think there's any feasible way he can get to 14 yet.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Zhou Chenyu very wisely pinging it off, even though it could have been caught in the flurry. That's the only way he possibly dies from this situation, and Deaddraw knows it, right? He got so close. 1 turn more, and he could have gotten the lethal himself, but Zhou Chenyu held onto these apprentices to deal with the board. He found the Mordresh, and it's very much active. We are going all the way to Game 5, Sotto.
Yeah, Deaddraw going to go through the motions here, try and figure out how to optimize this as a 2-turn setup of his own. Just pretend that Mordresh isn't there on the other side. Try and work out what sets him up best to maybe even beat the extra armor gain that comes from Dawngrasp. But he is about to find out fairly soon that this is all extremely futile, because that is a fully juiced Mordresh on the other side of the board, ready and waiting for Zhou Chenyu to tie this one up 2-2. Weaving in the wildfire for that face hunter hero power.
You always push the 2, Sottle.
You do. It's twice as much as 1.
And that means that Deaddraw now has to face the Kaz Warrior with his Naga Mage, and that is one of the most contested matchups as to who's actually favored, based on whether you ask the average player or the average Naga Mage enthusiast. I honestly don't have Deaddraw come to the front of mind when I think of who are the real Naga Mage stands in the meta, but he has been practicing with Fury Hunter. They did submit the same lineup card for card, and Fury Hunter does come to mind as one of the Naga Mage enthusiasts out there. So I wonder if it's become a bit infectious, whether Deaddraw is very comfortable on the deck to the point that he thinks he or feels favored against Warrior. Very excited to see how he approaches it, because I think even beyond just the mechanical accuracy required to get the full turns through on a limited amount of time, I think the macro game plan of timing your pop-off, how many boards that are threatening you can actually put together throughout the game, is the most salient point.
Well, I think this is a trap that some players can fall into sometimes, right? When they talk about how, you know, when you play the deck really well, you're favored against X, right? Is that normally comes from a perspective of, right, I am Gabby, I am Fury Hunter, I am Zhao T, like I'm a top 5 player in the world. So then when I play against average ladder opponent, I'm favored against their warrior with my Naga Mage because I'm a top 5 player in the world and they're not. However, when you then take that into a tournament like this, everyone you play against is at an extremely similar level of skill to you are. So as much as you are playing the Naga Mage to a higher level, they are also then playing the Control Warrior to a higher level. So sometimes, you know, those stats can then reset back in the other direction. So certainly a big claim, a big challenge for Deaddraw to have to rise to here with the Naga Mage. Reminder for those of you who've just been following the tournament off and on, you might have been used to have seeing some of the Chinese players running the Ping Naga Mage, and I was talking speaking about how easy that matchup was against Warrior. That's a huge advantage that the Chinese representatives have in this tournament with the deck submission they've gone with that Ping Naga Mage. This is just the streamlined, straight-up, combo-heavy Ignite Naga Mage that Dead Draw is playing that has significantly less long-term gas to go up against a Control Warrior. And that's what makes it such a struggle and requires that extra layer of creativity needed sometimes to just squeeze yourself over the line in this matchup. But I am hyped for this one, Gia. Remember, 2-2 quarterfinals, World Championship spot on the line, contested matchup, one of Europe's top players versus one of China's top players. I don't think this could be set up any more appropriately. Mage versus Warrior. Let's do it.
Good point, Sottle. Amazing setup, but I'm gonna need somebody to clip a few minutes into that speech because you called it Control Warrior. I heard it with my own 2 ears.
No!
And a few sentences before that, you said the words, "I am Fury Hunter," and
that part was on purpose. I'm claiming that one. That was deliberate, but okay, you got me. I hang my head in shame. Well done.
All right, looking at the hands, that's double Siren for Dead Draw. So if he wants, around turn 6, on average, he will have a pop-off turn into another one. But for Zhou Chenyu, this is from the depths on curve into double School Teacher. Has Mutinous as an option, but I think more wisely takes a second option at board clear. Because the double Siren, okay, he has Slither Spear now, so you can pop off next turn. The double Siren means you can do this thing against Warrior of just asking too many questions too quickly. Can you deal with 2 huge boards back-to-back? Usually they've only hit 1 Shatter by then. But Zhou Chenyu has Shatter and Brawl. What he only needs now is armor gain.
Yeah, we have seen situations arise, though, where Shield Shatter is a cursed card in your hand because you just never find the activator for it. It's not a given just because you have that card that you're able to answer a board state with it. Brawl, of course, is imperfect in the way that you could cast Brawl and a Siren is left behind, a School Teacher is left behind, something that's still very impactful on the game state. So this is not Dead Draw, Dead and Buried, just because 2 removals have been drawn in the opening hand for Zhou Chenyu.
And it is a very tricky turn 4 for him because all of this can be fuel except Multicaster, but Multicaster only has 1 spell school in it in Arcane at the moment. That draw going to go for the Runed Orb instead. Picks up Wildfire, which is of course not great synergy with his version of the Mage, but it is a 1-cost spell, so it's actively gaining him mana. That's the Buckler though. My mistake, I thought Zhou Chenyu picked a second Shield Shatter from the depths, but he did pick the guaranteed armor gain, so he does have 2 full board clears, well, as full as Brawl can be.
Yes, and I do like that more, honestly. I do think guaranteeing having 1, especially with the Brawler support, is a better way of going about it for the reasons that I mentioned before. Dead Draw is off to the races. Important here with these Siren turns against Warrior that you do as much card replacement as you possibly can. With your cards do that very naturally anyway. With Runed Orb, Spell Coiler, Treasure Guard draws another card, obviously replaces itself in your hand. And I think Dead Draw, you see this, every single card he's playing is basically net cost 0, and now he's even dropping a Multicaster at the end of the turn, which is gaining him cards even if this gets cleared. So very, very effective turn in the Control Warrior matchup, but it's gone.
It is very gone, and the 2 extra draws from the Treasure Guards will be relevant here because at the moment Dead Draw doesn't have second pop-off, but there he is, second Amalgam. But what does Mutinous eat? Amalgam! I mean, it's not Siren, but it's still very painful for Dead Draw because he cannot pop off on the next turn, and that's essentially 2 cards eaten because the Amalgam represents even more Discover potential, and every last bit of value you can squeeze from this deck is necessary in this matchup.
Yeah, I think added check in the pro Dead Draw column there, though, is also small, right? It was the smallest minion in hand, so it represents the least pressure on the other side from Zhou Chenyu, which is relevant when you don't have any flurries in hand from Dead Draw's perspective. Oh, okay.
I mean, he can technically go in here, but the thing is, he needs to hit a 1-cost spell in his immediate future to actually guarantee that he gets to the Crush Claw. So Dead Draw is going to delay a little bit here. I think this is very disciplined from him. Does he commit the Crush Claw here? Looks like it. This is a 3
Yeah, I think
damage
so.
hero power as well, right? He had 2 wildfire discovers.
Oh, did he play a second one? I didn't even catch the second one getting played. Okay, that's good to know.
I think
But I do like the Crush Claw being played here, though. I think anytime you can spend mana on card draw in this matchup, you generally should, just because getting to the bottom of your deck quickly is normally key to the win condition with the Ignite cycling towards the end of the game if you haven't found anything else particularly scammy to do.
At the beginning of this turn for Zhou Chenyu, I remembered that he was the player to amalgam a Mutinous and get a Mutinous.
Yes.
Before the Onyxian Drake was drawn, it really was only options for Murlocs to copy if he, to discover off of, but he found the Drake now, and this makes a lot more sense to play the Amalgam on. Here we go again. Sivara is the pick now.
Sivara.
Yep, and it can be curated to be quite a strong one. Card draw, Ignite, and Runed Orb, very high value. Okay, it's gonna be Hot Streak over Runed Orb, I guess. Another Wildfire? The others aren't really great. Does he
Oh
want
my
Runed Orb or
kingdom for a
Ignite
reckless
and Sivara?
apprentice, Gia.
Surely there's some way to discover it. No, there isn't. Oh, it's Oasis Ally. Okay.
Sure.
So Sivara
Yeah,
has
so
Runed Orb, Gift, Hot Streak.
Gift Streak Ignite, I think. I don't think the Runed Orb went in the first Sivara, did it?
Oh, there's 2 in hand. Oh no, now I'm
It's
confused.
2. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Gift Streak Ignite is in the first one, and then the second one has the same Streak and Ignite in it, and then the third spell's just been cast. Yeah.
Okay. A lot going on here, as is normal for Naga Mage, but okay, it really is a 3 damage hero power. 2 wildfires played so far. Didn't take the third one, but the Oasis Ally is not irrelevant.
Buckler Shatter again for 0 mana. Zhou Chenyu just gets to take charge of the board with whatever he wants.
Noz!
This is going to be Nosdormu.
No, rope started burning. I'm so disappointed. Imagine having to play Naga Mage into that.
I know, like, classic Noz is just so much better in this situation than this one. Yeah. Considerably
and you would do
less
the life coach
toxic,
thing of just starting the turn with Poly Jelly to actually get your bear.
Yes, you would. Yeah. Even though that's 100% core to your win condition in this position to have that +2 spell damage, life coach would instantly poly the Nosdormu.
Worth noting that Zhou Chenyu played the Buckler first, even though he already had 10 armor to test Counterspell. Now he knows that is not a secret. In the pool, he also knows Explosive Runes is not a pick, so... Another Wildfire! It might be time to build a snowman, honestly. I don't know.
It feels like the game's just been telling Deaddraw that he done messed up and should have brought the other mage deck this game, you know? Like, just throwing out Wildfire every single turn.
Is there a way to somehow get more Drush? There's no Font of Power in Standard anymore. That's the problem.
I have to think of different outs now. This isn't fair.
Come on! Alright.
Alright, deck empty, Ignite going in. Yep.
But it is ever so slow, right? I don't think he copied an Ignite. Maybe the second Sivara has it?
The second Sivara has the same Ignite that was in the first one, and another Hot Streak, for sure. I don't know what the third card is, though.
Sure. But it still means that he has 2 Ignites that he can cycle. Obviously, one of them is a lot weaker than the other. But that draw apparently has time, because the hand from Zhou Chenyu has just been kind of slow. He topped at Starfish, not amazing in this instance. It does kind of look like he has to commit either a Poly Jelly or, you know, double First Flame plus the Nagaling and Ping to kill the Noz.
Right. More Wildfire.
But he also really wants to play Ignite this turn to not draw Fatigue, so yeah, it's just gonna be the Ignite.
Yep. Ignite for 4 to finish it off. Looks good.
This is such a slow crawl to victory for Deaddraw. Surely he doesn't have the time, right? At some point, Joe Chen-Yu will get this Kazakhstan active. He is at 52 health.
Oh! Outrider's Axe is just so much damage.
Or are we going all
Swing
face
it
here?
face, right? I think so. I think you
Yeah, he
just
knows
swing
it's not
those
barrier,
face.
right?
I'm not sure he does.
Swung face with the Rakara weapon, did he? Or
Maybe he did, yeah, okay.
But if he knows it's not barrier, at this point you can narrow it to Oasis ally, in which case you don't want to swing at a minion. But swinging at a minion gets card draw. Okay, he's doing it. Joe Chen-Yu, my man, going for the Outrider's Axe lethal.
Pretty sure this is just the line. And now
Quater
Deaddraw
can
is
have
going to have to
something to say
speed
about
this up. That's true. All right, first things first. Check we've got this right.
A Ruined Orb also.
Perfect. And Ruined Orb in there as
chances.
well with the Ignite.
To discover something that can stop this very clear 2-turn lethal setup from Joe Chen-Yu. Ice Barrier.
Ice Barrier?
Ice Barrier. Not this turn though. I think he has to like ignite to not overdraw, and then next turn you weave in the Ice Barrier.
You can still do both. You have the Hot Streak, right?
Oh, true.
You need to. It is still more mana efficient not to do the Ice Barrier this turn, and you don't necessarily need to. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but it is possible to do it this turn.
Starts to get weird because from this point, Deaddraw has no further card draw options, so he will be drawing one Ignite at a time, no matter what. I guess maybe something from the Ruined Orb can change that.
Ruined Orb,
So,
yeah.
the question is it more valuable to only play your stronger Ignite from here and just hold the other one indefinitely? You
yeah, that's
just
a good point.
guarantee that the stronger Ignite is the one you get back every turn.
Even then, though, right, your ping is such a relevant factor as well that you could have still skipped the Ice Barrier this turn and then weaved in the ping with just the existing Ignite that you had. I think that could have been a good option as well. So many different ways to go about this endgame state, for sure.
So weird. Joe Chen-Yu, it's so rare that I say from the depths is a dead draw, but in this situation, he doesn't immediately get what he dredges since he swung face.
That's a dead draw. Right there, top left. That's a dead draw. That's who we're focusing on.
It's a bad draw. I mean, if you're going face with the Outrider's Axe this turn, it's an awkward draw because...
Oh!
Oh, it's the tempo, Kaz?
He's just playing at 8-8.
He is doubling down, Subtle. This is still a face game plan from Joe Chen-Yu. He's at 40. He doesn't care. That is absolutely not true. He cares a lot. This is for the World Championship spot. And there's still a poly jelly that can happen. So big Ignite face, first flame, second flame ping on the Kaz. Maybe you weave in the Ruined Orb, see the Discover. On the other hand, maybe save the Ruined Orb for the poly jelly turn.
I feel like Ruined Orb just goes face as the first thing this turn, because if the best thing that gets offered off this is freeze, then that solves the rest of your turn quite nicely, right?
That's value. That's 3 cards.
You're obsessed.
It's good here, though.
It is good here,
Yeah,
I
okay.
agree.
It's no Drake Fire Amulet, but...
Yes.
I mean...
For the first time this tournament you have drawn attention to it, it is actually good here, yes.
Doesn't play it, though. Yeah, the mana, strangely, even though he's had full amounts of it every turn, is just that little bit awkward for Deaddraw. Doesn't get to fit in the Snowman. The turn before this, he couldn't fit in the hero power, and every little bit matters.
The next turn, 3, 6, 9, 11, 12. 7 damage Ignite gets drawn, which is 19. 2 damage and Ignite in hand is 21. Not even counting the Poly Jelly, and I'm already over the 20 that Joe Chen-Yu has.
And you can't really swing into a minion without activating the Oasis ally. Has he tested Counterspell? That he has. He definitely did with like the frozen buffer from ages ago.
Yep.
So we can still from the depths. So the question is there anything good enough in the bottom of his deck to get him out of this. He played a Finley, right? So he knows what's at the bottom.
Draw just in agony. Everyone just in agony. Players in shambles. Casters in shambles.
Looking for the brawl. It's heavy plate. That means the Nixian Drake is active at least.
That's huge. The Taunt on its own did not keep him alive. Armor on his own did not keep him alive. The combination of both, I think, just might.
Starfish for a tempo. It does keep him alive, but the reason Zhou Chenyu hasn't played from the depths is because he knows what's at the bottom. I confess I don't remember what those are, but he's determined that none of those being dredged to the top helps his situation here. In fact, I don't know what could possibly help his situation. Zhou Chenyu really does look like he is in shambles, Sottle. But so close, but it's slipping away. One turn at a time, one ignite at a time.
One snowman at a time.
A bigger and bigger snowman at a time. Okay.
What's the most efficient play this turn? I've just been kind of sat here, like, first double, triple checking there's no cute lethal. Like, Polyjelly your own thing, no. Polyjelly the taunt, no. Like, I'm just not seeing any way that there's a lethal this turn. But you still have to efficiently deal with this board state while continuing to have some pressure left over for the following turn as well.
Yeah, I was honestly thinking maybe ignite the taunt minion just to make sure you preserve all of your minions, but I think Dedraw has spotted here that if you push maximum face damage without using the other ignite, of course, to guarantee the good ignite drawn, he always has lethal on the next turn. This just isn't good enough. He can't kill the Nelly.
He can't kill the Nelly.
Can he find a way to get honorable kill? He can, right? On the hero power. No, he can't. Everything has 3 attack.
It's 3 and 1.
Oh, wait, sorry. On an opposing minion, he can. Okay, he's at 14. This next ignite deals 8, right?
It's, yeah, Polyjelly on the taunt and the ignite off the top is going to do it.
Oh, even through the additional then you gives it up in the most excruciating endgame scenario I've ever seen between Nagamage. But there you go, Dedraw saying, let's go! Can't blame him.
Ajia, if you ever had any doubt that we have the best writers in the effing business, there it is right there. It's a 3-year wait for Dedraw to make it to the World Championship, and that's the series that we have when he finally gets there. Commiserations, of course, to Zhou Chenyu, but my goodness, what an ending. Nagamage versus Control Warrior, Dedraw having to do it the hard way. The game taunting him every single turn with the wildfires that he could have had if he'd just brought the easy deck to win this matchup. Dedraw just saying, no, have you followed my career for the last 3 years? I don't do anything the easy way. We are doing this with pain and suffering and struggle, and we are going to get there right at the very last moment, and that is exactly what happened. You might be able to tell, Gia, I'm quite happy for Dedraw right now.
Yeah, it's hard not to be a fan of him, no matter what. Pain and suffering and struggle and snowmen, Sottle, that never got played, yes. But they were there. Jellyfish too, they were there. We were all there when we saw Dedraw finally get to Worlds. Huge congratulations to him. He will be joining Possessi in those 2 out of the 4 slots available in this event. 2 other players will be joining them as well. Sottle, our Worlds is coming together. 16 players total. We sent through 3 from the Grandmasters first season. We saw 1 from China also make it, and we are well towards the halfway mark of putting together our World Championship competitors.
Yeah, and looking at the way this is panning out now, not only do we get to find out whether it's going to be Gabby or Levick going to the World Championship, not only do we get to find out whether it's Habu Gabu or Insane going to the World Championship, but we then get a nice palate cleanser of just watching Dedraw against Possessi. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? That'd just be a good series of Hearthstone. I think we're all looking forward to that.
Very much so. Your favorite player versus the only APAC player and thus my favorite player in the tournament. We finally get to see who can come out on top. Yet another chance for APAC to win. And you know what? We don't win Masters Tours, but we win the big tournaments. So it's definitely going to be Possessy.
All right, fair enough. We'll let you have this one for now. But yeah, I think I'm a bit more fickle. My favorite player just varies back and forth between A, who's really good, and B, is the last player who I watched play really well and do a cool thing, right? Gabby, Blyze, Deaddraw, Fury Hunter, any Zhao T, like any of the above at this point. It could be any of them. But we've had half of a long day behind us at this point, and we still have half of a very long day ahead of us at this point, so let's not waste too much more time. We still have 2 more big questions to answer as to who is going to the World Championship, so I won't keep you all waiting much longer. We will go to a very quick break. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back with you with more Summer Championships.
The beast has returned. My realm now, serpent.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've got another matchup coming up for you right now, and I don't know if it's going to be as crazy as the previous one, Lorinda, as that was pretty tense, as we did see Deaddraw progress into the top 4, and also, most importantly, progress to the World Championship a little bit later on. But now, Lorinda, we have another incredibly tense match, no doubt, because of just the 2 players that are involved. On one hand, we have Gabby, of course, basically a Hearthstone legend at this point, and on the other side, we do have Levick, a player who's, I think fair to say, lesser known than Gabby, but an extremely good player from what we have seen of him.
Yep, Levick been around for a long time, has played European champs like in 2017 when you had to qualify through ladder and all that business back then. Plays every tournament that's going, not just the ones you see here on YouTube. He just plays a lot of Hearthstone. He gets very, very solid, consistent, good results. Never quite had that massive one for the likes of Gabby, etc. But definitely do not underestimate him, and we may fall into the trap of talking about Gabby a little bit too much, because that's what Gabby does. So why shouldn't we follow suit? Gabby, of course, last year's world champion-elect didn't get it done, so he is back for revenge this time around to prove that he is actually a world champion in the waiting. But the waiting will go on, and if he doesn't win this match, he's going to have to go through 3 more Masters Tours to try and get there again. So he'd rather get it done right here, right now.
Yeah, he is going to be kicking it off with his Rogue, and just as we saw, there is going to be Mage and Warrior banned out. Mage for Gabby, and the Warrior banned out for Levick as well. So we've got the Rogues and Priests on both sides, with the difference being like one player has chosen to go one way and one the other, with a Warrior there for Gabby and the Mage for Levick. But I believe we're going to start things off, Lorinda, with a Rogue versus Priest matchup, and this is almost certainly where the bans have managed to change, because Levick is actually playing the Blessed Priest, which is not the board priest we've seen for a lot of this tournament so far, but still a very impressive priest list. I've not seen it do incredible things yet, mainly because the majority of the time I cast it, it was getting just slowly taken apart a little bit throughout the games, but I do expect good things from this. Obviously, Levick making top 8 at all means that the deck has been doing well.
Yeah, this Priest deck has been doing, I think, better than maybe people have realised. It's just been sort of sneakily getting the wins when we've seen it. It's going to be important for the Rogue, actually, to try and take this down. This Rogue deck has just been the curse for everybody in this tournament, pretty much. Yes, we've seen 1 or 2 times it's got it done. But overall, I think we'll all agree this time around, the casters never agree on anything, but Rogue has been the weak link in a lot of lineups.
Well, as we get into game number 1 here, kicking it off, Levick does have a strong opening hand, and I think that was a full keep by the looks of it. And I mean, it does make sense, right? 2 cheap Naga and having a Wig already in hand is exactly the sort of thing you're looking for, at least to start off the game. Gabby looked like that was a pretty big mulligan into a whole lot of nothing so far. Not even a prep. Does keep the tradables, of course, which is worthwhile, but for now, the hand's not looking great for Gabby on the top.
No, and it is looking good enough for Levick on the bottom. It doesn't need to be great at the start to challenge a Rogue. Just needs to be okay. Get the Rogue up there and challenge, try and get a bit of board off it, and then Rogue's old weakness is trying to switch around a board in 1 turn, and if the minions are big, that's going to be difficult.
And they are going to be as well, because there's Amalgam next turn. I was going to say it's unlikely that Levick loses this 4-4, although as we can see, very possible, just unlikely. So he can't quite build off the Amalgam quite yet, but he does have a nice 2nd place prize here with the Treasure Guard coming in just off the top there. He will be able to start cycling that Serpent Wig, and of course that is going to massively help out the Handmaiden, right? So Levick knows he's effectively set up for card draw for at least the near future.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gabby's, I know this looks like me playing Rogue, just playing cards on curve. They're okay, nothing exciting happening, no trickery. Forced to play the Cutlass down, which isn't ideal, but it's the best removal he's got here for this guard. And he's going to need some help off the top of his deck or off of his reconnaissance just to get into this.
It is important, though. I do like the weapon equip, because he did actually manage to kill off the treasure there, which is a big deal, because it being one of the more standardly high health minions in the deck, if it was left alive and then the buffs start landing, Gabby would really struggle to deal with it. So I do think the weapon equip was good, but you are completely right. It's going to be heavily reliant on the reconnaissance now to be able to do something a little bit more proactive on board.
And I know it's not everything.
Not the draw.
But look at the difference in hand size here we have. You know, the Priest already out-carding the Rogue, and the Rogue not really being functionally exciting on the board, then a long way to go. What can Gabby get done with this, though?
Not too much. The Krakatoa being pulled means that the Saber isn't quite as good with no way to do that. But he is going to go for the Asher and Defector, I think that one's called.
Yep.
And that's, again, a card we've been seeing picked up quite often over the course of the weekend because the Dredge version of it is a very high damage output card. So we'll see if that comes into play a little bit later on. But Gabby will need to draw something very strong to cover his turn 5.
You know your opponent's got a good turn when they just plop out the Amalgam there. Yeah, it's go time. Yeah, and it's absolutely fine, right?
Oh, looks like Gabby got something. Shroud, okay, you can play the game now. Was that Shroud into Null as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now he can form some kind of stronger plan, right? He has got the board for now. He has Krakatoa to most likely keep the board next turn, and then maybe can build towards Scabs and getting a little bit, getting hold of a little bit more card draw.
Gonna have to be quick though, because double wig has occurred, or whatever it does when you get 2 weeks. Najak's there for the trade-off later as well. Oh. Levik's gonna have such an amazing next couple of turns. Gabby needs to match those. Krakatoa is a great start. Obviously, the Scabs is a way of resetting some of the stuff if Levik goes in too deep. But he is all set up to make some monsters.
Be Thrive for the Nagaling. Does get Bless or the option of another Thrive. Oh, Shard instead, okay. Kind of tricky because Levik is falling behind. Even to the extent where I wonder if Krakatoa ever gets saved here.
Ooh. Like what Gabby thinks he can do with the Scabs, right? If he can preserve some bits of the Krakatoa and get them back, do it all again.
Yeah, and to be fair, like Krakatoa is good on curve, right? No one's questioning that at all. It's still a good play if he goes for it, but he still needs a turn 7, right? And at the moment, that turn 7 is Wicked Stab and Maestra. So if he does it this way round, like Maestra Dagger into the 1/1, he can trade off, keep the board empty and retain some board presence. Then maybe the Krakatoa helps kill a bigger minion because Levik will have much more mana this turn to play Naga, build up the wigs on it and start pressuring in that way.
Anybody?
Oh. A lot of mediocre cards. I mean, Bless is part of the deck. That's always the temptation. Gift is also tempting because Rogue does all its damage in 3s. That's not true, but you know what I mean. It does a lot of its damage in 3s.
I mean, the 2 wigs in hand forever basically help with that though, right? Plus 2 health per 1 is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and it's going to be the recovery after Scab's turn that sort of defines this game, I feel. So I think Levik's also realised that. Gabby hasn't done a lot. That Scabs has been in hand a long time. He might have the read that don't go in too far because why do you need to? But Gabby's going to make him need to.
It'll be pretty nice. Again, unlikely that the Krakatoa actually dies, so there's a solid chance that Gabby can just push, 10 next turn?
Yeah.
With just the Krakatoa and weapon, and then Scabs, get the 2/4/2 stealth, and have Krakatoa to sort of reassert board presence afterwards as well. So I do like this slightly delayed Krakatoa from Gabby, and I think it's paid off quite a lot because Levik now has some work to do here.
Does.
My blood boils for war.
Gonna steal the crab, yeah. His whole game has been playing around this Scabs, but whether that's enough, who knows?
Yeah, the problem with this play
the
is
crab.
the Hexen still just dies. Although I guess it's going to cost mana now, which is the key factor.
Yeah, I think he's just going to put the Hexen out of range and say, okay, you want to bounce the stuff, I'll have a crab.
Yeah, the first priestess being clutch here, being able to just put Hexen in a really good spot health-wise. Gonna do it again.
Yeah. Still got plenty of resources next turn because he's going to be able to play this Handmaiden now.
Yeah, the only problem with this is, though, this is going to actually destroy most of these cards, right?
Sure, but he just does it again, I think. Give or take. He's got the Radiant now. 2 4/2s aren't going to be a lot to worry about. You're right, he does lose these big cards, but actually because of how the wigs function, because he got the Handmaiden down, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, most importantly, he keeps hold of the wigs just because of the way that card works, right? It generates back to hand instantly. But there will be, like, yeah, there's just the Hex and the Slither Spear, so a lot of, well, mainly the Krakatoa does go, and the Maiden, of course, so... Again, not saying Levick made a bad turn, it's just that this response is decent from Gabby, right? He didn't just lose to that board.
Now the question is, can Levick actually just avoid dying next turn? Because he can make as big a minion as you like, pretty much, but...
Yeah, this is huge, right? There's, what, 16 just on board right now?
Yeah.
How does Levick even deal with this?
He can play the Shard and steal one of them, right?
I didn't see what was on that Nargling, do you know?
No, he
oh, bless.
quickly.
Yeah.
Having to trade.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know about you, Lorinda, but I'm running out of ways that Levick doesn't take 16 here. He can heal himself to go up to 20, but obviously we're staring at a wicked stab.
Yeah, I went quieter and quieter as I ran out of ideas of how to not lose this.
And it's almost like the historic weakness of this style of priest that we've had throughout the history of Hearthstone is it isn't very reactive. It does what it does very well, as we can see again, but it's just not reactive enough. And to me, Lorinda, looks like Gabby's going to get off to a very quick 1-0 lead, and especially just with the Rogue. I don't know whether we've willed this into existence by talking about it too much, but the Rogue has seemed to be one of the more dicey decks in this tournament so far, and getting, you know, just a win over the line instantly with the Rogue. Got to be a great feeling for Gabby, but as you can see there, there's no jamming going on. He is in full focus mode because he knows what this means, right? This means a World Championship spot. If he takes the victory over Levick, he's going to Worlds again.
Yeah, another shot at Possessi as well, spicing that up even more, right? The current champion versus Gabby. Potentially something for later in the year if Gabby gets through this. Would be one to look forward to for many months. But it is only game number 1. We haven't actually seen Gabby have to play the Ball Priest much. It's been banned in most of his matches so far. So when he gets to play that, we'll get to see him play the Ball Priest. But Rogue out of the way. Big deal.
You okay? I thought you eased I've never seen, it's like not often seen Gabby win game 1 and his reaction on camera is just sheer relief. And it's just, as you said, game 1 of the series. Because he knows, right? If he didn't quite get there, that game was probably slipping. The scabs saved him a lot. But if he just didn't have that little bit of damage, there's a very decent chance that he just dies the turn after with the amount of damage that priest can go out. But speaking of priest, Lorinda, we are going to jump over to the Boar Priest as Gabby's going to choose to lock that in next. And it looks like we're getting Rogue on the other side from Levick.
Okay, so a good chance for Levick to get his Rogue out of here as well. Obviously, Boar Priest just doesn't like the sizes and shapes that Rogue produces. It can really get rid of small minions, but 4/5s get a bit awkward. The more you remove, the more you use up your win conditions, your pyromancers, etc. So quite a tough one for the Priest, but it is Gabby on the Priest. I know he's put in quite a lot of time on this deck, but I could teach him a thing or two, Raven, about what not to do.
I actually think the Rogues can be aggressive, but we've seen it lose versus this Priest multiple times as well, right? And I think the biggest problem is the Rogue just can't be starved, right? And that seems to be the ongoing potential issue of Rogue throughout this weekend, is when the resources just aren't quite there to keep up the pressure, right? They can often pile on a good amount of early pressure, and then they kind of stop at that point. But we did see there very briefly that Levick is running the 2 peasants in his list. So if he can get those down early, even if they just draw 1 additional card often, that's all Rogue needs to actually just keep up that pressure.
Yeah, and he's got the rogue hand you fear. Look, you're prepping your Shadow Step with no indication of which one you can keep to do something with. So you have to throw it all away and try again. Meanwhile, Gabby has a very nice looking hand. He has a little bit of control, he has some card draw. It's kind of all you need at the start against the rogue as the priest.
Yeah, honestly, Gabby one-kept switcheroo, and if you have a switcheroo in your opening hand as this board priest, you're pretty much happy no matter what's drawn after that. It does help, of course, that he gets to Holy Smite this peasant. I said the peasant really could have done with drawing just the 1 card. Levick is Warlock for now, though, which is huge. It is the class you are aiming to disguise yourself as with this deck because of that card draw, right? Naturally reduces the nulls that much faster. And also, as I said, simply draws you cards. Like, look how big this hand is already.
Yes, starved for resources, he is not with this going on. And he's going to put all that pressure on Gabby. Going to get to see how Gabby tries to navigate this pretty fast-looking start now from Levick. Not turbo or anything, but it's definitely reasonable.
Yeah, Levick has the option now of Edwin, mainly because he's got just drawn prep off the top, which opens up, you know, a decent chance that you can prep something, but it is going to be Mr. Smite. Still, not great, of course, for Levick, but still another 4-4 on the board.
Whatever happened to saying that Priest can't deal with 4-4s, huh? Remember those days? They were the days.
Many years ago.
Well, Gabby can absolutely deal with these, but not in a very good way.
And if
you want this to draw cards, which means he needs more mana, right?
You want something to remind yourself of how long we've been doing this? I was watching a podcast from 2014 about Hearthstone, and it was great, talking about the strength of the difference between priest and warrior hero powers. Like,
oh wow!
Way back.
Why?
Great.
Why were you watching this? You know the difference already, Raven.
Work. That's why.
Okay.
I'll say no more. Just look forward to it in the future.
Oh, excellent! I can't wait.
Another switcheroo here. Gabby, if he wants it from the Illuminate.
Okay, so he valued the speed of going through his deck very highly there. He's going to take a lot of damage, but of course he's halfway through his deck already.
Yeah, and also if he does get hit, he just has the prayer plus Zyrella, right? So if this push happens, he knows he can heal up for the majority of it and clear the board in response. And also, he's not seen the vessels, right? So that's definitely a small bonus, at least in Gabby's mind. We can see the vessel in hand for Levick. Probably saving it to follow up with after this board clear happens. Because again, when you play against board priest, you do expect to be Zyrella'd at about this point in the game.
11 cards left in the deck for Gabby. Obviously, he hasn't cycled the amulets yet, but it's going pretty rapidly.
I wonder if Gabby can wait. He has Flash Heal on the far left. He can just hero power himself, go up to 28. He takes a lot, but he can just heal and then clear maybe a bigger board afterwards.
Maybe.
It's a little bit risky, but it feels like a play Gabby would make.
Yep.
And if Yala was here playing, he would 100% do it. Like, without question, he'd be like, wait, no, this Zyrella can kill way more stuff than this. I'm not going to play it.
Yeah. Amulet back.
Could just pick it up for the trade again. Going to go Desperate because if he's going to leave this, which clearly he can't play Zyrella at this point, he knows he's going to get hit for, what, at least 11 to 12 damage minimum. So he'll want the Desperate Player to heal. Desperate Prayer to heal up that bit more along with the Flash Heal.
Desperate Player. We've seen a few of those in our time.
Seeing the mod screen right now, I think both of them are desperate for a win here.
The end of that last match where both players just got their heads under the camera, like head in hand, terrified of what the next draw is going to be, was insane. I've never seen anything quite like that for the close of a match.
I do love that Gabby played the boar and then just sat and stared and waited to see if Levick had a way to steal.
Yep.
Saw the tooth come down, was like, okay, good. Done.
Yeah, he's still got a lot to go through here, though. But going through it, he is. Plenty of healing, like you suggested.
Plenty of... Oh, was that ramp? Okay, I was going to say,
Yeah.
Levick's already had a lot of card draw, more than most you see from Rogue at this point in the game, but the ramp now gives him way more options, right? And slightly earlier scabs if he needs it. And also just he has that smite and Philip as well.
Now the reward
this is
for the
huge.
wait. This is so much more cards once again for Gabby, and a clear.
What knowledge do the stars provide?
Yeah.
Hey, Krakatoa. As an option, but Levick went straight to scabs. Which makes sense, right? 2 4/2s that can potentially go face next turn. Gabby is going to overdraw, I believe, which is going to be a little bit painful if it's exactly the little pig.
Yeah.
5 cards, 1 in 5 chance. Or an amulet, I guess, as well, right?
Amulets are both in hand, I think. Are they? No.
1. 1's in hand. So there's 1 pig, 1 amulet out of 5 cards. They're absolute disasters here.
Do we know the top card? I'm thinking we should. Because I thought it was the amulet, but I might be going crazy.
Gabby just going to get out? Yeah, I thought so. After that, no real recovery. Rough one there for Gabby, but strong play from Levick. He went for that nourish, went for the ramp, which again, you could always consider, even though he had a lot of cards, that he could have gone for more cards, because then suddenly you're looking at shadow steps that you could use with Smite and Philip as well to start pushing that massive burst potential that Rogue is capable of if they have the resources. But he went for the ramp, went for the scabs. Gabby had too many cards in hand, and the burn was the amulet. So Gabby's just going to quickly get himself out of that game. Definitely not a player to just play it out to try and make something happen. I think he's one of those players, very much like Bly's in the European region as well, that when they know they're pretty much beat, they're beat. Get out of the game, get ready for the next one. No messing about.
Yep, absolutely. And that's both of the rogues out of here. Now what do we talk about, Raven? Like,
Priest.
Okay, talk about the priest. Go.
Okay, okay, that confused me for just a second because I saw Mage picked on a player. I thought Mage was banned, but no, it's the other way around, so it's fine. It looks like this one's going to be Warrior versus Mage coming up next between these two players. And how quickly is this series going? I feel like I need to catch a breath, Lorinda. But again, I will just highlight the one thing I love about this list is it's, again, Control Warrior. I do say that loosely, but with the Captain Galvangar in, I think is a fantastic addition.
Is against that ping mage, though, if I'm looking at the right deck list, which I usually am, to be fair to me. And that is something we have seen be an issue for the warrior in this tournament. The ping mages just seem to find a way to get there. Might take a little while, but that damage right at the end is absolutely enormous if they hang on in there.
Yeah, you can see the list, but there's always that caveat with Warrior, with the from the depths, the fact that there is Galvangar for just 9 damage out of nowhere sometimes can help, and just a big minion sticking to the board. But you are completely right. The pings have looked brutal this weekend in a lot of the matchups, but then again, Lorinda, so has regular Naga Mage. Some of the turns we've seen, some of the wins we've seen as well have been absolutely insane. So really, this overall shell just has it all in terms of just potential to just yoink any game.
Yeah, that Dead Draw game will live on for a long, long time. Especially in Dead Draw's mind, probably. It's like, how did I win that game? Found a way. It's taken 3 years, but he found a way. Gabby's only on his, what feels like his 2nd year of competitive play. He's like 12 or something now, so yeah, he has been playing a long, long time. But Masters Tour has made Gabby the person he is now.
Okay, well, both players looking all right. Some card draw and the sort of good early Nagas. I believe that was a Sir Spinley for Gabby, which means he has from the depths into Finley if he really wants it. Obviously, that heavily depends on at least what's shown from the depths first. But still, that opening is the one that steals games.
Yep, it looks like it's the start he was looking for. Now he just needs that final part of the puzzle, which is some of that absolute nonsense big stuff to be in those 5 cards, and you'll get a look at some of them.
The other side, though, Levick did pick up an additional wildfire, so this is when things start getting very silly, is when they start going heavy on the like extra wildfires.
Mutinous down there, so presumably Gabby will have picked the card he doesn't want from those, and looking for a big cheap hand.
Or he picks Mutinous, right, to play it this turn. Okay, he's going to pick Weapon. Fine.
Yeah, that was an option.
Yeah, he could have like picked Mutinous and then Finley'd afterwards, right, the turn after. Still would have been fine. But in that way, he doesn't get the extra card draw, doesn't get to equip the axe.
He wants as many, he wants to get at least those 5 cards and something to spare if possible.
And
he's going to get them.
And now I think it's likely he doesn't even use Finley based on the other 2 cards, right? Because there's a brawling hand now, and going into turn 5 after seeing a school teacher this turn, I think there's a lot of potential that Gabby just holds on and plans to brawl the first Naga board.
Does make some sense. Bit harder from where he's sat because we know that the Naga board is coming. I know that he can fully anticipate that as well, but of course the mage functioning on 2 different levels. Yeah, you're going to play sensibly like you suggested and just chill for a minute or 2.
Yeah, it's just fine, right? Because again, outside of arguably the Mutinous, I don't think the Finley was getting game-winning cards, at least from the 3 we saw, right?
Right.
Obviously, he picked one, which was the weapon. So I don't think it's worth it when, again, school teacher into a turn 5 Naga pop-off is the expected outcome, right? Like, that's literally how the deck is played at optimal level. We see Savara now with, I think, 2 wildfires. Yep.
Oh, it's getting so large already.
He's just going to ping him for 30 in a second.
Already seen an 11 damage ping done twice in a turn today. I think it was today. I don't know what day it is anymore.
And honestly, like, yes, this is obviously strong because it's the Naga turn. Loads of cards drawn, a lot of minions on board. Gabby has Outrider Axe and Brawl, so he has, like, the base level answer, so to speak, to this kind of play. But what was that? 4 wildfires now have been played this game already, and it's turn 5. Like, that's, to me, the slightly bigger problem. There's an Ignite as well if he wants it.
Slightly bigger problem. Your opponent pays 2 mana, does you for 5 every turn. You 5.
Give Hunter a wildfire. That's my vote.
Oh, here he goes. Raven has managed not to complain about Hunter for the entire tournament. He said it's even in a good spot, and now he wants wildfire.
That wasn't a complaint. That was just a hope to get stronger.
Sure. Okay.
And go for Finley now if he wants to just say a big nope for the rest of this hand.
I like it. The hand's pretty nopey.
And
unless he wants to go for Brand Teacher and hold on to that combo.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? His hands keeps looking to be like just enough. And I will say, I think this is the first time ever we've seen Modresh activated from 2 hero powers.
Oh, that's probably true.
Hey,
I'll take 5, by the way.
Yeah, I've never seen it activated from 2 hero powers by turn 6.
Pew pew. Yep. Now Mordresh is ready.
Anybody?
Those didn't look great, but there was Forged, right? So he does have card draw if he wants it.
The rest of the turn not so straightforward now. Yeah, he's going to take the Forged.
Pick me! Pick me!
Gets Frozen Buckler. Does have some amount of health gain, but honestly, looking at this, is this just going to be like a Delving of Face kind of plan here? I don't know what the plan is here for Gabby, because he's taking at minimum 5 a turn if Levick wants to spend the mana. And again, we're going to see Siren number 2. as Gabby does look reasonably disappointed with this outcome. Means that there is going to be 2 mana if Levick wants it to be able to ping.
Yep.
It's Dawn Grasp, Modresh.
And I think he wants it. I think he wants this repeated damage.
Beyond your comprehension.
It's also very clean because the other 5 armor just goes away, right? So it's just a very clean amount of damage. I guess he has to hit with the, or you can hit with the Naga too.
So many choices.
Yeah. Save that Zola for Reckless. It's going to be big soon.
I want to play my Zola, but I've got too many decisions to make.
Yeah, I have too many good cards to pick. Siren, yeah, normally the go-to one if you're ever stuck and wondering what to pick. Unless a different Naga literally sets up lethal. Having a 3rd Siren in the game, normally pretty good.
Take 5, by the way. Just take 5 every turn. Okay, Vakara. Semblance of a plan.
Huge, right? He gets the easily gets the armor. He gains 10 and gets to do the shield chatter. Levick looked a little bit confused when he saw that shield chatter played straight into spell, but of course the second one ready to go there for Gabby. So he does get it clear. He's gained 10 real armor now.
Real armor as opposed to that fake stuff where half of it just falls off.
Gonna say bye-bye to the weapon. Has no rush to play Modresh. Probably gonna be a finisher, more likely than not. Mainly because this hero power is just naturally doing so much anyway.
Yeah, and the warrior can put a pretty scary board up at times as well, out of nowhere because of all the reduced cards, which Levick has seen they're reduced. In his mind, Gabby's waiting for Finley most likely. So yeah, just pew, take 5.
Gonna do Bran Galvanger?
Considering it. This Bran's been chilling for a while. It's running out of things to do.
The only frustration is it leaves the snake up.
I keep drawing.
This is cheap.
Every turn now is, do I want to Mordresh? But with Dawn Grasp ready to go and the ping.
I think 9 mana very likely to just see Dawngrass ping face for another 1 million. And then looking at Modresh ping the turn after? No?
Ooh.
Okay.
It technically sets up lethal, I guess.
Yeah, and I think this also just makes Gabby have to deal with an 8/8, right? If he played Dawngrasp, yes, it's a strong turn from Levick. But it does mean that there's still he would still have minions on the board, although I think it was likely to actually flurry that turn as well from Dawngrasp as the frost spell.
Yeah.
Although I think either way, as long as Levick doesn't just walk away from his PC, he's looking quite good to win this game. I suppose
he is
there for
not walking away from his PC, whatever happens.
I suppose there for the full safety. Yes, Gabby gets to answer this Modresh, but at what cost? Oh my.
Everything.
3 damage off lethal.
Yep. Can't teach any schools, I don't think, to give you lethal here.
I think Reckless probably needs to come down, right? I don't think Levick can be too greedy here in case there's like shenanigans somewhere from Gabby. That is a lot of damage, right? He can't just ignore the Onyxia and all the whelps.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage.
Go digging with the teacher to see what the Nargling offers. Shooting Star, pretty nice. Rune Orb, also not bad.
Yeah, Rune Orb, the damage is actually huge, especially with the Discover attached. Don't have to play it this turn.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Reckless Ping, right? This turn makes the most sense again. Just don't open yourself up to any silly things, right? Just Ice Barrier's down, that's pretty safe, but just leaving this board up for Gabby can only lead to potential problems. Clear up all the whelps, ping to the face. Now Gabby has to win next turn or it's over.
Yeah, or gain 1 million armor.
Or gain
to be
probably more armor than possible, yeah.
Brand Teacher is a way to possibly gain that armor if you don't like what else you've got going on.
Yeah,
It's
two shots at
exciting.
Buckler, shield block, so on heavy plate. It might be the best he's got. It's grim because it doesn't really progress the game.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's something along the lines of like Mutinous Teacher and just hope that's enough. Looks like he's going to pull the trigger on Finley now and just say, you know what, let's find out. But I think there's only like 2 reduced cards left in the deck.
Look.
Oh, one's Buckler, okay. Yeah, I was right.
Just the
I
2.
can count.
Well done, Raven.
Dreams have come true. This is helpful though. Heavy plate and Buckler gets a effective shield slam from the Onyxian Drake if he wants it. And gets to shield block. So when we said gain 1 million armor to not literally die, well, he can.
Yeah. And then he's got to do it again if he's not made much progress, though. He should make some progress here, though. He's clearing the board. Okay. Yeah, he's going to try and get it over in 2 turns. Got the Nelly in hand. So there might be a flurry in this Magister, right?
Potentially, yes.
Gives a lot of time. He will know.
There could, well, there always is, right? Because he's playing one. But the problem is it could try and play an Ice Barrier, right?
Oh, it'll still try even though he's got one. Okay, that makes sense.
I think
it does make sense. I think you're right. I think
it just tries to play everything. Oh, look at the 50th wildfire of the game.
Snuggling into Ruined Orb.
So there's 5 real damage showing. I guess 7 with the hero power from Gabby, because that's removing the Ice Barrier protection. But now with Dawn Grasp, another 5 armor. Basically, that armor plus the Ice Barrier is soaking up the majority of damage Gabby can do next turn. That's shown.
Oh!
Yeah, it did try to play Barrier, right? I'm not going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not going crazy.
I thought that was correct. I was just like, yeah, I just questioned myself then. But yeah, another 7 to the face. And now there's Reckless Apprentice for 7 and Hero Power for another 7.
And Wildfire in hand if he needs a little bit more as well.
True.
And
the problem is Gabby knows if he doesn't gain more than... He doesn't go over 16. He knows he's dead, right? Because Levic's throwing his last card.
Playing perfect information.
So he has to get over 16. Another shield block.
Shield block. Gets him over 16. Check first box. Several more to go.
That's Galvinger back. Okay. I mean, again, this whole board is going to be wiped by the Reckless anyway this turn, but still, he's alive a lot longer than I thought he was going to be. Anything from Amalgam? He's going for, is it Dragon? Yeah, it's the Elixir. Go for Dragon.
Not those.
I'm out of cards. Just keep doing things.
There is a Ruined Orb in this as well, so should get there, but it's not guaranteed.
3 damage gets there, right? This turn?
Yep. Wow. Runes doesn't get there.
still does get to clear the board, which is probably the most important part here for Levick. He's got to know now that at this point, Gabby gaining armor is so unlikely, because I think he's just used the majority of it now. Gets another ping. The 7 in, puts his opponent down to 5, and Gabby has to find a miracle here, and I just don't think it exists. Nope, it's going to be the concede. It's a good effort from Gabby, but that many wildfires that early was impossible to try and keep up with. The only thing that I think maybe would have been an alternate pathway in that game there for Gabby was if he just went for either the Mutinous earlier on curve to play it on 4 as the choice from the card from the depths. There we go. A card. And then go for an earlier Finley. But as we did break down, he had the Brawl ready this turn. Perfect timing. He had the Brawl into that, and then afterwards he had a decent turn as well. So it felt difficult to throw away things you know you can do for things you know you might be able to do. I just wonder if, like, you know, again, as usual, if we could rewind time and replay it, whether that would have actually made a difference. But I will say Levick just dominated from early on, because not only did he get the extra wildfires, but then he had the Naga turn, then he had Mordresh ready, then he had Dawngrass ready for whenever he wanted as well. So it was a very, very, very strong game for Levick, and another good win for the Ping Naga Mage.
Yeah, it seemed like every time Gabby drew a card, it's like, oh, I kind of want to keep this now. And that just seemed to go on and on and on. He never got to get rid of the Finley. And it's easy in hindsight. Maybe he should have just gambled to see what came. But I don't know, the Mutinous was so tempting, like you said. And never quite got there. And then the ping, Levick was careful to weave them in for 5 every turn to keep the pressure on. He also was careful to have boards like this every turn, just enough to be irritating, and Gabby never really got established. Had to waste a lot of time just gaining armor rather than doing anything.
Exactly, and there were so many times where it felt close, right? Like, Gabby would have a board, and it's like, oh, if you can just play Galvanger, then that's a ton of damage from hand, and that can push loads even through the barrier. But Levick did a great job of saying, nope, board's clear, nope, board's clear, or no, I'm pretty much safe, and then managed to do that whilst pushing relevant damage, as you were saying. And next up, it looks like, of course, Levick going to be on his Priest now as his only deck left to win. Gabby sticking with the Warrior for game number 4. And again, just in case you've joined us just midway through this this match, this is the big one for everyone here, right? The winner of this goes to the World Championship. The loser is out of this tournament and has to try again for a shot at the World Championships in the second half of this year through the Masters Tour system, as we've previously mentioned. So a win here is everything. I've literally just noticed Dead Troll's tweet about how excited he is to be going to Worlds, that we saw him qualify in the previous match, and you can see from both the players how much it means. So let's see how this game goes. Will Gabby be able to fight back, or is Levick going to close this one out?
I think if Levick keeps his cool and plays solid Hearthstone, he's got every chance of closing this out with this Priest deck against these two. Obviously, there's a lot of Hearthstone to be played. You're playing against one of the best players ever to have played the game. But if you're comfortable with your prep, you've got this far, you probably are. I feel like Levick's in a decent spot.
Yeah, gets the hold of a Wig nice and early, or early enough. Still has the Handmaiden from the opening hand as well, which is absolutely huge, because that's the only thing you want. You just want options, you want resources, you need plenty of Naga in hand to basically infinitely proc those Wigs. So we'll see how this one goes. First threat on the board here for Levick in the form of that school teacher, and Gabby's looks like he's going to respond in kind. Never mind. Okay, Gabby sits up, okay.
Wow.
Right, Rokara Mutinous Buckler, let's go.
Make a plan. What is the plan?
It's to pick Mutinous and then ask it very nicely to go on a diet and eat a spell from the hand instead of a minion.
The spell diet?
Yeah.
Get behind that. I can't spell diet, I'm wrong.
Witcheroo looks like it's likely to be the choice there from Levick. Again, just more card draw, more minions.
Yeah, and that's actually an issue right now. These things need dealing with. They're irritating.
Well, he can deal with them very easily for now, the two teachers, with Rakara into shield shatter. The problem is Gabby will be thinking, well, these aren't even buffed. None of them are blessed. None of them are anything.
Yeah.
If they receive any wigs, then they can't be shield shattered to clear, right? So I think this is absolutely the correct decision. Use the armor while you've got it, clear that first board, and make Levick have to build another one.
Yeah, Levick can't chip away at the armor without the other shield shatter going off either, so... He goes, he's got to go pretty large. Going to be pretty large, spoilers.
Pick me! Pick me!
Levick also has to be a little bit careful when the weapon's knocking around here, right? Because Gabby can go above 30, which means he can tank a lot more damage with the swing, but Levick might not be able to sustain a huge hit, or at least 2 huge hits from this weapon. So it is just something that Levick can't get carried away, and I'm sure he won't as well. He is a very good Hearthstone player, so he's not going to just fall for the make a massive minion, then get killed by your own minion play. But I'm just saying he has to just be careful here, which will help Gabby deal with this board as it comes. Now, the Onyxian Drake being picked up means he can take down the Elemental if he wants to, but it looks like for now, Gabby's going to choose to go fishing with the school teacher.
Viper in hand for Levick, of course, so next turn these problems go away. But there's other problems. Gabby's got minions. That's the problem. He's going to be able to remove stuff and build his own board to threaten back.
Yeah, and also unlikely this armor takes any relevant amount of hits this turn, so Onyxian Drake again going to be quite strong. Whispers of the Deep here on the Viper to help this trade. Nice little cute play. And also one of the rare occasions I think you'll see Whispers of the Deep in this deck.
Levick not going too far once again, saving the Priestess for a rainy day. It's about to start raining, so he's going to need it soon. Take 17, Snake.
Yeah, Dragon beats the Snake in a fight. Who would have thought?
I mean, Dragon's just a big snake with wings in it.
Yeah, I guess to be fair, there's no scale, so you don't know how big that Viper is.
Well, dragons have scales.
What if the Viper's 10 times the size of the dragon?
Sure. It'd be a better fight, but the dragon can still fly, and flying things are generally pretty good.
Agreed.
When they're breathing fire as well. Like if the snake was 10 times bigger, it would have to fly higher than normal and breathe fire a lot more times, but eventually the snake would never get an attack in, so the dragon
breathe
would win.
fire further. That's the problem.
Yeah, it could get like an aerosol can or something.
Okay, well, now Gabby, again, has a board to try and deal with. Does have Bran now, and we all know Bran, has ways to make crazy things happen. There is shield shatter still. The only frustration is there it would kill his own Drake, but it would line up very nicely with a hero power to gain even more armor and clear the board once again. And maybe, Lorinda, that's a sacrifice just worth making.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, Levick is going to start running out of relevant threats or have to pile it all onto one thing. Just if Gabby just chills here and slowly picks away, which is what he's doing, I think he'll be okay. I know the damage can come in really fast from this priest, but Gabby is up to 51.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? No charge minions. So the again, age-old weakness with this archetype of priest is if you get pushed off board, it's always 2 turns until you can do anything, right? You have to build the board again, and then you have to wait a turn, and then you can attack.
There's definitely worlds here where it comes down to a brawl as well. That's a scary prospect for the future.
Yeah, and Gabby has multiple cheap minions as well if he wants to tilt the brawl in his favor. Definitely help tilt Levick.
Oh, imagine.
Okay, double shield slam here effectively for Gabby. takes down the 2 big minions. Gorlak into the 1/5 plus hero power does that job as well. Plenty of ways to deal with this board, or at least the main threats of the board.
Good enough for the teacher.
Big Snowed there. Yeah,
Yeah, he
and
did.
I didn't see the second one.
Nope. I was busy looking for the first one.
Ah, shield block.
Just a shield block, it's fine. Draw 2 cards. Gain 10 armor. Seems fine.
Pick me! Pick me!
Pretty nice.
Sets up, yeah.
It freezes the whole board here, so his minions will be frozen for a little bit, but most importantly, so will Levik's. Levik does have Blade Master Samuro, though, basically the only real card in the deck that has a huge impact when you are fighting for the board and trying to just keep hold of board presence here. And he's going to be able to buff it up a lot and clear this board away from Gabby.
Yeah, Gabby is actually... He's able to deal with a big minion with the shield slam at the moment, but...
He can deal with 2.
Hasn't actually got the brawl. Oh, he's got the other one.
He has Drake and Shield Slam, right? And again, no damage hitting Gabby here. So one thing Gabby has done really well so far is just keep that armor total up, right? Just not let Levik work him down to normal health, because then so many of his clutch cards that help dealing with these minions would just go flying out the window if that was the case. I'll have the Outrider Axe as well.
Whoa.
Straight for Finley, not even going to bother with a Shield Slam? Wait, 10
Apparently.
cards left. Oh, wait, does this guarantee...
He knows his hand. Yeah, he knows his hand. He's going to get whatever it is.
There's only 10 cards
he-
in the deck, right? So this is pretty much Brawl. Looks
It comes.
to me.
A fairly good time in his career to win a brawl. He'll take it.
Oh, the 1/1. Painful. I mean, again, I don't think a 1/1 is the most threatening thing in the world, but 2 damage to face does nothing at this point, so just kill it and get the job done. Levik quickly getting to the point where he's running low on cards in the deck right now. Gabby close, but obviously not as much of a problem just because of the nature of cards such as Nelly, the Amalgams, the Kazakhstan itself, of course, that literally puts more cards in your deck at this point. So yeah, Gabby going to be looking okay to play a fatigue-style matchup. Levik definitely feeling the pressure to end this soon, but now Onyxia, one of the ultimate board control cards in the late game, is coming down. And Levik, yet again, is going to struggle here. Although he does have Hexen, so he can just yoink this Onyxia if he wants. But with no actual target to use it on, again, he has to rely on this Hexen not being able to be dealt with. Which, I think versus Warrior, I mean, maybe there's been enough removal that he thinks that the Hexen can live. But I guess on Levik's side, like, what else can he even do at this point?
Yeah, he is struggling now. That's the last minion out of hand when the Amalgam's played. I guess it's not because he'll make another one, but...
Oh!
Oh!
Wait.
It's not the same it used to be. He's played an Amalgam.
He has 2 Amalgams and Raid Boss. How does he get the 4th?
Puzzle, huh?
No, he's not played Raid Boss. What am I talking about? He stole it. There's just 2 Amalgams, right?
Yes. 1 second. Sorry about that.
Was that not just supposed to be Alex then?
It's still an 8/8.
So is Alex though, but it deals 8 damage or heals.
Sure. Yeah, probably was. Clinical work from Gabby here.
Yeah, it's
and
just too
Limit
much.
gives it up.
Yeah, Gabby, great job there at just keeping the board clear enough. Again, just baiting out the shield chat and knowing when and how to utilize the armor and the removals, and also keeping just a good track of that Finley. I think, again, we spoke about this in the previous game as well, that Finley is a very easy card to just say, well, I've played from the depths, Finley, go. Whereas Gabby, once again, took his... Finley at the point where I think it did just guarantee a brawl, or at least almost certainly guaranteed a brawl there. Hit that when he needed to, kept Levick off board. Levick never really got to even make an attack that game. Maybe he made like one, maybe 2 attacks all game, which was pretty crazy. And Gabby's going to even up this series, Lorinda, and it's going to come down to a Priest mirror, but not a mirror.
But not a mirror, yeah. Levick definitely with the advantage to some degree. Gabby does, of course, have the silencers in the deck, so can slow Levick down. And we have seen how quickly that the Boar Priest can go through its deck, so no messing around from Levick this time, no playing around stuff for the large part. Just make a big thing, go, hit your opponent with it and hope it's out of range.
Yeah, and
then
just
if it gets silenced, repeat the process.
Yeah, and just to rewind back a little bit, earlier today, I think it was my first cast today was MSBC versus Deads, and MSBC won that series on game 5 in this exact style of matchup, but he was the Boar Priest. He actually got the job done, and I managed to keep Deads off board and making his board basically not as relevant, and managed to survive long enough to get it going. So although, again, you can definitely understand why this looks like a very difficult matchup, or more difficult matchup for the Boar Priest, it's very doable, right? It's not like it's one of those matchups we've talked about a few times in the past where they feel almost impossible. Like, this is doable. It's just hard.
Levick setting out his stall, though, keeping the Treasure Guard and the Bless in the opener. So you can see where his mind's at. He's got a Thrive to go alongside them. He's going to make some stuff, Raven.
Yep, this one's for basically all the marbles at this point. Gabby on the top, looking to try and return the World Championship. Levick, head to Gabby, a relative newcomer, at least to the masses or audience here, to make a name for himself by making it to top 4, and most importantly, making it to the World Championship, to join the likes of Possessi and Deaddraw.
It still sounds weird. Deaddraw in the World Championship. The curse of Deaddraw losing with seconds to go somewhere or other along the line of winning something finally broken. And yeah, it just sounds strange. I'm pleased for him.
Hey, this is the scary minion. This is weirdly the minion I'm terrified of the most when I face this Blessed Priest, because the starting health is just so high that even just a buff or 2 makes it feel unkillable for most classes.
Yeah, and even if you silence it, it's a 1-5. They can just do it on again.
Right.
It's just restart. So that's why he kept it in the opener. You're seeing already the power of this. Zyrella's in hand, and Gabby does have the available healing.
Yeah, I think the plan here is to silence and then try and kill the board next turn, right? Before any major buffs, because he is likely to take damage. Again, that's the only questioning thing here, and I guess the difference. Levick made a 7/7 and hit face. There's options to not hit face with this deck. And just build the big minions, draw out the silence, build the big minions again. Don't allow your opponent to do any kind of Zyrella clear. But Levick decided, nope, 7 damage was too much to pass up. And as an aggro player, and it.
Gabby holds off on clearing the board as well.
Again, though, it kind of makes sense. Like,
yeah.
This turn, he has now double flash, Desperate Prayer, Zyrella. Like, over 15 health's doable, but it's not that often, right? This early in the game with this amount of cards. And a silenced elemental as well.
No, absolutely.
So he basically, Gabby wants Levick to kind of go all in here again, and then Gabby just blows the board away.
Yep, it's a bit of a mind game. Levick's got to decide whether he wants to go wide or tall here. Obviously, he wants to go tall.
Also, as well, if Gabby does, let's just say Gabby clears this with Zyrella, any minions sticking to board is actually huge here, which again, I'm guessing is why Levick's just going for the trades, because the minions make up that sort of extra damage you might need to kill a big minion, or at least be within range.
Gabby's going to have so much time now with this healing, with the fact that Levik's only going to have 1 minion in his hand after this. Okay, he's got a Thrive. He has some reset available, but
I'm
Gabby's
wondering
going to have
if Gabby's
forever.
even. I'm wondering if Gabby's even going to clear.
He might
I mean,
not.
his hand doesn't say to do much else because he doesn't really have a lot of active card draw right now. So I'm guessing that's why he's going for it. But I think there's a world after just seeing 1 wig that Gabby could have played a little bit greedy. But again, the problem is, well, what's the greedy play? Like, heal his minions for him, draw a card or 2, and then pass? Like, nah, that doesn't sound good enough to me.
He also, I mean, he's got a hand now where when Levik reloads, Gabby can draw so many cards next turn with the Pyro and the Priestess that he's going to be near the bottom of his deck. He's getting very close to just winning. So, greed aside, it's almost it's like that point where you give up on board against some decks. It's kind of the opposite. It's like, okay, well, do me 28 before I pig you. Good luck.
Is someone injured?
Just so many cards.
Yep, huge amount of card draw. Illuminate in there, the other pig. Absolutely huge. Means Gabby can spend the mana now just locking this in. Just got to work out what happens here, right? He draws another 4. He has 5. So yeah, goes to 9. Perfect. Because again, we've already seen an overdraw shenanigans happen this series with Gabby on Priest. Obviously, due to his scabs, it's not like he miscounted, but still, very good setup here. And Levik, massively on the back foot. Most importantly, the boars are gone, Lorinda, so Hexen cannot cause havoc.
Oh, but the Priestess can be healed. Is Gabby stayed on 8 cards? He has, right? He's got it correct. Yeah, he's gone down to 7 just in case of shenanigans here.
Anybody?
Ooh.
And that's the thing as well. This Blessed Priest, amulet, okay. This Priest is good, but there isn't too many flashy things you can do, right? Like the job of the deck, you play minions, you make them big, you punch your opponent in the face. So when you're behind, it's difficult to like create ways to win the game that are, you know, outside the box because, well, Levik's deck makes big minions and punches them in the face. If that doesn't work, that's 90%, if not more, of what the deck's capable of.
I'm having flashbacks to other ways I have lost this match. One of which is when you run out of cards in your deck and you can't cycle your amulets.
True.
Just highlighting my experience, Raven. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's 2 now, and he knows there's another tradable in the hand. And he's just cycling these now, wanting to like high-five the trades. Does have the other amulet. I'm not sure what the other amulet's at, but the fact he's not cycling it leads me to believe that he's already done it once, and that's like the 2-1 or something.
That's what I'm imagining too, but I don't know for sure. He's kept it in hand for a long time. He'll trade. Yeah, he'll trade. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 2 cards at the trades. Gonna devour this. Confident. Kills 1 minion, but gives the teacher health. Oh, okay, follow up with the silence. This makes sense. Just wants the cleric off board, right? He doesn't want to start stacking weird fatigue plays that could happen, or any, you know, just shakiness in general.
And presumably the amulets are loaded here. Like, otherwise there's a problem.
I will make that assumption based on my knowledge of Gabby not being
correct.
Like, not having a nightmare here. Gabby looks worried, though. Has he miscalculated something? Has something gone wrong here? Because
I think he's worried about clearing the board up after he actually...
I guess, but wasn't a turn like this expected, right? Like,
yeah, he used the silence, didn't he, last turn?
I mean, he silenced the minions. He's just dead, right?
He needs to be silencing now, not then. Yeah, and Levick knows.
Yeah, I guess the bless was the big problem there from Levick, because the bless provided so much extra damage with this guard, and Gabby's done. I think he's out. He might need to run quickly back and press concede if that's going to be the case.
Levick knows. Levick's not giving. Gabby's hoping for the concede, but Levick's just got arms aloft. He knows he's got it done.
Yeah, there's the concede. Gabby loses and heartbroken, as you can see there. But a huge congratulations to Levick making it through, not only to top 4 Lorinda, but to the World Championship. What a close series, literally coming down to just literally the final turns possible in the game. Gabby again went for the silence, got met in response with not only the wigs that he knew were there, but also the bless, which made up so much extra damage on that treasure guard. And what have I said all weekend, Lorinda? Treasure guard, the scariest minion in that deck by far.
Absolutely.
Punching him for 15, and well played from Levick. That was a tough game. It felt like Gabby was all over that. I would assume that Gabby thinks the mistake was what we've said, where using the silence that turn meant he couldn't silence the turn going into the turn he needs to proc with the boar. He sees the cards go down now, the Shadow Word, Devour, the Bless there. Because look at this, right? Without the Bless, there's nowhere near.
It's nothing.
It's not nowhere near, but it's doable on Gabby's side. Whereas now the 15 damage, extra going down just because why not? And it put Gabby in an unwinnable position. So well played there from Levick. He was looking in an incredibly rough situation, but he kept his cool, went for the win, and look at that. Already, Lorinda, 3 out of the 4 players we're sending to the World Championship on your screen right now. And just to make you extra happy, Lorinda, the last spot is going to be filled by either Habu Gabu or Insane. Could it get any better?
It could not get any better. Obviously, Gabby going through would have been amazing in terms of player strength that we know. But we talked about Deadraw's story. You know, he's been so close so many times to winning a big event, missed out on Grandmasters twice by like nothing or next to nothing. Levick's story is not the same in the public eye, but Levick has played a heck of a lot of Hearthstone tournaments. He's been there knocking on the door over and over again, you know, missing out on top 8s, missing out on very close things, being very high up in a lot of smaller, admittedly, events. Never really had that breakout. For him, his personal own Hearthstone journey, he's been somebody who deserves a shot at a big one, and I'm absolutely delighted to see him go to the World Championships.
And after we saw Levick recently play in the have a bit of a spotlight in the Masters Tour, the other one, I can't remember even the name right in this exact moment, but the first thing that we saw time and time again was like, wow, Levick's just clean, right? He's just, you know, maybe not super flashy, but playing extremely clean Hearthstone. And guess what? When you reward consistency like the system does this year, well, guess what? The players like that are going to turn up a lot in this kind of top cut. So again, another huge congratulations to Levick. We will see him later on today as we are playing through the top 4 all the way to a champion, of course. But for now, Lorinda and myself are going to go for a little bit of a break, and we've got our last quarterfinal coming up for you. It's going to be between Habu Gabu and Insane, 2 amazing players. So make sure to stay tuned because it's going to be a great one. We'll be right back.
everybody, and welcome back to the Masters Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Sottle, and we have one quarterfinal left. Sottle, one spot left at the World Champ. Well, okay, one spot left at the World Championship that's being given today. A bunch of spots left at the World Championship in general, but you get what I mean.
I do, TJ. I get exactly what you mean. And that one remaining spot for the World Championship that will be granted in this particular Summer Championship that we are playing right now will go to either Habu Gabu or Insane. So it will be another European representative going through. Many of our quarterfinals have been head-to-head European battles, as you would expect when you are dealing with open fields where there's no region locking, no allocation of numbers. You expect Europe to dominate at that point, right, TJ?
Yeah, whatever, man. I guess.
It's not even
at this point. I've just given up trying.
I was gonna say, I'm like searching, I'm scanning the area, and I can't even see the tiniest of straws for you to grasp at in this tournament. It just doesn't exist anymore.
Because that's true. It doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know. Wow. Is Habu Gabu wearing the same shirt as you?
Where are you seeing Habu Gabu? What? I'm so confused. I'm looking at a deck list right now. What are you looking at?
I was looking backwards. I was looking at the delayed feed. I went over to close it since I was distracted because I was getting an echo of myself because I was looking.
Ah, I see.
And then an image of Habu Gabu popped up right after an image of you popped up, and your shirts look very similar. So
okay.
You know, but now I'm not distracted anymore. I closed it. We're good. This is the Fell Demon Hunter. This one aptly called Fell Demon Hunter because it has a Jace in it. It's not Demon Hunter. It's not Naka Demon Hunter. It is. It feels weird. I have only one hand to wave about. So it just looks unnatural, but whatever. Insane's gonna be on the board,
it looks like you're casting incantations, TJ. That's what it looks like. You're just hexing people as you talk.
Be gone, Jalog.
Sorry, I don't know whether you've had it explained that you have to be very careful with the name of that card around British people, but it is much, much funnier than you might think it is. Moving on, Insane is going to be on Boar Priest. I think the priests are one of the biggest differences, one of the big talking points going into this one, because of course Habu Gabu is a Wig Priest player, as we have seen to great effect in that previous series with Levick just going over the line with the finest of margins over Gabby into the World Championship. So if that dynamic is to come up again, of course, that will be very interesting to see.
If you had told me that Habu Gabu was you from 6 years ago, I would have 100% believed you.
It's not far off, is it, to be fair?
No.
I can see it, yeah.
It really isn't. It's kind of crazy. All right, that was my last time that I'm going to distract, okay?
Mm-hmm. All right. I believe
at least for the next 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I love this deck, by the way, the Demon Hunter.
You really? How come?
I don't know. It just feels like there's so many cool things you can do. I don't think its power level is that high, but I do think it's good enough, and it can just sneak wins, right? I guess every Demon Hunter from all time can just sneak wins, but the raw power level isn't there. But that kind of makes it more fun for me, because that means that, you know, yeah, oh, I'm playing in an underpowered class, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
It's not, trust me, it's not OP, but I'm still winning games. It does have some weakness in the fact that its comeback mechanisms outside of Jace are basically non-existent. You have to hold tempo and keep it. Sometimes Lady Steno can be a comeback mechanism, but then your damage later on in the game is pretty limited. Also, if you draw Carria and G-Log at the same time, or one before the other carriers, Dead Karsus, 6/6, there's some weaknesses to the deck. But when it functions how it's built, it is very good.
Yeah, I think I agree with that overall assessment. I think obviously the Demon Hunter world that we were stuck in for quite some time before the multi-strike nerfs and the Drekthar was particularly impressive. Well, it was particularly impressive, but also particularly oppressive, which was the word I was going for. Drekthar was just making games too swingy. I think with where this Demon Hunter is now, it is in a nice, comfy spot where the deck feels powerful but fair, right? And it does really feel like you have to stay engaged with it throughout the whole game. Come up with a plan, execute that kind of plan. Essentially, all the things that Habu Gabu has proven himself to be extremely good at over time in Hearthstone.
That's right. I feel like it has struggled against the board priest just because all of the boards are small in size, or at least small in health, right? So you never feel like you're forced in this situation where you have to go for a big Zyrella clear. A lot of times you can, Wild Pyromancer clear the first board, and then, hold on to Zyrella for a possible carry on 6, that kind of thing. And you're okay taking damage because you can, even though there can be some insane Lady Steno turns, you can kind of feel how much damage they're going to be able to do. So we've seen players sort of float at a not low health, but medium health mark, and then wait for the right time to clear and bounce back up, and then it takes a while for the Demon Hunter to ramp up that damage again.
Yeah, I think the really tricky part is, again, going back to what we just saw at the end of that Gabby series with the last 2 turns. Like either way, Gabby was kind of in a rough position there. Even if he had held on to the silence, like the size of the board that can be presented against you is still quite big with, a bunch of 3/4s and whatever that can be played down in various positions. Whereas that turn where the Pyromancer boar clear happens, that also normally clears most of your board on the other side, right? Of most of the minions that you're able to put down in a lot of positions. And that tends to be how you get in trouble against Boar Priest, when they can remove your pressure and do the boar turn in the same turn. And because your deck is so tokeny, that does tend to happen a little bit more often with this Demon Hunter than with other aggro decks. Great options.
Sigil of Silence and hope your opponent's not paying attention? No? Okay.
Does that even do anything?
I guess not, no.
Because the boar still dies, right? Like, it's only the last death rattle that you need to go off.
So, yeah, it wouldn't even work. There's not even a single way, unless they... the last boar.
They use
They're
both
not paying
pyros,
attention to the... And they have to just put out the boars and
they do that exactly into your Sigil of Silence.
Exactly into your Sigil. Yeah, see?
All right, yeah, value. Take it. Sounds good. I'm on board. Or alternatively, take a far more sensible I-beam, which makes more sense.
All right, fine. Biggest thing here, though, is Habu Gabu is not making any headway in terms of killing Insane. Obviously has some big power plays coming up with Kurtrus, G-Log, but there are options for Insane with double Wild Pyromancer.
Yes.
As Handmaiden to begin to draw cards, but Holy Smite doesn't seem fantastic. I guess you can just weaken these minions, soften them up for Wild Pyromancer, which will likely be following if we can pick up, say, a Northshire Cleric. No, Gifted Nara.
I have given up everything. What have you sacrificed?
Smart trades here from Habu, I think, as well. Not taking the bait. Doesn't want to take the value trade with the rushing minions. He does give up a little bit of face damage, but that's face damage that's kind of fake anyway, because pushing extra damage to face there would just turn on Gifted the Naru, activate Zyrella potentially, and also this way you preserve 2 4-health minions on board instead of just 1 4-health minion, a bunch of 1-health minions, which is much, much better against not just Pyromancer, but Shadow Word Devour as well. So getting the little things right in this game, these little things add up over the course of a series like this. They add up to World Championships.
Big turn coming next turn for Insane. Oh man, this is like a weird decision here. You either make a super weak turn and go wide by trying to draw with Chaos Strike and Fossil Fanatic. Try and push a lot of damage with the hero power from Kurtrus.
I like that, I think. I think it's damage time. Drop the Fossil Fanatic, use as much as you can on the hero powers from there, pick up another spell, hope for the Setheno in your future. Potentially finish things off with Jalag as well, because if you're going to play that, I don't think you want to play it here, because you're just feeling the rhythm of the game, right? It's about time for some kind of Pyromancer, Shadow Word Devour, Northshire Cleric kind of turn. So I don't think you want to be building that tokeny board back into this. Yeah, this is what makes the most sense to me. Just max out on damage, pick up that extra card draw with the Fossil Fanatic. Seems good.
It's good. All right, here we go. It was the Northshire Cleric that was it the Northshire Cleric that was switcherooed with the boar, right?
Yeah.
The Cleric has 1 health.
Yeah, so you have to do the pyro work first. Yeah, exactly like this. Then drop the Cleric, then drop the Gift of the Naru to get 1 set of cards, and then you're just sacrificing your Cleric to the card draw gods at that point. The only other way to do it was to dump the Cleric in play and use a Shadow Word Devour on it first, which, if you want to get super ambitious and try and go for like multiple gifts in the same turn, might have been better, but I don't think you ever really would have had the way to dump cards out of hand again that turn. So this seems clean.
Yep. Back up to 21.
Ooh.
Oh, wait. Oh, does that work out perfectly? The Fury is 3, so Dread Prison Glaive, Fury, Multi-Strike, Hero Power. That's 8.
Yes, it is.
You can fit in a Fell Barrage, so that's 16. Is that 1 off?
Is it 1 off? 1, 3, 4, 5, 7 mana, can fit it all in. 16 damage, +4 from the Fell Barrage. Yeah, I think I make it 20 with 1 mana to spare, but that 1 mana doesn't do anything, so you can't find any extra damage. But it seems like a pretty good way to curve into Jalag next turn.
Oh, yeah. Cash it in.
My blood boils for war.
Well, here we are. We're starting this turn with significantly less health than we thought we were going to have, but that's okay.
Yeah. And there is approximately 0 healing in the hand, give or take.
I mean, you have to illuminate before you draw any more cards, surely.
Yeah. There's just no way he survives. This is what, 11 damage? That, or 12 if the Slither Spear sticks.
He took the amulet? He's just okay. Is he just going for it this turn?
Oh, what's the second amulet at? Are they both at 2?
I mean, that's the thing, right? If they're both high enough, he's just going for it this turn, I think. Realizes he's not going to get there now, so he'll just have to go Desperate Prayer Gift. Yeah, okay. That's 9.
I am out of cards.
He has no time.
Priestess gets the heal in. The heal is the thing that matters.
You get the Cleric down on board too, because that's actually important to absorb health. Yeah, so there's no guarantee. Oh, wait. No. Because you can hero power twice.
Yes, you can.
So that's 6.
Mm-hmm.
But then you would need 5? But if you...
Regardless, you still do it, right? Like, that's still the play, because you just leave a 3/6 in play at the end of the turn, even if the rest of the stuff gets cleared up by the Pyromancer stuff. Like, that 3/6 is what gives you a chance of winning the game.
Yeah, important question, though. Are these amulets correct? Like, are they 2 and 3?
Are they correct? No, they are incorrect amulets.
Are they the correct amounts? Are they enough? Fine, are they enough? Sorry, Sal.
I believe they are, yes. I believe they are at 2 and 3.
Okay.
Yep.
You gotta go. You have to go for it. There's like you're dead. All right, here we go. Needs 3 to face. Nope, not even close.
The 3/2 living is really bad here as well, because the 3/2 actually challenges the 3/6 in the way that the other minions with lower attack would not have done.
However, Hobblegub was at 31.
Oh, you're so right. Oh, that's incredibly relevant. Okay, good. You love to see it.
So it is 2 and 3. So you have to clear everything off. I guess he can fit in hero power, and it outpaces the hero power on the other side.
Yes.
Is there still a Fury left in the deck?
There is 1 Fury left remaining. Yep.
It still wouldn't work, right?
Also, this is upgraded hero power, right? So it's parity. It's not being outpaced by the healing. They're both pushing 2 right now.
Oh yeah, because fatigue. You're right. Oh my goodness.
No, the hero power just does 2. This is Kurtra's hero power hero on the other side from Demon Hunter, right?
Oh, I know, but I'm saying like he would just even it out. Like he would push 2, then he'd heal for 2.
I see.
Push 2, then heal for 2. But the fatigue is what offsets it. So being at 31 is just massive.
And I think that was the big consideration for Insane that turn, right? Is that, like, is there a way I can do this where this 3 damage actually goes face? And the answer is no, there isn't, which is a big freaking problem.
Yeah, so it's just dead.
Whoo!
Whoo! He was, he wouldn't have been dead regardless, because he could have Zyrella'd, but it had to be, if he had fit in a heal that turn, yeah, but he needed to kill the Shalak, so.
Yeah, any play that involves healing does not involve casting the extra spell, which then kills the Shalak. So yeah, I'm not, and like, even if that's the case, you're still dead over time from that point, right? Because you heal that turn, you take 1, net 1, after the hero powers cancel each other out, and then you heal the next turn, you take net 2, which you're at 3. So your net 1 loss versus, and then your net 2 loss end up with you dying anyway, even if you fit in the heal on that turn over the course of the 2 turns where you can't kill your opponent. You have Zyrella at that point to then gain the armor, which can then change things, but there's a Fury that can come out from the other side as well that can change that, so it gets pretty complicated. But overall, pretty crazy endgame state that we got down to. Habugabu was very nervous that he didn't necessarily optimize his potential with the stalks at the end. He chose to trade the 1 on the Slither Spear, which, you know, gives him the opportunity for more damage, I suppose. But by not guaranteed pushing the 1, he could have potentially changed some breakpoints, which I think is what he was worried about at the end. He very clearly mouthed the word. I mean, he wasn't mouthing, but to us, he was mouthing the words, "Oh no, did I mess up?" as soon as he played that turn. And then about halfway through his opponent's turn, he was like, no, I'm okay. It's fine. We're good.
Maybe he was mouthing it.
Maybe he was, yeah, who knows? I have no way to verify that.
Yeah. So.
Well, aside from the fact that we're the same person, and therefore I know that he was.
Okay. You've already been in this situation before, because this is
exactly
6 years ago.
Exactly.
Gotcha. All right. But moving on, Habugabu is going to go over to the Naga Mage. Very clean on the Naga Mage up until this point. In fact, a lot of the players that have brought Naga Mage have been incredibly clean with it. I've been very impressed by some of the lines with this deck. And you kind of have to. If you're going to bring it to a big tournament like this with World Championship qualification on the line, a lot of money on the line, if you're going to bring Nagamage, you better know what you're doing. Same with Board Priest, I guess. Rogue, whatever. Like,
just play some cards, draw smite.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, Shadow Step your Edwin, yada yada.
TJ, careful now. I have limits.
Yeah. Warrior, like Charge Warrior specifically, I always thought was a pretty straightforward deck just because I was beating up on people that are my rating with it and, you know, just slinging cards. But you really see how high of a skill cap it does have when you see it in this environment against great players that are actually, you know, playing around removal and specific cards and things like that. So, but I would still put Nagamage way up at the tippity top.
Habugabu, one of the originators, he was on this hype train day one. He had rank 1 legend with it. There was still many non-believers saying that this deck was not real. Then, of course, the ping variation came along. Habugabu stuck to his guns, said, nope, this is the deck. Why don't you all believe me? Everyone said, well, because you always say a deck is the deck in every meta, and usually by the end of the meta, it's still just you playing it. That's why we don't believe you. Turns out this time he was absolutely spot on, and this deck is just absolutely ridiculous.
Unless you just never find Siren, then it's meh. It's all right. But yes. Other than that, very good. All right, let's see a Siren. Here.
Nope.
Nope. Ugh.
Doesn't matter too much for Insane. This is kind of a rough choice as to whether he wants to relieve some of the pressure here just by casting Ignite. It would leave him a little bit stranded without any spells in hand, but he's drawn so many Naga already that you'd have to expect that 1 or 2 of the next 2 cards that he draws are going to be spells, at which point he just goes School Teacher on 4 and then has the Siren turn on 5. You don't even necessarily have to find spells. Like, even some of the Naga that he has left solve that problem, right? If he just draws Spell Coiler, then that's fine also.
Yeah.
He uses to hold on to it, though. That's a little bit redundant currently. Has to be School Teacher, I think.
Anybody?
Ooh.
Gateway? Oh, both amalgams are in hand. Gateway sucks. These are all quite bad.
I mean, you could still use it just to reduce the cost.
What to do?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. When in doubt, pick the most expensive one, right?
It's not a bad rule, yeah. Yeah, maybe that is correct, actually. And then even if you don't draw spells in the near future, you can use your really cheap amalgams to look for Spell Coiler and use that as your way of potentially popping off.
Yeah.
I think it's okay,
It does
actually.
give you some level of flexibility.
Yeah. You're drawing a spell next turn anyway. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But like he picked the
Probably.
Snap Freeze.
Okay.
That is a much better gateway.
Oh, yeah. It's the same, but better.
Yes. Is simultaneously identical and yet vastly superior.
Also, Insane's just at 16, you know.
There we go. Problem solved. What were you worried about?
Yeah. But Snap Freeze, I think, actually, is pretty sick right here. Unless these spells are terrible.
I mean, is it?
Oh, it stops damage. He's going to die.
I mean, it is very good. It's just you kind of have to wait until the end of the turn to assess whether having 1 mana amalgams would have been better here.
Oh, this is a disaster.
It is.
The only castable spell that lets him keep going is Volcanomancy.
Uh-huh.
And then his board dies.
Uh-huh. Tell me more.
That's usually not good.
Yeah, so you're saying when your own board dies, that's usually not good for you. That's the point you're making, yeah?
Yes. Now, when your opponent's board dies, that's all right.
But again, for you, right? When your opponent's board dies, that's good for you specifically.
You mean for me?
When your opponent, in this context, when your opponent's board dies, that's good for you.
For me, but I'm not in the game.
No, but you're in this hypothetical game that we're talking
okay.
about right now, you know?
Yes, usually.
Okay, since I am currently playing the top hand in this scenario, which I am, when my opponent's board dies, that is good for me. Are we agreed? Right, okay.
Huh? Well done.
Glad we got
All right. Well, Abu Gabu's got a serious problem here. And that's that there's no Siren and not a lot of great plays. Could you start shipping damage?
I mean, this looks pretty great to me.
Oh, okay. I thought he'd pick C4 Gateway, but Volcanomancy. That's very good.
Volcanomancy, okay, sure. Yeah. Yeah, great pick. I would be stuck with a very stupid-looking seafloor gateway in my hand right now, so good job, Habu Gabu. I mean, past me. I just forgot that's what I took. Sorry, I can't keep up with it all.
Yeah, he knew that he'd probably have to be reactive for a turn or two because he did not have his own Siren and not many ways to like actually find it to make the discount on the amalgams worth it and the draw on the amalgams worth it.
True.
So said, okay, well, I'll pick Volcanomancy because if my opponent, me in this case being Habu Gabu, goes off with Siren, I have an answer to it. Me again, I'm Habu Gabu in this hypothetical.
I see. It's such a weird, like, Naga Mage specific mentality to get into, though, right? It's like, okay, so I, the player who went 1-drop on 1 into coin 3-drop, 3-drop when my opponent played nothing, had better discover this board clear card because I'm behind right now. Like, that makes so little sense under normal circumstances, but in the context of Naga Mage, because it's so polarized around the idea of Spitelash Siren, yeah, absolutely correct.
If this is a fireball, I kind of see a game plan develop.
Ooh. Oh. Boo.
I mean, this is...
Boo this man.
Face? Is that what you wanted?
No, I wanted the Pyroblast.
Oh, okay. That's a long ways away.
It is.
I was looking for Savara value in there, and I think Rune Orb fits that well. Currently, there's 2 spells cast, I believe. One is Ignite, one is Rune Orb. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Anybody?
So one of the options in every single one of either player's discovers has been the same as the very next discover.
What? What is this
Not
level of what is this level of pattern recognition? What is going on?
It's just what my brain's trained to do. I'm sorry. Like, wait, what's the third spell from?
As if I could be cleverer.
Oh, had he already cast Arcane Intellect? But when the
Yeah, he already. No. He already had one in there before the start of the turn. So it's one spell plus the Ignite and plus the Rune Orb that he cast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think the first spell was beforehand.
Okay. And
Not sure if it's coin. Was it in hand when he coined 3-drop? I don't think it was, right?
it's either flurry, coin, flurry or coin. That's it. Those are the only other two.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Flurry is extremely clutch here. Trade down the spell damage one, probably. Yep, there we go.
Building the snowman.
Queue up the last board space here, however. Not a big deal. So also juices him back up to 5 mana. Yeah, he can weave this in with the ping, drop the treasure guard. Very nicely done.
All right. Both
With this-
sirens. Bottom 12.
If this is a flurry, Abu is weirdly okay.
I mean, good luck making hand space.
Yeah.
You have to like first flame, second flame, first flame, second flame. I guess you can glow scale, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at glow scale, first flame, second flame, drop the Savara, get the flurry. I don't think you actually even need the flurry though, right? I think it's better to just use all of the flames and just play out additional minions from that point. Because you want to kill the 2-5 regardless. It's no good freezing that. You just kind of have to kill it. So at that point, there's no real need to flurry anything because you're killing the 5-2, the 2-5, and the 3-3. So you do care about the remainder of this damage? No, you're at 30. Let it rock.
Oh. Beautiful draw off the top. Oh. Well, there's a decision to be made. Okay. I was like, are you going to build a snowman? Okay. Holds on to the first flame because did pick up the siren and just wants to make sure that he's got some additional cheap spells in order to make that happen.
Little pressure developed, though, for the first time against Habu. Gets the Spitelash Siren through the most unconventional of means possible, but is still able to go off with the Vicious Slither Spear. Both Natural Sirens still in the deck, but he is able to start popping off here. School Teacher is very nice. Hot Streak is extremely nice.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this probably isn't lethal, but I'm not going to count out the possibility because there's a Ruined Orb double ignite.
There's also Zola on Slither Spear for mana usage.
Yeah, the problem is you'd have to start like throwing spells at your minions.
Yes, you would.
You're board locked, and I thought, oh, there's a board. You can start trading them in, but they're treasure guards, so
yeah,
that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, so you could throw spells at the treasure guard, then trade into the 3/4, and then you just need to throw one more spell at the multicaster. At which point you could play Zola and then a Slither Spear again to gain mana, but you're spending 4 mana to gain 4 mana at that point with those 2 cards, so it doesn't actually do anything. But yeah, if there was a route to weird lethal there, I am not good enough at Naga Mage to see it that quickly.
I think his deck is too large right now. If there was a way for him to like ignite and then cycle and still be able to keep mana with cheap Nagas with board space, then sure, but
yep.
He already had 2 minions on board when he started and nothing to trade them into, so. All right, Habagaba's like, yeah, sweet. I got a full board.
You mean I have 7 entire board spaces to play with this game? That's incredible. Thank you so much.
Anybody?
As if I could be clever.
Oh, the Arcane Nagaling as well. It's so sick.
All right, so one of these ignites is at 5. Okay, that's the one that's at 5. Has Spell Coiler to find more.
Stop worrying about it, TJ. Stop worrying about it.
More
this
draw.
Is over. This is over.
Jeez. Oh my. I'm disgusted.
You do not mess these up if your name is Habu Gabu. And my name is Habu Gabu.
Yes, it is. You're darn right. 2-0 lead for Habu Gabu now over Insane. And that was a pretty interesting game because Habu Gabu didn't even find the natural Sirens until very late. They were both in the bottom 8 of the deck and just had to rely on the discovered Siren. Still very late, turn 8, I think it was, turn 9, that he was able to go for the first pop-off. But had a good amount of pressure early, sort of forced Insane to be reactive. Even though Insane had the Siren turns, wasn't really able to put on too much pressure.
Yeah.
Habu Gabu just kind of bided his time, used his spells as removal while he waited, but held on to enough resources.
Wait, yeah, he
pop off.
He pressured for a number of turns. He wasn't able to do it continuously, right? There was a 1 or 2 turn gap where Habu was then like, oh, okay, cool, that's very little pressure, like it's just some treasure guards or whatever I can develop into this. And then it was this Flame Strike. Like, I've never seen anyone receive a Flame Strike like a present from their grandmother before, but that's kind of what happened with Habu Gabu. It's like, oh, I asked the man at the store which one you would like, and he said it was called board space. Is that the one you like? Okay, here you go, have some board space. Like, I've just never seen that reaction before to a Flame Strike, but Habu, that's just exactly what he needed to pop off with Siren at that point and end the game.
Yeah. And what's funny is that Insane didn't have a choice, right? He was already low. He knew that there were multiple ignites that had been rolling throughout the game. And by multiple, I mean exactly 2, I think he had seen. One was at 5, one was at 3.
Sure is a multiple.
Yeah. The very minimum requirement for multiple, yes. And so if he had left his board up without freezes, which he didn't have access to any, then he would have died to just the minion damage on board, so. All right, but now, time for Rogue.
Is it just me, TJ, or has every Rogue player drawn Prep Vessel in their opening hand? I mean, okay, this one hasn't, but there's still time.
Still time. Did it get Warrior, though? Oy. Oh, nice. This is good stuff.
Turn X pop off now for Insane. Still unknown. No 1-drop in hand, no 2-drop in hand to go along with these Spite Lashes. The pop off exists, we just don't know what turn it's going to be. Really wants this to draw a cheap Naga. That's not good either.
It's not good, but it's better than some alternatives because you get to block some damage and also dig further into your deck.
Is it? Like, how many alternatives is it better than? Then, yes, literally some, that is true, but, like, personally, I'd take School Teacher here over this, which is the other expensive option that you could have found. And a 1 or 2 drop at least gives you the security of going off on turn 5 or turn 6.
Sure, yeah. Amalgam, Spell Coiler. Amalgam, arguable. Spell Coiler, better. Slither Spear, better. Second Crush Claw Enforcer. Okay, there you go. Treasure Guard's better than that.
Sure.
Savara, better than that. Maybe. Yeah, okay, fine. It's better than one alternative.
Literally one single copy of one card. That is some. But it's not multiple.
Time runs out on me.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, you can see Insane even just not playing the Treasure Guard, just choosing to go with the draw 2 from the gift instead. Being rewarded for it as well with that Slither Spear pickup. And First Flame, nothing to sniff at either. That's a dredge. Yep, didn't even need to see it. Just read the player reaction. You knew exactly what that was.
Oh, yeah.
You spend this too, right? Yup. You know where that's going.
Just keep doing things until they
Nope.
die.
Sorry, you're not going to get to do it the easy way, Habu. As much as you can pray that there's no siren.
No, you just... All right, I did as good of rogue things as I could have possibly done. Oh, I don't know about second siren.
Until they die.
Eyes widening from Habu as well. Double flurry even dropped here. And yeah, Habu knows. Like, if there's one thing that Habu knows, it's what the patterns of Naga Mage turns are. And if he's seeing that, he knows that that is pretty much the end of the turn. And this is weirdly manageable now for Habu Gabu. As long as there's no card draw off the top on the next turn, I think he will feel okay with this position.
And he knows second flame is the last card. Card draw, card draw. Oh.
Is it trade second flame your own treasure guards? Probably, right? No. Okay.
He wants to block damage. Wants to keep it healthy. Root.
Don't you block more damage on average by drawing more cards, though?
Yes. Unless
No, I suppose. No, actually.
That turn.
Yeah, so I actually don't think that's true, specifically because double flurry is gone, right? So you're like, if you draw to, you can draw natural flurry off the top, or you can draw into arcane intellect, or draw into gift, or whatever else, which then draws you into the flurry, right? Like, as long as flurry, as long as flurry is a goal that you can work towards in your deck, I think it's better to draw cards. But since he used them both on the previous turn, I think leaving them up as taunts actually does make more sense. Crabman. Gapman.
Abu Gabu.
Gapman.
5 health. Ugh.
It's such an irritating number. You still push 10? Is that right? You actually push 10? If you're pushing 10, why are we still thinking about this? Push the 10.
Are you pushing 10? Breakpoints are...
Yeah. Right?
No.
One crab and
You
one
are.
3/3.
Yep.
One crab and one 3/3. One crab and one 3/3. And then you have 2 3/3s and your weapon attack left to go face. Is there a more efficient way of doing it?
No.
You can push 9 and have more health on your minions, but I think that's worse.
He wants to be efficient with his weapon swings.
Okay.
And push 6.
This kills an extra minion. Oh yeah, this is great. Yeah, sure. I'm on board with this.
Oh. Nope, doesn't work. You got a flame strike. Flame strike or hit card draw.
The amalgam's
I guess you could.
free, right?
Yeah, amalgam's free, so that works.
You can just do this first, no problem.
Oh, and you still can school teacher after the flame strike because it's double siren that's still up.
Just regens 4, yeah, so you just go Naga from here. Yep, that makes sense. Ice barrier!
Oh, it's so good.
Pick me, pick me.
Yep, and you just load it up, and that's a 2-turn lethal setup.
Yep.
Gabs is still a turn away.
You are functionally at 15 here, which means Actually still low-key dead to, like, smite Philip step. He's 16 in this scenario. So there are hands that kill you here still. But it's not this one. And that means Insane is staying in for at least one more game.
Could Gone Fishing and hit Knoll?
Not there, though,
Bullet
right?
Fighter, Gone Fishing.
But we've seen the bottom of the deck, and all he's done recently is added another vessel to it.
Yeah, you Vessel. You pick Vessel and draw into Knoll.
I see. Yeah, okay, fine. Yep.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
Time's ticking.
Reconnaissance, Nacha kicks.
Oh, it still costs 3. Oh, it's so gross.
Oh.
That's
All right, it's funny, but it's not funny.
Why does it still cost 3? That's not how the deck's supposed to work. All right, Insane gets on the board.
Yeah, didn't play Reconnaissance. Tooth was cast face. Coin prepped Vessel on 2.
Yep.
So it broke the Maestro really early. So, yeah. Sometimes that happens.
But this was the turn, right? Pass it over, turn 5, prayer hands, please. Just don't have Siren. One turn, easiest route to the World Championship of my life. My opponent just doesn't have Siren, right? Easy game. No, unfortunately not. You're gonna have to do it the hard way. Not only was there one Siren, there were 2 Sirens, and they came down together in glorious unison to put Insane in control of this. I don't think the decisions this turn ended up mattering. Obviously, we were talking about this a lot. Habu took less damage for more board control, less face damage for more board control, but I don't think he had any lethal outs into the ice barrier regardless, like based on his hand, right? Like, yes, it would have changed breakpoints if he had Smite or something in his hand already, but if he had Smite or something in his hand already, he would have made a very different play, obviously, right? But I think based on the hand he had at that point, he didn't really lose any outs based on the play he made, so probably seems okay to do what he did. And then in the end, yeah, he just went fishing, quite literally and figuratively, trying to find for some creative solution. But yeah, the null was just far too expensive, because otherwise that was the nuts on the Shroud of Concealment, right? Hitting the null and the smite. So like null this turn for 0 if it costs 0, keep yourself alive, and then have the smite lined up for the following turn. That was the absolute nuts, but the null just ended up being far too expensive. Cutlass. What? They can't keep getting away with this.
Oh. He doesn't even have to use the coin.
What? I mean, what? It's every game.
I mean, it did it last game and then lost, so.
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not saying it's going to win. I'm just saying it's becoming a statistical anomaly at this point.
Yeah. Hey, the nulls are expensive, though.
They are, yeah. See where this tooth goes this game.
You really want to know?
I do.
Oh, no spells.
No spells. No Zyrella in hand just yet either. No Pyro. Awkward looking priest hand. Oh, and this time there is Might and Philip in hand, and that coin has been retained, which means that is 10 damage that can be pushed on turn 6 now on top of whatever comes down here. No gone fishing just yet, though. That dredge is obviously going to be a big, big asset. Hand massively improved that turn from Insane, though.
Oh yeah. Rorschach Cleric, Wild Pyromancer, Gift of the Naru combo with Holy Smite as well.
Yep.
And then a Handmaiden to follow that up. All the draw in the world is there. and I guess some removal with Wild Pyromancer, though there's no Shadow or Devourer currently to kind of finish the turn off, because usually that's what's needed to clear after you draw cards with Gift.
The Habu started this turn by clicking on the pirate and then dragging it over to the face and then just left it there. It's about sending a message, TJ.
This is my game plan.
Yep.
Time's ticking.
Just such limited mana to work with that if you start with like a trade with the Cutlass and then you don't hit anything good, your turn is weak. Oh!
Not a bad no.
Yeah, and do you keep it healthy?
Just use the extortion to keep it healthy. Wow, he gives up the Fillet Fighter. I was not expecting to see that.
Maybe he's expecting Irella and wants to be able to follow that up with Null?
Sure, yeah, I can see that. Have we seen a switcheroo, though? Is there any indication of, like, specifically minions being drawn? Yeah. Okay.
What is a loon's will?
I feel like 1 health minions in this matchup, just in general. Like, it's Pyromancer, it's Shadower, Devour. Like, that is 4 damage from hand for 1 mana. Like, guaranteed, essentially, because you already have Smite in your hand. I just feel like it's a more valuable card in your hand than it is on the board in almost every situation.
Fabrics fit for her majesty.
Tense.
Bane choosing not to take the Pyro Cleric turn this turn?
Yeah. There wasn't a good way to, like, start it, I guess.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You'd have to, like, flash heal your face and then gift. Because the other one was Holy Smite. But if you Holy Smite a 3/3 to start it off, then you're limiting yourself to 2 draws from the Cleric. And the Fillet Fighter is going to die to the Pyro anyway, so you're kind of wasting the damage of the Smite if you smite that. So...
All right, is it Tooth time? Looks like Tooth time.
Tooth.
Item.
Huh. Are there any weird things? No, it's health. Is there any weird things you could do with Switcheroo?
There would have been, yeah, prior to the nerf, for sure.
Time's ticking.
I think it's just Siphon Mana, take the other honorable kill, right? Oh no, he is going to go Switcheroo. Just for the draw, presumably. Just reading it as draw 2 minions. Seems fine. Okay, that was really good. That was just draw 2 minions for 3 mana. Fantastic. Zero upside or downside. You wouldn't even know. Insane now knows for sure that there is at least one of the second Null, the Krakatoa, or Mr. Smite in Habu's hand, just based off that. Based on that switcheroo into a 5 health Null. Joke's on you, idiot. I've got all of them. Zyrella. Oh! Priestess Zyrella is super juicy here. Still a little tricky to make it happen.
Just Illuminate, Flash Heal, Priestess, Zyrella. Or this works as well.
Yep. Uses the Desperate Prayer. Now the Desperate Prayer's been drawn. Just gonna sit as well.
It's off.
Yeah, take your time. It's fine.
So he still needs some time. Like, we're looking at both boars in deck.
Yep.
I guess second switcheroo in hand. There's the only other minion is Wild Pyro. So there's 2 boars Wild Pyro in deck.
Mm-hmm.
Ship it. 6/6. What do you think here? Draw a bunch of cards and clear the board?
Wow, you can do both of those things simultaneously? That sounds incredible.
Oh, you bet. Or just clear the board. Nah.
No. The first one. That sounds better.
Is someone injured?
Gotta be careful with hand size here.
Yeah, needs to start picking up the balls as a matter of urgency. So just puts one on the top to be safe here. Shard better
We
be
draw 6.
trading. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
He trades into the boar, he plays the boar. Yep.
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 How many spells has he played?
That amulet is still at 1. He
Enough.
needed the 0. I think he needed the 0. How much does this refresh to? I think it's 4. Yeah, he needed the 0.
He needed. Okay.
Whoo, that was close. Amulet in hand still at 1, I believe, at least one of them. So still a little bit of work to do there.
Last 4 cards in the deck for Insane are Wild Pyro, Shard of the Naru, which he traded last turn, and double Shadow Word Devour. So is Akani not Insane for minion?
Oh my goodness, you are so incredibly right.
Wouldn't it just lock Insane out of the game?
Habu needs to take a good look at his deck tracker and work that out for himself, but I think you are absolutely correct. The only minions remaining are the Pyromancer and the Boar, so it doesn't lock out the game completely, but it forces Insane to expose the Boars to the board and allow them to be messed with from the other side, right?
Yeah. Or allowed them to be ignored.
Yes.
I guess there's still the Shadow Word Devours remaining, but...
Also, in our hypothetical world, there is like an Akani in play as well, right? Which has 6 health for boars to be traded into.
Well, it has 6 health for boars to be traded into, but let's say the Wild Pyromancer gets countered.
Yeah.
One of those boars is going to be big. If you have to Shadow Word Devour to kill off the other ones. I guess it'd be exactly 6 health.
Mm-hmm. You'd like wicked stab your own Akani or something, right? Like, I don't know. Yes, there are things that you can do.
Or you shard it.
Yeah, exactly. There's no reason to, like, just sit here and hypothesize, I suppose, about what the exact board state is. The point is, it certainly gives Habu Gabu some options here.
Yeah. Forces them to think about it.
This is it, right? Akani for minion, everything face, and at this point, just the pressure gets you there, I think. I'd love to know what Habu Gabu's thinking about right now, because like that's such a cool idea that you've thought of, that we're super tunneled on it right now, but there's probably like 16 different ways that he can try and win this game from this position, so I would love to live in his mind right now.
Yeah, the problem is that one of the last cards remaining is Shard.
Yes.
And I was thinking, oh, well, my game's the Shard, and then you just pick Spell. But then, like, the Shard does the same thing then. Because you'd test with Shard no matter what. So I think here it's just pressure. I don't think you.
I think the pressure plan is just better. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, you play Mr. Smite because with how many spells are left, I don't think Mr. Smite can actually die.
I think you've seen the illuminated spells as well, right? So you know that these cost full health, full mana cost. Sorry.
Yeah.
And all the zero cost spells have been dumped already.
Well thought.
Oh, Habugabu knows. Yeah, he knows. These aren't reducing costs. Mr. Smite can't die. Can't kill off all the minions.
Habu's like, there's no shot. No shot did he just BM well played me when he's actually about to win through something incredibly scammy right now. No, you're good. You're good, Habu. That was just an incredibly diplomatic and well-mannered concede from your opponent. And Habu, we can break the news to you right now, my friend. You are going to the World Championship, and there it is. That is what it means to him, and you can see at the bottom what it means to Insane as well. Heartbreaking loss, falling at the final hurdle. You will never see a greater juxtaposition between two players' emotions as what you saw right there, and that is why we do this. That is why we play this game at a competitive level as opposed to just doing it in our bedrooms, in our sweatpants, no shirt, just jamming games of Hearthstone. You don't get this level of human emotion when the stakes aren't this high. That right there is what this is all about, TJ.
And you don't get this level of play either when the stakes...
No, you do in my bedroom.
What, Grace loading up some Hearthstone? Is that what's going on?
That's it. Damn right. She is an absolute beast.
But yeah, it was a very cool series. The game's essentially coming down to the wire. We saw the previous game with the Rogue versus Mage, where Insane was on the brink of disaster in the Naga Mage. And then this one as well, where Habugabu just trying to figure things out. Insane a turn away. And here, 1 damage away from killing off these minions, all at 1 health. And that was the end.
And what did we say early on? I said it as a joke, but based on that switcheroo, you knew that the hand was at least one of Krakatoa, the second Null, and Mr. Smite. And exactly those 3 5 health minions, with 5 health being the operative term in that sentence, ended up being your demise. That is a heartbreaker for Insane. I think he played great. Honestly, hand on heart, I have no end of good things to say about a player who can make a mistake which should just brainworm you for the rest of the tournament, as he did in one of the previous games with Boar Priest against Rogue when he was in a super secure position and gave his opponent outs that he didn't need to, in my opinion. However, his adjustment from there to just continue to play so well for the rest of the tournament afterwards, I think goes to speak incredible volumes for the caliber of player that Insane is. He is a player that I would happily watch again. He's a player that I'd happily see back at seasonal championships again later in the year. He's a player that I would have happily seen go through there instead of Habugabu to go to the World Championship, because I think he's played great and I think he's shown that he deserves to be here. But you know, I don't like to say that players get to deserve something hypothetical. The reason why Habugabu is in the World Championships and Insane isn't is because that's what he deserves, right? That's, you can't really retroactively award those things. The results are what the results are, and congratulations to Habu, because I think he's put in a phenomenal performance this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I deserve to go to the World Championship, but I never will. So, you know, there's a fine line. But yeah, and you saw the 4 players that did qualify. We have Deaddraw, Possessi, Levick, and now Habugabu. So all is right with the world. We have 3 Europeans plus Possessi, right? Like that's, I'm pretty sure that's what everybody expected going into it. Maybe a player from China thrown in there because they've been incredibly strong lately. And they did send a lot of players to the Summer Championship. But for the players that lost, it's not their last chance. They'll have to go back into the Masters Tour system, come back for the Fall Championship, or for some players, the GM last call. So, but with that, we're done with quarterfinals. We're done sending players to Worlds. It's over. now it's time to move on to crowning a summer champion. But before we jump into the first semifinal, we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. There's still plenty more great Hearthstone action to come right after this.
The beast has returned. My realm now, serpent.
Welcome back to the Hearthstone Summer Championship, where there have been some heartbreaking matches that we have worked our way through to get here now to the semi-finals. And with all 4 players going through to the World Championships having been decided, hopefully the losses will be that little bit less devastating, as I don't know if I could watch another defeat like Insane's loss there, Gia. That was a heartbreaker.
Having to watch Insane right after Gabby's very near miss as well was too much for my heart to take, Derek, but there's 2 sides to every coin, right? There's also a lot of celebration to be had for the likes of Habu Gabu and Levick. They'll be playing the other semi-final later on, but everybody from this point onward is already through to Worlds. So Derek, nothing too sad on the losses here. It is really just the pride of walking away as the summer champion. The first of many years, since this event just hasn't been in the Hearthstone competitive ecosystem for some time. Possessi hasn't had the chance to really get that level of an event under his resume because his real breakout performance was starting in the Masters Tour era with Las Vegas all the way back then, whereas Duddraw has been in the scene for as long as I can remember, has often been touted as the player who was robbed the most by the Grandmaster system, but it's so great to see that he's finally booked himself a ticket through to Worlds.
Yeah, the best player to never do it, I think, is what it's often described as he has really not got a proper big tournament victory to his name. But even if he's unable to go the whole distance here, like we said, he's still got that spot at the World Championship, but he still, I think, more than any other player here today, wants to get that victory, to put these qualms aside that any of his doubters may have about his skill level and say, you know what, he doesn't just perform well on average, he can also spike that one tournament, as the truly best Hearthstone players need to do. But he's got himself very, very stiff competition. The stiffest, in fact, in the World Champion, Possessi, after having won last year against the year before's World Champion in the finals in Glory, has now booked his ticket back to the World Championship this year and is looking on absolutely tippity-tip top form with his anti-rogue strategy that he seems to have piloted so far, that is just working exactly as planned.
That's right, Derek. We, as APAC casters, have gotten to know both Possessis, it seems like. Sometimes he is in a bit of a laid-back mode, not necessarily hyper-focused, and sometimes has a couple of uncharacteristic missteps here and there. Actually, it's happened enough times that it is characteristic, but it's not frequent, right? It feels like he has a quota to fill every year, but at the events that really matter, the World Championships, the qualifications through to the World Championship, we see why he has gotten that title, right? Absolutely pristine play, and a lineup that I feel is among the better ones in the field, even though I've been vocal about not being a big fan of his build of Warrior. The overall just omission of Rogue and target on Rogue on the other side has served him very well.
Well, let's jump right into things now, as Possessi is going to be lining up the Boar Priest, which was banned away from Dead Draw on the other side. And so I think does put him in a pretty good position. Boar Priest, in my opinion, should have a pretty decent matchup against all of the decks. The Rogue in particular, which we know Possessi is going for a target on, and the Naga Mage a little bit less so. The boards are a little bit tougher to deal with slightly higher health minions on average, but you can certainly do so. And the stall tactics are very potent indeed. Just healing up a bunch means you can often ignore boards against the Naga Mage. But for both players' hands, how are we feeling about their odds jumping into things in the first game of the semi-final?
Possessi's hand is looking stellar. He has the Switcheroo, which is always a welcome sight in the early game, but he is lacking one spell to actually curve Switcheroo into active Handmaiden, so he might not necessarily coin that out on this turn. Whereas for Dead Draw, he has pretty good cycle, you know, already played a spell, so his Crush Claw Enforcers are active. It doesn't feel great to play Gifts of Ajara for not the full value, but he did go for that so he could get the active Crush Claws back-to-back, and because that specifically tutors out a Naga, it's 2 more chances at the Spite Lash Siren. So it could still go either way here. I am favoring Possessi's opening hand a bit more, though.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that. Just wondering exactly how to parcel this out, because Coin Switcheroo, while being the obvious play, does not actually activate Handmaiden for the following turn. So I do like that he's taking it a little bit slower, but using Flash Heal just to activate the Handmaiden and arguably to clear up some hand space, but not getting any heal value from it, is a play that I think not many players would have been able to make, and does, of course, drastically speed up this Handmaiden.
Yeah, that's right. I think it is quite heads up from Possessi, mainly for the hand space issue you were talking about. With this play, he does get to hold on to the coin, so even if he does pick up Zyrella, or if he had picked up Zyrella from the Switcheroo, even without Flash Heal, if he'd drawn the second one, he could still coin it out to activate her. In this case, though, just going to get rid of the Boar, make sure that no Polymorph Jellyfish generation is going to punish him here. I don't think there's any real merit to keeping the Boar on board here, so I do like the safe line from Possessi. Dead Draw hasn't hit the Spite Lash Siren and has his choice of how he wants to continue the cycle, because second Crush Claw, another chance at a Naga, but Gifts and AI are 2 natural draws from the deck. I honestly couldn't tell you what's higher odds of getting exactly Siren for the next turn.
It's one of those things that I definitely should know at this point, but just freestyle it every time I play the deck and just go with whatever feels best in the moment. I mean, here, because you can play the gift alongside the Amalgam, it does feel like pretty good odds in order to find a little bit more of what you're looking for. But by the same metric, that will do fantastically. Having the Amalgam in hand is better if you do find the Spite Lash Siren, because it's just a cheaper Naga to keep the train rolling.
Dead Draw solved it. Crush Claw is always better odds. I don't want to hear it. It's proven right here. All right, Possessi now has Holy Smite to clear off a Crush Claw and get that Handmaiden fully active. Still has held on to Coin very diligently until now, which could serve him well. If he doesn't hit Zyrella, having Coin available can sometimes still be enough for a clear on a Naga board if you have Pyro, which Possessi does.
These Illuminates very welcome indeed, obviously with the Handmaiden, just to very cheaply get those 3 spells played. But I like that he's holding it back. There's not really any specific spells he wants to draw off the top on the next turn. I think he'd much rather trade in the Amulet and then hope to reduce that instead. But it does mean, however, that Dead Draw gets to go in now. He has the slightly cheaper Nagas, so he has absolutely no problem whatsoever getting a huge pop-off turn here, forcing Possessi to find some answers very, very quickly.
Hot Streak very clutch as well, means that he can weave in the Sivara here. He does get in that weird position where, oh, the Ignite, it technically wastes a mana refresh because you get capped out at 5, but I don't think it's a big deal. You can go Ignite, then the Sivara with some very good juice, and then play the Hot Streak. Does he get one back, I think? Oh, if not that,
yes.
Very least Arcane Intellect, but if he wanted, he could get the Multicaster through this turn as well, I think.
Yeah, depending on the Naga he gets as well. Did take a little bit of a risk with this line, but gets rewarded with the other Amalgam here. Even finding the Zola here, which just has to be the way that you end out the turn. Hot Streak, just the perfect completion to this turn, even with the gifts plus Ignite. And at 2 points along the way here, Dead Draw has prioritized not getting damage through to face, but shooting his own minions. He actually didn't get the Ignite off at the end there, but I think he was gearing up towards shooting off his own 2-3 there, just to clear up some potential space next turn.
Yeah, very deliberate. He has left total available healing from Desperate Prayer / Gift of the Naru at 4, which means Zyrella doesn't clear Sivara or the Spite Lash Siren. However, Possessi still has his Pyro. What he's looking for is that Shadow Word Devour, the big one that allows the Pyro to survive the multiple spells that need to be cast to actually clear everything. Oh, it's too powerful.
It's just perfect.
Into Illuminate, clears the whole board.
Yeah, I guess he's just trying to think what happens. Like, is there any way I can make it so I get Cleric first and then carry on? But I don't think it's there, is there? He'd need to have the Priestess Volish as well in order to gain extra mana. So I certainly don't begrudge him for going about it this way. Gets himself Thrive in the Shadows, which I do agree with, I think, over the Amulet there, just because he wanted to actually cast it. And obviously you don't want to play the Amulet at this point, even if it costs 0.
Yeah, Possessi prioritizing Handmaiden over Switcheroo there and cleverly realizing that as long as the Dredge gets him a spell, it will cost 0 off of the next draw from Handmaiden, so it can be that last one played to fully clear the other 2 minions on Dead Draw's side. And Dead Draw with the Zola copy, Possessi is aware that there's a high chance that Dead Draw could go in again this turn, but as it happens, he has no cheap enough Naga to play alongside that Coiler, so it's gonna have to be a slow development turn. Maybe fit the Multicaster in there as well. I'm not sure if he has the hand space though.
Yeah, Multicaster would be the ideal. He hasn't played a Frost, I don't think, so far this game.
So
just Fire and Arcane. So I believe with 9 cards you could get away with Ignite plus Multicaster and just have the exact number of hand spaces available. But Dead Draw, not even interested in that.
Yeah, I guess he's prioritizing actually killing off the Pyro in case there is the Cleric follow-up from Possessi, because that would be the backbreaker, right? To follow up the board clear with a huge amount of card draw as well. But Possessi will still be happy with essentially a free turn to keep cycling through with this second Switcheroo. He can trade the Amulets as necessary as well. And he is making very good progress towards the win condition. However, that Switcheroo outcome of 4 health on the second board makes things very complicated. Getting that to die naturally before you can play Amulets is a tall order after having used a Pyro and a Devour.
That's right. It feels very likely that he might actually just have to leave the boar in play for a turn, which is unlikely to go disastrously wrong in terms of your opponent getting the polymorph jellyfish. But it doesn't have to go that badly. They could just freeze it for a turn or two. And if you don't have the immediate answer to kill it with a Pyro Devour, things get a little tricky.
He's also used that Holy Smite right early on in the game to kill a Crush Claw, and that would have been the easiest way to soften up the boar. But now he has only Devour and hasn't found the other Pyro as well. So yeah, this could be a very tricky spot for Possessi.
Not thinking Valicia, are you? Yeah.
Well, Deaddraw can go off modestly this turn. Yeah, actually, the train stops really quickly, right? Because you'd have to go Siren into Treasure Guard. You have 2 mana, you play the 1 cost spell, then you go up to 3, but unfortunately, your only other Naga at that point costs 4.
That's true, which is a pretty big punish for not having gone for the School Teacher last turn or the Multicaster. Oh, I shouldn't say punish necessarily, but a downside of going for his route of killing off the Pyromancer instead. And so again, I am just looking at this turn going for the Multicaster to set up with that as efficiently as possible for a pop-off turn next turn.
Right. Mass Poly as the yeah, that punishes more.
Oh my god.
It's not a Poly Jelly, but it still gets the job done if Possessi is forced to leave on the boar on board, and he might well be because of the way the switcheroo pan out worked. And Deaddraw, honestly, like, he can have a decent read on that as a possibility because he had seen the first 2 switcheroo minions. There's not too many outcomes on the health of the boar. Even 3 health would be kind of problematic if it were to switch with the other cleric. And if it is in a position where it just needs to be left to trade off against a minion, 7 mana Poly Jelly gets the job done.
So Possessi looking like he's going to have to set up a pretty miraculous 1-turn mega combo, ideally, where you get some kind of Pyro, play the boar, Shadow Devour, play a couple of extra spells, Valish, Amulet to try and somehow get there. Thankfully, he does have plenty of cheap spells, so currently this Priestess Valish is monstrously powerful, but he needs more card draw first. He needs to actually get down to the bottom of the deck, find that Pyro, find those amulets before it's possible.
Yeah, I don't think he's gotten much trading done on the amulets either. At least I don't think either of them is at 3 charge yet, so we shall see. Flash Heal being used to create some hand space for Possessi on a minion because he wants to have Desperate Prayer still heal at least a total of 5 on either side. 5 is the magic number against Naga Mage. All of their natural minions in deck have that as a maximum amount of health.
Okay, starting off School Teacher makes sense. We're looking for, yeah, sure, just more Discover effects. I was wondering if it would be the draw through to the other Amalgam, but this makes sense just to give you a little bit extra chance of finding more damage.
It's fine. Fireball.
Fireball. Oh, okay.
No.
I guess with 2 Ignites in the deck, that's probably going to equal a lot of damage anyway.
Very true.
Ooh.
Explosive Ruins can add another wrench in the works to Possessi's game plan, except if he has the read on it being runes and you throw the boar straight into its death. Roast pig. Delicious.
It might be good, and it might just be terrible.
It depends. Is Deaddraw going to play it? I don't think he plays it until he's seen the other boar, because after
I
seeing both
agree.
boars, then the explosive is really powerful to deny a pyro or a cleric, something like that. But, or now he ends on multicaster. The Possessi doesn't get the kill your own boar free card yet.
Kind of insane that Deaddraw is just like making all the best reads to play around this possible outcome, and he can't even see his opponent's hand. Like we can tell from his plays that he is bearing this in mind, that the boar might be quite difficult to actually kill in this instance. shows really, really good understanding of the matchup, which of course we love to see. As now Possessi can very easily wipe the board. That is not his concern at this point in the game. It's about getting enough card draw and of course being able to do the combo in one turn in order to just make it so there's no chance whatsoever that dead draw can mess him up.
This matchup has gone to a sort of weird, grindy mid-game where Dead Draw has taken a while to put together a second Spite Lash board because he had all those expensive Nagas in hand. And Possessi is somehow fine with it because the longer he can just get these natural draws, the more likely he is to be able to kill off his board safely. But every single turn where Dead Draw puts together a board where Possessi is required to use a spell means less fuel for Pyro and less fuel for Valish. So every single spell in Possessi's hand, he still has to factor in, is this enough that I can get the sword all on one turn? And it's so difficult to say. But right now, both the amulets are at full cost. He has used all of his Illuminate cards already, so every mana needs to be accounted for.
Well, a bit of a slowdown here for Dead Draw. Who, you know, can activate the first activation of Spite Lash, but where do you even go from there? You could try and kill off your own Treasure Guard, but it feels monstrously inefficient, and to be honest, there's not even many cards that would boost your power level on this turn were you to draw them.
Yeah, it's awful no matter what. I feel like he ends up playing the Treasure Guard just to have it potentially die over a couple turns. I don't know if the Spite Lash figures into this turn, probably not. But then again, Dead Draw's on 6 cards left in deck. It's hardly anything relevant in terms of board. It's really about how quickly he can get to his multiple ignites. And it's really not quickly at all without any other card draw effects. He's played both multicasters. Their cycle comes from the Treasure Guard Death Rattle, which is by no means quick.
I mean, it honestly might even be at the point where he just like plays the Treasure Guard and then kills it, even if you don't do it with the Spite Lash, just because it's so important to hit that card draw, and you know that your opponent still has a Shard of the Naru to potentially deny that as well.
So off his remaining cards, the School Teacher is the heavy hitter outside of just the straight up burst. But honestly, even the burst might not be that good because Possessi still has these double Desperate Prayers in hand. It's amazing to say he's this healthy, having used Flash Heal on minions 2 times.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Possessi's going in. He thinks he can get it all done on this turn. Shadower Devour plus the Xyrella deals 2 damage to the boar.
Yeah.
Gift of the Naru will heal it back up, but he's saying that's fine. It only goes up to 3 because it's had 1 health stolen, and then you can go Prayer will be able to kill it off.
Yeah, and you have to Shard as well. Because you can't play an amulet. Oh, sorry, yeah, just Prayer is my bad. It's dead by then, and then you can play the amulet for 2. You can Valish, play the amulet for 3, and that's the sword, right? Unless
yes, unless there's no board space. If you go... Oh, no, wait,
the Pyro dies, that's the problem.
Yeah. You have to go Prayer, heal it, Valish. I think it's possible all on this turn. Oh no, it doesn't have enough mana for the heal as well. It's 1 off. No!
Uh-oh.
Oh, Possessi, what happened?
What did he have to do here to get this? Oh no! Wait.
Oh, Posan. Oh no! Oh.
The Boar Priest meltdowns have been unstoppable throughout the day, but the big difference is Possessi's through to Worlds. He can laugh that one off, thankfully.
Oh man, Possessi is just like the personification of that meme of like, inside you there are 2 wolves. One of them is an apex predator that cannot lose a game of Hearthstone. One of them can't count and can hardly read. It's just feels like every time he plays, he's either the absolute best or I don't know. I mean, that was monstrously difficult. It's not even to say that it was necessarily there if he wanted to go for it like that on that turn. The real question was whether or not it was necessary to go for the draw on the same turn, because that meant that the ball was healed back up, and you know, even though yes, he had to do that in order to draw both the amulets on this turn, you start to question whether he should have waited for another turn, or whether there was some other way to clear up more board space. Like if he'd played Northshire Cleric before he sucked up all the health, maybe
Yes.
something like that.
I think that's exactly the line he should have taken, because we can see here he had that one spare mana to play both Undying and a Cleric, and if that Cleric had come down at some point earlier, even if it had led him to fatiguing a little bit off of the draws, I think it's totally fine as long as you get the sword active that turn. And that one extra health on the Pyro would have meant that it had the health to proc both the amulets, get all the boars dead in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
And it really did have to be dead all at the same time, because Possessi was out of Shadow Word Devour by that point. Even if he had like the 2 amulets active in hand, he had no way of killing off the boars, and Dead Draw could certainly just abuse that by completely sending all the damage face. Possessi couldn't race by that point, and Dead Draw would have won. Oh my goodness, Boar Priest, what a difficult deck.
Yeah, it's just going to be the cause of meltdowns for the entirety of its existence. Just one of those cursed Hearthstone decks that no matter how good you play it, it will always get you. As Possessi unfortunately does take the loss there. It's a bad one, but it's not the end of the world, because again, his main strategy so far this tournament has been targeting the Rogue. And so with the Mage out the way and the Warrior being queued up next, Dead Draw has got himself the easier decks first. The Charge Warrior, however, up against Paladin is a bit of an interesting one. I'm not entirely sure where I fall on this, because I think the Kazakhstan Warrior, if we want to call it that instead of the control variant, I think does fairly well against the Paladin.
Control. We can call it control because Subtle's not here, Dark.
Hey, all right. It has Brawl. It's a control deck. Get over it, you nerd. I think that one could do very well, because it can just kind of outvalue the Paladin, the Kazakhstan later on, the Onyxia. Very, very powerful indeed. But there's a lot of taunts in this deck, a lot of Divine Shield, and that means that the charge combo is very, very finicky, quite difficult to actually get over the line for Dead Draw on the Charge Warrior.
Yeah, that's right. The lack of Mutinous also, I would say, is a very, very big deal, because if we do get into that sort of stalemate in the mid game where Possessi has Cariel equipped and Dead Draw doesn't have a Viper, so he will have a very hard time getting through enough damage to actually kill Possessi. Like, you need the actual full combo with both Spaceless to kill a Cariel from full health with the weapon equipped. Then in that state, Possessi can try to put together a lot of buffs on his Smite and actually get the counter kill. But that is, for now, a formality. We are looking at how the early game resolves, where just the early skirmishes of whether a Sunfish can stick around for one turn longer than Dead Draw would like could put Dead Draw in certain danger.
A lot of bad hand to get things rolling, but nothing exquisite so far. No From the Depths, of course, which is the absolute premium card to find, and just a couple too many removal cards that you don't really want in the matchup, and combo pieces that you're not really looking for. So the Outrider's Axe is what we're looking for alongside the shield block to improve this hand along the way. But Possessi is not making it easy to do so.
That is right. The Pyro for tempo looks good. Dangerous if you think about the Outrider's Axe, but it's protected by the Sunfish. So for Dead Draw here, the turn could be still Axe as a pre-equip, but I really don't like the idea of coining that without a guaranteed way for it to get value on the next turn. He might just shield block to keep the cycle rolling.
Yep, I think I agree. With a Buckler and a Heavy Plate, it's still looking like the Shield Shatter should be very, very easily activatable on following turns should you need. But Dead Draw, I guess, setting up for potentially some card draw with a few more swings, but more likely actually just a liberal use of Shield Shatter, which in this matchup, yeah, it's fine, right? There's not too many things in the mid game that Shield Shatter works so well against.
Yeah, that's right. Especially once you get to the point where Cariel's active and the hero power keeps going, everything is above 5 health by that point. So it's totally fine for Dead Draw to just go for an early Shield Shatter and gain himself the sort of early board control to cycle as fast as possible with his towards his combo pieces. Possessi with an awkward turn here where that swing with the Outrider's Axe does seem kind of suspicious. He could have Shield Shatter on his mind here. And even if that were not a concern, playing Myrmidon and only getting one draw off of it feels awfully mediocre. So I do think it's just going to be a hero power here. Oh!
Wow.
Wow.
Zessi spending his mana, hitting his opponent in the face. Hearthstone fundamentals. This is what we like to see.
That's one way of interpreting it. It could also be you're through to Worlds and you just threw a Boar Priest game. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I mean, we know Possessi. We know that is specifically something that he would exactly do. I can see it 100%.
And that's why we love him. You know what makes it worse? I think I read a tweet from Possessi, which again, I cannot say I translated it 100% correct, but after Gabby kind of lost his Boar Priest game, Possessi tweeted something along the lines of, man, Boar Priest is most dangerous when you feel like you have a game completely on lock. And he's a prophet.
Well, I mean, I could do that. I could say, if your name's Derek, you'll lose with Boar Priest, and then lose with Boar Priest.
Oh, true. Basically.
Same thing.
But would you do it and actively lose yourself a couple $1,000s just to prove your point?
No, I would not do that. I am not the man that Possessi is.
All jokes aside, he did get the shield shatter, which means that he has a whole lot less card draw. Myrmidon just being available often equals +5 cards in your hand. It is a straight up Blacksmithing Hammer plus Forged in Flame if you have the time against this matchup, which you often do. But Possessi doesn't have those resources, so it's going to be a tough one.
Gets himself, this is a Nargling, and so probably man the cannons. Provoke you sometimes pick if you want to immediately cast it on the school teacher. But outside of that, I think just being able to clear off Divine Shields more efficiently makes a good amount of sense to me.
Yeah. That's second Forged in Flame off of the tradable. It is a bit redundant for now, but Deaddraw, having seen the Myrmidon, should honestly feel like he has all the time in the world to just naturally get his combo together. Outside of Cariel on Curve, I don't think Deaddraw needs to worry about doing something scammy like an early Nelly.
Yeah, I agree. His game plan is looking very strong at the moment with Forged in Flame ready to go in hand. Having the second one in hand is kind of just good as well, because as soon as you find the hammer, as you said, or Rakara, you can draw through most likely all the cards you're going to need to find your combo. And given that Possessi has already played a Sunfish, that's honestly a lot of the taunts already gone, like a Light Ray down as well. This is a lot of the scary stuff that can disrupt your combo already dealt with.
And just watching Possessi's body language on camera, he feels so checked out already. Not in the way that like he doesn't give any, he doesn't care at all at this point, but
yes.
He definitely looks dejected after that last game.
I mean, this is classic Possessi, right? Like, it was insane, right? We were lauding him for having made a mistake, sure, but recovering from it so well on the Priest. And it was a really minor mistake as well that did end up costing him the game, leaving a boar on board to be stepped away or stolen by the Najak Hexen. But he recovered from it so well. Possessi, like, thankfully, 9 times out of 10 or 99 times out of 100, he'll play fantastic Hearthstone and this situation won't arise. But when he does mess up, he just checks out so hard, it feels. He just wants to go on to the next series, forget about everything that's going on. Like, physically stepping up from his computer after that loss, I think says it all.
We can talk about whether the Myrmidon was objectively wrong, because if there isn't exactly Buckler Shatter, it's quite difficult to remove. But man, it really didn't feel necessary. Could have had way more resources at this point, but right now he's gassed out and it's turn 7 only. Deaddraw, meanwhile, all the card draw in the world. Not too many combo pieces, but that's honestly not a problem whatsoever. He can keep cycling very, very safely.
And there's just not that many top-tier draws in Paladin left over that are individually powerful top decks. Gone are the days of Lady Liadrin, Varian Rienright to just draw through most of your deck at this point. There's no single high card draw target, and Righteous Defense is not what you're looking for as Possessi. Come on, man. At least make it look like you care at this point. Goes down 2-0 versus Dead Draw. A single game of Hearthstone away from being our first finalist of the Summer Championship.
The thing for me is, it still looks like he cares, right? He is visibly distraught and upset about how that last game panned out. He puts his head in his hands. His expression says that, man, I really messed up. But the thing is, it's getting to him, right? I think that tilt mentality is what led to the early Myrmidon. And it wasn't a desperation spot where he had to take all that board presence. He had the Maki roll in hand already, and he even held it, fully expecting that the Myrmidon was going to live the next turn. That draw had the punish though, and that meant that Possessi just had so little gas after that. Unfortunate to draw only reactive cards by that point, but it's a very real possibility when you run what is a control deck in this Paladin, and even Sottle cannot argue about that.
We've been talking all weekend long, Gia, about the script writers, and Possessi knows how to give us a good show. Twice now, he has... Oh, no, sorry. Earlier today, it wasn't exactly. But earlier on in the weekend against Face Off, he went down 2-0, reverse swept on the Rogue. Then against Insane, he also was getting most of his wins against the Rogue. Today, again, in his quarterfinal match against... Youth, he won twice against the Rogue, one against the Demon Hunter. He's allowing Dead Draw to have these wins on his other decks, saying, you know what, I'll make it at least a little bit closer to fair. Still miles in the lead, though, is world champion Possessi, as just the Temper Rogue left over for Dead Draw means there is no way that Possessi can possibly lose.
Derek, you are the master of hoping and coping. I take my hat off to you. That was some impressive storyline you came up with just now. But you're absolutely right. On paper, right? The Rogue is what Possessi built this lineup to target based on my interpretation, and it's worked well for him thus far. Even if he does go on autopilot, as he kind of has the last 2 games, he should be able to take this matchup even 3 times in a row, because Rogue, I feel like there are less traps you can fall into playing against that compared to playing as Boar Priest or even playing against Control Warrior. Naga Mage, a deck that you can trip up on, but it's less punishing than Boar Priest. Muscle memory can get there for Possessi is what I'm trying to say.
Didn't Possessi as well in his first series today literally play like Tempo Spitelash Siren when he had 2 of them in hand, and it still turned out to just be correct against the Rogue? So even though he can make plays that look very flippant, I think at this point he is going to be at maximum effort, maximum power in these matchups against the Rogue, as he has got himself a pretty good starting hand. The Spitelash Siren, fantastic, of course. First Flame, Spellcoiler, AI as well to cycle through his deck. The only thing that could really improve it here is a Vicious Slither Spear to allow him to go off on turn 5 instead of turn 6, or of course the School Teacher could fulfill that as well. But on the other side, Dead Draw is not just going to be sitting around with Wild Paw Null ready to go, and of course the Shroud of Concealment in order to maybe draw the other one. There is a huge amount of tempo coming through from him.
Yeah, that's right. He had an amazing opening hand with the Cutlass trade also. A bit sad that, from his perspective, the discount didn't land on the Shroud, so he still has to coin it out if he wants to get that and the Knoll down on the same turn. But it's not guaranteed because there's still Smite in the deck. And I think Okani with this build, which are 2 whiffs off of the Shroud, so he could go for a safer option of just playing Knoll straight up if he wants the pressure as soon as possible, or the high roll potential of getting the Shroud and the Knoll for free altogether.
Yeah, and I do think because it's relatively unlikely that he finds exactly the other Knoll, that we can just hold off for a turn on this Wild Paw Knoll. I would I think, rather have the opportunity to get down Coin Krakatoa than Null right now. But Deaddraw disagrees. He lets rip with the Shroud of Concealment, and he gets punished with the one neutral minion. Oh, no, sorry, the two neutral minions in his deck. It's both of them with Mr. Smite and the Blade Master, the two cards that stop him from being able to play Null in the worst outcome possible.
Yeah, I mean, even having one of them, he couldn't play the Null this turn, but he has the consolation of the 1-mana Null next turn, which can go alongside Maestra. Decent board development, but with this outcome, his mana allocation gets so awkward, and that is truly unfortunate because I think that's the other Null off the top. Ay, ay, ay. Late Fighters and Edwin also still in the deck, so yeah, it was truly unlucky to get both neutrals there, but Deaddraw trying to make the best of a bad situation here. Still getting some pressure online, but it's going to be too little too late because we are looking at Possessi's hand. He has hit the 1-drop, so it's only one more turn of preparation until the Nagas go wild.
I mean, you say that. Deaddraw, although Blade Master Akani was a bad draw at the time, as we said, is pretty good on curve. Just to be able to play it down, counter probably minion, but either way, basically make it so your opponent can't play the Spite Lash Siren, whether you go minion or spell on the following turn, which gives him one extra turn of breathing room before your opponent really starts locking down the game.
It is. If he had more pressure than a single null, that Akani could be game-winning in this situation. But because all it really does here is buy Deaddraw one more turn of 4 damage pre-develop, I don't quite think it's going to be good enough. But Possessi, please, no disaster situations. Okay. All right. Starts Runed Orb. Now he knows it's a minion counter, and he can go for First Flame plus Siphon. Make sure that his pop-off next turn is completely uninterrupted.
Actually, just infinity mana next turn. All he needs to do is get the card draw necessary to go alongside it, which he probably can do in the form of multicaster. He's going to have so much mana spare that he can just get a triple activated multicaster down, I think, relatively easily, and then carry on the chain of Nagas and spells.
He's debating whether he should freeze this null, though. That 4 damage spare could be a huge deal. And I honestly can't do the math in my head where if the flurry actually gets you some relevant breakpoint to keep the turn going, Possessi says it's less relevant in the Spite Lash turn as it is for just saving health. So I think that's fine. But it is -1 flurry, and now Deaddraw has Vessel gone fishing. Possessi can't interact with that with a flurry, but there is a real chance he could have a Blizzard active next turn and also a full board.
And Deaddraw is going to be aware of that, right? There are a lot of mage cards that can interact with stealthed minions. There's Cone of Cold that can get rid of freeze at least one of them and a revealed minion. Blizzard, Flurry. There's a few things that can answer it. And so I wonder if you would ever consider going Vessel, as I think I probably like as well, but holding back on the Gone Fishing because you can save that for Mr. Smite on the same turn for 12 damage worth of burst.
Really tough to say because the ones you brought up on Cone of Cold, it can't freeze all the stealth. It can only target the Wild Pono. So I think the fact that it's 4 stealth coming out still means that it's going to be a very tall ask for Possessi to have to freeze all of this with a flurry used. It so happened, though, that he has Blizzard. Just has to make sure that he has the mana at the end of this turn to play it. And if he continues playing the cheap Nagas, Ignite, yeah, I think he'll be able to get the Blizzard very safely. Volcanomancy is tempting, though. Oh,
yeah,
just Fire Sale.
Fire Sale, yeah. I guess probably not on this turn, I agree, because you can just freeze, get a lot of damage face, and then answer with Fire Sale next turn, if it feels necessary. Commander Sivara is... Oh, it's close. It could be really strong if you can get yourself another Fire Sale, for example, to clear off a big board. But it feels a little expensive for if your Siren is dealt with.
Yeah, kind of greedy, I feel, as well. From this spot, Possessi is kind of scared of just those Smite scams with multiple Shadow Steps to extend the turns. So I do like the Treasure Guard pick. It's a taunt, which is not irrelevant in the matchup, and it's also cycle, slow though it may be.
Well, a very threatening board indeed. But for Possessi, weirdly enough, the fact that he actually decided to kill off the Null, which was frozen again, plays around Shadow Step, absolutely, in order to deny a little bit of clear. But it does make full room for Krakatoa, is the problem with that line. And so even though Krakatoa is not a very efficient clear into the Siren, it's good at clearing off almost everything else.
Yeah, it depends on Dedraw's read of the situation. Does he feel that Possessi can continue to pop off with 4 cards in hand if the Siren lives? Because it is so expensive to get rid of that. It means 2 other minions on board will live. And Dedraw is going to decide to get rid of it. Most respectful line, I think I can definitely get behind this. Fire Sale after going face and then end with Treasure Guard. It's a clear, but man, does it feel slow. Somehow, even after a Siren turn, Dedraw is still in the driver's seat. Just wasn't enough of a pop-off from Possessi.
Yeah, I think Dedraw is absolutely fine with this. He has the option to swing and go for Tooth, which even though it's a fairly slow play, does at least get him the reduction in Wild Paw Null, so he would still have 4 mana left over after he goes for Tooth plus Wild Paw, but without any especially good uses for that. I mean, honestly, maybe even go for like Mr. Smite on this turn, just to get some stats online. There's so many options.
Don't quite think Smite is the line because that represents so much burst potential, especially now he's played Shroud. Both fillets were still in the deck. Edwin and the other... Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's the second null in hand. So I think Edwin is the only other minion remaining. So very good chance that he would hit both the fillet fighters, which kind of makes the Smite higher priority to keep in hand. He can just use the null to get rid of the 1/5 because Tooth has value in just being able to go face.
That's a very good point. Yeah, something I often overlook. That's going to give you a 1 mana null, but not a 0 mana null, which is what you would need. And so I do like going with a Tooth here, discovering something else, then finishing off with the null. None of these looking great, but Sow the Soil, I suppose, actually, for a lethal turn where you go Mr. Smite, Fillet Fighter, and then Sow the Soil for 3 extra attack is not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, not too shabby. For Possessi, though, no Siren, no spell in hand even. Going to go for the fully juiced multicaster. Its Viper probably ends up on Treasure Guard here. No Siren in sight though. It's looking grim.
I do like that he holds off on the activated Crush Claw, because there was the opportunity for Flurry or even Hot Streak plus Crush Claw at the end after that final pickup, in order to maximize his chances of finding the Siren. But there's going to be, I think, a very, very high likelihood of Flurry being incredibly useful, and Hot Streak as well, actually, for if you find the Siren, is probably fairly important. And so here for Dedraw, it's again just max stats that you can put down every turn, and Fell Soul Jailer is pretty high stats in addition to some massive disruption.
It is, but I am looking at Rat King just to push the 4 from the Wild Paw Null.
Okay.
He can get Dedraw down to 22. He can ship Wicked Stab Face this turn and the Tooth, because he just has 14 in hand with the double fillets and Smite.
Yeah, 17 with the Sow the Soil as well.
True, you're right. Yeah, that all fits next turn. So Rat King and then the damage spells face. I feel like that's a pretty reliable lethal setup.
I think you're right, yeah. Do 4 down to 22, 4 down to 18, another one. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the Shadow Step now just makes it even way over, right? The Fillet Fighters are... this is so easily lethal next turn.
Just a slight adjustment to the line. It's still a lethal setup, but instead of Wicked Stab, he goes for the Gone Fishing, which I think because he had already played one Gone Fishing, he knew that there was a Shadow Step at the bottom there, which ultimately represents more damage on the next turn. Very nice spot. Possessi needs a miracle. No Siren, no Ice Barrier right now. School Teacher can help him find something like that. Ruins, okay.
Runes does save him for the moment, even if you start Fillet Fighter and you throw in the Shadow Step as well, or it's close, that might still be enough to get there.
Okay, so for dead draw, he loses one Philly
Oh,
fighter,
man.
3 damage, but it still gets its battle cry. And that's if he chooses
True.
to play around runes first. But I think you still start with Philly. Oh, never mind. Scabs probably makes
14.
everything safe now, right?
I think it's still just lethal.
Is it? Okay. In that case, it's correct to get it now.
Because you deal the 1, and then you have 6 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4. Yeah, it's just exactly 18.
Very nicely spotted from dead draw. I think it was very easy to take a cop-out line there as well, where if you were afraid of some sort of secret and couldn't work out the exact way to do it, you end up with Scabs, and that still sets up the lethal for the next turn. But dead draw, top-tier caliber of player. He knew that there was no secret that could stop him from this position. That is the 18 from hand, and Possessi has left the building.
Yeah, as Dead Draw marches through to the finals, Possessi assumes the fetal position and just cries on the floor, because that was a pretty miserable display. Not to say that it was necessarily that poorly played. There was the Boar Priest mistake, obviously. There was the playing the Myrmidon, which was a bit questionable. But that Naga Mage game, I think, was fine for the most part. Nothing too bad to be picked up on there. Dead Draw just hitting the juice, I think, just setting up beautifully at all points along the way. The play to go for Coin Shroud of Concealment was the obvious big decision point, I think, in this game, which really did not work out for him at all. And being able to recover from that position is great, I suppose, understanding, or exemplifies how well he was playing overall in that game. And so congratulations to him. A 3-0 sweep over the current world champion, sees Dead Draw through to the finals and in with the shot of finally getting that big tournament win that everyone collectively has been shouting that he deserves in the Hearthstone esports community.
And now that Possessi's out, I'm going to shout it too. And do the classic move, Derek, after I have no one left in APAC to cheer for. Moving on over to the EU hype train. And Dead Draw is a player that has long had the respect of the entire community and has very much deserved his big break here. 1 win away from taking down his first real major tournament, it feels like, and is already through to Worlds as well. He must feel on top of the world.
I hope he does. I think it's obviously incredibly overdue for Dead Draw with regards to how strong of a player he is. On the other side, though, as we are now guaranteed an EU victor of the Masters Tour the Hearthstone Summer Championship, with Levick representing the ladder grinders of the Hearthstone community, Habu Gabu representing the mad scientists with his crazy strategies that he seems to cook up endlessly and do very well with them as well, and Dead Draw, the thinking person, Hearthstone fans' favorite, I think it's fair to say, you know, if you're really into Hearthstone esports, you've just been wishing for this for Dead Draw for such a long time, and so we all wish him the absolute best. But that is me and Gia done for the tournament, so thank you so much for joining along with us and watching it throughout. We're going to be watching and cheering for all the players and for some fantastic games of Hearthstone. But after this, the second semi-final of the Hearthstone Summer Championship.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Master Tour Summer Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil Larindabond, my constant co-host for America's Grandmasters.
I'm sorry, TJ. But, you know, somebody had to have me, and you ended up with me. That's how it goes. How's it going?
It's going. It's going. We've sent 4 players to Worlds. We have a player in the finals in dead draw, and now we need to send another player to the finals. We have Levick versus Habu Gabu, and both players this far have really impressed me with the level of play. I feel like any player that made it to this point, given the current metagame, we could probably say that about, just because of how high skill cap some of these decks are. But I can't just go without saying it that it's been very impressive. Ping Mage is what Levitt's going to start off with.
Yeah, it's been a very high-level tournament altogether. That's, yeah. I hate the thing where casters quite often say, oh, yeah, but it's been really good. But this has been a really, really good tournament. There's been 1 or 2 calamities, but mostly the players have played incredibly well. And I think that almost any of the 16 players would have been deserving in this top 4. But the 4 who got there are the 4 who obviously deserve it, because that's how deserving things works.
That's right. As Sottle and I explained earlier on incredibly poorly. But yeah, we've talked at length about sort of the pros and cons of Pig Mage versus traditional Naga Mage, how you sacrifice consistency in some things for consistency in other things. The Ping Mage, it seems, has just done so much work when it comes to like these super late game scenarios against a lot of the control warriors. Now, Habu Gabu doesn't have control warrior, and I think in a head-to-head versus like standard Naga Mage, it would not come out on top, and I think that's why we see the mage banned away from Habu Gabu. But he's gonna be playing the Bless Priest or Wig Priest to start things off on.
See what I did there? Put it Bless Priest, but I put the wigs just to, you know. If you,
yeah.
I nearly called it Guard Priest, honestly, TJ, just to make you at home. Yeah. I know you're advocating calling it Guard Priest because there's 2 guards in the deck.
Yeah. There's 2 cards that have the word guard in it in the deck, which, you know, is more than any other word, right?
Are you sure? Have you checked? I'm checking now, but I think you're right.
I think I'm right.
I think you're right. You got it. Guard Priest it is.
Yeah.
Play your guards down and put wigs on them.
Yeah, there's not a single other repeated word on any card in the deck list. But pretty cool deck where you're just relying on playing minions and continuously buffing them with Serpent Wig until at some point one of those minions sticks. And then you buff it a lot and you bless it and you kill your opponent. There's also crazy things you can do with Radiant Elemental. If you can play Radiant Elemental and keep a chain of Nuggets going on the turn, you can play however many Serpent Wigs your hand will allow on a minion. So very fun deck, but also a deck that's kind of feast or famine, where, you know, sometimes you're playing against a deck that can just continuously remove every minion you play, and you're just playing a minion and a Serpent Wig every turn. And then sometimes you can stick a minion on turn 3, and then it gets bigger on turn 4 and a little bit bigger on turn 5, and then you kill him. So, a lot of things.
So feast or famine, you're saying then, TJ? Very feast or famine deck?
Did I say something unintentionally funny?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm just repeating what you said.
You had a, okay, you had a small
smirk
smirk on your face.
I always have a small smirk on my face, TJ, when I'm casting with you. It's
Gotcha.
But the atmosphere of funniness just exudes out of you, even when you're not being unintentionally funny.
Thank you, I think.
Sottle has pointed out there are 2 of the cards have got the word of in them, so it could be called of priest. we weren't careful there.
Thank you, Sottle.
3 of them, though, have the word "the" in them, so Sottle's wrong as well.
There's
It's just the priest.
the priest. You have to get the inflection right. It's the priest.
Sure, I'm good at inflections. That's what I'm known for in my casting, I'm sure.
Yep.
The game has actually begun, and Levick is actually the first one to get anything on the board, but Wigs are here to stay. Tell that to people in the 80s.
Yay! Multiple clears available here. If Levick were to want it, he could just go Ruined Orb, then a First Flame, and then a clear with the buffed attack from the Slither Spear. I'm okay with this. Has School Teacher going for next turn. Other than that, the hand's not great, but Mass Polymorph coming on 7 could be incredibly impactful against this type of deck.
Yeah, if you can just keep enough stuff off to sort of tempt Habbu Gabbu to sort of make a wide board on turn 6, and then just all your things are sheep.
Yeah, Flurry also has a lot of merit, but it looked like he went with Siphon Mana, which could just be a way to get the Mass Polymorph cheaper, to have that added layer of protection. But we'll see.
Zola.
Ooh. I could make a case for all of these.
Shara. Go on then.
Well, Queen Ashara just, the relics situationally can be very powerful. Slithering Death Scale could be used to clean up a board post-Siren turn. Zola is just the most flexible. It's the cheapest, and you can actually just make a copy of something that you chose to put in your deck instead of getting something that you copied. It's also the cheapest Naga, so you can fit in more Serpent Wings in a turn. So while I could make a case for all 3, I do agree with this play here.
Okay, cool. I enjoy the cases. the study of cases. Yep, he's going to Siphon, which is pretty tasty. But not a whole lot going on for Levick at the moment. He has now, of course, picked up the Siren, though. So the Siren alarm, the Siren should be going off about now. Levick looks thrilled to be here.
They both do.
Sit back down. You're not going anywhere until you finish this tournament.
Ooh. Thornpike Aid Station is low-key insane. Yep. Okay, love it. Now, every minion for the next 2 turns is going to be quite threatening with Bless. So,
I feel like this was in some early builds of this.
Stormpack Aid Station. Stormpack Aid Station is a card that you never really want to put in your deck, but you're happy to discover it. I wasn't the first person to say that, but as soon as I heard, I think it was Sottle. But as soon as I heard it, and it's just, even if it wasn't Sottle, it's always just safe to say it was Sottle.
But he's going to claim it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the only one that would make a big deal out of it if it was him. So.
Yeah, it was Sottle. It was a great thing to say, so it was Sottle.
Yeah.
Because he cares. Bless him.
Speaking of bless.
Very good. Good turn. Going for 3 non-flame strikeable minions.
Oh.
This. But they are sheepable.
Yeah, and it's probably going to have to come out because these are starting to get really big. Stormpack Aid Station is going to go off again. He copied the Noggaling that cast Stormpack Aid Station, so he's basically going to have that for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Get sheeped.
I was going to say has to make the decision whether this is a Siren turn, but because he hasn't gone yet, I imagine he's just going to...
The sheep will go in the Savara as well, so he can sheep again later.
He traded in to make board space, knowing that next turn... I guess it wouldn't really matter, right? Because he could always just trade it into whatever was on the board. The last sheep.
What beasts would you like from your amalgam? Must be something really good you can get. High main.
Viper.
Yeah. Another tradable card to get a real Hearthstone card in your hand.
Discover. The wig is free, so might as well. But other than that, I think you just kind of hold for the most part.
Sure. Quite a lot of damage coming in, even in sheep damage.
Okay, yeah, I guess this is fine because you're still getting another Serpent Wig and you can discover. So you're sort of ending the turn with the same amount of Nagas you started with. Another Queen's Guard.
Pew, pew, pew. Down to 13 from nowhere, but here we go. Levik's going off. Recommend you play Naga next. There you go.
Oh, he's going. And I don't even... Mass Polymorph is in this. Other than the other ones, okay. It had just come into the hand last turn, so it was just the 3 last spells that he cast.
Yes.
Mass Polymorph. Gifts plus Second Flame.
It's got so much mana.
Actually can get the death scale off as well, I think.
I think if he doesn't run out of space, he can do what he likes.
Yeah. No, he would need to cast one more spell, but he will have 8 mana after this because it'll get double refresh. So then can Second Flame and then Death Scale. Woohoo!
Wow.
So clean.
You said you can make a case for any of them. There's why Death Scale's good.
Yeah, that was a very nice Siren turn. And is there enough here with Blade Master Samuro? With the...
Needs to get it to 5.
Markwater Scribe, and then...
I don't think so.
My blade seeks vengeance.
Oh, Siphon Mana, hang on.
Siphon Mana?
I'm losing it, TJ.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
He can do it with
Finally.
the Bless. I was just curious as to how many resources he wanted to expend here. I didn't even see the Naga as far as like Superwing goes. So cleans it up, but he knows that Levik has another Mass Polymorph based on where that Savara came out from the hand. He knew its spells. So kind of a little bit of an awkward spot, starting to run slightly low on resources.
Does have freeze available as well in the form of a cone, so it depends which way he wants to go about this. He can also just, he can't just take damage, but he can deal with it any way he wants.
Yep.
You wish to match wits with me.
Yeah, this is fine. Is it fine? It should be fine, right? Devour, Wig. Yeah, he can't do it.
So obviously he had a good amount of arcane spells cast up until that point, and by a good amount I mean 4, right? It was Ruined Orb, Gifts of Ashara, Mass Polymorph, and Arcane Intellect. it was a 1 and 4 to get Mass Dimorph. Obviously, that's what he was hoping for at the end of the day, I'm sure, to just not have to worry about this. Habagaba knows this is a barrier because it was the only C cast so far this game.
Trying to work out.
I wonder.
What are you trying to work out? If it's lethal? It's not.
Oh no, I'm trying to work out what Habu's trying to work out. He looks like he's like in deep thought about something incredibly amusing.
I think he's trying to work out if it's worth doing anything.
Yeah.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
Answer is yes. Seems plenty. Can't cone 4 things. He knows the sheep's coming though, right? So.
Yeah, but I think he wants to force Levick to have to mass polymorph, right?
Uh-huh. Oh. Just wondering if... No, I was just trying to work out if he could devour one sheep into the others and make one big sheep. But it doesn't make much difference. I was excited there to have like super sheep, but it doesn't work.
Why wouldn't it work?
I mean, because you turn 4 damage into 4 damage.
It's more than that, though, right?
Well, you get 7, but yeah. Plus the bless.
Yeah, it would be straight up more damage. But yeah, you're not expecting all of them to live. I don't think it's enough for 13 unless like the Naga Naga's picked up off the top and it's Crush Call Enforcer or Amalgam maybe, and
Amalgam would do it, yeah.
But then you'd be popping a beast if you Crush Call Enforcer into Amalgam. But everything's just getting cleared up, so Devour's not really going to be super useful. Radiant doesn't do anything. The max damage would be, this would go up to 3 health. Serpent would go to 5 health, and then Bless would mean it would do 7 damage, so you can push 8 damage.
So the things we were talking about were getting close, but yeah. Didn't happen in many different ways, unfortunately, for Habu fans. He's about to start taking 2 turns of just chunky damage. Vector's Apprentice and Mordresh both in hand on the other side. Not that the hero power's doing much yet.
Yeah, both wildfires are in the bottom 6.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't think you can go all in on a sheep because then you just have nothing left. I think you just heal.
Oh, no. Yeah, he couldn't solve that problem either. So he's ended up just doing this because he's doing this, not for any particular other reason. 4 off lethal, so the other routes would have worked.
Yeah, he made an 8-10. Bigger than I would have made it. But there's Cone of Cold. There's still a Flurry left in the deck as well. There's also a Flurry from this Nagaling.
Yeah. Just start slowing them down. Put some damage on the board and win in 2 turns. Although, again, these pings are still basic level pings. So it might not be trivial to set it up so that he wins with 3 attacks, but it should be. Oh, yeah, now he's fine, right? Another freeze. He's just good now with a 6 on board, pretty much.
Yeah. Is there any weird way that he could deal direct damage?
as Priest, it's really tough. Has he used both amalgams?
He's used one amalgam.
Amalgam into King Crush?
You can't do that. He's not a hunter.
Oh, he has to get, yeah, so that's not fair. That rule only changed 100 years ago. No, there's nothing.
No way. Yeah, no way from that point. I mean, it was close, but I feel like the mass polymorph that was able to be copied by Savara ended up being like, quite a big difference maker there. Because he was able to just pretty much cleanly deal with 2 boards without having to worry about any of the hero power shenanigans. So, nicely done. And Levick takes a 1-0 lead. But I have faith in the weak priest. Or sorry, the priest.
The priest.
Yeah.
This was,
See if he can with it. That was an insane turn, by the way. The double siren turn into the death scale just to cleanly clear things up. It was that combined with the double mass polymorph, was just a nice clean game from Levick. Didn't seem like he panicked at all either.
Yeah, there's just enough freeze in the mage. We've seen this time and again actually in this tournament to largely do it in pretty much this way. Okay, the mass polymorph made it a little bit easier, but this has been how we've seen it going. Just the priest being forced out of resources slowly but surely. And quite often it leaves 3 or 4 minions up that just can't move. They're just frozen for the entire game.
All right. I'm just going to move on
to... discovered an owl at the end there, but there you go. I don't think he's even in the game anymore.
Oh, humongous owl?
That one would have worked, actually, yeah.
And
then a way to kill it.
Hope.
Yeah, hope something goes wrong on the other side. Levick on the tempo rogue.
Sit there and pray. He could just put a lot of minions in the way. Yeah, standard tempo rogue, nothing crazy in this one. And we're going to get a rogue mirror. All right, we're just going to go ahead and get it out of the way. A little bit different in Habu Gabu's rogue because of that's really just the Blade Master Arcani. There's always that like one slot.
Yes,
it seems. That's different. And for Habu Gabu, it is going to be the Blade Master Arcani.
Yeah, it's the Viper in Levick's deck, but unless you're playing Peasant, then you have to drop something else. That slot is free to put whatever you like in, and from what we've seen, it makes very little difference. Personally, I like the Viper. It's just an extra cycle in the mirror, and it just makes that little bit more sense. But Arcani, if you're in front, can just win you the game, so yeah, it's pretty close.
All right. Levick has Vessel. See if you can get the prep to go along with it. Looking for prep. Looking for Knoll. Damage matters a lot in this matchup. I mean, it matters a lot in every matchup, but damage has a lot more permanence in this matchup, considering rogues don't really have a way to defend themselves and they don't have a way to heal unless something crazy happens with Tooth and Defarian. Oh, the turn 2 Vessel!
Yeah,
he hits the discount from the Cutlass and has the prep.
Yep.
Yep.
Look at his happy little face.
Now, other than that, Habu Gabu has almost nothing going for him. But hey, beggars can't be choosers.
This Peasant has done nothing this tournament. It's looked really bad in the decks of the people who brought it.
Yeah. Levick does pick up the prep himself, so he can preserve the coin and prep out Vessel next turn. Oh, Blade Fighter actually just works out quite nicely in this scenario. It also gets to fit in a dagger up as well and push the 6. So Levick is just far behind right now.
Yeah, even pushes the 1 from the weapon just to, yeah. He said damage was important. There's the proof of it.
Yep. Oh, okay. I guess in this instance, getting the hero power out while you still have the Demon Hunter hero power is efficient because with how things are going, that Flay Fighter probably would have dealt 6.
Yes.
This does mean that he will have a potentially weaker next turn because he won't be able to go Vessel into Vessel. But I think he realized that he just can't take that much damage for multiple turns in a row. And Habu Gabu, I imagine, just going to keep this as a 4-4 on the board because he's so close to actually just winning the game.
Turn 4, he's done 16 damage with just rubbish. It's amazing because he has so much of it. Yep, more vessels.
Just like, oh my gosh.
Should have set the Edwin noob.
I think we just start with a Shroud. It's getting close to lethal damage here.
That'll do.
Yep.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
It's not complicated, is it? It makes it look so easy. Just attack face with minions. That's it. Stealth Takani is pretty silly. Oh, nothing works for Levick here in a nice way. Yep. That's just how it feels so bad.
Oh.
How did you spend your 5 mana this turn, rogue player? Well, I daggered up and put 2 of my 3/3s into a 4/4. Is he just going to Shadow Step this Carney and do it again next turn? He's just going to play Krakatoa, right? Oh, hang on, not now he's not. That's just lethal.
That is just lethal. Tooth, dagger up, Akani hit, and Habu Gabu ties it up. And Rogue Mirror has ended up mattering a lot in many of these matchups since Rogue seems to be the weak link in a lot of players' lineups. If you get your Rogue lined up against your opponent's Rogue, which seems to also have happened a lot, the winner of that match does have a small advantage. I don't want to call it a big one. Because I don't think there are any matchups out there that are so one-sided in favor of whoever's against Rogue that it would make that much of a difference. So,
I think it makes a reasonable difference, though. I think small might be underselling it. I understand that massive is probably overselling it, but yeah, I think it's good to get it out of the way. I think the Rogue's pretty mediocre. Every point of damage went face in this game, which led to this exact lethal. I think he was fine with a Shadow Step next turn and Krakatoa anyway, but even so, got it in a turn quicker. And Levick back on the Blessed Priest. The Priest.
are we going to see a Blessed Priest mirror? Oh.
I'm going to make a big thing. I'm going to make a bigger thing. Call that a thing? This is a thing. But yes.
This is pod racing.
Okay, so Levick on the Blessed Piece, the version with only 1 wig, not 3 in the key cards, importantly. So that could be a disadvantage.
Did you do both of them?
I think so.
That seems like something that you would do. Just forgot what you did for the other player.
I did them on different days, so that's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Like,
Gotcha.
all my key cards are different. I just make them up as I go along. You can usually tell mine because they're not usually in numerical order, although I do remember doing this one.
Yeah. Well, those are the key
switched
cards.
A 7 and a 6. They are.
Yeah. These are two of my favorite decks in the field right now. The Blessed Priest and the Bell Demon Hunter. Whatever you want to call it.
I want to call it Fell Demon Hunter because you get fell spells.
Okay.
And because Jace is in it is the deciding factor for me.
Okay.
You want to call it Naga because it's got Nagas in it? Feel free. Just don't ever talk to me ever again. And we haven't seen much of this because we haven't seen much Demon Hunter and we've seen a lot of banned priests.
Yeah. Ooh, 3-mana school teacher's good. That's a nice hit on the digital alacrity. The problem for Habugaba right now is that these 2-mana cards are really 3-mana cards in disguise.
Yes. Because you have
So
to
it just has to preemptively hit this, which does set up for either Battle-Worn Vanguard or Fossil Fanatic next turn.
Well, the Vanguard is quite a lot of attack after you go in. But Habu likes the extra cards.
Ancient power.
Fossil Fanatic. That's all he does. He goes crazy when he sees a fossil.
Yeah, which I don't really understand the lore behind it. When your hero attacks, because everybody knows, when you attack an enemy with your Warglaives, fossils emerge from their bodies.
Yep. And the fanatics come and grab those fossils quickly as they can, and they hand them to you. So yeah, it's awkward, lore.
Ooh. So Chaos Strike on this Knuckling actually allows Habugaba to clear off the minion and collect another fossil.
Here it comes.
Ancient power.
Multi-strike fossil. So this time, what happens is the fossils, like, they get in this loop. They power you up so you can attack twice and collect even more fossils.
Ooh, okay. Wait, hold on. This could be a huge turn.
Yeah, really.
Or he could just stop here. Could be a huge turn, or it could have been a huge turn. Yes. Next turn.
We'll give huge turns.
Huge turn.
This could also be a huge turn now.
Oh, jeez. That's a lot of damage.
Fossils. Just gonna kill the minion, put damage to face, pick up some fossils.
Yep. It's 2 more attacks, 2 more fell spells, which means more fodder for the Lady Steno, which is now in hand. Double predation as well with the Lady Steno. Okay, we got Fell Barrage, and this is going to be, what, multi-strike. There was a Chaos Strike, another Fell Barrage, another Fury.
And then, if the game's still going, he's got a Jace 2 turns after. But the game will not still be going. The narrator told me so.
Oh, jeez. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Well, the funny thing is this Radiant Elemental, if he keeps buffing it, which he is, will now no longer be targeted by Lady Steno or Fell Barrage.
Yep.
So he could just bypass it.
Yeah, so getting the Steno down, and then just knocking off the other minions, attack face for 5, and the rest will go face from the Steno.
Oh, Baba Naga allows for a little bit of a tempo swing. So Habugaba is going to have to kill this turn.
And I think he can.
I don't know. 14's a lot. He only has 6 mana.
He's got 2 predations that cost 0. That's a lot of minions now,
it's-
actually. This is still going. Yeah.
It's nowhere near enough.
It was close until the extra 3 minions came down.
Oh, wait. The minions are left on board. It's just lethal from hand. I don't know. For some reason, I had in my mind, oh, it's going to be a Siren turn. Nothing's going to be there. But no, it's a...
It's just a priest turn.
Yeah, it's just a priest turn. So...
And the Demon Hunter gets it done. It's 2-1 to Habugaba in this semi-final of the Summer Championships. Dead draw, waiting for the winner to see who takes down the prestigious title.
Yeah. And Saddle has dropped a fact on us as well. The player that won the Rogue Mirror has won the series 5 out of 6 times so far this tournament.
Thank you, Sottle.
Which is in line with what's happening right now. And Saul also asked, are you both okay, since we didn't just see lethal? Sorry, Saddle. I thought the minions would die.
I did see the lethal, but then TJ confused me.
Trust in your gut.
Different lethal.
I tunneled on the Lady Steno, but it was just he just had 7 damage on board, like, or 6 damage on board. He needed 8. It was just from hand. He had a million.
It's like, there's 2 predations. It's like, yeah, but there's a 1-1. Oh no, now I'm confused.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought he was either going to be at higher health or that he would have to rely on Lady Steno, which would have to chew through minions. Nope, 6 damage on board. 14 minus 6 equals 8. And 8 is very easy to find when you have double predation and multi-strike. In fact, that just does 8 damage right there.
Yep. Straight from hand.
All right. Can the
Peasant's
peasant
back.
can it do something? Are you copying me?
No. Are you copying me? Don't do this. We've done this before. It didn't end well.
All right, the peasant's not doing anything. He found a 1-drop.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice minion to start things off with.
Yep. Levitt can go Knoll plus coin Life Fighter if he wants.
You also go Knoll, stab, and establish a peasant.
That could also work. Yeah, try and draw a little bit further into the deck. I actually like that better.
Here we go.
Yep.
Peasant has been established.
What is it?
It's going to work. The peasant's going to do something, TJ. It's taken until the semi-finals. But he's proving his worth.
Yeah, and this is very awkward for Habugaba because Treasure Guard's really the only super playable card in hand, but it gets very easily traded on board with just the Knoll and a dagger up. And then still needs 2 spells for the Handmaiden, won't have a target for Amalgam unless he picks something up off the top. The Peasant will still be living and drawing more cards. It's rough.
Yeah, it's not ideal. You could also set up the peasant in there and just tooth. Is an option here. He's going to go for. The peasant kind of drew another card here, if you think about it.
Never bring a sword.
Okay.
Fish bite.
Look shot his damage.
So many wigs.
Yeah, and has to do it here just to one, to contest the board, and 2, this will activate the Handmaiden for Habugaba to be able to draw cards whenever he sees fit. Oh, another Knoll. And
never mind.
Yeah.
Just never mind.
What was he praying for? Shadow or Devour?
Yes, probably.
That'd actually be very good.
Zinjari. Anybody?
Oh, Whispers of the Deep is sick! Oh my gosh!
Bam, bam, bam. That's what he wanted. That's what he got.
Yep. Finally, though, Habuga was able to stick something on board, and this is where things start to get out of control for Levick.
Yep.
Handmaiden to start things off. Actually, sorry, Serpent Wings to start things off. And then Handmaiden, which will then reset the Serpent Wings and just make this thing nice and large. Set up for a Bless next turn. Another Handmaiden picked up as well.
4 scabs. He missed there.
Oh my, what the?
Stuff everywhere. We're not even seeing it get drawn. It's just hitting the board the second it's picked up.
And this is actually a lethal setup. Levick.
Looked like he was in trouble.
In hand.
Just,
oh, jeez.
That's just lethal, right? There's just no way of stopping this unless you can find the guard. I guess Amalgam can find some sort of... It's not going to help.
Not really.
Can't find a line he likes. I can't find a line I like, and I...
Yeah, spells left in the deck for Thrive is just Shard, Shadow or Devour, Bless. Nothing there. Not enough mana to cast something, play Crush Claw, and get anything that would save him. And just has to try and heal up, but that is going to be lethal with Mr. Smite from hand. So that means we're going to a game 5.
Yep. Habu going to be on that Priest one more time.
Priest versus Priest.
At least it's not like the old Priest versus Priest, though. We don't have to play silly games for 36 turns and 4 hours. At least there's something interesting to watch. And this is the actual mirror. I don't think we've seen this mirror this tournament. I might be wrong. There may have been one early on, but...
No, I don't think we did. Don't think we did. But it's all about the board. There's obviously some things that can swing back and forth with like Blade Master Samuro, Shard of the Naru, right? To reset your opponent. But it's basically a race to see who can build the biggest board. And if you can find a 1-drop on the play with Serpent Wing in hand, like Slitherspear on the play with Serpent Wing in hand, you're cooking.
Yeah, like you say, there's not that many ways to slow them down. Even if you're slowing them down, you're spending your mana to slow them down, so then they just get first shot at doing it all again anyway. Plenty of minions, nobody's going to miss, so... Yeah, get the wig. Get it done. And get into that final, where you're playing its dead draw for the title.
Funny is he even picked up the Gaunt Fission off the top, so had 6 more damage available since it played Vessel earlier on in the game. And so even if you did manage to find a way to gain more health or put something in the way that last turn, it still wouldn't have been enough. All right, here we go. Final game of the semifinals. All tied up 2-2. And it is
no wigs.
Wig Priest Mirror. No wigs yet. Levick is on coin, but does have a 1. Habugabu. I think you just want to throw these away to try to find.
No wigs, no ofs, no thus, but there is a bless. So I think we're going to go with Bless Priest for this one.
Yeah.
There is a guard as well.
Yeah, full toss. Hey! So both players with Samuro. That's
yeah.
Oh, the Queen's Guard. It's so good.
Bam.
So turn 1, 3, 4.
Yeah. Lester's got 3 2s. Well and truly beat. No spell in his hand, though, for the Handmaiden.
For war. The Queen's trove is forbidden.
They're just playing cards.
Just
What was that?
playing some cards.
Ooh,
That's a
Shadow
card.
Devour. So you devour and then what? Double trade? Double value trade?
Double value trade because they're 2 2s now.
Yep.
Well, okay then. Be like that. Protecting his larger minion makes sense.
Well, the larger minion would have been even more protected, right? He would have had 1 extra health on the Queen's Guard and 1 less health on the second Slither Spear.
Okay, sure.
The Deliverance. If you just take this with Najak Hexen, how does Najak Hexen ever die?
Just doesn't. Just give it back. You have to beg. Please give my minion back.
Oh, wait, it will die, though. Oh, well, he just has Blade Master Charmero plus Bless, which is still discounted from the Murkwater Scribe, which was played on turn 2, because he hadn't played a spell. It does kill off the school teacher, but whatever. It gets to stick a minion. It's very healthy. And Levik's got nothing.
Yet.
Oh, Focus
Shadow
Will!
Word Death.
Oh, Shadow Word Death. They both. I guess Shadow Word Death's much better in that case. I just tunneled on the Focus Will for a second.
Well, he's playing so quickly. Like, just glance at one at a time you saw and you liked. I was like, that's great. Yeah. All right. This is much swingier than I expected, but the key here is Levik still has his Samuro left.
Ooh, if that was Shadow Word Devour, that would have been a pretty big swing. Because he has Deliverance in that Noggling, I do believe, so it would have been a clean clear onto the board. These, however, don't allow him to do anything proactive. If he goes for second Thrive, it just means he doesn't have the mana to do that. Well, he would, but it wouldn't be as powerful of a turn because he wouldn't be able to fit in a second minion. Like he can
take his shard and just chill.
I wonder.
Ooh, eesh.
Yeah.
Or could just play Thrive, get a Devour, and then play Queen's Guard, which would then be a 4/5, which would challenge the school teacher, I guess.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Yeah, okay.
Fair enough.
Oh, no spell! Handmaiden's still not active!
Oh, it's just... How has this come down to a 1-1 versus nothing after 6 turns? What's happened to this game of Hearthstone?
Oh, he can Deliverance on Radiant Elemental! Oh, jeez! Oh my gosh!
Yeah, he's feeling it. Thumbs up.
Just has the priest just has infinite everything.
Pick me! Pick me!
It's just gonna go forever.
And this is exactly when Levik's gonna just top deck Shard of the Nar. Oh no, he doesn't play No, he does.
Well, he's still got the Samuro, so not that this anything here is going to be in range by the time this happens.
Yeah. Yeah, Queen Ashara, that's also pretty good.
Tell me, Minnow, have you done as I asked?
Okay.
We have plotted long enough. Now we rise.
Okay, Horn of Ancients. And yeah, it was a pretty good turn. We can stop there. Still no spells. Nothing works. Oh, the Oh. Or the Ancients. Jalaga. No board space.
Levik's big mistake of having a load of things that rely on spells and not drawing a spell has definitely been a problem here.
I mean, this can be lethal sometimes. Wait, if he gets Crush Call Enforcer and gets a one less. So right now he has 8. Oh, it's just lethal like that because it's 18 plus 8, and then he gets 2 of the G-Log minions, which is 4 damage, which is the extra. That's exact lethal, right? Even with just 2.
18, 20, 26, 30. Yes, it is exact lethal.
Exact lethal because he gets the extra 4 damage. Oh my gosh. I mean, it was very likely that he wins from that scenario anyway, even if he just waits and then G-Logs the next turn if he doesn't find lethal. But there it is. And so the prophecy continues. Whoever wins the Rogue Mirror is very, very likely to win the series. And Habu Gabu proved that once again. That mirror is way more intense than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Obviously not for Levik there at the end because he had Blade Master Samuro and Handmaiden with 0 support for it. Couldn't find any spells to couple with it. And from there, Habu Gabu was just able to run away with the game. So, but a very swingy game. It's like, all right, I make a board. All right, I kill it. All right, you make a board. All right, well, then I kill your board, and then you kill my board, and then, all right, I stuck a board, so you lose.
Yeah, unlucky having 30 health and all that, but good try. It's just going to kill you anyway. And there is our final dead draw. Habu Gabu, 2 of the very best players going into this, have made it through to battle it out for the title of Summer Champion. Obviously, both got their day's work done to some extent already, but there's a good pile of change on the line for this final and a title for 2 players, especially in Dead Draw's case, who have been so close for so long. Great to see Habu Gabu getting there in really what I think of as his first sort of competitive 12 months, because he just didn't... He was good. He was really good. He just didn't really have the hours to put in the time before that in terms of competitive play. So now he started trying. He's showing what he can do. That should be a good one.
Yeah. These are 2 of the players that have also played the cleanest. I would put Possessi in there for most of it, with the exception of his quarterfinal, right? Like, or no, his semifinal. But every other game was like one of the cleanest I've seen him play in a long time, and that's coming from him winning World Championships. So, got to be impressive in its own right. But yes, that's right. Habu Gabu versus Dead Draw. The finals is set, and that means Neil and I, once again, are done. It's not the end of anything like it was the last time we cast a show together for the last time. It's only the beginning, right? It's the beginning of the championship era. We still have a lot more Hearthstone for the rest of the year to cover, a lot more world slots still up for grabs. So we'll be back, don't worry, for the 2 people out there that are going to miss us for however long it's going to be. But whatever, I'm done with my tangent, Neil. We're going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into the final, but don't go anywhere. The conclusion to the Masters Tour Summer Championship right after this.
The beast has returned. serpent.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Summer Championship. We are ready now for the finals, and what a finals they are going to be. I'm Raven, of course. Joining me is Sottle, and we'll be bringing you the match between Dead Draw and Habu Gabu. Just to start off, Sol, what a great pair of players to be in the finals, at least from, for us, two players we've been watching for a very long time.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, this tournament was stacked full of great players. Like, I've talked at length, about the various cutoffs that you have to go through before you get anywhere near this tournament, right? Of being a casual player, then a legend player, then a top 1,000 legend player, then a top 100 legend player, then a qualifying for a Masters Tour qualifier player, then a qualifying for an actual Masters Tour player, then a qualifying for this tournament player, and now being top 4 to go to the World Championships, and in this case, top 2. It's an incredible field of players to begin with, but I think these two, Gabby, Fury Hunter, MSBC, I think would be my pick for like cream of the crop overall out of the field. And I think to have any of those two in the final really goes to show a lot about what these players have put in to get to this point. And whichever one of them walks out with the trophy now, with the title, is going to be a fitting addition to the likes of Surrender, Bunny Hopper. We were looking this up a couple of hours ago, right, of joining the pantheon of specifically summer champions. Now we have brought this specific tournament back, and joining the likes of Surrender and Bunny Hopper is not a bad way to go. Yes. I would say, for either of these players.
Yeah, I hope for everyone one day to put your name next to those two players. We do see Dead Draw is starting with the Naga Mage, one of the decks that's probably got the most highlight moments throughout this weekend, right? We've seen some, we know Naga Mage can do some powerful things, but I think it's been pushed to new heights, at least been on stream this weekend. We've seen some really, really intelligent play, really just good showing of not only just knowledge of the deck, but just knowledge of all the matchups as well, exactly what's needed to do to win and how to achieve it in some of the most creative ways I've seen with the deck. And again, Habu especially, definitely one of those players that can get that done. But Dead Draw's going to be on the Mage this time, and I believe, yes, Habu is going to be on the Demon Hunter. And I've been talking about Demon Hunter for a while now, and I'm very, very glad that one has made it into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think the standout thing here is that it's a no warrior lineup that has made it into the final here for Habu, which is almost unique, I would say, in the tournament. The vast majority of players were bringing one type of warrior or the other. I think, was it you and I that were talking about this on day 1 or day 2? It's like, there is a third option. Yes. You don't have to bring either Control Warrior or I've done it again, either the unnamed warrior that we will continue to debate or the Charge Warrior. You can go with the third option of not bringing warrior at all, and I think Habu getting here with this lineup, first, it's very Habu just to be like the standout player who's not doing the one thing that everyone else is doing. That's super on brand for Habu Gabu, but at the same time, it goes to show that the power of the lineup is still very good, because your Habus, your Jambrays, right, like, sure, they generally go with these very experimental lineups, and they are extremely good players, and that carries them some of the way. They don't just make finals and win tournaments with the bad lineups when they get it wrong, right? They do still have to hit upon something good and play very well to get to this point. So I think it's a real testament to the fact that this lineup certainly has some merit to it.
Well, already just looking at these opening hands, not the best for Habu Gabu, just having Jace so early in the draw, of course, but Chaos Strike at a bare minimum is going to be able to keep him going just for now, and of course pushing any amount of damage is very, very important in this matchup, because outside of Ice Barrier, really, any damage you do is permanent, and even though there are freezes, Demon Hunter is not reliant on minions to actually end games, as we found out in the previous series. Sometimes there's just damage spells in hand, and that gets the job done.
The Jewel going to throw the Fell Barrage in there as well? No, looks like holding on to it. Going to go with the Hero Power for now, just to eke out that damage a little bit further. Don't mind this. I think you can make the argument both ways. Playing Fell Barrage here just to cash in that early damage is somewhat worth it, just to use the mana efficiently. But also, I suppose, just eking in the Hero Power gets in that attack for Kurtrus. Make sure you're attacking on as many turns as you possibly can. And also, technically, in classic Face Hunter fashion, it is technically more damage over time to weave in that hero power every turn.
Yeah, and also as well, if you're expecting a school teacher on 4, for example, a very common play in Naga Mage, then the Fel Barrage can actually cleanly kill it while still leaving room to do other things. So there are a lot of benefits holding on to it. Habu Gabu now does have that cheap Blade Master Okani that he can happily play into, and I think picking Minion would probably be the go-to option, at least for me, Sottle. Don't know if you have any reason to pick spells instead at this point.
Well, first off, just back to the earlier point really quickly, you present a very compelling argument about how, 2-mana kill a 4-drop, that should be a great thing, but all I'm hearing is they've put a minion in the way of where I want my Fel Barrage to go, and it's not going there anymore, so that irritates me. But you are right, it is still a very valuable removal tool. Sometimes in this matchup, you do actually need to kill minions, believe it or not. And yeah, I think this does go to show the motivation, right? The hero power on the previous turn was just because otherwise he misses 1 damage that turn by not weaving in the hero power. So he goes hero power into hero power Fel Barrage, and it's just technically max damage over the course of 2 turns. It makes a lot of sense.
I'm a little bit surprised the Okani didn't come down, though, with the hero power. I thought that was a very clean turn, and also really blocks a lot of the sort of beginnings of the Naga stuff, right? Those turn 4 plays to try and set things up for a turn 5.
Yeah, I think that is a good shout for sure.
Anybody?
Multiple useful tools, honestly, here. You can make arguments for all 3. They might not be as strong as each other, but Ice Barrier, of course, any additional health is valuable. But if a Snowman can actually connect face, and then you can maybe try and stick the bigger one. Again, not Naga Mage's key priority, but specifically against Demon Hunter that pumps out so much damage by swinging with the hero itself. Any potential freeze is at least to be looked at for a second or 2.
Yeah, I think I'm going Ice Barrier in a heartbeat there. I went through this cycle quite a lot early on with Snowman and Demon Hunter interaction, particularly back when Demon Hunter was incredibly powerful when you faced it all the time. Snowman flatters to deceive, right? Because the first one can just be dealt with predation or whatever else, and you never want to spend mana on the second one after that point, right? It's just never your best play. So I do like the Ice Barrier choice here overall. Just think it's much more likely to put up a serious amount of defense. Hero Power Fel Barrage now, probably, to take care of this remaining school teacher.
Yeah, it's why he used the other one on the face, because he knew he had the second one for the school teacher. So really, we were both right, Sol.
Sure, yes. Diplomatic agreement, fine.
The best kind.
Not sure that's true.
In this situation, it is, because I'll take any agreement from you, Sol, at this point.
Okay, all right.
Just be freezing more resources. So again, arguably a late potential pop-off for Dead Draw here on the Naga Mage. We've seen the fastest possible so far this weekend, I think. But still, it's still going to be good enough. At least when Dead Draw does go, he's got plenty of cards to do so with. Cheap Naga in hand, cheap spells in hand. It's all looking good. Even the Savara as well for maybe the refill either on the turn or the turn after, obviously, depending on how things go.
Yeah, plenty of cards to go off with, plenty of resources, plenty of mana cheap, but also I think most crucially, plenty of health to go off with now as well, thanks to that Ice Barrier and because he's been able to stem the bleeding with a little bit of board presence of his own. Habu Gabu's just kind of run out of minions to continue pressuring with, so this health total is not melting away in the way that Habu Gabu would like it to here.
Yeah, I was going to say, there is still another Okani turn here quite easily, right? Whatever Habu wants to pick to pair with this is his choice. He can kill the 3/4 no matter what, and I think that's probably step 1.
Yeah, and I think cashing out the multi-strike here, even though it does offer a huge amount of damage later on with the glaive if you get there, you are missing a ton of Fury damage in this situation if you don't end up going for the multi-strike alongside the Fury, so I think this does make sense as well.
And now suddenly, again, not the best opening or game so far from the Demon Hunter here. Just missing the card draw that the deck runs a lot of, which is a little bit unfortunate for Habu. But he does have that Jace with a decent amount of tools sort of in it right now, right? So at worst, there's a Chaos Strike to help out if he really needs it. But mainly, it's just starting to load up extra damage. And now Dead Draw has to work out how he wants to break down this Okani. Do you think it's fair to say that he'll be expecting minion choice here from Okani?
Yeah, I think if he like played a spell and it got countered, he would be flabbergasted by that outcome. Yeah, he'll cast the spell, expecting it to go off here, which it does. Now he gets the knowledge. He can just bust it open with the 1-mana Naga. Plenty of mana to play with, and a second Ice Barrier is absolutely revolting, and Habu reacts very appropriately to it.
Okay, though, Fossil Fanatic being picked up now. That's one of the cards that Habu would have definitely liked to see a little bit earlier in the game, but is at minimum going to get a card draw here.
He ends the turn as well, so I'm presuming this is an attack-based card. Yes, it is. Obviously, anything that wasn't an attack-based fell spell there, you would just be jamming immediately because you just want it to go into the Jace on the following turn. Or I suppose the other predation you would just hold on to potentially as well. I know, because it would cost 3 at that point, so you'd want to get it in there loaded up for next turn anyway.
Head drop. Just going to start going with the Siren. Does have the Savara. And, oh yeah, it was Coin Flame. I forgot that it was the Nargaling that cast the first Ice Barrier, right? So that obviously won't be in the pool.
The Queen's trove is forbidden.
It's just filthy, isn't it, Sol? I've got no words. Just seems unfair.
Why are they allowed to do this?
Why isn't their mana going down? I thought that's not how the game works. Again, still another Siren, and now with the Amalgam in hand, thanks to the Zola, just another Amalgam as well to keep going off with next turn, even if somehow this is all cleared up, in which at this point with Demon Hunter being relatively far behind, this is going to be a big one to try and clear.
Yay, my turn.
Jace, go.
Not quite the same level of impact, I would say.
Herald coming down, not coming down, being drawn, sorry. Not horrendous. Does get multi-strike, of course, so he can clear this taunt and push some damage, but...
No, he can't.
Well, he could. He could have. Okay, technically correct play he could have made. But no, it was just too far behind. Habu was just starved a little bit too much in the early game. And honestly... I know I've been sort of talking up Demon Hunter all weekend, but a game like that feels like a rarity from the games I've played, the games I've seen on stream this weekend and stuff, because, again, there was the Jace already in the opening hand, never great, and then just so much card draw just missing, and there were so many chances for Abu to get hold of just something to be able to just get that cycle going and maybe fight a little bit more aggressively in the early game. But let's not forget, the double Ice Barrier is a bit of a pain as well.
Yeah, exactly what I was about to say. Subtract 16 from the health total you're dealing with, and Habu might still be playing this game, right? Yeah. It's an entirely different beast that you're looking at that point. Double Ice Barrier is brutal. It's going to be very hard to beat. The way you're going to beat that is with an extremely minion-based opening where you just get minions to stick to the board and deal recursive damage. That was the exact opposite of what Habu found there. Didn't really find any of the early minions, didn't find any of the early curve. It was really just counting to 30 with fell spells into Jace, and when that 30 became 46, it was just going to be way too much of a problem to overcome.
Yeah, with card draw we could talk, but without it, definitely not. Dead Draw going to be moving over to the Boar Priest now. Again, another highlight deck. It's kind of hard to say what isn't a highlight deck this weekend because the lineups have been so similar for the most part as well. But we have got to see a lot of Boar Priest. We've seen some great Boar Priest play. Get my words out somehow. And we've seen some less great Boar Priest play so far this weekend. But again, I expect at this point, focus is going to be high, and Dead Draw's going to show us what he can do with that list. Habu Gabu sticking with the Demon Hunter for now.
Yep, running back out with the Demon Hunter. This is, I think it was TJ and I that were talking about this in the last quarterfinal, perhaps, that, you know, Demon Hunter can struggle a little bit in this matchup for a similar reason we just talked about, because there's so much healing available to the priest. What you want to do is stick minions and get repeating damage. However, it's very difficult to do that because a lot of your minions that deal repeating damage are like a 2/2 that summons some 1/1s, some other 2/2s. It's just very tokeny style boards that you build early on, and that means that Shadow Word Devour, Wild Pyromancer, Zyrella, all of these, you know, low number clears that are available to the priest in droves are able to pick apart your boards pretty effectively.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting though, right? On one hand, the opening looks good for Habu, right? He has 1 drop Slither Spear, he has Fossil Fanatic already in hand. There is the Holy Smite there for Dead Draw on the top, which can very cleanly answer the Slither Spear, but then there's not really a straightforward answer to Fossil Fanatic, which may well not get played next turn. It's very much one of those off-curve Demon Hunter plays, but still, just the fact that the Holy Smite gets used up this early, it might help Habu actually just get some card draw more than once out of the Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find the answer, but I was about to say, I think if the 1/3 gets smited, the 2/2 hits the board every single time. Yeah, I love this play from Habu Gabu. Go ahead and deal with this. If there's essentially no shot you're going to deal with this without using exactly Shard of the Naru to do so. That is an insane draw. Yeah, Habu throws off the hands. I think he was absolutely right in the way he played that out there. It might only end up getting 1 card, but 1 card there is absolutely fine in my opinion. And so once again, all right, fine. Smite down, Shard down. Now how are you going to deal with this? I'm going to keep threat checking you every single turn because you don't play single target removal in your deck. You play AoE. So if I just keep playing individual banner minions over and over again, eventually you're going to run out of ways to kill them.
Also as well, they carry it in hand now for Habu. If he can get there while still piling on the pressure, which yes, looks like he can for now, that is a real threat, not only because the damage that comes from the stalks, of course, but the fact that that is a 6/6 version, that is a lot harder to clear up outside of, you know, generally speaking, exactly Zyrella, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Zyrella and, of course, Shard sometimes being the other solution to certain minions that can come off it, but in this case, 1 Shard already used, and it still will leave a sizable body left behind on the other side.
Dead Draw still has the coin available, not for necessarily this turn, of course, but it makes some of the later turns that little bit more powerful. Already he's got to be working out what Wild Pyro Devour does next turn.
Yeah, I do think you are very reticent to use your Wild Pyromancers with this deck unless you are pairing them with a Cleric turn, because you limit your card draw so extensively. The second Pyromancer you almost always want to reserve for your finisher, right? When you actually activate the weapon with the boars. So therefore, if you use your first one just to panic and clear a board, that can really limit your card draw options with Nausea Cleric and slow down your draw. But some aggro decks do sometimes just take that choice away from you by being as aggressive as Habu has here. I mean, it doesn't sound like much. Like, yeah, you're watching a really, really good Hearthstone player. Why? What did they do? They played their 1 drop on 1, then their 2 drop on 2, and then their 3 drop on 3. Oh, wow, impressive. But, no, but genuinely, like, a lot of players would not have done this because they want to hoard these minions until they get combo value out of them.
Yeah.
But Habu recognizing that the pressure they represent individually is just so powerful on curve here.
It's going to be difficult for Dead Draw as well, because although I completely agree about getting the most out of Pyromancers, it's a Slitheno on the other side of the board, right? That's like, I would burn that down with every card in my deck if I could right now. But Dead Draw obviously needs to sort of tick both boxes. Get it killed, because he's going to die soon. If not, whilst actually progressing his own game plan, and that's the difficult bit.
That's the draw. That is the card that Dead Draw needed to see here.
So what is that actually going to open up for him? Is this going to open up a clear now?
I think it's clear plus draw, yeah, I believe so. He may need to find 1 more 0-mana spell off the gift, but I think this is good enough. Draw 4, and then try and clear 4 health from here. Actually only 3 health, because one of the cards is the Devour. should be good enough. Priestess, 1 mana spells, 0 mana spells, all available.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That'll do it.
Oh, all of them are there. They all showed up and they brought a pig.
Yeah. Like that, back in control. But Carrier might have something to say about it.
Yeah, there's literally one draw that would have made this turn a little bit more unfortunate, which would have been the Colossal, of course, but this is popping off right now. Gets to kill the Pyro, which was extremely likely, and then pushing all that damage back to face. And Habu just saw the Pyro turn. Now, would have thought, you know, maybe there's nothing there now. Maybe there's nothing there. And then boom, Zyrella comes in to make everyone's day worse. We'll need just a little bit of
there you go.
help. Yeah, I was going to say, with the gift isn't quite enough.
Yep. So can put the Desperate Prayer on top, trade into it with the Amulet.
Yeah, and then that suddenly clears the actual 6/6 as well.
Yes. Has to play the gift as well as the Desperate Prayer, just for mana concerns. Can't weave in the hero power.
What knowledge do the stars provide?
I was actually going to go play a Beast instead of the Amulet trade. Okay.
It's like, can my opponent get Hexen? I've been sick of this all weekend. And this is where it starts to get a little bit hard here for Habu. Basically, the big on-curve plays he made were strong, but Dead Draws managed to defend. And now, even with the Dread Prison, like, it is good, don't get me wrong, but he still needs a bit more juice.
Yeah, really annoying turn for Dread Prison and Multi-Strike as well. Doesn't quite work. Just in case you're looking...
striking the Nargaling, right? Or
That's true.
We can
that doesn't
Nargaling...
help either, right? He already has
wait,
two
sorry,
attack.
he's already on 2.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot, my bad.
And also, just in case anyone is looking at this thinking Dread Prison Glaive, hero power, attack the minion, then cast multi-strike, no, that does not work how you want it to. You may attack an additional minion, you may not attack an additional face. That's not what it says on the card.
If only.
Yeah.
Strike now!
Oh, okay. There's the Devour.
Seems like an easier solution.
Yep, never mind. Turning brain off.
I thought I had to think this turn.
No,
I don't. Amazing.
Yeah, the cogs started turning and then thought, nah, it's alright.
Is it just Boar Trade, Cleric, Devour, or are we going deeper?
That looks okay. The only question is it just tradable shard first then?
Yeah, there's 1 mana floating in that play, right?
Yeah, so just have a quick look.
Have a little butchers.
Again, we've seen the power of just this damage being left up and chipping away, especially when there's explosive cards available for Demon Hunter. But yeah, this is looking too good. A shake of the head from Habu. He's just like, well, what am I supposed to do now?
Lose.
Arnie, it's so likely there's just a throwaway spell. And there are plenty of minions still right in the deck. Well, I say plenty. There's 6 cards in the deck, so there's not that many, but even just staring at the Handmaiden now.
Yeah, we were talking about this before with TJ. You have to exhaust them down to just Pyros and Boars for it to have an impact, and then you also have to exhaust double Shard, or else they just shard you away, because there's not even any mind game there, right? If you pick Spell, then they just use Shard. The Shard doesn't work, but then you haven't also picked Minions, so it doesn't matter at that point.
There's no, like, Fandral effect for this card.
Oh, imagine.
Oh, yeah. Choose one. Why? I'll have both, thank you. My opponent just can't play cards.
Wait, is it a choose one effect? It's not a choose one effect, right? How is it written exactly? Blade Master Okani.
I mean, I can just click on here. I have it here.
Yeah, it doesn't say choose.
Secretly choose to counter. You do choose one option, though, so I'd make that argument. But look, you gave me 2 options, and I chose one. How is that not choose one card? Someone explain.
Where's my Fandral art? Design team, get back in the lab and draw me my Fandral version of Blade Master Okani. I demand it.
Yeah, Playmaster, silence. Nothing too much to worry about here for Dead Draw. And he's almost there, right? Whenever you see that card count getting low, as long as the amulets have actually been cycled and aren't like bottom 2 in the deck, then not much you can do about it. 26 health as well still for Dead Draw. Means that he has pretty much no fear of just getting killed out of nowhere, which Demon Hunter sometimes has the ability to do, but with no Satheno, with 2 total cards in hand, unlikely.
Incredibly unlikely, yes.
You know what? I'm going to say it's all impossible.
I know. Bold call.
I know.
That's how you know it's bad. When Raven's making definitive statements, that's how you know you're in trouble.
Unless. And now it's going to be the concede from Habu. Dead Draw goes up 2-0, a mere 1 victory away from being able to become the summer champion. Sorry, I'm just love Dead Draw's response. I think like he's had one heck of a weekend, a heck of a day, and now he still wants to obviously play to become the summer champion. Would be a nice sort of cap off to the weekend for Dead Draw. We've seen how close he's gotten so many times, and even though yes, he is qualified to Worlds, I think just ending the weekend on the highest of notes here would be very, very good for him, and he does have his sights set on it now, being 2-0 up. Only one more deck left, Sol.
Yeah, I don't know how you approach this as a professional, right? Because you start the year thinking, get to the World Championships, that's my goal. You get into Masters Tours, you're thinking, okay, get as many wins as I can so that I can potentially qualify for the World Championship. If I win this event, fantastic. If not, just get as many wins as I can. World Championship, World Championship, World Championship. You get to this event, on Friday morning, you wake up like, okay, this is it. This is my chance. This is my chance to go to the World Championship. Job 1, get out of groups. You get out of groups. You go through to Sunday. Oh my God, I'm so close. World Championship, I'm 1 win away. You win that 1 match, you've made it to the World Championship. How do you then readjust your mentality from what you've been thinking the entire year to, okay, I also now want to win this tournament? Like, you've achieved your goal at that point. It must be so difficult to readjust to the idea of, playing a peak competitive performance once all that is done.
I think maybe this is just the way I would approach it, but for me, not that I'll ever be in this position. I think let's just put that out there right now. This is not me pretending I'm ever going to get there. But for me, I think I would take it as, okay, I've got my goal of making it to Worlds. There's this, this other match we play now for the finals. What's on the line? Well, there's everything to gain, and I think for these players, honestly, nothing to lose, right? So you just think, right, well, if I win this is the difference between being remembered as someone who made it to Worlds or being remembered as someone who made it to Worlds and was the summer champion. As you said at the beginning, right? You put your name alongside Surrender and Bunny Hopper. I would love for that to happen to me. It's never going to, as I said, but still, I think there is enough here for these players to really just have that extra line on the old Hearthstone CV.
And not to mention, of course, the breakdown, the splits, the increase in prize money as well. Of course. So, can't speak for Habu, but certainly Dead Draw in the UK, I'm sure he'll be looking at his energy bills and his grocery bills and going, you know what? Actually, I could do with a few extra grand here.
Yeah, make sure that electricity doesn't run out halfway through a game. I know what that's all about.
Oh, the classic Raven has to leave the practice call because he needs to pop down the shops and buy some more electricity. I still don't understand what that means, but it's genuinely a thing.
It is. I've got nothing to say. No witty comeback. It's just true.
I just don't understand.
It runs out. The power goes. It's happened to me many times because I forget about it. Here, though, as we get into Game 3, Dead Draw, a win with this rogue ends the day, ends the tournament with a victory, and Dead Draw as the summer champion. Abu Gabu, though, still has a lot to play for. He's jumping over to the Mage. Again, a deck he is quite easily a specialist at, I would say now, Sol. There's, I think, very little question to that fact.
Oh, yeah. Undisputed. And cue prep boat. close.
Hey, don't take my line. Very
One more
interesting.
turn.
Very interesting as well, because Habu actually threw one of the Slither Spears, right? Wasn't he offered both in the mulligan, I think?
Yeah, I think
And actually
so.
threw one away, which might on surface level look a little bit strange, but it's all just about digging for the Siren, right? I think keeping one Slither Spear is good because you want the one drop, but the rest, you're not generally playing to just hard curve out, right? That's not how the deck works.
Well, also, just to clarify this, and I know you know that, and you're just speaking how you speak, but when you say you keep the one drop, you're not keeping the one drop to play it on one. That's not the point, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Otherwise, you would keep double one, and you just go one coin one on turn one, and just be fantastic. I've played two Slither Spears. I'm going to curve out with my tempo deck. No, that's not what this deck is. We've talked about this extensively. I think this is one of the matchups where Slither Spear on one is kind of at its weakest because it can generally just get gobbled up by a null very easily on the other side.
Right.
So keeping it for that Siren food is just vital overall. And oh dear, the streak is broken, the curse is broken, I suppose, whichever side of it you want to look at. No prep boat on 3. Just unlucky.
Yep. Yeah, the mask has fallen now as you literally play Maestro on board. Habu Gabu knows what's up. This wasn't a mage. The rogue all along.
What do you mean the deck that already won is not what's being played in this matchup? What are you talking
I
about?
thought we were playing a new format in the finals. Play what you want.
Alternative version, Valera appears. What are you doing here?
Someone, Derek needs to make that. Let's be honest.
He'll never improve on perfection. You don't
No.
watch that meme. It's beautiful.
Or you do the opposite and just run it into the ground.
I mean, that is literally just memes, yeah, but sure.
Yeah. And this is kind of interesting though, right? Because earlier in this series, we spoke about the potential for Habu to play Okani into 4 against Naga Mage, and he didn't. And Dead Draw's done it to him, and Habu's like, oh my god, what a strong play. How do I respond to this? It's just really funny, isn't it? Call his bluff, play the Siren.
I've heard of it.
Just essentially hard passes turn 4 and sets 3 cards from his deck on fire in response to that Blade Master Okani. Like, that is not a good turn.
Kind of 4, right? So.
Kind of 4, yeah.
Yes, I mean, again, never count Mage out, because things are about to happen, but this is a very, very strong start for Dead Draw, and he's just sat there with Smite in his hand.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody? Beauty's more than scale.
Can he possibly get enough done here? The stealth 3/3s are, of course, the big problem, but if he's able to clear up the entire rest of the board, that flurry does take care of that problem.
I'm not even going to ask about Snowman. You shoot me down every time, so. Arcane Overflow or Wildfire?
Pick me! Pick me!
Habu getting a nice barrier of his own. Huge turn from Habu. Like I said, don't count the mage out, even though it was looking grim. There's now an ice barrier for an extra 8 health, a full board of minions. Finishing off with the flurry as well to stop these stealths attacking is huge. Dead Draw could now go for the prep boat and just leave them stealthed. Right,
yeah.
and then set up that way. That's still a good 12 damage. Smite pushes a bit more, of course. Still not quite enough. Just help 2 turn, I mean.
Yeah, you still have potential outs off the top at that point. If you put 12 damage in play, drop the smite, So there's the 18 that you were talking about, opponent at 22. So it would give you Philip off the top as a potential out. Shadow Step off the top would then be 1 short, I think, at that point. But yeah, I still think getting the boat in play is the way to go about it. It's actually using the prep on the boat and then getting the dagger in play as well would have given you an additional Shadow Step out off the top, I believe. Kind of interesting. Not particularly, but kind of.
That's 17 so far, right? Wait, is this lethal? I don't think so if it's ping.
No.
It looked close. There could have been Siphon. It's close.
Is it enough?
I think
Habu Gabu has sat back very satisfied. Yeah, okay,
so.
fair
Yeah,
enough.
because he can play all this. He can play the spells to buff the Slither Spear. Yeah, that's what I was trying to count.
Wow,
Was how many spells he
yeah,
could play.
absolutely. Very nice.
Yeah, I thought so. Beat you on that one, Song.
Yeah, he did indeed. 1 over, in fact, in the end.
Yeah, we're about 1/500 now, but still, I've got the one. But yeah, Habu gets the win there, and again, just. It's kind of ridiculous because, yes, there's the power of the deck in itself, but the confidence the player has, I think, is very key. Confidence, experience, whatever, is very, very key because Habu was getting just punished there early on, right? That was a very aggressive opening from Dead Draw. Like, look at this. It's looking so strong. The Smite sat there ready and waiting, and in the blink of an eye, in the time it takes for 1 turn of Hearthstone to be played, Habu just works miracles and pulls the game all the way back and make sure he doesn't at least get swept in the finals of the Summer Championship.
Yep. That's crazy. 29 from that board. that is an unreal amount of damage. Very, very nicely done from Habu Gabu. He is not going to miss these things.
Yeah, me and Habu often on the same level when it comes to lethals.
Yep, same caliber of Naga Mage player, I am.
Oh, yeah. I bet if you shouted at Habu while he was trying to do a turn, he'd probably be put off as well, okay? Look, that's all I'm saying. You know, Habu
is going to move over to the Thief Rogue now, which means we're going to be looking at a Thief Rogue mirror. As I pointed out earlier, I was just curious because we have, myself and TJ talked about it, and then TJ was talking about it again on air, so I went back and checked it out. And it's not just caster speak that the Rogue mirror has been very definitive in a lot of series throughout this tournament. The Rogue mirror has decided the series 5 out of 6 times so far in the tournament, by which I mean the winner of a Rogue mirror, when it happens, goes on to win the series 5 out of 6 times. The last time that didn't happen was Friday afternoon when Gabby lost the Rogue mirror to MSBC but won the series as a whole. Outside of that, all the way up to the second semi-final, there was 5 straight Rogue mirror winners who ended up winning the series. And certainly, if Dead Draw was to do the same thing again here, that would be true.
Very true. So what you're saying is, if we were ever a bit stuck for time this weekend, we could have just made everyone play Rogue Mirrors best of ones, and it would have been fairly accurate to this outcome.
But you see how it is? Sometimes Conquest lineups do come down to that. I know Lorinda loves talking about this, and he is quite good at identifying it as well. When he looks at 2 lineups and says, well, this is just going to come down to game 5, and it's going to be X deck versus X deck, and the winner of that is going to win. And it does quite often pan out that way with certain Conquest lineups, particularly very similar Conquest lineups, that the winner of a particular mirror gets a huge, huge edge in the series overall. And it has certainly seemed that the Rogue mirror is the one that is worth looking at so far in this tournament.
And what do you think's the key? Because we've seen a lot of these mirrors, as you've just mentioned, over the course of the weekend, and we've seen a lot of different outcomes. So what do you think's the most important factor here? Because early nulls have been beaten on stream. We've seen it.
They have, yes. It's not easy to do so. I would certainly still rather have early nulls than any other card given in the opening hand. And particularly here for Dead Draw, hitting the Warlock hero power as well is absolutely massive for that early resource generation, because I think when we see early Knolls lose, we see them lose because it's early Knoll and then it's no follow-up, right? The hand just gasses out from that point. I think when you are the first player to get a Knoll in play and you're actually able to back that up with Boat and with whatever else, and pushing on from that point, you are going to be a huge, huge favorite, which, by the way, Dead Draw took a 1-game break from drawing Prep Boat and is now back on the side of good.
Yeah, he thought he'd give Habu a chance. Does have the choice now. A few choices, actually, but hero power, you do have to look at it, because I do agree to your point. I think having the backup to the good openings is key in actually winning these games.
Yeah, so I think if you go hero power here, Knoll goes down to 1, and then next turn it goes down to 0, ideally. And then next turn you can go Knoll, Prep Boat, Coin, Philip, and then 4-5 into 4-5, use the Philip to deal the 1 last damage, and then you have 2 extra 3/3s. That all seems like a pretty solid swing turn to me.
It does, but Habu's not going to make it too easy for him, because he's going to be able to play another Knoll and Maester as well, so going to put on as much pressure as possible. But Habu will be relying on that Shroud and Reconnaissance to help him out, whereas Dead Draw, if he can just stabilize, he has a lot more stuff to do right now.
Yeah, for sure.
And also does have the Scabs, which again is quite important. There's not really a lot of game Rogue has versus those Stealth 4-2s. If it gets to that point.
Habu will be weirdly fine with this turn so far. Now he is rapidly becoming less fine with it as time goes on. But the Prep Boat, I don't think he would have been too worried about at this point, right? With the amount of damage that he has front-loaded. But being able to deal with one of the Yetis is probably less than ideal for his hopes of continuing to be the aggressor in this game.
And I do feel like Okani is... obviously in this situation, because of the stealth minions, not good. But in general, in Rogue, it feels a little bit easier to just get through it a lot of the time. It always feels like there is something to throw out there, considering it is just a 2/6.
Ooh, beautiful stuff. With the Philip Fighter of his own. Really, really important for consolidating the board lead here. Tooth doesn't quite work unless you want to pair the Cutlass with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it because he has Shroud.
Okay. Bit mana inefficient this turn, though, is the only big concern.
I mean, it is the difference between him getting to discover a card or not, or like have the option to tradable a card in his deck. But again, I think with Shroud, it's rather the benefit of discovering a new card and fighting for board in probably the best way this turn, I think outweighs the negatives of losing the Cutlass. But Dead Draw disagrees. Draw the cards now. Oh, got the Knoll.
Yeah, really, really important. Gonna use the Shadow Step here as well, which I'm fully on board with. I was a little surprised that the turn didn't start with the Shroud, just because obviously Knoll was 0 no matter what, but it was the Philip Fighter that I was thinking about as well. Philip was a really good draw for a couple of breakpoints possibly there on that turn that could have been useful, but he just ended up cycling the Cutlass instead of getting the Philip Fighter in play here, which isn't, you know, that much worse, but thought it was maybe worth having a dig with the Shroud first, just in terms of overall sequencing.
Dead Draw now does feel like he's just that, what, half a turn ahead, or whole turn ahead maybe even at this point. Just having those 3/3s just ready to attack again. Habu's got to wait for his to be active. Now could back this up as well. Does have the Okani and the Philip Fighter as well. If he wants to save the Tooth for one of these 3/3s, or face, depending, right? Like, I wouldn't mind just seeing Okani and the 3/1 hit the board right now.
Yeah, I'm on board. All right, looks like the Philip Fighter is being preserved for potential Mr. Smites in the future, which is fine as well. Also is just a tempo swing tool when needed. It's pretty reasonable. But as you mentioned, yeah, Dead Draw just kind of that whole turn ahead in terms of tempo development. but a whole turn behind in terms of health total, in terms of minions attacking face, and that Krakatoa off the top is a disgustingly good draw for Habu Gabu, putting him in such a good position now just in terms of this damage race and now the board presence as well. That was a super clutch draw overall.
Oh, you can't do anything, right? I guess... Because he has Vessel and Gone Fishing, but it's just not enough to play this turn. But he already has one in the back, right? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
But does he want it?
Yep.
Okay, well, yeah. I asked the question, I got the answer. What more can I want? The natural
I feel it's gone at this point, so Shroud can't find it. Might be considering even shooting one of your own at this point just to get the discover. Yeah, desperate times, desperate measures.
Biscuit kills the Krakatoa?
There's nothing attacking, right? So you need to trade it to get the rush.
Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, it can attack. Yeah, that's my bad, actually. I thought the stuff were active.
It doesn't kill the crab. Now it kills the crab, but you're still taking the damage. Okay. I mean, still took a good chunk of damage off the board in the end. But not going to be enough here.
Yeah, it was going to be... It was going to... Okay. It was going to be difficult even if Habu didn't have direct lethal because he was a whole turn away from playing Scabs anyway, and it didn't really look like he had the cards to return lethal on the opposite turn. So Habu does get to even this series up, and my only question is, do we just give Habu the crown now if it's whoever wins, the Rogue Mirror wins?
I mean, this is the question you got to ask, right? Yeah, I mean, what else is Rogue going to be? We have Demon Hunter on the other side now, which does not really care a great deal about your board development. And again, now this is kind of the exact opposite scenario as I was talking about with the Priest, right? Because against the Priest, I was saying, well, you make these weird tokeny boards of like a 2/2 and 2 1/1s. You go wide, you play out tokens, all this kind of stuff. Small individual 1-drops and 2-drops. Against Priest, they have exactly the right stuff to clear all that up. Against Rogue, they play 1/4/5 to try and clear your board, and that 1/4/5 does not really do enough in terms of killing the amount of minions you can play on the early game with a good curve. Furthermore, if you haven't drawn that good curve of early minions that can go wide on the board, you know what you've drawn instead? Damage, and damage plus damage kills Rogue very rapidly.
Well, let's see how it goes. This is going to be the final game, not only of this series, but of the Summer Championship. The winner is going to be the winner between this single game of Hearthstone. Habu on the bottom on that Demon Hunter and Dead Draw on the Rogue. One of the classes we've seen struggle the most this weekend. Can he pull it out of the bag? Well, we're about to find out.
We are about to find out for each and every one of the marbles. No school teacher keep. Okay, fully expected the double keep on the right. Wasn't sure if perhaps one school teacher would be held onto there as well. Habu Gabu says no, wants a fast as possible opening hand. And he has increased the speed of his opening hand a little bit.
It does look quite good, doesn't it? The tooth is going to clear up. Shaking the head from Habu is like, come on, give me a break.
Ooh, both of those, please. I would like both of the left cards.
Oh, I thought you were looking at the right one. Yeah, Volcanomancy looks quite good, but Dead Draw gonna go for armor instead.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good pickup there with the glaive, actually.
Yeah, really strong, especially with that multi-strike now in hand. Obviously, if the null comes down, that could be 10 damage being pushed quite easily if you're able to find the right breakpoint.
Also, the Quater, yes, you don't really want it in your opening hand, but Quater in this matchup is actually very good because the rush minions get worked on if you're falling behind a little bit, and then that hero power just starts really adding up and is most often game-ending.
Tyrion? Yeah.
Oh, we're going old school.
We are indeed. Time to put some faith in the light. Ooh, there's a Fossil Fanatic. There's a Jace. Well, there's a plan to coming together, and the plan says fell.
What a find! And fully intact.
Multi-strike, attack once, Dread Prison Glaive, attack again. Yep.
Yeah, it looks reasonable to me. Draw 2 cards. Oh, so strong.
Big old chunk of damage you've had to take for the privilege. Still a lot of progression of your own game plan. You do have the Herald of Chaos in your hand as well.
Yeah, and I also think that Demon Hunter can generally put out the return damage a lot more consistently, right? Then
It's just alive.
oh, it's just not going to die.
It's just living.
These are the games you want as Demon Hunter. Just let them draw a million cards. It'll be fine, I promise.
Uh-oh. Okay. Something playable at the very least. Out here living.
Big Phil can't do anything about this. Dead Draw's just thinking, wait, where do I put the 1 damage if I play it?
Not a bad question. Obviously, even with its stealth, Fel Barrage can still deal with it, which means if you don't deal the 1 damage to it now, there's a chance that you're still not able to kill it next turn.
But also, does this mean that there's a chance that Dead Draw has to dagger next turn?
I mean,
on his
maybe.
turn 5 with Vessel?
Oh, there's the Fel Barrage!
Oh, no. Oh, it's brutal. Look at all the Fel Barrage. Chaos. Look at Habu's little face. He loves it, doesn't he? Rubbing his hands together. He's like, ha ha, you lost the rogue mirror. This is what you get.
This is what you get. All right, Noel off the top.
Correct information.
Noel off the top is a big deal. Fit it in the curve with Edwin if need be. A lot more of an attractive looking turn than hero powering the 2-1 is.
Yeah. I think the Vessel's just correct here, right? I think he just needs to take a tough turn now to be able to actually snap back the game, right? And actually be able to fight back. Now he has 2 3/3s that almost certainly won't die. Then almost certainly won't die. And then has that turn next turn, right? With either Krakatoa with the Null, plus Earthen Scales as well to gain some armor back. You know, it is lining up. Maybe even Krakatoa next turn with Smite Earthen Scales the turn after to try and go for max armor. I don't know. Tyrion's there sitting at 6 mana too. The options are unlimited for Dead Draw right now. But again, the Kurtrus. Those things must be hitting for 1 million right now with all the multi-strikes we've seen.
Yeah, that is very true.
So even if something big is played here, Kurtrus almost certainly answers it. And then there's just the Theno, the prediction.
Exactly what I was going to say. If it even needs answering, right? Like, there's a good chance that you might even just have some kind of lethal setup through a Tyrion, even with the amount of damage that you have built up in hand right now.
Yeah, I just think it's likely that Kurtrus will be the safe sort of crossover turn, right? Like Kurtrus delete most things and then have the extra mana and more spells to pop off with Theno. But you are right, there are definitely ways to sort of go under cards like this.
Because if the 2 3/3s trade, they'll get cleaned up by the Fel Barrage, and then Tyrion becomes the target for the Theno for all the follow-up spells. It's pretty efficient the way that you'll actually be able to deal with this if it comes down.
Yeah, the only weird issue is in that order, you might not actually have enough damage going face the turn after.
Yep.
In some worlds, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be Krakatoa.
Oh look, you made some 2/2s. Or 2 health minions, rather, I should say. We're counting. I can confirm we're counting. No.
I don't think
It's
so.
7.
I do think this is Kurtrus.
Can you... Hold on. Hold on. You only need to do 9 damage to face before it becomes the lowest health target after the Fel Barrage, but I still don't think that's possible. Nope. All right, fine.
This is like the best second play ever, right?
Yep.
It's like, okay, it's not lethal. Oh no, I have to make a very strong second play. Kurtrus again, there's still the minion on board that Deaddraw has to deal with. Doesn't currently have a way outside of Wicked Stab to deal with it, outside of trading. And the more Deaddraw has to trade, the worse it gets for him, because look at Abu. He's like, oh yeah, just one more turn and you're going to get obliterated, which it's true. The Prediction's going to cost 0, Felbraj double Fury, and then any hero powers he fancies fitting in there. Also as well, if the worst were to happen, he does have Herald on the far left, right?
Yes.
Not because it's an outcast card, but just so I can show you where it is, because that does have lifesteal as well. So if he needs to just gain that little bit of extra health, just in case, it is there. But the fact Habu, I think, was already hovering Satheno at that point makes me think he's got a plan.
I think he'll be really, really hoping this 6-1 doesn't get traded into, so he doesn't have to think too much about whether this is lethal or not the next turn. Otherwise, he has some counting to do.
More meat.
Gonna use the null to trade instead. Get that extra 3 damage face. Oh my goodness, you never count.
Position.
You absolutely never count.
Yeah, because he can just do them first, right? That 6 puts it to 7. Was that?
You never count. I don't know why you're counting. This is a million.
Yeah, it's
always
fine.
a million.
It's fine. Yeah. The second predation just solves this easily, right?
Yeah.
Huge, and that looks like, I'm going to call it too soon, but yeah, there we go. That's the big moment there for Habu Gabu. He
Can't believe you're still counting.
he comes back, takes the victory, and Habu Gabu is your summer champion. What a game, what a series, what a weekend, Sol, and what a win for Habu Gabu.
Yeah, and you can see the moments in the end, right, where it starts to dawn on these players. Hold on. Winning tournaments is actually pretty sweet when you stop and think about it. Obviously, everyone gets an adrenaline crash when the World Championship qualification is done and dusted. The semi-finals, they kind of sleptwalked their way through a little bit, but then when it gets to the final, it starts to become real again. As we were talking about, the title of Summer Champion, adding your name to the echelon of players like Surrender, like Bunny Hopper, some true Hearthstone legends. There is a real pedigree to winning a tournament of this size. Like, as fantastic as Masters Tours are, and as much of an achievement as winning a big 400-person field is, as even bigger achievement it is to win it twice in a row, Raven, which we still don't talk about enough. This is another level of tournament, right? Because those Masters Tours then feed into this caliber of field, and I think it shone through. This has been a fantastic tournament in terms of the caliber of play that we've had. So when it comes to a moment like this where Habu Gabu gets to go, you know what? I can say I won this now. That's pretty great.
It really is, and it just goes to show we've, off camera especially, we've been talking a lot about, okay, who would we want to see in the top X, right? Top 8, top 4, top 2, whatever. And there are so many, it's pretty much everyone's name, because they're all so good. We've seen them all weekend played out. Some are truly great players. We have our 4 players from this tournament going to the World Championship, and one of them is included there with Deaddraw, but of course Habu Gabu as the ultimate winner of this tournament. So those are your 4 players going to the World Championship: Deaddraw, Possessi, Levick, and Habu Gabu. But Habu Gabu being the 2022 Summer Champion. What a way to finish off the weekend for him.
Did you say Habu Gapu? Like, mind the Habu Gapu between him and everyone else in this tournament?
Well, there you go. See, it simply makes sense. As always, I set you up for good lines, Sol. That's pretty much been my job for years now. But a huge congratulations, and especially, to those 4 players, right? It's been a huge weekend for all 4, even if we could only have one winner for this one event.
Yeah, and those 4 players are, of course, your representatives for the World Championship. From the Summer Championship, there's a variety of routes that you can make it to the World Championship this time around. Great stories, each and every one. Levick really flying the flag for the open nature of the system, a player that did not really have a whole lot of fanfare going into this, but has slowly made fans out of viewers and casters alike, with my friend Raven over there being very... being very impressed with Levik's play throughout Masters Tours and now Summer Championships as well. Possessi, of course, getting the chance to run it back, giving us that hope once again of repeat world champions. Dead draw, I mean, I had the pop-off when it happened. I don't really need to retell the entire dead draw story, but I think it's a fantastic and fitting way for dead draw to make it here after someone that was arguably punished by the Grandmasters system unfairly in the eyes of many, to then go, great, you've given me extra opportunities. It's going to take me one attempt to take advantage of them. Thank you very much. And then, of course, finally, Habu Gabu, which I won't need to explain to you too much because we'll be hearing from the man himself very soon.
Yeah, very soon, as in now. I believe Habu is ready for his interview, so go away for a minute, Sol. I'll bring you back in a second. But for now, we're going to go to Habu Gabu and see what he has to say about the win. Habu, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? I'll take that as a potential no. We might have to come away for a second and make sure Habu can hear us before we do it, since he's either doing this or trolling me. I'm not sure which one. Yeah, we'll see. Because it's Habu, sort of, for a second, I was like, he's the type of person who would actually troll me with this.
Yeah, I think might be a step too far for even him. But yeah, hopefully we do get to hear from him soon, because I'm sure he has some very interesting thoughts on the way this tournament has panned out. I'm sure some very interesting thoughts about his lineup as well, which we'll be very eager to hear about, because as mentioned, that warriorless lineup was a real point of interest for me throughout the tournament. I'm just kind of doing your homework for you at this point as what you should eventually talk to him about by the time we get there. But yeah, really do hope that we
ask him about any of this. Say what he got for breakfast.
Just to spite me specifically, you will now not ask any of these questions. But yeah, hopefully we can take care of whatever these audio problems are sooner rather than later, because it is always nice to round off a tournament like this from hearing from the winner. I think, you know, weaving those back in this year around has been a fantastic addition to the circuit.
Yeah, and while we just wait to see if Habu's going to be ready or not, and if we can get those issues fixed, I am going to just remind everyone, if you thought the tournament was good this weekend and the whole system that we've been talking about of how these players got here, well, guess what? We're doing it again this year, so there's plenty more where that came from. We are going to go for effort number 2 here and see if Habu is good to go and we fix the tech issues. Habu, can you hear me now?
I can, Raven.
Yes! Okay, we got there. Second time lucky, I guess. First off, congratulations, not only on the Summer Championship win, but of course on getting a World Championship spot. So we're going to rewind just a little bit. How did it feel when you won your basically winning into the World Championship?
Well, good, of course. But I'm still in disbelief, really. Like, I did not expect this going into this year of competitive Hearthstone, really.
And was this, I know you said you didn't expect it, but you've clearly put in the work to get to this point, because this sort of new system, you can't just get lucky at one point and go through, right? So what did that work look like? Like, how hard have you been preparing, not only for this, but for the Masters Tours beforehand as well?
Quite a lot. Besides the first Masters Tours I had, or the very first Masters Tour of the year, I had some other stuff I had to take care of right on that weekend, so I couldn't really practice for that one, and it really showed as well, because I went 0-3 in the first one, right? And of course, like after that start, I didn't really expect anything. I didn't expect to even qualify for the seasonal with such a bad start, but then I somehow just got top 8 twice in a row, and now I won this entire thing.
Well, it turns out you're pretty good at Hearthstone, which I think is a no surprise to anyone who's seen you play before. I do just want to ask you, with preparing for this tournament, we saw a lot of lineups that were very, very similar in makeup, and yours was one of the different ones. Choosing not to bring Warrior, for example, was something that not a lot of other players did. How did that decision come about? Bringing, for example, Demon Hunter, no Warrior, also the type of Priest and things like that. How did you get to this point?
Well, originally, before we knew about the mini set, I was still going to go for this kind of tempo lineup. I most likely would have had Shaman instead of Demon Hunter. And the primary reason is just that I know that I'm not that good at playing Boar Priest, even though it's like one of the best decks. I think it's good to accept that you have weaknesses. So I decided to go for the other Priest archetype, which also, of course, worked out pretty well in the end. And after the patch, I was a lot more confident in this lineup because I think I figured out pretty quickly that Demon Hunter was really strong again with the new cards. And I mean, in general, I feel like I'm faster to adapt to new metagames than most players. So that gave me like the advantage this time around as well.
And was there anything that made a difference with the fact that everyone going into the tournament knew they were mainly playing for that top 4 spot? Did that ever come into your mind when you were building the lineup? Were you trying to not build safe, but you know what I mean? Or was this just for you, I just built the best lineup I could and got as far as I could in the tournament?
I just brought 4 decks I felt confident with and enjoyed playing. And I think that's the most important thing, really.
Okay, well, that sounds good enough to me. Just before we let you go and celebrate, do you have any shout-outs or any final words, anything you want to say to the viewers before we go?
Well, shout out to the MTOG, my practice group with Fury Hunter and Deaddraw and everyone. And congratulations to Deaddraw as well, of course, for the fantastic performance.
Okay, well, congratulations to Habu once